Chapter 1. Sun Wuyan, the Rinnegan, year 761 of the AG era. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain. Morning. Upon the vast and boundless Earth, a continuous mountain range lay sprawled like a colossal dragon stretching from east to west. Verdant trees flourished, and the ground was adorned with a profusion of grasses. The lush green resembled an ink-wash painting, a deep emerald hue shimmering under the sunlight like twinkling stars. Amidst the flying formations, vibrant green orbs danced. Puffs of smoke ascended, enveloping Baozi Mountain in an ethereal mist, akin to a celestial palace. Rustle. Branches rustled as two figures swiftly chased each other through the woods, one in pursuit of the other. The person in front was diminutive, sporting a black crab-like hairstyle, with a strikingly bronze complexion that radiated health and vitality. His star-like brows and dragon-like eyes were accentuated by a thick, slanted fringe that completely obscured his right eye. A high nose adorned with a golden ratio gave him an air of distinction, while his tightly pressed pink lips conveyed a sense of steadfastness, contrasting starkly with his cherubic visage. TCH. He cast a sidelong glance over his shoulder at the relentless figure pursuing him and let out a disdainful huff. My name is Sun Wuyan, a boy of merely 4 years. I was born into a terrifying world where human lives are deemed expendable. As for my father, hey, Wuyan, don't run. This is our 51st duel. We've tied at 25 wins and 25 losses. This time, I shall emerge victorious. Smack. Upon hearing this, Sun Wuyan slapped his forehead in exasperation. This was his father, Sun Wukong, a fool who knew nothing but combat. In battle, he remained eerily calm, quickly analyzing his unfavorable position and employing his techniques to turn the tide. If it weren't for Sun Wuyan's distinctive advantage, he likely wouldn't have achieved those 25 victories. Whoosh! A gentle breeze stirred, lifting his sleek fringe and revealing his terrifying, ghastly right eye. A pale violet hue. Concentric circles encircled the pupil, with a deep, eerie glow swirling within. Any ordinary person who dared to gaze upon it would be driven to utter despair. The Rinnegan. Wuyan understood that he was a transmigrator, yet he could not fathom why the Rinnegan, a power of the Naruto world, manifested within him. At this moment, bang, he suddenly exerted force with his waist midair, landing deftly on a branch, his cherubic face now exuding an air of determination. Whoosh whoosh. A sharp, cold light erupted around him. Dozens of branches snapped like twigs, seemingly liberated from the shackles of gravity, floating beside Wuyan. Go! With a sudden, forceful wave of his hand, all the branches glimmered with a sharp radiance, hurtling through the air to completely encircle the arriving Sun Wukong. Oh, you've lured the branches with your energy and sharpened them, have you? You truly are something. Sun Wukong's entire being tensed, his eyes flashing with intensity as he bellowed, his arms moving rapidly, leaving behind afterimages. Bang bang. A wave of soft power erupted in midair, effortlessly sending all the encircled branches flying. Hee hee. Sun Wukong rubbed his nose, boasting like a child reveling in his own feats. These two father and son were polar opposites. Wuyan, merely 4 years old, bore a cold demeanor on his cherubic face. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, though married, remained forever a child at heart. Wuyan could confidently assert that the initial act of creation must have been instigated by Chi-Chi, using soft power to evade all energy attacks, huh? Wuyan pondered. Huh. Sun Wukong clenched his hands, gathering power in his palms, which instantly burst forth in a brilliant blue glow. He swung his arms, and in a heartbeat, an endless surge of energy cascaded like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, completely enveloping Wuyan. Huh. Let's see how you evade this. Sun Wukong proclaimed loudly. Dad, you know these tricks are ineffective against me. Why waste your energy? His right eye gradually revealed itself, and in an instant, the trajectories of all the energy blasts were captured by the Rinnegan's supreme, dynamic vision. Boom boom. An overwhelming explosion erupted in the woods, leaving a chaotic array of craters, cracks resembling a spider's web forming instantly. The cacophony of explosions startled every creature in the forest, sending them fleeing. Wuyan's Rinnegan flickered as he moved like a delicate butterfly, effortlessly evading all the energy blasts. Moreover, not a single shard from the explosions grazed his body. This isn't over yet, Sun Wukong shouted, and in an instant, an immense wave of energy blotted out the sun, engulfing Wuyan once more. Yet, slender threads of blue energy emanated from his hands, infusing a few of the energy spheres around him. the dozens of energy spheres suddenly accelerated dramatically, manipulating the energy individually to hasten the speed of the spheres, thereby complicating their movement to confound my Rinnegan. To think you could devise such a strategy. Wuyan was astonished. It was always the same whenever he revealed the capabilities of his Rinnegan to secure victory. His father would inevitably devise a countermeasure in their next bout. This was the terrifying combat instinct of son Wuyan. However, a flicker of amusement danced in Wuyan's gaze. This is my first time unveiling the true power of the Rinnegan. Prepare to witness it. Shinra Tensei. The emotionless 4 words rang out like a mighty tolling bell, and in an instant, a terrifying repulsive force erupted around Wuyan. Boom! The ground immediately caved in, sending all the energy spheres hurtling away. Boom boom! In the distant forest, the air was filled with terrifying explosions, and an endless tide of flames surged skyward, roaring into a conflagration. What? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, yet the overwhelming repulsive force showed no signs of abating, crashing into his body with unrestrained ferocity. An endless torrent of power wreaked havoc within him. Bang bang! Hundreds of trees were instantly snapped in half, and Sun Wukong's expression turned ashen, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. Whoosh! A straight trail of smoke appeared, slicing through half the forest. Damn it! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, suspended in midair, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide as he realized he had been blasted out of the forest, plummeting toward the waterfall. The cascading waters flowed like a silver ribbon, the sound of crashing resonating continuously, a symphony of nature. A crystalline curtain hung like a jade belt, suspended in midair, cascading into a lake that sparkled like crystal. Above the waterfall, a rainbow arched gracefully. Whoosh! In an instant, Wuyan reappeared, extending one hand and clenching it fiercely. A wondrous force transformed into transparent rippling waves, causing the crystal lake below to surge with towering waves, and a jagged boulder suddenly lifted from the water. It hurtled towards Sun Wukong with tremendous force. Banishing technique. Huh! Wuyan shouted, the massive boulder soaring upward, blotting out the sun. This is bad. Sun Wukong felt a trickle of cold sweat run down his brow. I didn't expect you to conceal such a technique. Wuyan, how long have you been holding back in our previous battles? In midair, I cannot leverage any support. I can only force my way through. Huh, he bellowed, as sharp, surging energy coursed through his sinewy muscles, coalescing in his palm to form a pale blue disk. Whoosh whoosh! He wielded his sword with great vigor, slicing and dicing as if the massive boulder were mere tofu, swiftly reducing it to hundreds of small fragments. Spirit Bomb! With a single hand extended, Wukong unleashed a tremendous force that erupted from his palm, obliterating the shattered stones into fine dust. Humph! A mere parlor trick. Yet, within the skies, Wuyan's eyes flickered with an unusual brilliance. He contemplated, as my Rinnegan awakens, it not only grants me the power of the 6 paths of pain, but also possesses a unique ability akin to the Tomo Rinnegan. I have never disclosed this before. Father, today, you shall become the first test subject and relish in that peculiar power. Buzz! The pale purple Rinnegan pupils constricted, and in an instant, Wuyan vanished from the sky, reappearing directly above Wukong. Come forth! Bang! He clasped his hands together behind his back and struck down heavily. Wukong let out a pained cry as a sharp force ravaged his body, even obstructing the flow of his own energy. He could no longer endure. His body plummeted like a meteor into the lake below. Boom! A splash of water soared into the sky. Cough, cough! After a considerable time, Wukong finally emerged from the water, coughing a few times on the exposed rubble. Whoosh! Wuyan's figure quickly appeared, his index and middle fingers converging as he lightly tapped Wukong's forehead. The outcome is decided. New book launch, a completed old book with 250,000 words. Credibility is absolutely guaranteed. Seeking attention, seeking collection. The cover will return tomorrow. Let's make do with this for today. Chapter 2. The Ordinary Family Life. The outcome is decided. Wuyan declared the final victory, employing the marvelous techniques of his Rinnegan to triumph in his confrontation with Wukong. Hee hee. Wukong scratched the back of his head with a wry smile. At merely 4 years old, your strength has already surpassed mine. Truly, a martial arts prodigy. However, I shall not concede. I have already grasped the gravitational and repulsive forces of the Rinnegan, as well as the nuances of dynamic vision. Next time, I shall surely unravel it. Yet, he cast a puzzled glance, That last movement left no trace. Has your power truly reached such formidable heights? Or is it yet another peculiar skill of the Rinnegan? Wukong's interest peaked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Wuyan. The crystalline orbs brimmed with desire. Such a unique skill was irresistibly alluring for a martial arts enthusiast like him. Humph. Who knows? Wuyan teased, speaking lightly. Do tell me. Wukong, resembling a child who never grows up, embraced Wuyan, rubbing against him incessantly. Hey, father, mother must have prepared dinner by now. Don't blame me for not warning you if we miss mealtime because of training. Wuyan extended his hand, pulling Wukong out of the lake. Upon hearing the word mother, a flicker of fear sparkled in Wukong's eyes. Let's hurry back. Bao Mountain at the summit. The scenery here is picturesque, akin to eternal spring. The lush trees shrouded in vibrant foliage, and melodious stream dances joyfully nearby. A wooden water wheel creaked as it spun, channeling the crystal-clear stream into the adjacent dwelling through the resonant bamboo. A quaint, domed cottage emerged unexpectedly, wisps of azure smoke curling upward, accompanied by enticing aromas wafting through the air. In contrast to Bulma's opulent residence, the modest home where Wuyan had lived for 4 years held its own unique charm. Mother, Wuyan called out loudly by the stream. A woman clad in a deep purple qipao, her hair styled in a traditional ponytail, rose gracefully, exclaiming, just in time, dinner will be ready shortly. Upon seeing the dirt-smeared Wukong, Shishi's expression shifted dramatically. Wukong, you've soiled your clothes again during training. Do you have any idea how much a washing machine costs in East Capital? You don't earn a living, and with father's castle destroyed, the burden of the household falls entirely on me. Do you know how immense this pressure is? As she spoke, Shishi began to weep softly. Wukong, having faced this situation too many times, hurriedly rushed forward, showering her with comforting words, and in no time, Shishi returned to her usual self. Haha, women, brother. A timid voice called from the side. Wuyan turned to see a small figure dressed in light yellow attire, with short legs mirroring his own. A traditional cap shaded his dark hair. Atop his head, a Dragon Ball radiated a warm orange glow. This was Wuyan's twin brother, named Sun Wufan in memory of their grandfather who had passed away years ago. 4 years prior, Shishi was pregnant and unexpectedly bore twins. Wuyan had arrived half an hour before Wufan. The two seemed like reflections in a mirror, completely opposite. Wuyan was strong-willed, while Wufan perpetually embodied a shy demeanor, even when facing his elder brother. Brother, did you win the battle just now? How impressive. Father was the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. No one in the world can rival him. Stars of admiration sparkled in Wufan's eyes. Brother merely gained a slight advantage through his eyes. However, since my body has yet to fully develop, I find it challenging to unleash my complete strength in genuine combat. As he spoke, Wuyan's gaze avoided looking at Wufan, not out of rudeness, but for some reason. Whenever his Rinnegan met the Dragon Ball's gaze for more than 3 seconds, he felt a disquieting sensation in his heart. Dinner is ready, Shishi called out. At the dining table, 3 bowls of towering rice were laid before Wukong and the others. Chi-Chi began to lament once more. Wukong, you ought to find some time to earn a little money. I cannot fathom why the 3 of you have such enormous appetites. In just 2 days, you can consume the entirety of a year's harvest from an acre of land. The weight of our family's livelihood rests solely upon my frail shoulders, and I must confess, I am rather weary. At this moment, Chi-Chi resembled a woman grappling with the 7-year itch of marriage, brimming with grievances. Nonetheless, this is the quintessential reality of every household. Wufan voraciously devoured the rice mountain before him, seizing an opportunity to speak. Brother, I too wish to cultivate alongside you. No way. Before Wuyan could utter a word, Chi-Chi resolutely denied it. How could this be? Wufan, it suffices for only Wuyan to train with father. His strong-willed disposition is beyond my control. Moreover, he is not suited for academic pursuits, but you are different. You are destined to become a scholar. Mother has scrimped and saved for this purpose. Only in this way can you secure a suitable position in the eastern capital and shoulder the substantial burdens of our family. Yet, Gohan incessantly prodded with his fingers, timidly continuing to argue. There was no room for debate. The mere thought of Gohan training alongside Wuyan had already pierced my heart. I must keep a vigilant eye on you, Gohan. Now, finish your meal and return immediately. I have commissioned Bulma to prepare a sleep-learning bed for you, infused with musical elements that incorporate mathematical problems. Now, at once, without delay. Yes, Gohan exclaimed, rising with trepidation, akin to a soldier during military training. Observing Gohan's despondent figure, Goku gently remarked, Chi-Chi, if Gohan desires it, he could train alongside me. I can sense that although the child lacks Wuyan's extraordinary Sharingan, he possesses the potential to encapsulate all my combat prowess within his bloodline. If nurtured properly, his future achievements are bound to surpass mine. Absolutely not, Chi-Chi declared emphatically. Her gaze fixed on Goku, enunciating each word with conviction. The dining table fell into an abrupt silence for a moment, and Goku waved his hand slightly. Let us eat. Let us eat. Wukong, however, had grown accustomed to such occurrences. It was all too common for him. The combative Saiyans in the domestic Chi-Chi were bound to clash over financial matters. As long as Wukong was unable to resolve this issue, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly remain steadfast in her position. With a gentle tap of his chopsticks, Wuyan remarked, "Isn't it true that if Gohan triumphs in the World Martial Arts Tournament, the reward he earns would surpass that of becoming a scholar? Mother, you ought to be a bit more open-minded." Humph. Chi-Chi scoffed dismissively. Goku, Wuyan. I am confident that both of you can secure one of the top two positions, which is precisely why I do not oppose your pursuit of martial arts. Adding Gohan to the mix would merely be the icing on the cake. I shall not interfere with your futures, nor shall you alter my decisions. With a swift motion, Chi-Chi extended her hand, as if it were a fleeting shadow, and promptly whisked away the bowls of rice from in front of Goku and Wu Yuan. Mealtime is over. Hiki. The two exchanged a wry smile. Wu Fan, it is not that father does not wish to assist you. Rather, there are circumstances beyond his control. Father is merely the nominal number one in the world. However, Wuyan let out a cold sneer, contemplating internally. Mother, the events that will unfold may leave you utterly defenseless. Ah, yes. Suddenly, Wukong remarked, a couple of days ago, Bulma informed me that we should gather at the Kame House. It has been a full 4 years since we last met after the World Martial Arts Tournament. Kame House? Bulma? Chi-Chi silently repeated a couple of times before impatiently exclaiming. I understand. Despite being married to son Wukong, the fact that his childhood companion is Bulma has always been a thorn in her heart. After 4 years of marriage, she has been making a concerted effort to avoid any contact with Bulma, although she is aware that Wukong would never engage in any inappropriate behavior. Her feelings stem solely from a woman's jealousy. Wealthy, beautiful, and equally charming, Bulma has accompanied Wukong on adventures since their youth. If Wukong had not remained somewhat naive, she often wonders what the outcome might have been. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback, a gathering at Turtle House. Thus, the plot should commence shortly. Chapter 3 primarily concerns wealth. Turtle House is situated above the secluded seas beyond the southern capital. The boundless waves stretch endlessly, merging with the sky. As the crashing surf frolics wildly in the air, under the radiant sun, rainbows arch gracefully from east to west, while several seagulls soar majestically. Everything appears as enchanting as a fairy tale, yet amidst this breathtaking landscape resides a man of sordid disposition. A lewd voice abruptly echoed, resonating with the cool sea breeze. Kiki. Bulma, welcome. Why the formality? You even brought gifts. All I desire is a final present. Just let me touch your bosom. You are truly heartless for not visiting your old friend for such a long time. Oh? The tone suddenly rose, as if uncovering something extraordinary. What? Is that the flat-chested slender woman from years past? She seems to possess a rather tumultuous allure now. Wuyan harnessed the power of the Rinnegan to soar through the skies, while Goku and Gohan rode upon the Nimbus cloud. After departing from the Bun Mountain, they swiftly made their way towards Kame House. However, as they drew near, they were suddenly met with a sound that pierced the air. TCH. Wuyan let out a disdainful snort, remarking that the lecherous old man remained utterly unchanged. Ha, ha. Wukong let out a bittersweet smile and said, please refrain from speaking in such a manner. Master Rashi is truly a kind-hearted elder. It was he who introduced me to the realm of martial arts. With a gentle thud, the two descended gracefully to the ground. Wuyan donned a magnificent black cloak adorned with golden trim, emblazoned in the center of his chest with a vibrant emblem of a blazing sun, exuding an air of opulence. Wu Fan gazed at his outdated short attire from the Qing dynasty and couldn't help but exclaim, Father, I too wish to don garments like my brothers. Alas, they are beyond our means. Wukong coughed slightly and said, Brother, my garments are the result of my own hard work. Gohan, you must strive diligently in the future. Just as he uttered these words, a resounding crash echoed through the air. A figure suddenly burst forth from the base of the wall, collapsing directly onto the ground, leaving behind a trail of displaced earth spanning several hundred meters. Humph. To think someone would take advantage of my absence to sneakily indulge in my tofu. Perverted old man. Bulma exclaimed indignantly as she strode out of her small abode. Today, she donned a scientist's white lab coat paired with cropped trousers, her azure hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her countenance was strikingly delicate, exuding an air of effortless beauty. In terms of appearance, she was certainly above average, primarily due to her wealth. At this moment, she held a frying pan in her hand. Ah, Wukong? Bulma exclaimed with delight, her voice ringing out. What? Is it really Wukong? Behind her, Kuririn, Puar, and Oolong hurriedly emerged upon hearing the familiar name. Wu Yuan could sense the joy that resided in their hearts. This is the essence of true friendship, and it is the very reason that motivates Wukong to fight. He felt a tinge of envy. Oh, with a raised hand, Wukong exclaimed, you truly are heartless, secluded with Chi-Chi on Baozi Mountain, embodying the essence of a reclusive sage. Had I not called you? Would you intend to remain there for eternity? Bulma feigned indignation, subtly nudging Wukong with her elbow. Nay, I have been diligently training. Piccolos still exist in this world. I must never allow myself to relax. Wukong sighed in resignation. All right, you have a point. He then turned his gaze towards the two young boys on the ground. Identical twins. One bore an air of confidence reminiscent of Long Outyin, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, while the other appeared timid and meek, evoking a sense of pity. Who are you two? He inquired. We are the sons of Sun Wukong. Wuyan spoke with a blank expression. Yet internally he felt a flicker of joy at the thought of meeting the protagonist of Dragon Ball. What? Exclaimed the four individuals before him in astonishment. Goku's son? Ah. Wuyan continued. They have been married for 4 years. Is it not entirely natural for them to have children? The four were left in a state of confusion. While his words held truth, the nature of Goku was indeed perplexing. Hey. Master Roshi whispered mischievously, nudging Goku. What does it feel like when you sleep with Chi-Chi at night? Feelings? To this inquiry, Son Goku surprisingly prepared to respond earnestly. Well, it's always her who takes charge. And I find it quite comfortable. However, after a while, I don't feel much at all. I simply fall asleep. Wuyan was nearly taken aback. How could such a private topic be so brazenly disclosed? Would Chi-Chi silence him? What? Could it be that Chi-Chi took the initiative? Master Roshi exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world. Ah, I need to exercise during the day, and at night my body aches. Chi-Chi gives me massages. And afterward, I feel so comfortable that I drift into slumber. What do you all think? The 5 of them were utterly bewildered. It turned out that this was what Goku meant. Hiki. The sudden revelation startled Wuyan greatly. Bulma's eyes sparkled with maternal affection as she gently poked Wuyan's plump cheek, exclaiming, What a lovely child. But why is he so proud, so unlike the Goku of his youth? And why does he hide his right eye behind his bangs? Bulma tentatively reached out, intending to brush them aside. No. Wuyan halted her, saying, With your strength. It seems you would need to slumber for quite some time to behold any eye. Is that so? How petty. Bulma had thought that Wuyan was merely unwilling to share his most cherished toy with others. However, Goku chuckled and interjected, Bulma, do not misconstrue. The gaze of Wuyuan's Rinnegan is infused with soul power. As a frail woman, you cannot possibly withstand its direct scrutiny. Even I, if gazing for too long, would succumb to dizziness. Truly, he was not deceiving you. Such a whimsical father and son. Master Roshi, upon hearing Goku's words, fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly feeling a jolt of unease in his heart, he realized with a start that the aura emanating from Wuyuan instilled within him a profound sense of dread. It was as vast as the ocean, capable of obliterating him into mere fragments in an instant. Goku? Is Wuyuan also honing his martial skills? What is this aura within him? Indeed. Wukong nodded, acknowledging that Wuyuan's power far surpassed his own, albeit temporarily hindered by his underdeveloped physique. Once unleashed, it would unleash a cataclysmic force. What? Master Roshi exclaimed in terror, Is there truly someone in this world who can surpass you? A mere 4-year-old child? What manner of creature is he? Meanwhile, Bulma, seeking amusement, had joined Oolong in teasing Gohan, while Wuyuan plunged into deep contemplation. His Rinnegan pulsated, and in an instant, every aura in the world flickered in his mind. He could still harness his abilities through the Rinnegan. An ominous energy surged rapidly, nearing the atmosphere. Humph. It seems that everything is finally set in motion. Chapter 4. The Proverb of the Internet Sensation Raditz. A sudden thunderclap broke the serene blue sky. A brilliant explosion illuminating the heavens like a meteor, casting a fiery glow across the azure expanse. In a nearby village, a farmer wielding a pitchfork was splashing cold water on his face, only to be stunned by the sight of a crimson blaze racing towards him. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, flames soaring skyward, as molten lava oozed from the earth's cracks. The ground heaved, trembling beneath the force. Oh no. I forgot to make a wish. The farmer smacked his forehead in realization. He cautiously approached the descending meteorite, rumored to hold countless treasures. Even rare elements requisite for advanced weaponry. Should he acquire it, he could sell it to the world government and expand his farm. Creak. Creak. The meteor's foul exterior began to shed, revealing a pure white sphere within. What is that? The farmer murmured. Zzz. Electrical currents crackled, and to his astonishment, the meteorite slowly opened. A rush of hot air surged forth. Step by step, a figure emerged, floating in midair, locking eyes with him. A flying person? He staggered back in disbelief. The figure's wild hair cascaded to its knees, and its broad face bore an evil gaze that nearly halted the farmer's heart. Clad in an enigmatic black and brown ensemble, the farmer's heart raced, leaving him breathless. Who are you? He stammered, gripping his gun for courage. Humph. Raditz. Hearing the inquiry, scoffed disdainfully. Evidently, humanity still thrived in this world. What is that fool Kakarot up to? Humph. Beeping incessantly, Raditz scolded, a power level of only 5 pathetic. Even the sound of your voice taints my noble form. Such beings are fit only for menial, sordid tasks among the Saiyans. To share a planet with you is a disgrace. Who are you? The farmer quivered, shouting defiantly while brandishing his gun. Humph. Raditz extended his right hand. Crimson light coalescing in his palm. With a swift action, a deafening explosion obliterated hundreds of acres of farmland in an instant. A vast crater forming where the land once stood. The farmer, too, vanished amidst the smoke. Truly, a lowly planet, its very structure so fragile. Kakarot couldn't even eradicate this planet's inhabitants. How pathetic. Vegeta, You are mistaken. This endeavor is destined to be futile. Beep. Beep. The green battle power scouter at Raditz I beeped urgently. A formidable power level of nearly 500 was detected in the western region. Surely, that must be Kakarot. Wait. For the sins you've prolonged, I shall deliver a swift and severe retribution. At the turtle hermit's abode, Wuyan's body suddenly stiffened, soon regaining its vigor. All the life forces in his mind dissipated, and the Rinnegan captured their souls drifting away. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, and even a few humans. Raditz had already claimed lives upon his arrival on Earth, laying waste to the land. Humph. The years of wandering through the cosmos have fully unveiled the Saiyans' inherent malevolence. Revealing their rampant fury, it appears coexistence is impossible. This Earth shall not be trifled with. Suddenly, Wuyan sensed a drastic decline in a particular aura, unmistakably indicating a grave injury. Is it Piccolo? It seems Raditz has clashed with him. Two proud beings at odds, the outcome was all too evident. Raditz had effortlessly defeated Piccolo with a single blow. That residual aura? Did he disdainfully spare his life? As he moved swiftly, he detected his father's aura approaching rapidly. How intriguing. Wuyan gazed intently at the heavens, starkly contrasting with Wuyan. The blood of a Saiyan surged with fervor. Yet when tempered by the serene coolness of the Rinnegan, it culminated in a formidable fighting machine, akin to a monstrous entity. Unlike Wuyan's naive benevolence, which extended mercy to all, Wuyan harbored no such foolishness. Furthermore, to embark on his cosmic adventures and augment his power, he required Raditz's memories. Accomplishing this feat necessitated bringing him to the brink of death. Wuyan, come and eat. Bulma called out, having prepared a sumptuous feast. The typically bashful Gohan revealed his true nature as he savored the delectable spread before him. Wuyan, hurry. Otherwise, all the food will be devoured. Bulma urged loudly. Dad, can't you feel it? What? A malevolent aura of immense strength is approaching us. A great battle may be imminent. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Master Roshi momentarily closed their eyes, then abruptly opened them wide. Two azure beams of light darted through the void like swift swords, resonating with a metallic clang in their surroundings. An overwhelmingly powerful presence was drawing near, causing beads of sweat to cascade down Master Roshi's brow. A heart shrouded in complete darkness, devoid of any hint of righteousness? The surrounding atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood, suggesting the arrival of a merciless executioner. Wukong set down the skewer in his hand, staring blankly. He waved his hand gently and said, Bulma, take Gohan and Oolong to hide in the turtle house. We will distract him. Sun Jun, hurry. Bulma had never seen Wukong so fiercely resolute yet internally anxious. The aura emanating from this individual surpassed her comprehension, leaving her uncertain of victory. Could it be? She whispered, her lips parting slightly, before hastily retreating to the turtle house, peering through the glass with silent concern. Is there truly a human whom Wukong cannot defeat? Suddenly, a brilliant point of light flickered at the intersection of the ocean and the sky, illuminated by the sun. The sea was instantaneously cleaved in two, with waves surging upward in a display of sheer terror. Cracks splintered across the ground like a spider's web, as chaotic energy surged through the fissures. A deafening explosion erupted from the sea, sending tidal waves crashing forth and engulfing the turtle house entirely. A massive silhouette flashed rapidly, standing proudly against the sunlight. His bulging muscles resembled those of a formidable war deity. He scrutinized Wukong intently. Kakarot. At last, I have found you. Chapter 5, The Saiyan. Kakarot. At last, I have found you. Raditz, with long hair and a fierce expression, faced his own brother, despite their blood ties. The countless murders committed by Saiyans across the cosmos bred a respect solely for strength, leaving no room for familial bonds, an idea that became even more pronounced following the destruction of planet Vegeta. Kakarot, why do all the humans on this backward planet still live? Have you betrayed your own race and forgotten your mission? What? Wukong felt somewhat bewildered. What do you truly mean? Did you recognize me before? What is my mission? Why can I not recall anything in my mind? Raditz remained silent for a moment. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. It did not take me long to identify you. Kakarot, I am your brother, Raditz. Brother? Wukong cast a furtive glance at Wuyan, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be? He pondered. At that moment, Raditz was struck by a sudden suspicion. Were you, perhaps, subjected to a severe head injury previously? His gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon Wukong, raising his voice decisively. Indeed. Wukong nodded slightly, recounting what his grandfather had said. When I was found, I was a fiercely tempestuous child. However, due to a careless fall from a cliff, I suffered a grave head injury and nearly lost my life. After a few days of recuperation, I managed to recover thanks to my formidable vitality, yet the previous fury had vanished entirely. So that is the reason. Raditz felt a sense of relief. The injury to your head rendered the information that had been instilled in you ineffective. We are the proud warrior race of Saiyans. We roam the cosmos without restraint, tasked with selecting suitable planets and annihilating all intelligent species residing upon them. Ultimately, we sell those planets at a high price. Aside from myself, there are two companions. Due to the unsuccessful conquest of a green planet, I thought of you. Even as a low-class warrior, you, who perfectly inherited your father's genes, would undoubtedly grow to a fearsome extent. Yet, you have disappointed me. I never imagined that the vigilant Saiyans would succumb to the allure of Earth's prosperity, wallowing in their corruption. Do you not understand that your mission is to eliminate all humans on Earth and, as the victor, present yourself as a testament to join Lord Frisia's army? Your memories have been compromised, and I can overlook the past. Now, Kakarot, you may commence your mission. Eliminate all those foolish Earthlings behind you. Raditz's resounding voice struck the hearts of all present like a thunderous bell. Master Roshi stood on high alert, softly murmuring, "So Wukong is not an Earthling." Which explains his rapid increase in combat power. You fool. Wukong would never harm the Earthlings. He cherishes this planet dearly. Nearby, Bulma, disregarding her own exposure, shouted loudly through the window. "Oh, Earthling? Who gave you the audacity to speak so loudly to me? You shrew." Whoosh. Raditz's palm suddenly manifested a surging energy, which in an instant hurtled towards Bulma with fierce intent. Bulma's pupils dilated as the pink energy swiftly encroached upon her. "Ah!" She screamed in hysteria. Bang. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from the surrounding space, its palm not wide, yet it grasped the mighty energy in an instant. "Hey, to unleash a massacre on Earth. You certainly have little regard for us." Slap. The newcomer was Wuyan, who merely squeezed gently, causing the crimson energy to shatter like a dud, dissipating into a shower of light. "TCH. Raditz scoffed disdainfully. "You've merely blocked my casual energy. What is there to be proud of? That hairstyle? Are you perhaps Kakarot's son?" Wuyan nodded slightly, a glint of contempt flickering in his eyes. In his view, Raditz was already as good as dead. "What? Kakarot, you have fallen to such depths. Do you not realize that the noble blood of the warrior race, the Saiyans, flows within you? How can you breed with these inferior humans? This child, I shall eliminate. I warn you, if you do not kill every single person on Earth within 3 days, I will take control and execute them one by one before your very eyes. Choose your method wisely." Wukong fell silent, his intuition revealing that a human, far more formidable than he, would never stoop to deceit. In other words, all of this was indeed true. "Raditz, even though I initially embodied the Saiyan you spoke of, I am now merely a human raised on Earth. I would never bring harm to the planet that nurtured me. Do not entertain such foolish dreams." With unwavering determination, Wukong declared, "If you refuse to drink a toast, you shall face the consequences." Raditz, in a fit of madness, exclaimed, "As a fellow Saiyan, should you not resolutely stand by my side? Is the dormant warrior blood coursing through your veins not enough to compel you to abandon these trivial bonds?" Raditz epitomized the essence of a pure Saiyan in his eyes. Only wealth and utility mattered. Even the so-called Prince Vegeta was merely a temporary refuge for him. Should he attain greater power, he would not hesitate to betray. Bonds and friendship were of no consequence, even serving as obstacles on the path to their strength. Conversely, Wukong was entirely different. Throughout his previous adventures, friendship had always taken precedence over power. During the confrontation with Demon King Piccolo, he had even endured the breaking of 2 legs for the sake of Tien. Such a thing would be utterly unthinkable for a Saiyan. It was due to friendship that I have achieved what I am today. You expect me to forsake the principles I have steadfastly upheld for the sake of some trivial bloodline? How ludicrous. Humph. Raditz cast a fleeting glance at Wuyan. If that is the case, I shall be compelled to resort to more unconventional methods. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged swiftly from the distance. "Wukong, Raditz, Wuyan, turn around." "Piccolo?" Wukong whispered. Suddenly, a beam of light streaked through the air, floating majestically above. The green visage of Piccolo appeared slightly pale. He gasped for breath, clearly suffering from the aftermath of Raditz's previous assault. And the prolonged flight had drained much of his energy. "Damn it, I am the Demon King Piccolo. How could I possibly lose to a barbarian like you, who crawled out from who knows where?" Chapter 6, Wuyan versus Raditz. "Damn, how could I possibly lose to you?" Piccolo gently landed beside Wukong, the bruises on his chest pulsating ominously with each heartbeat. With a sudden heave, he expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. "Piccolo," Wukong exclaimed urgently, "you are gravely injured. You cannot continue to fight. Get away, Son Goku. I do not need your pity. I will utterly defeat this wretched fiend." "Ha, so it is you, you worthless fool. Still alive and daring to bark here. I can scarcely find words to describe you." Despite the addition of Piccolo, Raditz remained nonchalant. "Kakarot, as your elder brother, I must offer you some leniency. I tell you, in 3 days, bring me 1,000 human heads, or else." With a sudden stomp, an overwhelming wave of energy surged from his body, shattering the ground beneath him. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, charging towards Wuyan. He extended his massive hand, seemingly intent on enveloping Wuyan within his grasp. "Otherwise, your son will meet a brutal end right before your eyes." "Ha." Raditz, reveling in the bloodlust, licked his lips and launched a ferocious punch. In the small hands of Wuyan, a surge of energy pulsated, suddenly welcoming an onslaught. The ground erupted in a tremendous explosion, fissures sprawling forth, causing the turtle house to tremble violently. "What?" Raditz stood in astonishment. "How is it possible? How could you possibly withstand my full force attack? At merely 4 years of age, even if nurtured from the womb, it would be utterly inconceivable to attain such prowess." Crack, crack. The two immediately transformed their fists into palms, engaging in a fierce contest upon the earth. "Ha, ha," Raditz and Wuyan shouted in unison, as crimson and azure auras slowly intertwined. Boom. The ground detonated with ferocity, flames soaring to the heavens, while colossal waves of fury surged forth from the sea. A tempest suddenly swept through, rendering this remote island akin to fragile vessels amidst a raging ocean, teetering on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Wuyan, hold on. Your father is coming to assist you. Stop. Wuyan shouted loudly, this fellow does not even require my father's intervention. I can eliminate him myself. Eliminate him? Huh. Raditz seemed to have heard the grandest of jokes and immediately erupted into boisterous laughter. How could the pitiful humans, raised on Earth, comprehend the formidable power of the Saiyans, who engage in unrestrained combat across the cosmos? How could the flicker of a firefly ever be compared to the brilliance of the full moon in the sky? Huh. With a thunderous roar, the muscles in his robust arms began to writhe, as torrents of liquid surged through his veins, akin to an erupting steam engine. Boom. The ground shattered instantly, creating a deep pit several meters wide. The rushing seawater cascaded down, nearly submerging the Kame house entirely. Haha. Did you see that? This is the might of my powerful strength, the pride of the Saiyan race. It is utterly beyond the reach of a mere half-breed like you. What are you laughing at? Wuyan spoke with an impassive expression, his chest displaying no signs of tumultuous movement, effortlessly absorbing all of Raditz's furious energy. What? Raditz was left speechless. Beside him, Piccolo trembled incessantly, questioning, why? Son Goku, is your son a monster? With pride, Nukong proclaimed. The aura within Wuyan has long since surpassed mine, and its quality is exceptionally high. However, due to the incomplete development of his limbs, he is unable to utilize it. If Raditz were to engage in combat using strategy, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but he has foolishly opted for the most unwise choice of grappling. Defeat is inevitable. Wuyan gradually advanced step by step. Creak, creak. Raditz's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting. Terror gripped his heart as his arms twisted unnaturally. On the verge of breaking. Stop. From his mouth, a torrent of crimson energy erupted, surging forth like a tempest, hurtling towards Wuyan's face in an instant. Shinra Tensei. Wuyan spoke softly, akin to the judgment of an arrogant deity. Boom. An overwhelming repulsive force suddenly emanated from around his body, causing Raditz's right arm to shatter. And the surging crimson energy was abruptly cast aside. Raditz abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward through the air. With a subtle shift of his foot, Wuyan caused the ground behind him to erupt violently, resembling a streak of black ethereal light piercing through the void. Waves of azure energy whirled rapidly within his palm. Observing the defenses of Raditz lay bare, a faint smile graced his lips. He unleashed a fierce assault. Bang, bang. His hands, akin to dragons, struck from both sides, channeling all his might, which was instantaneously released upon Raditz's chest. Gush. A jet of blood was abruptly expelled from his mouth, as his chest caved in grotesquely, with pulsating veins writhing around like worms. Perish. In a sudden flash, Wuyan ascended into the sky, sweeping his hand with force to firmly press down on Raditz's head, exerting immense strength to plunge downwards. Boom. Waves surged violently across the surface of the sea, and a mushroom cloud began to rise slowly. Gulp. The timid Keelan swallowed hard, his eyes wide with fear as he beheld the ferocious onslaught. Trembling, he asked, Goku, this savage child is undoubtedly your son, isn't he? The relentless Barrage showed no mercy, recklessly aiming to bring destruction upon his foe. Such a state could only arise from a profound enmity. Goku, what has become of your son? The turtle hermit exclaimed in astonishment. I truly do not know, Goku replied. Though Wuyan is typically quite aloof, he has never exhibited such violent combat. Wukong found himself engulfed in a moment of bewilderment. The relentless barrage of attacks was lethal, exuding a ferocity that was both savage and violent. Although his body was infused with the energy of the turtle school, the true essence of combat had undoubtedly diverged. With a thunderous roar, the ocean erupted, and the battered Raditz collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. For reasons unknown, he suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Ha, ha. Indeed, indeed. What? I can sense the Saiyan blood within you igniting with fervor. It is this very passion that fuels your ferocity in battle. Who would have imagined that such a magnificent ancestral phenomenon would manifest in the lowly warrior Kakarot and the son of a mere earthling? The fervent power of your lineage propels you to become ever more formidable in the heat of combat. This planet is becoming increasingly intriguing. Aha. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback. A resurgence of ancestral bloodlines? Indeed, during the battle, the fervor within him surged, and the murderous intent in his mind swelled uncontrollably. This phenomenon bore a resemblance to Gohan's inadvertent outburst in the original narrative. The reason he could maintain a clear mind was that he touched his right eye. Is it due to you, the Rinnegan? Chapter 7. Behold the power of the Rinnegan. Raditz clutched his painfully throbbing chest, his mind racing with thoughts. If this truly stems from the Earthlings, causing the Saiyan bloodline to revert to its ancestral state, then this could be the best opportunity for the Saiyans to reclaim their pinnacle. I must ascertain this. He cast a quick glance at Gohan. That lad must be Kakarot's second child. If he too experiences something extraordinary, then Earthlings would indeed be the finest breeding stock. However, glancing at Wuyan standing in his path, this fellow possesses immense strength, and in order to target that child, he must first be defeated. A fierce battle is unavoidable. He lightly tapped the battle power scouter at his ear. Regardless of the outcome, I must relay this intelligence to Vegeta and the others. Thus, I would have rendered a great service, allowing me to hold my head high in Vegeta's presence. Hey, what are you thinking? Wuyan bellowed. his feet striking the ground with tremendous force, fissures stretching out in straight lines beneath him as he shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Speed? It appeared to have diminished considerably. Raditz suddenly realized that he could actually see Wuyan's form. How fortunate! He secretly rejoiced. His pupils narrowing as Wuyan abruptly materialized before him. Here! Raditz shouted excitedly, his fists brimming with frenzied power, swinging them with fervor. However, his body stumbled, and all his strength poured futilely into the ground. Boom! Explosive flames erupted. What? Was that merely an afterimage? Raditz exclaimed in terror. How foolish. To be ensnared by such a trivial trick. Wuyan suddenly appeared ahead, an immense energy buzzing in his fist as he launched a furious strike toward Raditz's face. Bang! A powerful punch sent Raditz flying, an imprint of the fist appearing on his flushed visage, his nose crooked and blood gushing forth. Damn it. The super speed created an afterimage, deceiving my eyes. How despicable. Whoosh. As Raditz was sent reeling, Wuyan's figure emerged behind him, flying in parallel. It was merely his own foolishness, failing to perceive even such a ruse. It seems you only know how to wield brute force, a quintessential muscle-bound simpleton. How infuriating. To think you would look down upon me. Raditz's face flushed crimson with rage, and he abruptly retaliated with an elbow strike. Bang! With a light touch. Wuyan effortlessly caught Raditz, enveloping him in astonishment. Ha! He exclaimed, drawing strength from his waist, propelling himself upward like a spiraling tempest, ascending to the heavens. At the peak, he plummeted like a shooting star. Whoosh! The friction with the atmosphere ignited an endless blaze, causing Wuyan's body to glow a fierce crimson. Ah! Raditz cried out in despair, his body erupting with a scarlet aura. Yet, his very bones were utterly immobilized, rendering him incapable of unleashing even the slightest fragment of power. There was no escape from Wuyan's grasp. Ah! Gazing downwards, Wuyan suddenly released his hold and exerted a forceful push. Boom! Raditz crashed headfirst into the ground, his head and nearly half of his body buried deep within the earth. Only his reddish-brown tail and 2 legs remained thrashing about above the surface. A turnip? Gohan exclaimed loudly. Wukong was utterly astonished. Although he had speculated about Wuyan's prowess, he never anticipated that this formidable adversary could be so thoroughly vanquished. Furthermore, he had yet to employ the unique abilities of the Rinnegan. Could it be that, merely through his own aura, he had completely left his opponent in the dust? A sudden wave of defeat washed over Wukong's heart. Wukong? Is this truly your child? So powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. Kuririn trembled with excitement, feeling as though the end of the world was imminent upon sensing Raditz's vast, oceanic aura. Yet, he was taken aback to see Raditz in such a pitiful state at the hands of Wuyan. That child was merely 4 years old. Who could foresee the remarkable achievements he would attain in the future? Boom. The ground began to tremble violently as an immense surge of energy erupted forth, fissures sprawling chaotically. Resembling a dense spider's web, suddenly magma surged from the earth, pouring into the sea, which bubbled as if it were boiling. Gurgling sounds echoed continuously. Puff. Raditz spiraled down, landing firmly on the ground, panting as he gazed at Wuyan. Goodness. How could this be? His crimson eyes were bloodshot, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and a flicker of fear ignited within his hollow heart. All of this sent a chill down Raditz's spine. He looked at his own hands, while before him stood Wuyan, proud and majestic like a war deity. Faced with this individual, he felt an unthinkable urge to flee. This was absolutely inconceivable. He roared hysterically. I am a proud Saiyan, a powerful being that roams the universe with impunity. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere 4-year-old child? Wuyan smiled faintly, with a contemptuous sneer, declaring, You are not my match at all. Merely a brutish figure with a large head and thick neck. Hee hee. Raditz gradually bent forward, his long, explosive hair obscuring his visage. Yet from the chilling laughter, one could envision the shadowy expression upon his face. The outcome remains undetermined. Do not utter such foolish boasts. I do not believe that your feeble body can withstand this high-frequency energy output for much longer. Humph. Wuyan gently lifted the thick bangs, and the violet reincarnation eyes instantly radiated an enchanting glow. Raditz suddenly felt as though his heart had been struck by a powerful blow. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to congeal. A hint of illusion began to appear in his gaze, as rippling waves gradually materialized. Those eyes were undeniably not of the pure Saiyan lineage. Who are you truly? Raditz was on the verge of hysteria. Did you not claim that my power could not endure? Now, allow me to unveil the formidable strength of the reincarnation eye, and show you what true might truly is. Wuyan, akin to a great rock, gradually unfurled his arms, and the ground beneath him swirled with vortices. He slowly ascended into the sky, his form radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun's embrace. Divine Law of Heaven's Judgment. Chapter 8. Divine Law of Heaven's Judgment. The celestial voice, reminiscent of a deity's decree, erupted from his lips, and an ethereal white light instantaneously enveloped the surroundings, swiftly eclipsing the golden rays of sunlight. Transparent ripples suddenly emerged, interspersed with strands of pure black, exploding in an instant. Boom. A ferocious shockwave surged downward, creating a deep chasm several meters in diameter in the vast ocean. Alas, Raditz shrieked in agony as the boundless force roiled chaotically, akin to a relentless meat grinder. What a vile and enigmatic technique is this? His visage began to contort, and countless bruises marred his chest, resembling the crisscrossing marks of a whip. No, the transparent waves were utterly indefensible, continuously battering his body from every angle. His arms recoiled, and the sinewy muscles rippled with surging energy like an unstoppable torrent. Yet alas, in an instant, all of Raditz's defenses crumbled, and the frenzied force, akin to a Category 9 tempest, swept him off the ground, violently propelling him into the air before he crashed heavily into the ocean. This is dire. Wukong! Piccolo shouted. Gohan stood there, utterly stunned and bewildered. Gohan, quickly, move away from there. The power within you is more than sufficient to liberate you from the shackles of the storm. With a resounding shout, Wukong called out. However, Gohan trembled incessantly, dazedly forgetting to evade the impending danger. How infuriating. At this moment, he had no time to react. To everyone's astonishment, Piccolo unexpectedly reached out, enveloping Gohan in his embrace, and was instantly propelled backward. How infuriating. It was intolerable to be thrust into peril because of this boy. Son Wukong, you shall repay me dearly for this. Alas, Piccolo was still a moment too late. The formidable force of the super divine retribution shattered his right arm upon mere contact. His face turned ashen, and he let out a piercing scream. The howling energy finally subsided, leaving behind a colossal pit several hundred meters deep where the turtle hermit's house once stood, as boundless seawater rushed in, swiftly filling the void. Wuyan floated gently in the air, arms crossed, his gaze as tranquil as a still well, utilizing his breath to activate the Rinnegan. The power he acquired proved to be astonishingly formidable. However, much like pain, it seemed that my Shinra Tensei had also entered a period of cooldown. Cough, cough. Nearby, on a small island, Goku and Master Roshi emerged from the water in a disheveled state. Master Roshi, filled with terror, exclaimed, "What a terrifying force this is. Goku, your son has already far surpassed you." Wukong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. I had always believed that Wuyan's Rinnegan could only be utilized within a limited range. Yet I never anticipated it could unleash such a cataclysmic explosion. That child had been holding back during our battle. Wow. Nearby, Raditz, pale as a ghost, struggled to rise from a floating fragment of debris, his chest resembling a raw, gaping wound from a brutal knife thrust. He gasped for breath, clearly having sustained immense damage from the recent Shinra Tensei. With a sharp motion, Piccolo, his right hand dripping with blood, hurled Gohan forcefully to the ground. "It is because of you, you wretched fool, that I have lost an arm. You possess incredible power within you. Why do you stand there like a fool?" Upon hearing this rebuke, Gohan burst into tears. Wukong, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for words, for Piccolo had saved Gohan's life. "TCH, you insolent brat." In his eyes, Wuyan brimmed with mockery as he gazed at Raditz, exclaiming, "You are still alive, astonishingly managing to escape the vast devastation of the divine punishment. You possess some skill, indeed. However, this is where it ends." Coughing, Raditz attempted to retort, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body caused him to spit out another mouthful of blood. He staggered unsteadily on the ground, having narrowly evaded death, yet already at the brink of exhaustion. You. Universal attraction. The resonant voice of Wuyan fell abruptly like a bell, rippling waves of transparency swirling in the void. With a thunderous boom, the fragmentary island trembled. What is this? What peculiar technique is this? Raditz's worldview was thoroughly shattered. On Earth, he seemed to witness an entirely different energy system. The intricate maneuvers rendered him exceedingly passive. He was unable to unleash even a fraction of his own power. In an instant, the mud and sand on the ground morphed into sharp spikes, clustering together and suddenly sprouting in Raditz's terrified gaze. In a flurry, countless wounds erupted across his body, as if he had plunged into a thicket of thorns, leaving him resembling a porcupine. Blood gushed forth, and Raditz's breath plummeted, a hint of feeble light flickering in his darkened pupils. How could this be possible? Beside him, Goku was equally astonished. What? That gravitational force can be wielded in such a manner? Master Roshi remarked in wonder. What? Wuyan's eyes, which he referred to as the reincarnation eye, possessed the potential to manipulate both gravity and repulsion. I never imagined that one could solidify the ground into stone spikes for an offensive through the control of gravity. This sudden attack was utterly inescapable. The manipulation of gravity and repulsion. Could that child be the reincarnation of a divine being? Master Roshi murmured to himself. Piccolo, feeling disheartened, thought, "It seems I am the one in that position." Wuyan gently released his grip, and the crystallized stone spikes gradually disintegrated. Raditz staggered, managing to support himself with his hands against the ground. The gory wounds revealed his small and large intestines in gruesome detail. "What?" exclaimed the incredulous Kyuan. "This is impossible. How can one still move after sustaining such injuries?" Raditz, his lips stained with blood, retorted with derision, "Ignorant fool. I, a Saiyan, am a true warrior race. No matter the circumstances, I shall never relinquish my fighting spirit. Indeed, I grow stronger with each battle. The countless wounds I have suffered will only amplify my power. The surging bloodlust within me ignites a fervor that cannot be contained." With the poise of a gentleman, he let his arms fall slightly, then swiftly spread his hands apart. Pulsing with fierce energy, the veins on his arms throbbed with vigor. As crimson and black energy began to coalesce in his palms, unleashing a formidable wave of power. Destruction Fist, he proclaimed, bringing his hands together. A thick, scarlet energy surged upward, as if warping the very fabric of space, enveloping Wuyan in an instant. It was a futile endeavor. In a whisper, Wuyan proclaimed, indeed. You are unaware. My Rinnegan possesses formidable mobility. A desperate gamble to unleash all my power will ultimately expose your vulnerabilities to me. Heavenly Hand Power. Embarking on a new literary journey. Previous work, Dragon Ball, The Unmatched World, comprising 250,000 words. Chapter 9. Rinnegan. Extracting Memories. Heavenly Hand Power. Whoosh. In an instant. Wuyan exchanged positions with the stone behind Raditz, extending his right hand to delicately form a seal, as azure energy materialized within his palm. Kamehameha. Ha! With a thunderous roar, Wuyan unleashed his power, only to witness Raditz mechanically turning around, swiftly engulfed by a torrent of frenzied energy. That boundless energy instantaneously consumed him, as nanoscale assaults wreaked havoc upon his very cells. Moments later, the cerulean energy dissipated entirely, and the world fell back into silence, leaving Raditz's battered form crashing to the ground with a thud. Though his eyes remained open, the once vibrant gray orbs now held no spark of life. Humph! Wuyan let out a haughty snort, descending to the earth as well. A group of onlookers, merely exclaiming in admiration, quickly gathered around. Wuyan, who would have thought you possessed such formidable strength? Where did that pair of Rinnegan originate from? It appears absent from the annals of Earth's history. Does it herald calamity or fortune, emerging from nothingness? Master Roshi seemed to be fretting unnecessarily. Cough, cough. To everyone's astonishment, Raditz's heart still faintly pulsed, as fragments of tissue spewed from his mouth, writhing upon the ground. You think you've triumphed, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. The combat power gauge upon my eyes is also a high-frequency transmitter, capable of relaying everything occurring here to my two comrades. They are true elite warriors. Terrifying beings whose power exceeds 10,000. They shall avenge me, and send you all to the depths of hell. Haha, I shall await you, eagerly anticipating your arrival. Wukong suddenly trembled, exclaiming, Kin? Saiyan. Humph, he is the prince of the Saiyans, the most likely candidate to become a Super Saiyan. There was a hint of pride in Raditz's tone. But that does not include you. What are you so pleased about? Furthermore, do you truly believe that those Saiyans would make a personal journey for a weakling who was slain by a mere earthling? Wuyan disdainfully remarked. You seem to possess considerable knowledge about us. Indeed, I am but an inconsequential presence among the three of us. The likes of Vegeta, who views the weak as burdens, would never deign to appear. Yet, the hybrid offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings possesses such terrifying combat prowess. This alone is sufficient to entice Vegeta to make an appearance. That fellow is the prince of the Saiyans, after all. Moreover, your formidable right eye, with that peculiar ability known as eye power, holds a fatal allure. Just 1 year, only 1 year, and your doomsday shall arrive. With that proclamation, Raditz succumbed to his fate, breathing his last before the onlookers. After hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Could it be true that even stronger foes would descend upon them in a year's time? How infuriating. Nearly 5 years after vanquishing the Demon King Piccolo, Earth was on the brink of chaos once more. Krillin shouted in exasperation. What is there to fear? When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall shield ourselves. A year remains, and I am determined to elevate my power to unprecedented heights. What are Saiyans but mere chickens and dogs? Wuyan scoffed. Wuyan, do not underestimate the situation. Given Raditz's unwavering confidence, it stands to reason that the two enemies approaching are formidable adversaries. We must deliberate this matter carefully. Wukong felt a tinge of frustration. He was devoid of any intelligence and lacked a clear target for his efforts. Father, do you only know how to surpass the foes ahead? Wuyan retorted, adding that it was not entirely true that there was no information at all. Wuyan gazed blankly into the void, and Wukong, perplexed, inquired, What are you staring at? The soul. Wuyan ascended with a serene demeanor, his delicate right hand gently resting upon Raditz's crown. Fortunately, the life had only just slipped away, and the soul had yet to embark on its journey to the underworld. You claim you will await me in hell, but such notions are fanciful. I shall extract your essence with my Rinnegan, ensuring your complete obliteration from the cosmos. The path of humanity. Wuyan murmured softly, as a peculiar wave emanated from the reincarnation eye. To Wukong's astonishment, a viscous purple liquid began to surge forth from Raditz's crown. His hollow eyes and gaping mouth resembled the phantoms depicted in films. In an instant, a torrent of profound information flooded Wuyan's mind. He smiled gently. At last, he had acquired it. This was the crux of Wuyan's endeavor. To traverse the cosmos, one must possess knowledge of the star maps, otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. That boundless expanse could utterly consume one. Gaining access to the knowledge of the universe contained within Raditz's mind was of paramount importance. As for the Saiyans, they were merely a secondary consideration. Vegeta. Nappa. What? Wukong exclaimed in surprise. The names of those two Saiyans, they are likely to arrive in about a year. Vegeta's combat power is estimated to be around 20,000, while Nappa's is approximately 5,000. Combat power? Indeed. Wuyan somewhat desisted, removing the emerald green power level detector from Radit's lifeless form. The combat prowess of an adult earthling wielding a firearm measures at a mere 5. How about you, father? Excitedly, Wukong inquired, feeling a surge of exhilaration akin to the thrill of the hunt. Beep. A sudden flurry of data ensued, culminating in the final number, 502. Hey, little ghost. What about me? Piccolo feigned arrogance, yet his eyes revealed an unmistakable yearning. 495. Haha. With a resounding voice, Wukong exclaimed, Did you hear that, Piccolo? The results of data analysis indicate that I surpass you. How tedious. That information is undoubtedly inaccurate, and the mere difference of a single earthling can be entirely disregarded. The facts stand before us, and you cannot refute them. Sun Wukong, taking advantage of this point, relentlessly berated Piccolo. What a bore. A year from now, the Saiyans will return, and during this time, I shall diligently enhance my training. Until we meet again. With that, he transformed into a radiant beam of light and vanished from sight. Wukong joyfully exclaimed, Wuyan, let us return to Steam Bun Mountain and continue our cultivation together. Father shall undoubtedly surpass you in no time. No. Wuyan directly refuted. This year, I intend to wander the world, enhancing my strength in the process. Father, we shall meet again in a year. However, before that, I need your assistance. At this moment, Wuyan finally shed his haughty demeanor. Could you possibly request a leave of absence from Mother on my behalf? She will undoubtedly scold me if she learns of my intention to cultivate. A new journey begins, seeking attention, seeking collections. Chapter 10, Strength and Ambition in Disparity. Father, please ask for leave for both Mother and me. If I express my desire to venture out for cultivation, she will surely be furious. Wukong's face immediately reflected terror. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Mother will certainly believe it was my suggestion, and that cannot happen. It's fine. After all, Father can endure the consequences. It's settled then. Wuyan gradually ascended, thus selling Wukong out. Upon witnessing this, Wukong suddenly lunged upwards, but ultimately found himself clutching nothing more than a mere branch. How contemptible it is to wield the power of the heavenly hand against my father. I shall ensure that you pay dearly for this transgression. Wukong was seething with rage. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against the current Wu Yuan. What to do? Finally, Xian Yuqian spoke. How could I possibly know what to do? Wukong's gaze, tinged with a hint of farewell, gradually shifted towards Gohan. Suddenly, Gohan felt a jolt run through his entire being, hastily shaking his head. This request was something he could never acquiesce to, lest he find himself, perhaps thrown into a river, bruised and battered, or worse, buried alive. Still gasping for breath, it was even conceivable that he might be sold to a dark mine by a mother clad in a black bodysuit. Condemned to a life of solitude and despair, Master Roshi inquired, Goku, what are your plans next? I intend to visit Tianjin and learn the dance of the wind. Otherwise, facing Wuyan again would be exceedingly disadvantageous. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Master Roshi sighed deeply, that child. The Saiyan was lured here by the Eye of Rebirth, wielding unfamiliar powers. Will this attract calamity? All he could do was silently pray for him. Pretending to be a wise sage, he slowly turned around, only to be rendered speechless, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Me? My turtle house? How dare it be reduced to mere fragments in the super divine technique? Where shall I find a place to sleep now? However, Kiririn felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. It was not until he heard frantic shouts from the sea, Hey, help, quickly save me. I'm about to freeze to death, that he suddenly remembered, Bulma. Wuyan leisurely soared through the sky, observing the bustling world below, people mingling, laughing, and playing. Towering skyscrapers stood tall, a magnificent array. The streets teemed with traffic in a ceaseless flow. The intricate overpasses formed a stunning tapestry, resembling a celestial knot. Since his rebirth, he had yet to truly explore this vibrant realm. His mother consistently confined him to the confines of Baozi Mountain, denying him the freedom to venture out. As he descended to the ground, he held robust skewers in both hands, the iron skewers threatening to draw blood. Since his rebirth, he had never experienced such comfort. Gazing at the thriving world, his neck nearly twisted with excitement. As for financial matters, a simple conversation with the local ruffians would suffice. He visited nearly every entertainment venue, arcades, cinemas, bars, seeking amusement. The next day, he strolled out of a bathing center, his steps unrecognizable to those around him, for this place indeed held secrets. Regrettably, he felt a yearning that surpassed his physical capabilities. Despite being a Saiyan, imbued with explosive strength, he could not hasten the growth of his little companion. It was time to refocus. To genuinely hone his skills, he needed to seek out a seasoned master. On Earth, the only one who could match him was Piccolo. With a swift motion, Wuyan activated his Rinnegan's repulsive force and transformed into a luminous streak, ascending towards the northern heights of Yunzabit. Perhaps due to the descent of the celestial vessel, Piccolo had been concealed in the northern expanse, honing his skills since being defeated by Goku. This region, the northernmost part of Earth, experienced stark temperature variations, its perpetual cold rendering the world frozen in time. Yet, due to Piccolo's presence, the ozone layer had dissipated, making this area one of the most intense in ultraviolet radiation. Only such a harsh environment could truly forge one's abilities. Gazing over the endless frozen terrain, Wuyan mused. To the northwest, perhaps? Oh, the aura is still erupting? It seems my displayed power is quite difficult to accept. Piccolo's voice resonated deeply, emanating white ripples around him, a manifestation of concentrated energy. His arms stretched wide like a great rock, causing the ground to tremble, and the world descended into chaos. With a resounding crash, the millennia-old frozen ice shattered into fragments, melting into the icy ocean below. Piccolo gasped heavily, sweat cascading down like a river. Using his energy to shatter the harsh conditions from dozens of meters away, especially against millennia-old permafrost, was no small feat. His eyes flickered with determination. No. Relying solely on this will never allow me to surpass Goku's son. That figure. Piccolo clenched his fists, recalling the formidable Raditz, who had been utterly powerless against him. The enigmatic Rinnegan could even absorb a person's very soul. Such terror. Hey, Uncle Piccolo. Upon hearing the voice, Piccolo furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of discomfort. He didn't recall having any relatives. Yet, when he looked up, he found that insufferable child, stirring a tempest within him. Coldly, he replied, "What brings you here?" "You are not welcome. I've come to train with you," Wuyan stated plainly. "Train? I see you are merely here to mock me. Goku's son, so powerful. Humiliating me with the guise of a victor?" Piccolo scoffed. "You know full well that I mean no such thing. As the Dark King from 3 centuries past, you possess vast combat experience, something I lack. Your power may not be sufficient, yet training with me could bridge that gap." Humph. Piccolo lowered his gaze slightly. Green palms aglow with a razor-sharp energy, the air vibrating with intensity. Suddenly, a searing golden light erupted, akin to a blade of energy, its sharp essence radiating outward, etching deep gashes across the frozen surface. "I'll make you train." He surged towards Wuyan like a gust of wind, palm raised, thrusting forward with ferocity. The clash of metal reverberated as an immense repulsive force enveloped the area, the solidified energy blade disintegrating like tofu. With a powerful impact, Piccolo crashed into the ground, leaving a straight trail behind him. Can I assume we are beginning now? Chapter 11, The Transformation of Piccolo. Witnessing the sharp energy blade shatter like tofu, Piccolo found himself momentarily stunned. Was this the force he exhibited during his battle with Raditz? That extraordinary ability. Fate has indeed been kind to you. Shall I take it that you intend to commence our training? Wuyan feigned innocence, spreading his hands and softly uttering, "Drink." However, Piccolo remained unfazed, lightly tapping a single foot, twisting his waist with force, and charging straight towards Wuyan once more. The fierce energy coalesced around his fist, and at the moment of proximity, he suddenly transformed his punch into an open palm. Bang! 2 muffled grunts echoed as Wuyan swiftly gestured, absorbing the overwhelming force entirely. With a sudden bend of his knee, he propelled himself upward. Boom! The impact struck Piccolo's abdomen with tremendous force. His back arched sharply, and rippling waves of white energy erupted into the air. Wow! Piccolo staggered backward, ultimately crouching on the ground and beginning to retch. Fortunately, Wuyan refrained from pursuing further. His training was solely aimed at acquiring combat experience from Piccolo. He held a genuine admiration for this decisive warrior. Although outwardly opposed to Sun Wukong, it was Piccolo who, at the most critical moment during the Shinran's celestial descent, had rescued Son Gohan. Zzz. Slowly, Piccolo brought his 2 fingers together upon his forehead as golden currents of electricity began to swirl incessantly. Special beam cannon. The spiraling, formidable energy surged forth from his hand, the golden energy howling as it tore through the frozen ground beneath. The world trembled with a resonating hum. Wuyan let out a cold laugh. "Since you are aware that I can wield repulsive force, why engage in these futile attacks? Is there not even a semblance of feigned assault?" Humph. Piccolo spat out a mouthful of purple-clotted blood, disdainfully sneering. His gaze fixed upon the golden radiance. And in the instant it approached Wuyan, he abruptly raised his hand. The demon convergence light cannon astonishingly split into 2 streams in an instant, launching a flanking assault on Wuyan. The 2 surging energies created a precise 10-second interval. During the battle with Raditz, you repeatedly employed that repulsive force, yet not once within a span of 5 seconds. I am convinced that even with that peculiar eye, you cannot sustain such manipulation of spatial energy for long. I conservatively estimate your limit to be within 10 seconds. This time, will you not fall victim? Wuyan was momentarily taken aback. Merely observing my battle with Raditz from the shadows, he was able to infer some of the abilities of the Rinnegan. Even in a position of complete disadvantage, he maintained such a clear and astute mind. Piccolo, you truly are formidable. Despite his combat power being inferior to Wuyan's, he felt a genuine admiration for Piccolo. Boom, boom. 2 explosions erupted on the ground in rapid succession, giving rise to a mushroom cloud, plunging the world into chaos and clamor. Amidst the smoke, a silhouette suddenly charged forth, moving with such speed that it appeared as a series of glimmering blades. A heavy punch struck with ferocity. Bang, bang. Muffled groans echoed through the sky as white ripples continuously spread, shattering the millennia-old frozen earth. The entire sky seemed to transform into the grand stage of battle. The reincarnation eye of Wuyan flickers, continuously recording the attacks of Piccolo. As the supreme ocular technique within the Naruto universe, the essence of its inscription is effortlessly achievable. With merely a glance, one can entirely replicate the devastating magic cannon of light. In the depths of his heart, Wuyan was continually struck by the realization that every strike from Piccolo targeted his vital points. Yet, these critical locations within the human body are remarkably dispersed, and Piccolo executed his attacks with such fluidity and grace. This was undeniably a testament to his exceptional combat experience, starkly contrasting with Wuyuan's brute force approach. Time passed inexorably within the confines of their battle. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Bang! 2 ethereal lights collided incessantly in the sky, shattering the ground beneath them. Fragments of ice were drawn into the air, and under the force of their clash, they burst apart instantaneously. After a considerable duration, tranquility returned. Who? Piccolo lay on the ground, gazing up at the heavens, breathing heavily. Approaching him was Wuyan, delicately holding a crystalline lotus in his hand. Uncle Piccolo, you are indeed correct. At the peak of the Yunzabider Highlands, there exists an ancient jade palace left by predecessors. A lofty huabia stands tall, adorned with a chuluo plate, which nurtures the pure dew that has fostered the growth of the pristine jade palace snow lotus below, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to the fullest. It significantly aids in our recovery. Wuyan ignited a fire on the ground, employing the skills nestled within Ratai's mind to commence his culinary endeavors. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Piccolo cast a fleeting glance, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, and he let out a soft snort, expressing, "This sensation seems rather agreeable. Is this what Son Goku and his companions experience in their daily lives?" After their meal, the two reclined on the ground, patting their well-rounded bellies in contentment. Suddenly, Wuyan spoke. "Uncle Piccolo, I have been training for 3 months now, and continuing any longer will not significantly enhance my combat abilities. I plan to move on to the next destination. Are you leaving already?" Piccolo murmured, and for some inexplicable reason, the once ruthless King Piccolo, who had roamed the world without a shred of kindness, felt a twinge of sorrow within him. "Indeed, during this time, my combat strength has improved markedly. But soon you will have acquired all my battle experience. From then on, I would only be a burden to you." Piccolo rose to his feet. "You are a unique individual. You are the first to actively engage with me and forge a friendship. For that, I owe you my gratitude." A faint blush adorned his cheeks, revealing his bashfulness in uttering such words. "Fear not, Uncle Piccolo. I shall return to seek you out. This is not a farewell. I promise to bring you excellent training equipment, ensuring you do not fall too far behind my father." Piccolo smiled gently. "So, where do you intend to go next?" "To seek the god of the heavens." "The god of the heavens?" "Humph." Piccolo's eyes reflected clear disdain. "What a joke. In the past, King Piccolo shared a common ideology with the old god. He entrusted everything to me. His experiences are entirely in sync with mine. What he can impart to you is merely the wealth of knowledge acquired during the era of the gods, yet your combat prowess has long surpassed his. Such trivialities are hardly worth your time. Are you trying to keep me from leaving?" Wuyan raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "Nonsense. How could I ever entertain such thoughts? It is merely a suggestion." Piccolo hastily concealed his unusual expression and retorted loudly, "Rest assured, I am merely seeking a more powerful individual through the god of the heavens. I shall not linger in the divine realm for long. Who cares about you?" Piccolo replied, feigning indifference. "By the way, you have already mastered the flight technique for me. Although the reincarnation eye is formidable, it is still less convenient for flight than the flight technique. Do not take any unnecessary detours in the future. Understood?" Wuyan nodded gravely. "Farewell, Uncle Piccolo. A new journey begins." Chapter 12. The True Test of Master Karen. Wuyan soared into the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that Piccolo would exhibit such a reluctant expression. It seemed the recent endeavors had yielded quite favorable results. Aha! In an instant, a white ethereal glow emerged, slicing the azure sky and fluffy clouds in two. Wuyan moved with remarkable speed, reaching the western rainforest in just a few minutes, where a civilization reminiscent of the Maya thrived. Among the landscape, a towering stone edifice, entirely fashioned from marble, soared skyward, extending straight into the clouds. Beside it, luxurious white jade intricately carved with delicate patterns caught Wuyan's gaze, seemingly showcasing the illustrious achievements of generations of celestial beings. The stone carvings displayed here were indeed a testament to extravagant architecture. Boom! Wuyan lightly placed his feet, a breath spiraling beneath him, suddenly propelling him skyward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The scenery around him continuously shifted, and Wuyan believed his speed of flight was already impressive. Yet 1 minute, 10 minutes, and after an hour of relentless soaring, he still had not glimpsed the pinnacle of the tower. Wuyan found himself perplexed by his own pace. He should have long surpassed the diameter of the Earth. Could it be that the height of Kalinta had transcended the planet entirely? This seemed implausible. Even the divine realm resided within the Earth's atmosphere. Could it be attributed to the nature of space itself? Yet, how could the deities dwelling on Earth possibly manipulate such an extensive distortion of space? Wuyan was perplexed. Before long, the air began to grow increasingly thin, and the speed of flight gradually diminished. Time accelerated, an hour passed, then 2. Despite such an extensive journey, the edge remained elusive. Could it be that the altitude of this Kalinta was truly astonishing? After yet another hour, the reincarnation eye seemed to perceive a peculiar glimmer. And just as Wuyan was filled with curiosity, a tiny black dot slowly emerged. Wuyan exhaled a breath of stagnant air. At last, "I have reached the pinnacle of the tower." He gracefully leaped into the center, where he was met by a plump white cat. Standing upright and wielding a wooden staff that towered over him by at least twofold. The scene was somewhat incongruous. The white cat spoke. I am called Carlin, a sage of this earth. I am well aware of your intentions for being here, yet meeting the celestial deity is no simple task. You must first undergo my trial. A trial? Is it to capture you? Wuyan inquired, perplexed. Carlin, with narrowed eyes, conveyed a flicker of astonishment, but ultimately shook his head. Your power far exceeds mine, rendering that notion utterly futile. He paused momentarily. Would you like to attempt the divine water? It is an exceedingly perilous substance, imbued with deadly toxins. Should you fail to withstand its venom, you shall surely perish on the spot. However, if you endure, a significant portion of your latent potential will be unleashed in an instant. Your combat prowess will be greatly augmented. There was a hint of pride in Carlin's voice. For indeed, this was the most precious treasure of the Carlin Tower. What does your trial entail? Your psyche. Beneath the summit of the tower lies a portal to an alternate realm, akin to a world within a mirror. It has the capacity to fully awaken the malice residing within a person's heart. Only by passing this trial can you substantially enhance your chances of surviving the divine water. Do you wish to try? No. Wuyan firmly declined, unwilling to expose his secrets before others, particularly the reason for his arrival in this world. Very well. Carlin retrieved a dilapidated goosenecked flask from the remnants of a crumbling ruin. As he shook it, a series of faint, trickling sounds emerged from within. This contains the divine water. Have you contemplated your decision? If you cannot withstand its toxicity, there will be no escape, and no remedy shall save you. Understood. Wuyan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that there were no genuine methods, only nominal ones. His Rinnegan could sustain an alternative form of resurrection. Even the Dragon Balls possessed the capability to bring one back to life. Master Karen's perspective seemed somewhat one-sided. Moreover, as a proud Saiyan, Wuyan never entertained the notion of failing on the path to power. Gulp, gulp. He consumed several mouthfuls in quick succession. However, the viscous liquid lodged itself within his throat, and a searing sensation coursed through his abdomen, ultimately converging upon his heart. The agonizing pain surged forth in an instant. Ah! With a piercing cry, Wuyan collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony. Every cell in his body was engulfed in relentless torment, a sensation akin to a myriad of ants gnawing at his flesh, intertwining into a cruel tapestry of suffering reminiscent of slow dismemberment. It felt as though a sharp blade were incessantly slicing across his chest, gradually stripping away the flesh from his being. This agony, emanating from within, could only be resisted through the sheer force of his will. Ah! Ah! Waves of excruciating pain surged forth, threatening to shatter the remnants of his consciousness. Wuyan was acutely aware that the moment he succumbed to slumber, he would surely meet his demise without a trace. Creak, creak. His limp hands slowly clenched, leaving 10 bloody marks upon the marble floor as crimson streams surged forth from beneath his nails. 1 hour, 2 hours, he remained ensnared in agony. His one sharp voice now hoarse, nearly silent. How infuriating. His heart twisted in a relentless struggle. The dizziness and pain induced by lack of oxygen intertwined with a searing discomfort coursing through his body. A pool of sweat cascaded down rapidly. After an indeterminate span of time, Wuyan ultimately lost all strength. The solid obstruction lodged in his throat finally transforming into a warm flow that gently nourished his internal organs. This child, he truly persevered? Indeed. He is the son of Sun Wukong. I had presumed that the one wielding that peculiar eye, imbued with soul power, was undoubtedly a malevolent fiend from the underworld. It appears my estimation was misguided. Though he may be proud and his methods ruthless, he retains a kind heart. Master Karen sighed softly. In truth, the super divine water is a lethal poison for those harboring malevolence within, which constitutes the true trial he spoke of. Only by overcoming this challenge can one hope to meet the celestial beings. Gradually, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from Wuyan, his combat prowess steadily rising. Sensing the comforting sensation, Wuyan succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, dear child, your strength will surge tremendously. It seems I have once again discovered a guardian for Earth. Aha! Master Karen chuckled softly, stroking his non-existent beard. A new journey begins. Please support and follow. Chapter 13, Unkindness. As night descended beneath the inverted, densely packed starry sky, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The biting cold made Wuyan shiver suddenly. Slowly, his tightly shut eyelashes fluttered, and his bright eyes gently opened. The purple reincarnation eye shimmered with an extraordinary icy brilliance. What is this? He exerted himself gently, rising to his feet, feeling the explosive power surging within him, and he exclaimed in astonishment. Congratulations! Master Karen, maintaining his benign smile, spoke in a melodious tone. You have passed my trial, and your strength has ascended remarkably. You have thoroughly scavenged all that I possess. You may now proceed to meet the celestial beings. Has he issued an eviction order? Wuyan felt a bit bewildered, but he quickly shook his head. There is still one thing that concerns me greatly. What? Wuyan began to pace atop the tower, amidst a heap of discarded refuse, where he finally stumbled upon a canister of celestial beans. At first glance, it was brimming with thousands of them. When Sun Wukong first ascended, there had been tens of thousands, but that rascally Aki Luobe had the audacity to treat them as mere candy, reducing their quantity to a mere tenth. The thought of this made Wuyan grit his teeth in frustration. The celestial beings, revered as miraculous artifacts capable of instantly healing all wounds, had been so carelessly squandered by one individual, compelling the Z warriors to treat them as precious treasures in their subsequent battles. Crunch. Wuyan placed the divine bean in his mouth, and in an instant, it transformed into a warm current that merged with his heart, revitalizing his previously hollow body. He clenched his fists and let out a thunderous roar, releasing a torrent of formidable energy that surged forth from within him. The tumultuous force shattered the ground beneath him, causing the entire tower's summit to tremble. What? This power? Master Karen shouted anxiously. Wuyan, quickly stop, or the Karen Tower will sustain damage. My apologies. I seem to have become a bit overzealous. Wuyan gently touched the back of his head, his face flushed with embarrassment, as it was his first experience with such matters. You rascal, he exclaimed, but then dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Master Karen, resembling a creature of extraordinary might, had already surpassed his father at the tender age of 4. After consuming the super divine water, all his accumulated power would erupt forth, heralding a significant escalation in his combat prowess. I can hardly fathom the heights you will ultimately reach, Master Karen remarked with a sense of wonder. At that moment, Wuyan furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something important, and inquired with an elevated tone, Master Karen, just how tall is the Karen Tower? Why did it take me so long to reach the end? Haha. Master Karen responded, clearly feeling a sense of pride. Did you not notice? What do you mean? You arrived at the Karen Tower at noon. If you truly flew for 6 hours, shouldn't it have been evening by the time you consumed the super divine water? You slept for 6 hours, yet upon waking, it was still merely nightfall. The flow of time is evidently amiss. Indeed, Wuyan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he had sensed some peculiar fluctuations in his Rinnegan. It turned out to be the abnormal flow of time. Carlin approached the edge and remarked, as for why this strange temporal flow occurs, I am uncertain myself, but this peculiar force is confined to merely a 1-meter radius around the Carlin Tower. Perhaps it is the work of previous deities. The power to influence time is truly astonishing. Well, I have nothing to offer you here. Once you ascend, do not forget to convey your greetings to the deities. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Carlin Sage. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Take this with you. Carlin Sage tossed a bell from his robe. I believe the deities are already aware of your impending arrival. However, without the scepter that connects the divine realm and the Carlin Tower, it is virtually impossible for you to ascend vertically. This bell, known as the wind chime of vitality, is unaffected by the winds. Regardless of how you move, it will always point straight towards the divine realm. I am confident this will be of assistance to you. Oh, Wuyan adapted a few times, and the bell revealed a pure golden hue, radiating a dazzling brilliance even amidst the night. Indeed, no matter where you ventured, the bell steadfastly pointed towards a singular direction in the heavens. Is there truly such a divine artifact? A glimmer of malice flickered in Wu Yuan's eyes. It appears that Kalinkta is a hidden dragon among tigers. Instantly, Kaling Xianren felt a twinge of unease. It is merely a simple application of gravity. For a celestial being, it requires no effort at all. There is nothing here suitable for you. Ascend quickly. He chuckled slyly. Wu Yuan chuckled softly as he retrieved a pouch from within his robe, filling it to the brim with celestial beans. Feeling the weight of the bag, a smile finally graced his lips before he vanished with a whoosh. I misspoke. This fellow is indeed markedly different from Yukon. He lacks integrity. The howling wind swirled around him as Wu Yuan followed the bell's guidance and soared through the air. Soon, a profound darkness appeared in the sky, coalescing into a suffocating presence. Hiss! Azure lightning flickered within, surging violently the moment Wu Yuan entered its domain. Crack! The bolts of lightning morphed into a fierce dragon snake, striking towards Wu Yuan with ferocity. Hiss! A dark spot suddenly appeared on his arm, causing his body to falter ever so slightly, an intense tingling coursing through him. Damn it! That stings quite a bit. Whoosh! He darted through the electrified tempest like a nimble monkey, weaving up and down, left and right, as fluidly as water, deftly evading the onslaught of lightning. Hiss! Suddenly, to Wu Yuan's astonishment, the thunderous bolts intertwined in the air, forming the fearsome head of a dragon, its body composed of overwhelming energy. All the lightning had come together to create a magnificent thunder dragon. Bolts of lightning floated nearby, distorting the very fabric of space. What in the world is that? Wuyan's pupils constricted as he realized that the lightning beneath the divine realm had developed a consciousness of its own, capable of manifesting such a formidable thunder dragon, autonomously expelling those who dared to invade the divine domain. A primal roar erupted from his lips, and a flicker of madness danced in the brilliant eyes of the thunder dragon. It then lunged fiercely toward Wuyan. Chapter 14, The Divine's Entrustment. Merely a gathering of foolish lightning. Do you truly believe you can vanquish me with such feeble power? Your arrogance is rather excessive. Wuyan extended a single hand, gripping forcefully, as a sound akin to a bell resonated abruptly. The celestial attraction. Waves of white ripples intertwined incessantly within the world. ZZ. Thunder raged wildly in the sky, coalescing together due to the gravitational pull. Wuyan soared into the sky, his hand thrusting forward with unrestrained force. The wild electricity crackled rapidly in his grasp, unable to escape the pull of gravity. ZZ. Wuyan's diminutive arms exhibited an extraordinary might, effortlessly transforming the roaring thunder dragon into a tangled mass. How astonishing! Wuyan exhaled sharply, forcefully smashing the thunderball downwards like a volleyball. At that moment, all the ominous clouds dissipated, revealing a clear sky. The brilliant stars of the galaxy re-emerged before Wuyan's eyes. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, surging upwards with remarkable speed. Karen Ta. The immortal Karen gazed at the sky in a daze. With the appearance of such an intriguing individual in the world, one could only wonder how the deities would respond to him. The enigmatic reincarnation eye, could it be merely a rare occurrence? The power that entices the soul was wielded by a mortal from the realm of the living. What could be the reason behind this? He looked up, and suddenly a celestial beam fell into his mouth. Huh, what is that? His narrowed eyes widened instantly, and every hair on his body bristled with trepidation. The combined force of lightning, how could it possibly descend here? The bolt of lightning that Wuyan had cast away struck directly upon the head of the immortal Karen. Sizzle! Instantly, a whiff of burning wafted through the air, and his once pristine white hair turned pitch black. The immortal Karen stood in stunned silence for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Aha! Truly, justice from the heavens. Whoosh! A resplendent ethereal radiance suddenly surged into the sky, as a semicircular divine realm, spanning thousands of meters in diameter, floated before Wuyan. Intricate patterns and exquisite sculptures adorned its surface, exuding an air of grandeur amidst the interplay of red and white. As Wuyan ascended, he was greeted by a divine path formed by 8 towering trees, and in the near distance, a majestic temple loomed. The structure, reminiscent of the Baroque style, exuded a rustic charm interspersed with a hint of resounding elegance. A dark figure stood before Wuyan, and in the enveloping night, only a pair of luminous eyes and scarlet lips shimmered with brilliance. Clad in attire reminiscent of an Indian, he wore a red vest, white trousers, simple cloth shoes, and a traditional Arabic headpiece. Welcome. Upon hearing this voice, Wuyan expressed his astonishment. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Yet the individual before him displayed no hint of trepidation. A flicker of murderous intent quietly surfaced within him. Whoosh! The figure swiftly vanished, retreating to a distance of several dozen meters. Divine servant, Mr. Bobo? Esteemed guest, such probing is unnecessary. Bobo can sense the false murderous intent within you. False? You can perceive that? Bobo can discern your true intentions through the waves of your psyche, the shadowy figure, the divine servant Bobo gently articulated, his round eyes still devoid of any light. The psyche? Waves? The complexity of humanity lies within its heart, yet you can see through it? It is merely a subtle manipulation of essence. Your aura intertwines with the surrounding world. When you reveal your murderous intent, the trees around you remain utterly unperturbed. This alone suffices to deduce that all you have exposed is an illusion. You? Wuyan exclaimed, astonished. How does one acquire such an ability? It is merely a matter of accumulation. Bobo's combat prowess is far inferior to yours, thus intertwining one's essence with the world is relatively simpler. Moreover, this skill does not enhance one's combat strength. Your Rinnegan can ensnare others in illusions at any time, extracting everything from their hearts. In comparison, what Bobo does is undeniably superficial. That much is true. Wuyan mused, acknowledging the terrifying amplification of his combat strength afforded by the Rinnegan. Honored guest, the celestial being awaits you within. Please, follow me. The temple appeared rather diminutive, even smaller than Bulma's residence. However, the interior was a labyrinth and marvel, featuring even the enigmatic room of spirit and time, a haven where dragons lay hidden and tigers concealed. Esteemed guest, welcome to your arrival. As Wuyan stepped into the room, a hoarse voice echoed through the air. A figure emerged from the shadows, bearing green skin reminiscent of a standing slug. Every ounce of his aura was meticulously restrained, and his piercing gaze incessantly scrutinized Wuyan, starkly contrasting with Piccolo. Within him resided an essence that encompassed the grandeur of the universe. Celestial being, Wuyan softly exclaimed. From the moment of your inception, I have taken note of you. Those enigmatic eyes of yours have piqued my curiosity as your powers have gradually unveiled themselves. The mere mastery of gravitational and repulsive forces renders the title of divine eye utterly fitting. I remain perplexed by the existence of such an eye, one that disrupts the balance of the world so completely. Yet, I earnestly hope that you will wield it wisely, safeguarding this beautiful planet. That is indeed a given. Wuyan stomped his feet and pounded his chest, exclaiming loudly, the Rinnegan is merely a tool. I have never harbored intentions of destroying the earth. The deity nodded slightly, responding, esteemed guest, I have discerned your purpose. Your strength surpasses mine, and my so-called ultimate techniques are insignificant in your eyes. However, I possess the ability to communicate with the underworld, and I believe you intend to seek out Lord of the Realm through me. Am I correct? Wuyan did not conceal his thoughts and nodded gently, a sign of his candidness. The celestial being, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, I shall not decline your request. However, I hope you can acquiesce to one condition of mine. Consider it a matter of exchange. Noticing the pensive expression on Wuyan's face, the celestial being realized the misunderstanding and hastily clarified, esteemed guest, I harbor no intentions of coercion. Even if you refuse, I shall still escort you to the underworld. This matter, though arduous for me, is exceedingly simple for you. Wuyan pondered for a moment. Is this about Uncle Bick? The deity was astonished for a brief moment, then praised a flawless physique, coupled with unparalleled wisdom, and the remarkable Rinnegan. I am quite eager to see how far you can ultimately reach. Indeed, it pertains to Bic. The deity asserted decisively. 3 centuries ago, due to a fleeting thought, I unwittingly manifested the darkness within me, thereby unleashing a colossal fiend upon the earth. A scourge upon the world. My enduring desire has been to eradicate him entirely. Initially, my plan was to cultivate an even more formidable humanity to vanquish him. However, after encountering your father, Sun Wukong, I experienced a transformation. Perhaps I could directly redeem Bic, thus augmenting Earth's strength once more. And you are the sole individual capable of engaging him calmly, having coexisted for such an extended period. Remarkably, you even developed a sense of reluctance at the end. It astounds me. Bic merely inherited his father's malevolence, yet he has concealed himself in the heights of Yunzabite, utterly oblivious to the essence of evil. He is even unaware of the very concept of wickedness. Perhaps, if he were to experience the warmth of humanity, it could entirely reshape his twisted heart. This requires a catalyst, and perhaps only you can accomplish it. The deity gazed intently at Wuyan, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Only then can I be truly at ease. And in the future, entrust all my powers to him. Rest assured. Wuyan nodded gently, asserting that even without your prompting, I would undoubtedly proceed with this. Excellent. A radiant smile illuminated the deity's weathered visage. Now, I must fulfill my promise. Grasp my hand, and I shall take you to the netherworld. Remember, despite your formidable strength, you cannot defy the laws of King Yama. In that realm, his power is nearly absolute. Do not speak out of turn, understood? The deity's mind trembled in his recollection. Sun Wukong was a person of unfiltered candor. I hope Wuyan has not inherited that erratic trait. Whoosh. A flash of golden light flickered, and the two instantly vanished. The netherworld, contrary to the common perception of a grim and foreboding hell, was enveloped in a serene golden glow. Fluffy clouds floated in the air like cotton candy, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The gentle breeze wafted this aroma into the souls, instantly calming their tumultuous spirits. A long marble path meandered through the space. Boom. A cacophony echoed from the sky, and the figures of the deity and Wuyan materialized. Come, I shall take you to meet King Yama. If I bring a living human here without explanation, he could skin me alive. For some reason, Wuyan sensed that the deity was reluctant to meet the king of hell. The netherworld appeared quite prosperous, even maintaining certain laws from the mortal realm. For instance, souls were required to queue, ultimately veering right. A blue demon, adorned with horns and a shabby vest, brandished a megaphone, loudly proclaiming, "Attention! Ahead lies the chamber of King Yama, where your entire life will be judged, determining whether you descend to hell or ascend to heaven. Those destined for heaven need not rush. What is yours will not elude you. And those fated for hell should not harbor unrealistic hopes. In the netherworld, no matter how great your strength, you cannot escape the grasp of King Yama. Everyone must behave." Wuyan was left speechless, as there seemed to be an underlying threat in that statement. The celestial being remarked, "The king of hell is quite petty. One must understand that even the kindest souls, upon hearing a single word that contradicts their wishes, may find themselves cast into the depths of hell. Exercise utmost caution when in his presence." At the terminus of the divine path stood a palace crowned with a double-eaved roof, inconceivably diminutive compared to the grandeur of the Ming dynasty's forbidden city. The celestial being led Wuyan inside, where a colossal figure loomed over a massive wooden table. Clad in a blue suit with an unkempt beard, a sign of ongoing work was conspicuously displayed before him, exuding an air of authority. The celestial being approached stealthily, akin to a mouse confronting a cat, and addressed the imposing figure, "Esteemed King Yama, I am." Before he could finish, the giant slammed his palm upon the table. Who dares to cut in line? Moreover, who defies the orders of the Lord of the Realm by bringing a mortal to this place? State your name. I shall cast you into hell. And no. The celestial being hastily gestured in denial. "King Yama, I am the celestial being from Earth. I merely brought someone to meet the Lord of the Realm." The celestial being from Earth? King Yama mused, recalling that it had indeed been a while since they last met. Even though our relationship is cordial, that does not excuse your transgression against divine decrees. Furthermore, he is just a mere child. The Lord of the Realm? You jest. He would likely plummet into the snake path directly. The celestial being protested, "Do not be deceived by his youth. This child is the mightiest figure on Earth. He previously vanquished the formidable Saiyan Raditz. His achievements are sufficient to warrant an audience with the Lord of the Realm. I implore you to consider." The celestial being fidgeted nervously, while Wuyan swore he had never anticipated such a comical expression from the otherwise dignified celestial being. Upon successful completion, "I shall offer you this sum." The celestial being gestured with his fingers, indicating 5. King Yama appeared intrigued. 7. Deal. The celestial being declared with unwavering certainty. "Very well, Blue Ghost. Escort them to the snake path." Celestial being, you are surely aware of the rules. You must not set foot upon the snake path. Save for the child. I understand. Upon exiting King Yama's chamber, the celestial being exhaled in relief. This fellow is indeed difficult to deal with. I have heard the celestial being from Earth. King Yama's voice thundered down like a bell, causing the celestial being to experience a moment of ringing in his ears. My apologies. The celestial being immediately knelt, exclaiming loudly, Riding in a roaring sports car, the celestial being, Wuyan, and Blue Ghost sped along the winding road. Curious. Wuyan inquired, Heavenly Deity, what exactly are the 5 you mentioned? Are you aware of the situation where King Chu favored slender waists, leading to the starvation of many palace maidens? The Realm King enjoys those dark humor jokes, and even Yama must curry favor. Yet, he himself cannot leave the underworld. Relying solely on our filial piety, other planets remain uncivilized, significantly lagging behind Earth. Therefore, those things deemed worthless in our eyes hold great value in Yama's perspective. However, I too feign hardship daily, claiming I possess little. Ultimately, it is the steady flow that matters. Would you not agree? A glimmer of mischief flickered across the heavenly deity's face, reminiscent of a child's innocence. Oh, Wuyan exclaimed in sudden realization. So even the underworld has its bureaucrats. Chapter 16. Just a local simpleton. Upon hearing Wuyan's sarcasm, the heavenly deity merely rolled his eyes in annoyance. Nevertheless, he was not wronged. Such deceitful behaviors were indeed reminiscent of the officials from feudal times. Moments later, after a swift ride, they finally arrived at the serpent path. Before them loomed a colossal serpent's head, gaping wide with a cavernous maw. Its sharp teeth, with a mere brush, could easily strip away a layer of skin. Behind them, an endless series of winding paths disappeared into the golden clouds of auspiciousness. Blue Ghost explained, "This is the serpent path. It is the farthest we can reach. You must understand, it is absolutely forbidden for lower deities to meet the Realm King privately. The serpent path extends approximately 100,000 kilometers, beneath which lies the underworld. Should one fall, they would be doomed to reincarnate within. Well, good luck." The heavenly deity suddenly approached shyly, fidgeting with his hands, his demeanor rather unsavory. Having spent less than an hour with this individual, Wuyan found the once majestic image of the heavenly deity in his mind utterly shattered. "When you meet the Realm King, it would be best if you could mention my name, so I may also gain some face. Please." "All right, I understand." Observing the hopeful glimmer in the heavenly deity's eyes, Wuyan could only respond gently in agreement. "Okay." The heavenly deity, surprisingly modern, gestured an okay sign. With a roar, the engine ignited, and the two sped away into the distance. Whoosh! Wuyan transformed into a radiant beam of light, with white ripples suddenly radiating in all directions, instantly plunging into the auspicious clouds. However, Sun Wukong had traversed the serpentine path for a full 6 months, and even if he had mastered the art of flight, it was unlikely he would arrive in a short span of time. Wuyan had already prepared himself for this, yet as the monotonous passage of time slowly wore on, he found himself growing increasingly impatient. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, a month, each day passing at an astonishing speed as he soared through the skies, even employing spatial displacement techniques. Remarkably, after an entire month, he had yet to glimpse the border. Suddenly, it dawned on him why the Blue Ghost had said reportedly. Who could truly ascertain whether it was indeed 1,000,000 kilometers? Wuyan voraciously devoured the surrounding auspicious clouds, mumbling indistinctly, "How vexing. This tasteless substance fails to satiate my hunger. I find myself yearning for the fragrant rice my mother used to prepare, despite the occasional presence of a mouse droppings." Beneath the serpent path, hidden amongst the golden clouds, lay an infinite terror of lightning. These were the barriers of hell. A careless misstep could plunge one directly into the abyss. The howling lightning would obliterate the flesh into mere fragments. Wuyan embarked on his protracted journey once more. However, due to the incessant overexertion of his vital energy, he had, during this period, managed to accumulate a significant amount of it. One could say it was a modest gain. Time gradually flowed by, and after a full 2 days, a dark speck amidst the golden expanse was perfectly captured by Wuyan's keen gaze. Gazing at the auspicious clouds day in and day out had become rather tedious for him. It is no wonder that the solitary king of the northern realm had developed a fondness for such dry humor. Suddenly, a few delighted exclamations escaped his lips as Wuyan reached the terminus of the serpentine path. Looking skyward, a quaint celestial body floated there, its diminutive diameter allowing for a comprehensive view of all the edifices upon it. There was but a single domed house, a garage, and an antique automobile, the sputtering of its engine indicating that it had seen better days. With a determined leap, he was swiftly ensnared by the formidable gravity, plummeting directly onto the minuscule planet. A sudden wave of pressure enveloped his body, stretching his cells and tissues. Was this the sensation of tenfold gravity? Wuyan examined his surroundings, feeling a uniform pressure across his body, certainly an excellent training ground. As he gazed outward from the planet, all the golden auspicious clouds seemed to converge into a whirlpool, with boundless energy wildly converging upon King Kai's planet. Here, it felt as though one stood at the very center of the world. The sputtering, smoke-belching antique car soon completed its circuit, revealing a green insect, a brown monkey, and, occupying the driver's seat, a figure of azure hue. The insect-like creature sported 2 antennae atop its head, donned ancient round sunglasses of ebony, and wore an exceedingly unrefined robe emblazoned with a prominent character for realm in the center. This was the nominal ruler of the northern galaxy, King Kai, also the overlord of the underworld and of all respective planets. He exuded an air of ostentation, and his attire unmistakably proclaimed him to be a rustic bumpkin. A few dark lines appeared on Wuyan's forehead. The king of the realm murmured, perplexed. "Oh, it seems we have a visitor. Last time, it was. How long ago was it?" He suddenly raised his finger and with a resigned tone exclaimed, I can't remember when someone last visited. Ha! In an instant, the king of the realm's face flushed crimson, his demeanor shifting to a childlike glee. So how was that joke? I dare say I'm the king of jokes. He chuckled foolishly. Wuyan merely responded with a feigned smile. Humph. The king of the realm, evidently displeased, remarked, what a joyless fellow you are. I never imagined that after such a long time, the one to visit would be a blockhead. Hey, what brings you here? Wuyan thought to himself, so pragmatic. Clearly lacking the enthusiasm of before. Yet, he replied, my lord king, I have come to seek your guidance in martial arts. Come now. I am merely the king of jokes, not a martial artist. You should leave at once. The king of the realm abruptly began to dismiss him, his expression turning somewhat frosty. Do not be hasty, dear king. I can offer you my entire collection of jokes. Wuyan declared, there are dozens of volumes. He mused inwardly. They're worthless anyway. There are plenty on earth. What? The king of the realm was taken aback. That little ghost, Yin Wang, would only bring me 1 or 2 books each time, and that was ages ago. To think there is someone so generous. Tears began to flow as he exclaimed. To part with your entire collection must surely cause you pain. I am truly moved. Pain, indeed, a pain in the foot. Ha! With that, the king of the realm erupted into laughter once more. Wuyan found himself utterly perplexed by the enigmatic realm of his laughter, and could only respond slightly with a chuckle. Hee. All right. The king of the realm was suddenly flooded with visions of a promising future. However, for now, he decided to first acknowledge this generous individual. What a delightful child. The impression in his heart instantly soared by 100 points. Clearing his throat, the king remarked, in terms of martial arts, I can sense the explosive power within you, which even surpasses my own capabilities. Given your remarkable strength, what more do you wish to learn from me? The king of the realm raised an eyebrow, a hint of mystery in his smile as he continued. Or perhaps I should rephrase my inquiry. What is your wish? His gaze was unwavering, his eyes as clear as water, shimmering with a lively brilliance, as if he sought to unravel all the thoughts within Wuyan's mind. A wish? Wuyan murmured to himself, pondering the nature of his own desires. Who decreed that a time traveler must inevitably become the most formidable being in the entire world? Is there any system imposing rigid tasks upon him? Such an existence is exceedingly burdensome. Even in his absence, Sun Wukong could certainly navigate the Dragon Ball universe through countless crises. Since his inception, he has been steadfastly following his true self, driven by an insatiable desire for strength. Without continual growth, one might encounter dire consequences. Indeed, every time he relaxes his efforts, the pain of his reincarnation intensifies. Existence is inherently justified. His journey through time must possess a particular significance, just as the existence of his reincarnation is infused with unique factors. If he does not strive for strength, he will undoubtedly rue the day in the future. Wuyan clenched his fists and resolutely declared, my only wish is to have no regrets. Oh, the king of the realm intoned, his voice laced with a sardonic tone. That is no simple feat. It is not merely strength that dictates such a thing. Even the highest deities of the cosmos harbor their own regrets. Take Jack Ma on Earth, for instance. Despite his immense wealth, he still laments the creation of that monumental company. When one reaches the pinnacle of a domain, one may ultimately find themselves regretting every decision made. He spoke softly. Very well, I shall grant you this passage. Suddenly, he darted forward with surprising speed, exclaiming, hey, do not forget the promise you made to me. Rest assured. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback, nodding in a daze. As the mightiest realm king among the 4 great galaxies, I naturally possess my own unique techniques. In my estimation, there are 2 moves that are most suitable for you and will enable you to achieve your goals. The first move is the Realm King Fist. The Realm King Fist allows a person's strength to multiply exponentially within a short period. The Realm King stepped onto his luxurious vehicle, tapping his foot slightly. Just like this car, the immense kinetic energy is derived from boiling power. The Realm King Fist operates similarly, causing the stagnant energy within the body to flow, even to boil. The force it carries is earth-shattering. The outcome is predictable. Yet the method is one I have painstakingly deduced over a long period. Each acupoint in the human body harbors different attributes of power, allowing the energy to circulate progressively, through which certain heat attributes can boil, and ultimately, through which can cool down and release. This is not something an ordinary person can master. If the energy travels through the wrong meridians, even a minor mistake could lead to utter annihilation. Remarkable! Wuyan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. All right. Maintain a low profile. The Realm King waved his hand, clearly pleased with Wuyan's current demeanor. Now, I shall begin teaching you how the energy of the Realm King Fist flows. In essence, the Realm King Fist is a cyclical process of boiling, multiplying, releasing, and cooling. The 5 elements of the human body can cause the energy to boil, and through my years of practice, only the heart is capable of achieving this. Heh. The Realm King sneered. Now you understand the terrifying nature of the Realm King Fist, don't you? A stable body and the frenzied Realm King Fist are 2 extremes. While ordinary muscles may barely endure through training, once applied to the heart, Wuyan fell into a momentary silence. Although the Turtle School's Kamehameha has its own flow, It pales in comparison to the frenzied movements of the Kaioken. It is akin to comparing a mere apprentice to a master. Now let us commence. Heeding the instructions of the king, Wuyan seated himself upon a tattered mat and closed his eyes. With a mind unperturbed, droplets of water cascaded into a crystalline lake, creating ripples that danced across its surface. Shadows began to gather from all directions, urging the energy to commence its flow, traveling from the abdomen, passing through the left lung, and gradually reaching the heart. Suddenly, a surge of explosive energy surged forth. The copper-toned skin of Wuyan gradually revealed streaks of crimson, while steam began to billow from the dark, crab-like head. His complexion flushed, the immense heat distorted the very air around him. In an instant, the ground shattered, leaving a gaping pit several meters in diameter. It is unbearably hot. With a gentle murmur, Wuyan spoke, and the king of the realm explained, through the heart. Your breath will reach a boiling point. Quickly, direct all your energy into the right cooling meridian. Maintain the circulation. Understood. Wuyan nodded lightly, feeling the terrifying heat coursing through his body. It was akin to plunging into an ice-cold pool on a sweltering summer day. An instant sense of relief washing over him as steam escaped from his pores. His blood-red skin was marred by patches of darkness, a grotesque manifestation reminiscent of poison. The crimson energy coalesced around him, signifying that he had truly mastered the king of the realm's technique. Indeed, the king exclaimed in astonishment, you are indeed a rare talent. Achieving success in just this one attempt? It is known that thousands have exploded at this very stage. He rudely circled around Wuyan, as if sensing an extraordinary power in the air. Suddenly, he leapt high, reaching out towards a strand of Wuyan's bangs, ultimately striking his knee. How embarrassing. The king squatted down, drawing circles on the ground with a flurry of frustration. Wuyan, is this what you wanted to show me? Wuyan, undeterred, lifted his bangs to reveal his profound and terrifying reincarnation eye. To his surprise, the flying insects were immediately frightened away by his gaze. The king, trembling, leapt again, stuttering. How is this possible? Such eyes, such power, how can they exist? The 6 paths of reincarnation? How could someone from the realm of light possess dominion over the powers of the underworld? The king fell into a state of panic, shivering uncontrollably as he hid behind an old vehicle, gazing from a distance. My lord, what troubles you? Wuyan inquired. You appear so composed while I am left to wonder? This violation of cosmic order occurring within my jurisdiction of the northern galaxy, if it attracts the most formidable, he began, but was promptly silenced by Baburus, the monkey, who covered his mouth firmly. After a moment of struggle, he understood. He must not utter the name of that deity, lest he conjure terrifying calamity prematurely. My lord, it cannot be that serious. This reincarnation eye is merely a manifestation of power, a testament to my uniqueness. It is also the definitive evidence of my ascent to greatness. Foolishness. The king erupted in anger. A child of extraordinary potential must encounter the extraordinary. With those eyes, your path to greatness will be significantly eased, yet correspondingly, you will bear an immense burden. There exists a task that only you can accomplish. The king suddenly grasped. So, your wish is to live without regret. Chapter 18. The Overwhelming Power. The King's Terror. Indeed, you have already foreseen your own future? He pounded his chest heavily, gasping for breath. And you left me here in fear. The king seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground as sweat drenched the grass beneath him. A clear testament to the fear he had just experienced. Well, worrying about this now serves no purpose. The northern galaxy is irrevocably intertwined with you, in time. You will undoubtedly confront that monster. Monster? Wuyan whispered. What do you know, king? No. The king shook his head. The monster I speak of is merely the first stumbling block on your path, not the ultimate fate of your reincarnation eye. Perhaps, however, there is some truth in that as well. He chuckled at his own jest. Is it the god of destruction, Beerus? In his heart, Wuyan contemplated, having already grasped the panic of the North Realm king, yet he could not allow it to surface. He was right. That individual would inevitably clash with him. This was all due to the disruption of the cycle of yin and yang. Very well. The Realm King's voice trembled slightly as he continued their prior discussion. Just now, you merely rotated once around the celestial axis, thus executing a single dose of the Realm King's fist. For every surge, there inevitably comes a period of cooling, which imposes a temporal limit on the Realm King's fist. Furthermore, this surge merely forces an enhancement of one's combat prowess, resulting in certain detriments to the body. A double dosage of the Realm King's fist requires 2 rotations. However, herein lies the dilemma. Should one attempt to channel the overwhelming pressure through the heart before the previous surge's energy has dissipated, the consequences could be utterly catastrophic. Thus, the greater the multiplier of the Realm King's fist, the more severe the damage to one's own body. The king, with his hands clasped behind him, declared loudly, leaning in closely to Wuyan's chest, his gaze fixed intently upon him. You must remember this. Saiyans possess a most unfortunate tendency to gamble with their lives. Utilizing the Realm King's fist, do not allow yourself to be the first to explode. Humph. Although the king appeared indifferent, he still exhibited a degree of concern for others. In Wuyan's mind, a resolute thought formed. Very well, let me give it a try. King Kai's fist. The powerful shout resonated like a resounding bell, sending ripples of white sound waves radiating outward. With a whoosh, crimson steam erupted from his body, marking Wuyan's first full display of power. Boom. King Kai's planet was struck as if by a meteor, revealing a colossal crater at its center, while the surrounding grasslands lay utterly ravaged. The uprooted soil creating a scene of utter chaos. No. The voice of King Kai was swiftly drowned out by the tempest, leaving him carelessly swept away, crashing heavily onto the serpent path alongside Babris. Doubling the strength, a magnificent force erupted from his being, akin to a blazing sun slowly rising in the underworld. Hell was instantly filled with the wails of tormented souls, as countless malevolent spirits were incinerated to ashes beneath the searing light. Boom. Boom. The boundless power caused the very depths of hell to tremble. Boom. Within the palace of the King of Hell, a formidable earthquake suddenly struck, forcing the terrified ruler to scurry beneath the table. He shouted loudly at the blue ghost. What could possibly cause this? Is it even conceivable for the underworld to experience an earthquake? Has the suppression left by Lord King Kai already faltered? The underworld, which had emerged alongside the universe at its inception, possessed an unfathomably deep geological structure. The occurrence of such tremors was utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, hurry. Protect the soul-cleansing machine. We must not allow it to encounter any problems. Yes. The blue ghost hurriedly dashed out. The King of Hell watched in horror as the snow-white souls, resembling wisps of smoke, elongated like hanged spirits, vanishing without a trace in the radiance of that searing light. The power to control souls? This disturbance emanated from Lord King Kai. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that little ghost from before? But how could it be? Has he already reached King Kai in such a short span of time? Wuyan continued to roar loudly, and amidst the sun patterns on his chest, a series of cries seemed to resonate. The ever-golden three-legged golden crow soared and tumbled within, its searing radiance exploding once more. Power levels surged to 10,000, then 20,000, ultimately reaching an astonishing 100,000. Under the might of the double Kaioken, such ferocity was unfathomable. He had utterly surpassed all his adversaries. Hurry, stop. Otherwise, the underworld shall collapse. The voice of the king echoed intermittently in Wuyan's ears, prompting him to cease his explosive energy, sheepishly scratching his head. Really now? The king leaped from the edge of the serpent path onto the planet, his palms marred and drenched in blood, a testament to the battle against Wuyan's immense power. He brandished his handkerchief and sternly declared, "You, my friend, have gone a tad too far, unleashing all your strength so recklessly. Should the underworld fall, your life shall meet its end, with not even a soul left behind. Do you understand?" He chuckled ominously. With a bitter smile, Wuyan lamented. The structure of the earth is rather fragile. It has never unleashed its full power, which has long been repressed within. I had presumed that the realm of the underworld would be different. Yet, it is evident that in Wuyuan's mind, the underworld is akin to a shoddy construction. The structure of the underworld is contingent upon the souls it houses. How could it withstand the full force of one imbued with such masculine vigor? Moreover, the so-called reincarnation eye holds within it the power to counteract souls, making it the greatest adversary of the underworld. By unleashing your full might, you have easily shaken the very existence of the underworld. Just moments ago, billions of souls were utterly obliterated by you. How could a humble realm like mine endure such power? Perhaps only the great realm king could manage such a feat. No, that cannot be right. Wuyan remarked peculiarly. With so many experts, countless of whom surpass me, could it be that they never unleashed their powers upon arriving in the underworld? I had previously stated. And the King of Worlds, somewhat wearied, replied, the underworld is designed for souls. If you are deceased, even if you unleashed a thousandfold King of Worlds fist, it would be utterly futile against the realm of the dead. Oh. Wuyan nodded thoughtfully. Very well. The King of Worlds wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Allow me to share with you the second technique, based on its function. Let us name it, the manifestation of aura. The 19th chapter is titled Manifestation of Aura. The second technique merely represents a deeper application of aura, capable of amplifying your strength to its utmost potential. I have yet to bestow a name upon it, but for the sake of functionality, let us refer to it as the manifestation of aura. Crack. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck Wuyan atop his head, prompting him to mutter, "Isn't it? The spirit bomb? The spirit bomb?" The King of Worlds remarked, "It seems you came thoroughly prepared before your arrival." Haha. After which, he elucidated with a smile. The spirit bomb is ill-suited for you because your veins harbor the blood of a Saiyan, a warrior race driven by competition. Those capable of wielding the spirit bomb are exceedingly rare. Moreover, your eyes possess the power of the soul, and the eerie force they command stands in stark contrast to the tranquility of the spirit bomb. Thus, it is beyond your reach. However, do not despair. The technique I am imparting to you, if mastered, will far surpass the spirit bomb. The King of Worlds leaned closer to Wuyan, stating, the spirit bomb is effective in adversity, gathering the strength of all your allies to deliver a decisive blow to your enemies. Given your proud demeanor, it is unlikely you would ever find yourself in a predicament, correct? I believe teaching you the spirit bomb would be akin to a direct insult. He delivered his statement with a sardonic tone. Isn't that your belief? Who said that? As if struck by a cat's tail, Wuyan suddenly let out a cry, declaring that he would learn the second technique immediately. With newfound determination, he resolved to persevere. The king of the universe chuckled quietly nearby, remarking that despite immense strength, he remained just a child, easily provoked. However, he was not deceiving Wuyan. The boy lacked the benevolence required to harness the life force of others. Clearing his throat with a few coughs, the king reassured him, "Do not be disheartened. How could I treat you poorly? After all, you have generously gifted me countless treasures. Now, let us engage in the art of manifesting one's aura without any transformation, allowing it to serve as a weapon." The two approached a towering tree, ready to unleash their energy and bring it down. Yet, Wuyan had never attempted such a feat before. He only recalled that in the original tale, Vegeta had once used his aura to attack Bu, after which he had not seen it again. He raised his right hand, his azure aura beginning to ripple around him. With a fierce shout, "Huh?" A gentle breeze swept through the air, akin to a silent cannon, not even disturbing the leaves on the tree. The king strolled slowly. Observing that a mere tree was no match for Wuyan, he needed to convert his aura into techniques such as the Kamehameha or Spirit Bomb to launch a true assault. However, those techniques had already undergone a transformation through his energy pathways. Without the release of energy, they would vanish entirely. Very well, let us focus on this for now. Only when you succeed can we proceed to the next step. In the days that followed, shouts of "Ha!" and "Ha!" echoed from King Kai's planet as Wuyan faced the tree. Simply increasing his aura was one approach, but given the gentle breeze that failed to budge a single leaf, he realized that to shatter the tree, he would need to possess at least the strength of a Super Saiyan 3. Time passed slowly. The tree became the embodiment of Wuyan's frustration. After each training session, he longed to obliterate it with a Kamehameha or even seal it away with a planetary destruction technique. A feeble object had impeded him for far too long. A full month elapsed. The sapling, now over a meter tall, had its trunk bent to the limit, a testament to prolonged exertion. Yet, the gap to truly manifest his aura remained vast. The king, donning sunglasses, with bubbles forming from his nose and drool escaping his mouth, was sound asleep. A sudden bellow jolted him awake, causing him to tumble from his luxurious vehicle. Observing Wuyan's relentless training, he pondered whether this exercise was proving too arduous for him. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted before them, sending shattered branches soaring through the air. "What?" the king exclaimed in astonishment. "Did you succeed?" Amidst the smoke, even Wuyan could scarcely believe his eyes as he gazed at his own hands, already marred with wounds. Once more, the azure energy swirled upward from his feet, his hair defying gravity, and his eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light. With a powerful exhalation, an overwhelming aura surged forth, infiltrating the crevices of the trunk. To Wuyan's astonishment, the trunk expanded like a corpulent figure before it ultimately erupted in a violent explosion. Breathless, he knelt on one knee, gasping for air. The release of energy had drained nearly half his strength, far more exhausting than a full-powered Kamehameha. He questioned whether this technique was merely for show or if it could genuinely be utilized in combat. Clapping his hands, the king approached from the right, acknowledging, "Though it may seem somewhat unconventional, you have finally succeeded. Now, we can commence the second step." With a resounding hum, the king extended his right hand. A golden radiance shimmering upon his arm, a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings, culminating in the sudden appearance of a razor-sharp energy blade as the air buzzed with anticipation. "What is this?" Wuyan inquired with astonishment, his aura radiating outward, demonstrating the initial tangible manifestation of energy, an application that is both fundamental and straightforward. The king of the north raised his eyebrows in delight, akin to a child proudly showcasing their toy, reveling in his own achievement. The effortless outward projection of energy had inadvertently adorned him with an impressive display. Wuyan pondered to himself, "Previously, my father employed this technique. Yet it merely involved a brief condensation that occurred solely at the moment of attack, lasting for a fleeting instant. How could it possibly be manipulated in the palm like the king of the realm? The theory is rather straightforward. By stabilizing specific acupoints, one can synchronize the frequency of the breath's vibration." However, he paused slightly, casting a glance at Xia Yan. "It sounds simple, yet the execution is far from easy. You have merely grasped the rudiments of external projection, and you may not even succeed in condensation. Very well, let us commence the training. A friendly reminder, only 7 months remain until the arrival of the Saiyans. Do not underestimate me." Wuyan declared emphatically, "All right, please commence your performance." The king of the realm pondered to himself, "This child, with just a little provocation, will wholeheartedly dedicate himself to training." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his small face appeared somewhat forlorn. "Hurry up and finish your training, Saiyan. Your appetite is insatiable. I nearly spend half my day in the kitchen. If you complete your training swiftly, my blissful life will return." A sudden cry of anguish escaped Wuyan's lips as blood began to seep from the pores of his right arm, rapidly staining the grass beneath him. His aura? Has it surged uncontrollably? Wuyan clenched his right hand tightly, murmuring softly. As he traversed a meridian, his breath suddenly surged uncontrollably. The words of the Realm King rang true. Even such a simple act of external release eluded him, let alone the condensation of any energy blade. He gradually rose to his feet, a cerulean aura slowly swirling within his body. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted once more, his body beginning to tremble violently. Radiant light incessantly converged at his fingertips, the sharp energy rendering flesh and blood into a grotesque blur. How infuriating! Wuyan shouted loudly in his heart, "Rinnegan! Insight!" In an instant, He could perceive the flow of energy within his body and meridians with crystal clarity. Gradually, he began to master the continuous movement of his energy. Crackle. Strands of crimson lightning erupted before him, and the immense aura caused King Kai's planet to indent dramatically. Buzz. The air began to vibrate incessantly at a singular frequency. A cerulean radiance slowly gathered at his fingertips, and with the aid of the Rinnegan, Wuyan managed to release his aura to a mere centimeter at the tip of his index finger. Whoosh. In an instant, everything disintegrated. A wild and razor-sharp force surged forth from his body, leaving several straight trails crisscrossing across King Kai's planet. And at the very center of those sharp traces stood the king himself. Hey, it was, of course, intentional. Nearly a slight act of retribution. Snap. Wuyan fell heavily to the ground, his energy dissipating. This technique, reminiscent of Vegeta's signature move in Dragon Ball, was also Zamaz's ultimate skill. The disparity between their powers and his current self was indeed astronomical. For a child barely 4 years old, this was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Huff. Huff. The loss of breath and focus was overwhelming, and Wuyan succumbed to a deep slumber. Hey. Hey. The King of Worlds trembled, standing alone at the intersection of scars. A vivid cross marked his chest. Moments ago, that fierce aura had sent waves of mortality coursing through him. Every energy grazed his skin. A sensation that left him utterly breathless. With a rustle, his belt loosened, and his trousers fell to the ground. The King of Worlds continued to tremble, shouting loudly. Little brat, Wuyan, please help me. I can't move. Perhaps my depiction was lacking. This move is incredibly impressive. Truly, extraordinarily impressive. Chapter 20. Goku arrives. Please save this. Swish. A slender figure darted across the lawn like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, moving effortlessly with grace. A glimmer of light streaked through the air, leaving no trace behind. Wuyan, look here. The King of Worlds raised one hand, and a crystalline hexagonal diamond materialized before him. This was diamond, the hardest substance in the North Galaxy. Can your emitted energy even be compared to this? If you cannot shatter it, then it offers no assistance in your battle. Humph. Wuyan let out a cold snort, and a buzzing sound once again reverberated through the air. A brilliant azure light suddenly emerged. And with a gentle wave of his hand, it seemed as though the entire world was about to be cleaved in twain. 2 months had passed. Had he finally reached this pivotal moment? The King of Realms murmured to himself. Go. With a powerful flick of his wrist, a diamond with a diameter of 1 meter soared swiftly overhead, creating a resounding sonic boom as it traversed the realm. Wuyan advanced fearlessly, his eyes devoid of any hint of retreat. As the two approached, he suddenly swung his hand. Crack. Like a bolt of lightning, a thunderous roar erupted. And the intertwining brilliance of gold and iron flickered incessantly on King Realmstar. An overwhelming storm commenced its expansion across the realm, uprooting the soil and devastating the verdant grasslands. In the astonished gaze of the king, that diamond was effortlessly cleaved in two, akin to tofu, tumbling heavily to the ground. Impressive. He couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes now reflecting an inexplicable glimmer as he looked at Wuyan. The essence of an individual, when expanded, can achieve such feats with minimal extraction. However, the excessive expenditure of energy rendered an originally formidable skill nearly futile. Conversely, when the essence is feeble, success becomes utterly unattainable, resulting in the neglect of this skill since its invention. To his astonishment, Wuyan had succeeded today. What a terrifying genius he must be. The king smiled faintly. Wuyan, I have imparted all that I can teach. The rest is for you to contemplate on your own. Just as he contemplated issuing a dismissal, he yearned to return to his previous life of tranquility. Wuyan suddenly spoke. Lord of the realm, the immense gravity here, tenfold that of normal, makes this the most optimal training ground. For the next 5 months, I intend to hone my skills in this place. Moreover, I have my own thoughts regarding the manifestation of energy. What? Wuyan could almost perceive that the king of the realm had been petrified in an instant, his heart aching profoundly, almost necessitating the use of a miraculous heart-saving elixir. There were even immediate signs of ascension. Wuyan paid him no heed. It must be said that the meals prepared by the king of the universe were quite commendable, though the occasional corny jokes caught him off guard. He slowly extended his palm, from which a delicate pink luminescence began to emanate, as if a mysterious symbol were pulsating within. Time flowed gently by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed once more. 49,999. 50,000. At the center of King Kai's planet, Wuyan, with a ton of weight strapped around his waist, struggled to perform push-ups. His youthful arms bore muscles as formidable as those of a dragon, and an inexhaustible power seemed to surge like a roaring torrent within him. At last, Wuyan's hair, drenched in sweat, clung to his forehead, and he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Truly terrifying. The king of the universe wiped the cold sweat from his brow, waving his hand to remove the 10 tons of weight entirely. Even with a Saiyans physique, imbued with the genes and fervor of a warrior race, undertaking such grueling training at merely over 4 years of age was undeniably excessive. He chuckled. Wuyan argued. To vanquish the mightiest foe, one must exert tremendous effort. You speak so lightly of it. But do you have any idea that I am on the brink of bankruptcy during this time? The king of the realm felt utterly exhausted, having devoted nearly all his energy to cultivation. Could it be that this place will ultimately serve as the exclusive training ground for this fellow? Absolutely not. This is simply too terrifying. My dear king, I have lingered here for 5 months, and now I intend to take my leave. I shall relax at home before the Saiyans arrive. My muscles are so taut that a rupture could occur at any moment. Aha. What? A long-awaited rain after a drought, the joyful night of a wedding, the moment of being named on the golden list, encountering an old friend in a distant land. The king of the realm felt as though flowers had blossomed within his heart, yet he feigned reluctance on the surface. Wuyan, my dearest friend. You have kept me company with your conversations and generously bestowed upon me so many treasures. I never anticipated your departure would come so swiftly. A devil within him roared loudly. Hurry and leave. I am about to go bankrupt. Oh, Wuyan teased, gazing at him. Had it not been for the hundreds of joke books I promised to compile during this period, I likely would have been expelled long ago. Now the king is here. Lamenting, a peculiar light flickered in his reincarnation eye, and with a slight smirk, he murmured, the arrival has indeed been slow. He pretended to be nonchalant as he spoke to the king of the realm. I never imagined that you, king, would be so sentimental, that I might even contemplate retreating to the mountains to accompany you. Very well, the king of the realm cried inwardly, please do not. Yet on the surface, he maintained his composure. However, I have lingered long enough. It is time to depart. Do not be anxious, my esteemed king. Though I may leave, I can sense that another person is racing along the serpent path, soon to arrive here. He is my father, possessing a character akin to mine, and I believe he will be able to converse with the king as well. What? Wuyan discerned the shattering of the king's heart. With a whoosh, a figure raced frantically along the serpent path, resembling an enlarged Wuyan with a black crab-like head. He gazed at the minuscule celestial body in the sky, its diameter scarcely reaching 1,000 meters, where a familiar silhouette, indeed, Wuyan, was present. After half a year, he finally arrived. This serpent path truly felt interminable. Hey, Wuyan. The approaching figure was none other than Sun Wukong, who leaped heavily, landing gracefully upon the surface of the celestial body. Wuyan was somewhat astonished. His father's strength had indeed improved significantly, managing to withstand the immense pressure of tenfold gravity. It is worth noting that when Goku first arrived at King Kai's planet in Dragon Ball Z, he was so overwhelmed that he could scarcely move. You are truly heartless. Had it not been for the revelation from Corinne, I would have remained oblivious to your arrival at such an extraordinary training ground. As for my own strength, I have endured countless trials and tribulations alongside Piccolo during this period, all in pursuit of surpassing you. Wukong exudes an air of confidence, with bolts of lightning erupting from his tightly clenched fists. His combat power astonishingly reaches 3,000. Wuyan, come forth and unleash your full strength. Let us commence our 50-second confrontation. Chapter 21. Please, do not perish. Wuyan, let us begin our 50-second battle. In Wukong's eyes, a fervent battle intent radiated, shimmering with a confident glow. Humph. I have already devised a complete strategy to counter your Rinnegan. Oh? Wuyan exhibited a palpable curiosity. To conceive a method to unravel the Rinnegan's secrets in such a brief span is quite remarkable. However, it seems Wukong may be somewhat exaggerating, as even he has yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the Rinnegan. The celestial hand technique can even facilitate rapid movement over short distances. It is utterly impossible for Wukong to comprehend it in such a brief span of time. Moreover, given his meager strength, the chasm between him and Wuyan continues to widen. There is no need for the use of the Rinnegan. Sun Wukong cannot even withstand a single move of his own. No. Wuyan resolutely declined. Ah? Wukong immediately hung his head in dismay. Father, my combat prowess has long surpassed yours. Engaging in battle now would merely be a futile exercise in self-torment. There is no need for it at all. Moreover, I shall leave the Kai to you, for I am about to depart from this place. Wukong's face was etched with sorrow, and the king of the realm beside him immediately grew displeased. In a fit of urgency, he leapt up vigorously. Hey, you little rascal. Are you not satisfied? Let me tell you, I have no intention of allowing a Saiyan to reside in my domain, regardless of the advantages he may offer me. I shall never consent to it. 100 volumes. Wuyan said calmly. The Realm King was taken aback for a moment, as if a fierce battle was occurring in his mind. You must be called Wukong, right? Welcome, welcome. It's no problem at all for you to stay here as long as you wish, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in a rather indecent manner. Delicious. With a hint of irritation, Wuyan spoke. After merely half a year of interaction with the proud deities, his perception of their worldview had been utterly shattered. Ah. By the way, the King of the North suddenly declared, his tone shrouded in mystery. Before you depart, I wish to present you with a gift. I am aware that you will soon embark on adventures across the cosmos, and the vacuum of space shall be your greatest adversary. By accepting the King's blessing, you will gain the ability to survive for a brief period in the void, which I believe will prove beneficial to you. A low hum resonated as the King of the North began to mutter to himself, uttering strange phrases that Wuyan could not comprehend. A swirl of iridescent light surged into Wuyan's being. He spread his hands, yet perceived no discernible change. Thank you, Lord King, he exclaimed. It is but a mere gesture. Just as he was about to take his leave, Wukong mysteriously approached and whispered conspiratorially beside him. Wuyan, exercise caution. I am aware that you have left without permission. Chi-Chi is absolutely furious and has vowed to make you understand the greatness of a mother's love. Suddenly, Wuyan trembled all over at the thought of that fierce tigress, breaking out in a cold sweat. Haha. Wukong laughed heartily. Whoosh. As Wuyan transformed into a glimmering light, he surged into the serpentine path, his combat prowess having reached an astonishing 50,000. With the enhancement of the King of the World's Fist, he had long surpassed the current capabilities of humanity. Traversing the serpentine path was effortless for him. 3 days later, the celestial being arrived to welcome him, and Wuyan finally returned to the mortal realm. Gazing upon the undulating mountains below, which resembled a slumbering tiger, lush and vibrant, teeming with branches blooming in splendid glory, the brook meandered gracefully, dancing to a joyful melody. Wisps of smoke rose gently, and the entire world was suffused with the essence of happiness. Observing the woman who was hanging clothes to dry, Wuyan felt a sudden jolt throughout his being. Yet, he could not delay his return. After such an extensive period of cultivation, his garments had long since become foul. He floated in the air, watching Gohan diligently studying by the window, before suddenly descending from the sky and bursting through the window. Brother? Wufan exclaimed loudly. Indeed. My sense of aura has proven accurate. It is my brother who lingers in the sky. Wufan is evidently quite delighted. Hush. Wuyan anxiously surveyed his surroundings before Chi-Chi. He found himself utterly incapable of employing any of his formidable techniques. The Rinnegan and his ability to sense energy had completely faltered. He was drenched in sweat. Please be quiet. I wish to keep my return a secret from Mother. He began rummaging through drawers in search of his clothes. However, beside him, Wufan incessantly gestured, seemingly attempting to convey something. Wufan, do not disturb your elder brother. If Mother discovers this, it will be disastrous. Oh, do you perceive me as a fearsome harpy? A chilling tone suddenly permeated the air, causing the temperature of the world to plummet, leaving Wuyan completely stunned. Moments later, his back was entirely soaked. Wufan, why did you not alert your brother? Wuyan grumbled, I have already reminded you. Just now, I was incessantly gesturing. Your reminders are insufficient. He wiped his face, softening his stiff expression, and turned around with a beaming smile, rushing directly towards Chi-Chi. With both hands, he began to pat her shoulders vigorously. Mother, you must be experiencing auditory hallucinations. How could my lovely and gentle mother ever resort to violence against me? After all, she is the kindest person in the world and loves me the most. Chi-Chi placed her hands on her hips, a strand of hair falling over her eyes. Her once rosy cheeks now shadowed with darkness. Her body trembled slightly, clearly making a tremendous effort to suppress her anger. Humph. She spat in disdain and continued. Well? Wuyan was taken aback. Yet Chi-Chi seemed to have grasped Wuyan's Achilles heel. You have never attended school. So I fear you cannot even articulate all the flattering phrases found in a dictionary. This was indeed a bit disheartening. Wuyan was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Chi-Chi reached out and tugged at Wuyan's ear, a flush of crimson instantly spreading across his face. Ouch. How dare you disappear without a word? Turning raw rice into cooked rice. I'll have your father come and request a leave for you. Do you understand that practicing martial arts is inherently perilous? Yet, you have always been headstrong, training alongside your father, and I have been powerless to intervene. However, my allowance was merely for your father to shield you from harm. He would handle everything, while you merely followed behind. Training in martial arts is merely to indulge your passion and strengthen your body. After Chi-Chi finished speaking, tears began to fall silently. I heard from Wu Fan that the formidable extraterrestrial was slain by you. If you were to encounter danger, or worse, perish, what am I to do? Your father can resolve everything. Even if the world were to crumble, Wukong could withstand it all without needing you. Do you not understand? Wuyan was momentarily taken aback. He could sense that Chi-Chi held a deep affection for him. At this moment, her frenzied roar was merely an expression of her utmost concern for him. Freed himself from Chi-Chi's grasp and softly declared, Mother, do you know? My wish is to never harbor regrets. Perhaps this world is sustained by the presence of a father, yet now that I possess the Rinnegan, I am bound to confront formidable foes. I must remain ever vigilant. With great power comes great responsibility. Fear not, for I am like a resilient insect, unwavering on the path to unparalleled strength, and I shall not perish. Chi-Chi's crystalline eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yet, she continued to struggle, her body trembling, tears cascading down like a torrential downpour. Then, you must promise me, dear mother, above all else, do not succumb to death. Chapter 22. The execution, not the burial. In the year 762 of the AG era, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Wukong has already returned from King Kai's planet. His power significantly enhanced once more. Just as in the original tale, he has mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb from King Kai. It is said that Wuyan did not learn the Spirit Bomb, prompting Wukong to mock him several times. However, after Wuyan demonstrated his formidable strength, Wukong finally fell silent. In the western region, vast stretches of desert are adorned with towering, straight stones that form a dense stone forest, spanning an impressive expanse of several thousand miles. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with a resplendent orange sun emblazoned upon his chest, Wuyan sat upright upon the stone pillar, exuding an air of solemnity. The crab-like appendages danced in the breeze, while the reincarnation eyes flickered beneath the thick curtain of his bangs, revealing glimpses of their enigmatic power. A cascade of violet cold radiance coursed through his being, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding world under the weight of his formidable presence. Nearby, Wukong, Bick, Kulilin, and Lepin stood like obedient attendants, their demeanor submissive. Yet, Gohan, driven by his own resolve, had also made his way to this place. Drawing upon the intelligence nestled within Raditz' mind, Wukong was assured that this confrontation posed no real threat. It was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for Gohan to witness the unfolding events. However, it was evident that some form of accord had been reached with Chi-Chi, for as Wuyan emerged from the confines of the chamber, he distinctly perceived a slight tremor in his legs. Wuyan, do you possess confidence? Gohan's voice trembled with trepidation. Those Saiyans are said to slay without a second thought. I find myself utterly devoid of the courage to confront them. Even before the battle had commenced, Lepin had succumbed to fear. Wuyan disdainfully spat, having long since shed his original gallantry amidst the opulence of Bulma's household. Now, he was merely a timid dandy, consumed by insecurity. If you're afraid, you might as well return and snuggle with Bulma in bed. Piccolo scoffed. Coward. Fool. To fight alongside such a person is a disgrace to my esteemed image as the Demon King Piccolo. Lu Ping could only manage a wry smile in response. Kuririn also felt a twinge of fear. Observing these Z warriors, akin to frightened chickens, Wuyan let out a cold laugh. No wonder, in the ensuing battles, only Piccolo and Goku would bear the banner. Displaying fear before the fight renders one utterly useless. His gaze fixed intently on the sky. Two brilliant streaks of light darted across like meteors, the scorching air around them crackling with sound. Boom, boom, with two resounding explosions. A massive crater suddenly appeared in front of the stone forest, measuring several meters wide. The eyes of Wuyan gleamed with a fierce light. They have arrived. Science? Goku was eager to engage. Humph. Piccolo snorted in disdain, recalling the torment he endured at the hands of Raditz, who had effortlessly defeated him with a single attack. This time, I shall exact my revenge. The group swiftly ascended into the sky, gazing down at the two circular spacecraft below. Suddenly, a searing aura erupted from within, and two figures staggered upward, aligning themselves parallel to Wuyan and the others. One of them, a diminutive figure with spiky hair, donned a blue bodysuit layered with the soft battle attire of a Saiyan. His eyes radiated ferocity, and his lips curled into a hint of contempt. The other figure, clad in a black and yellow combat uniform, was bald and exuded an overwhelming energy from his muscular form. Humph. Is this Earth? The shorter one remarked lightly. The environment seems quite agreeable. Humph. It appears that slaughtering everyone here will surely fetch a handsome price. Vegeta. After drifting through the cosmos for a month, my fists are aching for action. Blood, only blood satisfies my Saiyan thirst. The bald one suddenly emanated a bloodthirsty aura, his murderous intent palpable. Nappa, I entrust these natives to you. Dispose of them with the utmost cruelty. From their titles, it was clear that the spiky-haired little one was Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, as referenced by Raditz, while the bald one was named Nappa. Furthermore, Kakarot is mine, Vegeta declared with disdain. TCH, you always take the most interesting opponents for yourself. It's my turn this time. Nappa grumbled in discontent. Do you dare defy me? Vegeta retorted, clearly displeased. If you strike carelessly and kill Kakarot, how will we ascertain if Raditz's claims about the hybrid Saiyan offspring with Earthlings are true? Observing their disregard for the warriors around them, Wuyan scoffed. You? One might say you are exceedingly arrogant. Oh? Vegeta glanced over. This is an internal Saiyan dialogue. You, an Earthling. Upon catching sight of Wuyan's unique hairstyle, Vegeta suddenly paused, realization dawning upon him. That rare hairstyle. Are you also a Saiyan? Indeed. He was struck by a sudden epiphany. You are the Earthling hybrid who killed Raditz. The one with those peculiar eyes, correct? How fortuitous. A glimmer of greed flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Those eyes, are they called the Rinnegan? Such a strange technique. Its amplification of combat power is utterly unparalleled. That ability rightfully belongs to me, the Prince of the Saiyans. He chuckled darkly. I shall beat you to within an inch of your life, then extract your eyes, allowing you to perish in despair and agony. Although Raditz was a useless wretch, he was still a Saiyan, and only I can deliver his final judgment. As Vegeta seemed oblivious to the surroundings, Wuyan let out a cold laugh. Nappa, bring forth that item and entertain my adversaries. Nappa, with an awkward motion, retrieved 3 green peas from his pocket and buried them in the ground. Crack! The solid earth suddenly erupted as a pair of sharp hands broke through, followed by 3 figures emerging from the soil. Haha, these beings bore vegetable-like stripes, their heads splitting apart like cabbages, with blood-red pupils and raspy cries. Their diminutive bodies and sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Wuyan sensed everything with a mere flicker of awareness. With a combat power of just over 1,000. Uncle Kirin, Lu Ping, and Uncle Bick, I shall leave these feeble beings to you. As for that bee, I shall leave it to father to handle. And that haughty prince. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Wuyan's eyes. Leave it to me. Ha ha. Ha ha. Suddenly, Vegeta laughed maniacally. Gazing at the sky. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me single-handedly? Truly foolish. If you were to come at me all at once, I might find it somewhat interesting, but now, with a single move, I can utterly defeat you. With his arms crossed over his chest, Wuyan retorted. I return your words in kind. Perhaps you should take some time to find a funeral team. Let me make it clear, I am only responsible for the killing, not for the burial. Chapter 23, The Manifestation of Breath. The Dark Holy Scythe. How absurd. Vegeta merely scoffed coldly. Meanwhile, Goku lamented, Wuyan. Every time you choose the strongest opponents, I am left to face the weaker ones. Let me confront Vegeta. Piccolo vehemently interjected. You want me to fight alongside these two Earthlings? Wuyan, your battle strategy is utterly flawed. I fear I might lose control and eliminate these two feeble beings outright. At the sight of Piccolo's fierce gaze, Kuririn and Luping instinctively recoiled. Regardless of how Father and Uncle Piccolo arrange things, Vegeta is entrusted to me. Wuyan swiftly planted his feet on the ground, causing the stone pillar beneath him to shatter violently. In an instant, he transformed into a radiant beam of light, hurtling towards Vegeta with remarkable speed. Vegeta roared in defiance, I am not the merchandise you clamor to sell. You have truly provoked my ire. He launched himself forward with explosive force, his form suddenly appearing before Wuyan. His hands struck out like two elusive dragons, encircling Wuyan from every conceivable angle. The Rinnegan whirled in a frenzy, effortlessly revealing all of Vegeta's concealed assaults, allowing Wuyan to evade them with ease. Humph! With a cold snort, Wuyan was suddenly met with a gentle breeze, revealing the Rinnegan as his gaze locked onto Vegeta's. Ah! Vegeta exclaimed, as if the surrounding world had momentarily paused. The fist aimed at him seemed to be suspended in time. The azure sky transformed into a vivid crimson in an instant. Is this what Raditz referred to as the Rinnegan? But why did this world suddenly shift? Ahead, Wuyan had already vanished. And even Ba and Goku were nowhere to be found. Where could they be? Only the desolate wind continued to blow, devoid of any signs of movement. The entirety of this situation plunged Vegeta into a state of frenzy. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and the scene before him twisted violently. As a powerful punch plunged deep, nearly several centimeters into him, his internal organs twisted in agony. A mouthful of blood erupted like an arrow. What was that just now? Bang! As Wuyan ascended into the air, he unleashed a series of powerful flying kicks, sending Vegeta's body hurtling as though struck by a train, crashing through dozens of stone pillars before finally plummeting to the ground. In an instant, a deep pit with a diameter of several meters was formed. Coughing amidst the swirling smoke, Vegeta pressed his hand against his chest and staggered to his feet, his mind racing with thoughts. What was that just now? It felt as if I had entered an alternate realm. That hybrid brat, even Kakarot, vanished without a trace. Could it be? Just like what Bardock once experienced. I have been ensnared in an illusion? His vast experiences throughout the cosmos allowed him to make a swift judgment. As the pain in his chest surged like a tidal wave, his strength seemingly crumbling. To sustain such damage from a single blow, that little brat is no ordinary foe. Hey, have you traversed the universe as well? Was that an illusion? Vegeta called out loudly. Humph. That was merely a trivial suggestion using the Rinnegan. In this blood-soaked world, I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily. This is the power of a Saiyan prince. It seems rather lackluster, doesn't it? The derision from Wuyan thoroughly incensed Vegeta. Do not jest. You are merely a hybrid, he retorted, incredulous that such a creature would dare to bark at him. That insinuation can only be activated when our gazes meet. As long as I avoid looking into your eyes, I am safe. Vegeta boasted with arrogance. Yet he failed to consider the disparity in their strengths. Should he choose to limit his vision, he would ultimately face dire consequences. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds echoed through the air as Wuyan unleashed a flurry of punches, mercilessly targeting Vegeta's vital points. An overwhelming force surged through each strike, inflicting torment akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his flesh, and excruciating pain surged from his chest. Boom! Wuyan clasped his hands together and delivered a heavy blow from behind. Vegeta's body could no longer withstand the assault and crashed to the ground. How? How is this possible? A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips as Vegeta staggered to his feet, his body's energy swirling chaotically, the tumultuous force surging like a tide, overwhelming the surrounding world. What? The nearby Naba, engaged in battle with Goku, was utterly astounded. Vegeta? Vegeta was actually being pushed back relentlessly? Even suffering grave injuries in such a short span of time? This cannot be. Goku, fighting with increasing fervor, found Naba's combat prowess comparable to his own. However, the finesse in utilizing their strength was as disparate as that between a worm and an elephant. He had no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Excellent. I must decisively defeat you before Wuyan arrives. Otherwise, I shall be utterly incapable of confronting that most formidable opponent. The once proud and defiant Vegeta and Naba had now become the delectable prey in the eyes of the Z-fighters. Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the godlike figure before him. Who? What kind of monster are you? Haha. Wuyan descended from the heavens, eager to showcase the knowledge I acquired from the King of Realms. Perhaps employing such skills against you is somewhat excessive. In the palm of my hand, a Kama radiated a purplish-red glow. In Wuyan's eyes, lightning flashed wildly, and with an unexpected force, he plunged his left hand directly into the palm of his right. This is a new technique I have devised through my own research based on the original work. Vegeta, you are indeed fortunate to be the very first to experience it. With a sudden tug, a surge of purple radiance emerged, thick and viscous like sludge, roaring behind him. Crack! Dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, and the purple lightning spread rapidly like a spider's web, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Solidify! Gazing at the dense mass of purple, Wuyan shouted loudly, and a sharp, 1.5-meter-long scythe materialized swiftly. Its menacing appearance resembled that of the Grim Reaper from the depths of hell. Whoosh! With merely a gentle flick of his wrist, the world seemed to shatter, and a black rift appeared before him in an instant. This is the manifestation of the King's aura, the essence of true power. Wuyan stood like an arrogant war deity, wielding a scythe that towered above him, surrounded by flickering flashes of lightning. The Dark Sacred Scythe. Chapter 24. The Might of Wuyan. The Dark Sacred Scythe. With an expression of unbridled pride, Wuyan stood upon the clouds at a lofty height, his eyes brimming with disdain. A purple radiance enveloped him, as bolts of lightning coalesced in the air, flickering intermittently. Humph! This is the true power of manifested energy. Unlike the energy blades that merely rely on the palm for existence, as long as my aura remains undiminished, this dark holy scythe shall endure indefinitely. What? Vegeta's face contorted in terror. Ever since arriving on Earth, the course of battle had slipped entirely from his grasp. Could this 5-year-old child before him truly be a monster? The proud warrior race found themselves retreating step by step under the oppressive aura of Wuyan. Whoosh! With a swift motion, the dark holy scythe was unleashed, producing a circular wave of sharp purple energy. Incredibly lethal, it caused the surrounding stone pillars to collapse entirely. How infuriating! Vegeta, in a panic, leaped into the air, a chill running down his spine. The recent attack had instilled a profound sense of despair within him, leaving him devoid of any means of resistance. Should he be struck, death would be inevitable. How magnificent! In Gohan's eyes sparkled with countless stars, while beside him, Goku and Piccolo swallowed hard in awe. Universal pull. With a single hand extended, Wuyan exerted a powerful grip, causing the collapsed stone pillar to levitate in the air, molded by an unseen force into a colossal meteorite of several dozen meters in diameter. Go! With a vigorous sweep of his hand, the meteorite soared skyward, crashing down heavily upon Vegeta. Vegeta let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from his mouth as his body crashed forcefully to the ground. It seems your journey on this earth is about to reach its conclusion, and the sole currency for this one-way ticket is none other than your life. With both hands raised high, Wuyan descended from the heavens, wielding the dark holy scythe with sudden ferocity. 2 streams of violet sword energy intersected, forming a cross that swiftly whistled through the air. The worlds it traversed began to tremble in response. Damn it! Vegeta spat, intending to evade the impending strike. However, the sudden movement exacerbated his wounds, a searing pain radiating from his chest. With a slight delay, the 2 beams of light flickered and then pierced through Vegeta's torso. Gush! A torrent of hot blood erupted forth, spilling onto the earth like a crimson rain. Deep, intersecting gashes on his chest oozed blood, instantly staining his entire being in a scarlet hue. Vegeta's body crumpled to the ground like a tattered cloth, a pool of blood rapidly spreading beneath him. Is this truly a success? Kuririn exclaimed, his voice laden with despair. Vegeta's injuries were grave. The sight of his battered form and the relentless flow of blood leading Kuririn to believe there was little hope for survival. Beside him, Boss stood in shock, extending a hand and calling out softly, Vegeta? How can this be? In the vast cosmos, where he had roamed unchallenged and faced countless life and death struggles, all his adversaries had merely served as nourishment for his growth. To him, Vegeta was akin to an indomitable cockroach, and never had he witnessed such a woeful spectacle. Vegeta. Wuyan slowly paced on the open ground, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Come now, there's no need to feign death. I am well aware of my own techniques, and with your combat prowess, it is utterly implausible for you to perish so easily. Oh, it appears you truly have some semblance of skill. Ha, ha, ha. A peculiar laughter erupted from Vegeta's mouth as he exerted himself slightly, rising to his feet. 2 ghastly wounds on his chest continued to ooze blood profusely. Your strength, is this what makes a half-blood Saiyan so formidable? How utterly fascinating, indeed. His swollen skin had rendered one eye nearly shut, and his body bore numerous bruises, yet his voice remained vibrant, as if he felt a sense of release. Hiki. Wuyan spread his hands and remarked, Fool, you merely evaded my attack at the last moment by leveraging your pain. Although you survived, I believe your strength has nearly been depleted. I shall grant you a chance to resurrect yourself in a showy manner. However, what awaits you thereafter is the true specter of death. Vegeta chuckled softly, that may not necessarily be the case. This battered body has long since acclimated to your assaults. The outcome of our confrontation remains an enigma. Drink. Wuyan nestled the dark holy scythe under his arm, and suddenly thrust it upward. The erect sword energy erupted violently, causing the ground to heave with sharp stone spikes that surged frantically towards Vegeta. The Annihilation Energy Cannon. Vegeta clasped his hands together, and a golden energy sphere materialized, which he hurled with great force. Boom. The sword energy, stone spikes, and energy collided in a tremendous explosion. Thick clouds of smoke rapidly ascended, enveloping the battlefield entirely. Wuyan transformed into a fleeting wisp of ethereal light, weaving through the mist until, in the blink of an eye, he stood before Vegeta. The ominous black scythe was suddenly brought down with fervor. With a resounding clap, Vegeta astonishingly caught it barehanded. A surge of explosive energy radiated from the ground, causing a collapse in the surrounding area for dozens of meters. A self-inflicted trial of hardship. With a cold smirk, Wuyan exerted force with his wrist, causing a surge of spiky energy to wildly spread across the sacred scythe. Vegeta sensed as if the very cells in his palm were disintegrating. A wave of excruciating pain surged from the depths of his heart, leaving him utterly defenseless. He suddenly let out a piercing scream, and bolts of lightning erupted from his eyes, the golden radiance rushing towards Wuyan in a mere instant. Die? Vegeta scoffed. Naive. I still possess the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. Like the resounding chime of a gavel, an overwhelming repulsive force radiated outward. Boom. Vegeta's body was hurled backward like a meteor. Go. The dark sacred scythe struck the ground, and sharp stone spikes emerged instantly from behind. The harsh and brilliant light flickered as an icy chill coursed through Vegeta's body. Not good. Feeling the chilling aura, Vegeta shouted in terror. Damn it. With a grim resolution, he bit down hard on his own lip, liberating his body that had been ensnared by the attack. His hands pressed forcefully against the stone spikes. Blood holes appeared on his palms, the agonizing pain shooting through him like a tidal wave. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the spikes crimson. Harnessing this power, Vegeta finally gained a moment of respite, lightly pushing off the ground and soaring into the air. With his eyes blazing red, he stared at Wuyan, his heavy breaths echoing, his chest rising and falling relentlessly. His trembling hands could barely form a fist. In the midst of the chaotic battle, he was already battered and bruised. Oh? Wuyan exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow is truly ruthless towards himself. The stone spike pierced his hand, yet it also provided him with a measure of leverage, enabling him to escape from the clutches of imminent doom. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 25. Do you think you're the only one who can transform? Huffing and puffing, Vegeta gasped heavily, the power within him ebbing away like a receding tide. His pupils constricted, reflecting the figure clad in a dark robe adorned with a crimson sun, resembling a war god. The relentless barrage of attacks left him no opportunity to retaliate. You bastard, you have thoroughly enraged me, Vegeta shouted hoarsely. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback. But in an instant, an overwhelming ferocity ignited in his eyes. It appears that your father departed this world too soon, failing to impart the wisdom of how to engage with the formidable. Merely an uncouth lackey, strutting about on the remote planets of the northern galaxy, kneeling before Frieza. Like a lifeless dog, he dares not utter a single complaint. Just a cowardly creature, cowering before the strong. With unrelenting disdain, Wuyan unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Vegeta. What? Vegeta momentarily staggered, only for his thoughts to be obliterated by a surge of fury. How do you know that guy? You are forbidden to mention him in my presence. What is the matter? Has the proud prince of the Saiyans been pierced by a painful truth? Reduced to groveling beneath Frieza's heel, like a mere lapdog, summoned at will, pretending to be Frieza's most loyal subordinate, yet never earning the respect of the likes of Zabo. I truly pity you. Is it not your belief that combat power is paramount? Aren't you the one most likely to become a Super Saiyan? Ridiculous cur. Silence. 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 Vegeta had succumbed entirely to madness. I forbid you to utter that name in my presence, absolutely forbidden. You wretched bastard, I do not know where you learned of Frieza and his minions. But you brazenly expose my deepest agony to the world. I shall shatter your limbs, leaving you to languish in a chasm of torment. Die. Waves of purple ripple spread around him, as a dense energy pulsated violently at the center of his palm. Final flash. With a tremendous surge, boundless energy coalesced within his grasp, erupting forth as if from a tilted aperture. Perish. Vegeta cackled maniacally in the sky, his crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as chaotic energy beckoned to the very heavens, engulfing the battlefield in an infinite tempest of lightning. Huron gazed skyward, swallowing hard. That guy. Has he finally succumbed to the weight of despair and gone mad? Wukong shook his head, pondering that perhaps the words of Wuyan had struck a chord deep within his own anguish. Behind him, Naba had already sustained grave injuries, while Wukong's strength had surged to an astounding 5,000 since his return from King Kai's planet, and with the utilization of the Kaioken, it soared to a staggering 10,000. He had surpassed Naba by more than double. Before Wukong, Naba had no capacity for retaliation whatsoever. The battle was likely to conclude swiftly. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through him, reminiscent of dark clouds looming ominously over a city, ready to obliterate it. The ground shattered like a spider's web in an instant, and countless pebbles ascended into the air, only to be engulfed by the frenzied energy that followed. Wuyan raised his hands high, swiftly initiating a rapid rotation of the dark holy scythe. An overwhelming surge of energy, upon contact, was unexpectedly rebounded outward, following its original trajectory. It surged wildly toward Vegeta. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his body instinctively twisting to the side, yet the howling energy seared his waist entirely. A tantalizing scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Incredibly, it was that scythe that deflected my full-force assault. He stood in stunned disbelief. Wuyan's terrifying power utterly shattering his resolve. Much like the subsequent encounter with Cell, it dismantled the pride that resided within him. His pupils began to constrict, tendrils of power swirling around him incessantly. Truly impressive. He feigned nonchalance. It appears with my current strength, it is utterly impossible for me to eliminate you. You possess a modicum of self-awareness. With an air of arrogance, Wuyan proclaimed, to withstand the darkness of the holy scythe for this long is indeed a source of pride for you. Vegeta's body began to tremble, his eyes igniting with a frenzied ferocity. I had no intention of resorting to this technique. Though the transformation is formidable, it would render me an unsightly beast, and all who have witnessed it must perish. What about Frieza? Wuyan's words struck Vegeta like a dagger, causing a tightness in his chest. Was it so easy to feign bravado? He finally discerned another facet of Wuyan's nature, his sharp tongue. Ignoring Wuyan's taunts, Vegeta realized that if he were to dwell on them, he might very well succumb to rage before even transforming. Allow me to demonstrate the pinnacle of Saiyan royalty's might. Ziz. White lightning began to coalesce in Vegeta's hands. A sphere of pallid energy radiating with hints of decay, slowly writhing. Go. He hurled the energy sphere into the air, and upon contact with the atmosphere, it expanded exponentially. Moments later, it hovered above like a miniature moon. A Saiyan can transform into a great ape, amplifying their battle power tenfold. I concede that I am not your equal, but with this tenfold increase, my power reaches 200,000. How will you contend with me? At this juncture, the ever-cynical Krillin interjected, I think you might be the fool here. As a fellow Saiyan, your power may amplify. But does Wuyan not have the ability to transform as well? His battle power could also surge tenfold in an instant. You are treading a path to your own demise. Foolishness. Only the royal Saiyans maintain their reason in the great ape form. Moreover, the energy required for transformation differs vastly between royalty and ordinary Saiyans. A mere human cannot transform under this artificial moon. With an almost fanatical fervor, Vegeta spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the heavens in prayer. Ziz. Lightning crackled wildly, shattering the ground beneath him, creating a deep pit several meters wide. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Vegeta's form swelled, his hair bristling. Jaws elongating, sharp fangs bared, his eyes glinting with bloodlust, exuding an aura of unrestrained brutality. Roar. A primal howl erupted from his throat, sending shockwaves that collapsed nearby stone pillars. Do you see? This is the true power of Saiyan royalty, you insignificant wretch. Prepare to meet your demise. A colossal hand descended with terrifying speed, imbued with immeasurable strength, leaving a massive impression in the earth as if a divine strike had been unleashed. Whoosh. Wuyan utilized his celestial force to evade effortlessly, knowing full well that such clumsy attacks could never touch him in this lifetime. Observing the fragments of stone scattered across the sky, he let out a scornful chuckle. Do you think you alone possess the ability to transform? Chapter 26. The Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Do you believe that only you can undergo a metamorphosis? Wuyan chuckled lightly, his eyes brimming with derision. Do you imply witnessing the true moon beside Earth transform? It is irrelevant whether there is moonlight during the day, even if there were. It would merely become a frenzied giant ape, destructive in nature, possessing strength, yet bereft of control. Your perceived threat in my heart would be significantly diminished, and the final victory remains uncertain as to whom it shall belong. How ludicrous. Transforming into a giant ape? Such a notion has long since become obsolete since my birth. Were it not for this tale, which might hold some utility in the future, I would have discarded it long ago. In Wuyan's eyes, peculiar waves of energy radiated forth. Have you heard of the legendary Super Saiyan? You claim you can transform into one. How utterly ridiculous. The only individual destined to achieve such a transformation is I, the Prince of the Saiyans. You, a mere hybrid, dare to utter such nonsense here? The great ape erupted into a fit of manic laughter that resonated through the skies. This is undoubtedly the most amusing jest of the year. You cannot help but believe it. Crimson beams of light continuously emanated from his body, causing the ground to tremble as fragments of rock floated into the air, subsequently obliterated by the frenzied energy. While studying on King Kai's planet, I began to contemplate the means to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet, no matter how I intensified my rage, I ultimately failed. However, upon mastering the King Kai fist, an idea struck me. Could I harness the power of the King Kai fist to simulate the transformation into a Super Saiyan? During these past 3 months, I have relentlessly experimented amidst the serene mountains and clear waters, experiencing the true ethereality of nature, allowing myself to revel in it. At last, I succeeded. Wuyan roared in a frenzy, an inexhaustible power erupting from his being, causing the ground to cave in instantaneously. Crackling lightning surged back and forth around him. The dark pupil in Wuyan's left eye gradually faded away, His hair began to stand on end, and the surging veins writhed like worms. Meanwhile, within the reincarnation eye, a subtle yet discernible tomo began to materialize, shimmering in the haze. With a powerful roar, the tumultuous energy erupted violently, spreading wildly along the fissures in the ground. The earth shattered, and the energy tempest engulfed those nearby, including Yukong. What just happened? Vegeta was rendered speechless. The power of Wuyan surged in an instant. As energy coalesced beneath his dragon-like muscles, flowing like a torrential river, his left pupil vanished, and his hair stood on end, as an overwhelming force nearly engulfed him entirely. How is this possible? You wretched creature, tell me at once how you transformed. Vegeta was utterly consumed by madness. Such a distinct transformation, could it truly be that of a Super Saiyan? What? Wukong was momentarily taken aback. The King's Fist? The flow of energy seemed to diverge slightly. Could it be? Had Wuyan altered the direction of the energy movement of the King's Fist on his own? Although such thoughts crossed his mind, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of unauthorized alterations to one's energy. A moment's carelessness could lead to a catastrophic explosion within his own body. The King's Fist was an extraordinary technique that had taken countless years of diligent research to perfect. Had Wuyan devoted the past 3 months to this endeavor? He was utterly astounded. With a thunderous roar, Wuyan propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to shatter beneath him. In an instant, he transformed into a brilliant crimson light, soaring into the heavens. His velocity was astonishing, warping the very fabric of reality around him. With a resounding impact, his powerful fist struck the colossal ape's abdomen. In the presence of the towering creature, the diminutive Wuyan resembled a mere flicker of firefly light, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a great tree. I refuse to believe that you can truly transform into a Super Saiyan. I absolutely refuse to accept it. Yet, the excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen forced him to stagger 3 steps back, leaving immense footprints in the soil. Curse be it. A surge of power emanated from the gigantic, menacing palm, yet the crimson eyes widened in shock. Everything around him disintegrated in an instant. What? He stumbled backward, blood gushing from his nostrils and ears, the agonizing twist of his insides rendering him incapable of harnessing his strength. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. Impossible! Impossible! The giant ape gazed helplessly at his own feeble hands, shouting in despair. Just a single punch inflicted such terrifying damage, shattering all his fighting spirit within. This cannot be. In the face of Wuyan, he found himself devoid of any desire to battle. For the Prince of the Saiyans, this was an unspeakable humiliation. Heavenly force. Wuyan and the colossal ape exchanged positions with the stone behind them. His hands, like agile dragons, reached out and firmly grasped the ape's tail. Veins surged with intensity as he exerted his strength in an instant. A torrent of power erupted violently beneath his serpentine muscles. Rise. The towering figure soared several meters into the air. The insignificance of an ant lifting a mighty elephant created an unimaginable visual spectacle. Wuyan seized his tail and exerted immense force, causing the giant ape to abruptly flip in midair, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. A piercing scream echoed from above. Wuyan ascended in a spiral state, wielding his tail like a colossal wrecking ball, relentlessly slamming the giant ape into the ground. The earth shattered violently, trembling with immense force. The spectacle before all was utterly astonishing. Wuyan grasped his tail, mercilessly smashing the giant ape into the ground time and again. After several minutes, his body began to rotate in midair. Boom! As Wuyan released his grip, the colossal ape plummeted to the ground, propelled by its own momentum. Witnessing such a violent spectacle, Yukong, Qilin, and Lepin were rendered utterly speechless. The giant ape's face bore an array of bruises, mottled with shades of green and purple, its skin resembling a sack of sandbags. It lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath as if its very bones had been shattered. Hey, Lepin, perhaps you should make a hasty retreat. Wuyan does not have a favorable view of you. Qilin remarked with a hint of malicious glee. It took a certain level of brutality to repeatedly smash a giant ape into the ground. Lepin's earlier display of cowardice was utterly disheartening. The very notion of retreating amidst battle could leave a mark in the records, leading to future consequences. Suddenly, Lepin trembled, a shiver coursing through him. The giant ape emitted a mournful roar as its massive form crashed heavily onto the earth, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. How infuriating. How could you possibly possess such formidable power? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I be bested by a mere mongrel like you? With a furious roar, the giant ape abruptly turned on the ground, unleashing torrents of energy that erupted from its mouth like celestial blossoms, encircling Wuyan from all directions. Such trivial skills. This concentrated bombardment is nothing more than a desperate gamble when one is already resigned to defeat. It seems you have some inkling of your impending failure. The wheel of reincarnation spun relentlessly, its formidable dynamic vision perceiving every assault with crystal clarity. His hands moved with extraordinary speed, deftly deflecting all attacks with precision. Roaring, a brilliant flame erupted from his mouth, the air seeming to ignite as it transformed into fuel, instantly engulfing everything in a blazing inferno. In that moment, Wuyan was completely encircled. Wuyan, be cautious. With a cry of concern, Yukong exclaimed. Divine law of heaven's wrath. The tumultuous repulsive force surged violently, and in an instant, the searing flames were reduced to mere ashes. Wuyan stood proudly in the air, arms crossed over his chest, disdainfully gazing at Vegeta. The fleeting moment of resistance seems to have reached its conclusion, doesn't it? His hands converged into a flower bud shape, gradually resting at his waist, as torrents of energy surged beneath the veins of his arms. Flickers of light began to swirl in his palms, and in an instant, a searing blue radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth. Kamehameha. With a sudden thrust of his hands, all the amassed energy erupted forth as if it had found an outlet, surging forth in an instant. The magnificent force trembled in the sky, completely enveloping the giant ape's crimson eyes. A tragic roar echoed immediately. Yet, within the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the tempestuous whirlwind of energy. Zzz. Surrounding him, dark lightning descended like phantoms from the void. The world seemed to shudder beneath the tumultuous waves of power. The ground exploded with a thunderous roar, an endless array of debris drawn into the air, instantly obliterated under the intertwining energy. Nano-level concentrated attacks relentlessly ravaged the giant ape cells. Blood gushed from his mouth, nose, ears, and even his eyes. Amidst the swirling blue energy, specks of blood emerged, as a blood-red whirlwind danced around the periphery. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. What a terrifying surge of energy this is. Wuyuan's presence has far surpassed mine, rendering me unable to even catch a glimpse of his prowess. Piccolo, unwilling to concede, clenched his fists. After Wuyuan departed, he set aside his pride and sought training alongside son Wukong at the Baozi Mountain, significantly enhancing his battle power. Initially, he believed he had eclipsed that young one. Yet the disparity was never overstated. Humph! He spat in disdain, his heart brimming with frustration. Alas! At last, a howling torrent of energy surged forth like a tempest, propelling Vegeta's frenzied form skyward, only for him to crash heavily back to the ground. In an instant, all traces of energy vanished without a trace, and the world returned to a serene calm. Infuriating! Infuriating! The great ape's body was marred by bruises, his fur matted with clotted blood, and his crimson eyes were filled with confusion. He had lost the last vestiges of his resistance. This journey to Earth had culminated in utter failure. Thump, thump. His heart began to pound violently as his body gradually shrank, ultimately reverting to his original diminutive stature, characterized by his spiky hair. With great effort, Vegeta raised his trembling hands, revealing a tapestry of gruesome scars densely etched upon them. So this is what I have been reduced to, this pitiful state? That bastard. That overwhelming force. Is this what Raditz referred to as a half-blood Saiyan? I have been utterly vanquished. Vegeta had met his defeat, while the training companions nearby had long been eradicated, and the injured Naba ceased his assault. The invading Saiyans had no chance of victory remaining. He sat vacantly to the side, awaiting the impending arrival of his demise. Wuyan, Wukong, and Baika strolled slowly, casting their gaze upon the severely injured Vegeta below, merely eliciting a cold chuckle. Kill me, Vegeta exclaimed, utterly despondent, his eyes clouded with shades of gray, almost vacant. It appeared as though he had lost all sense of purpose in life. Very well. Wuyan extended his hand, and a surge of power gradually coalesced in his palm. The world around him began to be tinged with spots of blue. Suddenly, a figure beside him grasped Wuyan's hand, halting his actions. Father? Wuyan remarked strangely. For this individual was a merciless executioner, having taken countless lives across the cosmos. Upon arriving on Earth, did he not wear a fierce countenance? To eliminate him would be to rid the world of a grave menace. Wukong gently shook his head and said, Wuyan, I can sense that this individual has merely magnified his negative emotions in this merciless universe. I firmly believe that there will come a day when he transforms for the better. He smiled as he continued, Father, please refrain from harboring such pitying sentiments. This is my adversary. Wuyan was somewhat irate. It was the first time that the father and son had quarreled so intensely. Meanwhile, Piccolo exclaimed loudly, Son Wukong, you possess your own convictions, do you not? You are indeed my rival. While you have previously exhibited a degree of obstinacy, it has never reached such baseless extremes. You spare me because our understanding runs deep. I certainly have not taken the lives of others. As for this Vegeta, his hands are stained with the blood of countless. Wukong bestowed upon Piccolo an understanding gaze, one that spoke volumes. He placed a hand upon his heart, feeling a slight constriction, and softly uttered, for reasons unknown. The mere mention of slaying Vegeta causes my heart to tighten. I sense that if I were to end his life, I would lose far more. He fixed his gaze upon Wu Yuan and proclaimed, there exists an even greater truth. Should I take his life, I would forever remain unable to surpass you. This is my conviction. Wu Yuan fell into silence. As the perennial second in the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta serves as a formidable catalyst for Goku's growth. However, his own prowess has far surpassed theirs, rendering any aspiration to usurp Vegeta's position utterly impossible. Moreover, he harbors his own intentions and soon shall embark on a journey through the cosmos. I comprehend. Wuyan nodded gently, while below. Vegeta seemed to feel the sting of humiliation and furiously exclaimed, if you're going to kill me, then do it. Kakarot, and that little brat as well. Stop pretending to care. Humph. Father, do not blame me for not warning you. The next time Vegeta returns, I shall certainly not lend you my aid. I understand. Wukong nodded emphatically. Chapter 28, A Strange Memory. Observing a group of individuals discussing their lives as if they were mere commodities, Vegeta felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Kakarot. You must not regret this. I shall not forsake my vengeance due to your misguided compassion. The indignity you have inflicted upon me today will be repaid tenfold. He staggered to his feet, advancing slowly, blood trickling from the crevices of his wounds, spilling like ink on canvas. With a decisive motion, he slammed the spaceship's door shut. Gazing through the reddish-brown glass at Wukong and Wuyan, his obsidian eyes seemingly poised to engulf them entirely. I shall remember you. Every moment of today will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted, and Vegeta departed the heart-wrenching earth, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Nearby, Naba remained indifferent, as though he had anticipated his abandonment. Krillin approached, tauntingly remarking, "Your leader has abandoned you. Do you still dare to act so arrogantly? You scoundrel." Naba merely smiled faintly. Saiyans are inherently this way. Raditz' demise did not affect us in the slightest. Had it not been for the ancestral phenomenon presented by hybrid Saiyans, we wouldn't have journeyed so far at all. I have always known that one day Raditz's fate would mirror my own. In Vegeta's eyes, friendship and bonds were merely relics of abandonment. Naba chuckled coldly. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Now, enough chatter. Just kill me. Naba displayed an unsettling calmness. Wuyan raised his right hand, and the Rinnegan shimmered with a similar radiance. The art of Ajura. Crack. In the astonished eyes of Wukong and Piccolo, Wuyan's arm appeared to transform mechanically, ultimately becoming a robust cannon. What? Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Kuririn exclaimed in astonishment. Even Piccolo's lips trembled uncontrollably. Zzz. A laser erupted from the cannon, instantly piercing through the heart of Daba, extinguishing the last vestiges of his life. Piccolo, momentarily stunned, inquired, "Son Goku, is he truly your child? Or is he a robotic creation devised by the government to clandestinely obliterate the world?" Even Goku appeared somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Chi-Chi had indeed done something detrimental to Wuyan? A wave of unfounded speculations began to swirl among the group. Wuyan said with irritation, "Hey, don't be too surprised. It's merely a rather trivial application of the Rinnegan. I am not some mechanical being." Goku, astonished, replied, "What? There's such a peculiar technique? Humph. It is merely preparatory work for the formation of the six paths." Wuyan continued, "The Rinnegan can transform the dead, turning them into puppets enslaved by ocular power. And it is equally advantageous for oneself. Once the ocular power ceases, one will revert to their original form. Look." Wuyan's arm emitted a series of cracking sounds, returning to a pair of exquisite, delicate limbs. Observing Wuyan's bewildered expression, Goku and Piccolo simultaneously remarked, "Heh, the realm of humanity." Wuyan silently chanted, placing his palm upon the crown of Naba's head. Gradually, a swirling mass of violet energy began to materialize, revealing 3 distinct hollow orbs. That was the essence of Naba's soul. Wuyan slowly closed his eyes, and behind him, a radiant orb of purple light suddenly erupted. It resembled a monstrous figure rising from the depths of the underworld, entirely composed of formidable power, enveloping Wuyan completely. The path of humanity. Soul devouring. Instantly, the memories of Ba transformed into a torrent, penetrating into Wuyan's mind. He swiftly sifted through them, selectively retaining a few valuable fragments. The vast star map of the universe, the methods of piloting spacecraft, even the locations of conquered planets. Yet, in a fleeting moment, an image flashed in his mind, a silhouette clad in Saiyan battle attire, cloaked in darkness, unmistakably materialized. Wuyan's pupils narrowed slightly as he murmured, "Him? How could he possibly have allied with Vegeta and the others? They are all Saiyans, yet what could have caused their divergence? It becomes increasingly intriguing. Allow me to observe." Wuyan licked his lips, exhibiting a bloodthirsty demeanor. That fellow has ventured toward the center of the galaxy. There lies the realm of death within the memories of Naba. Such an anomaly surely harbors mysteries. It appears I too should make a move. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Goku's concerned expression before him. "Wuyan, what was that about?" Goku inquired, his shadowy visage and explosive aura evoking a tinge of trepidation within him. "It's nothing. Merely a discovery of something quite fascinating in Naba's memories." "What?" Goku asked with curiosity. "An object capable of enhancing my power tenfold, 100-fold. With that?" Wuyan evidently shifted his focus elsewhere, unwilling to further discuss the matter with Goku. Wukong paced restlessly, hesitating for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Wuyan, there is something I must convey to you. In the future, strive to refrain from utilizing your Rinnegan to consume the souls of others. Although it is a unique power bestowed upon you, meddling with the balance of the realms and seizing souls at will is, after all, a transgression against the natural order. When did you become a fortune teller, father?" Wuyan turned and inquired, how could such words possibly emanate from the mouth of Wukong, that battle fool? Was it the king of the realm who instructed you to convey this message? Wukong nodded without any hint of reservation, however. This was also what his father wished to convey. You understand that his father is not eloquent and struggles to articulate his thoughts fully. Yet, consuming a person's soul does not seem to align with the moral fabric of humanity. In Wukong's eyes, filled with sincerity, glimmered a flicker of hope, shining like dewdrops. "I understand now." Wuyan nodded. "All right." Upon hearing Wuyan's affirmative response, Wukong let out a sigh of relief and stretched lazily. "Well, This time we are merely here to serve as a backdrop for Wuyan. Just a bystander, completely unable to intervene in the fierce battle. It's truly a pity. Let us head back. Mother must have prepared a delicious meal awaiting our return. At this moment, Wuyan suddenly recalled, what about Lo Ping? I haven't seen him since I defeated Vegeta. Did he flee at the last moment? That coward. A faint chuckle escaped from Kuririn as he remembered Wu Yan's fierce demeanor earlier, only to respond with a helpless smile. The Saiyans did not frighten Lo Ping away, rather. It was Wu Yan who sent him scurrying in fear. Wukong could only scratch the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Regarding Lepin, all that remained in everyone's hearts was scorn. The camaraderie once shared among the Z warriors had been utterly exhausted. Alas, such is the sentiment echoed by all. Chapter 29. Retrieve your brother. Whoosh. For beams of light streaked across the sky as Kuririn returned to the Kame house, remaining a solitary monk with nowhere else to go. Piccolo made his way back to the cloudy Zabad Heights, continuing his solitary training. In the face of the Saiyans, Wu Yuan's strength had utterly astonished him. If he did not engage in rigorous cultivation, it was likely that Wu Yuan would leave them in the dust, barely a trace of their presence left behind. Moments later, the undulating, east-west expanse of Baozi Mountain appeared vividly before them. Lush greenery, vibrant and almost dripping with life, resembled a vast emerald ocean. A crystal-clear river meandered through its center, dividing the landscape, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale, a breathtaking world accompanied by exquisite silhouettes. Water wheels creaked and turned, while tendrils of smoke gracefully ascended into the air. Despite having witnessed this enchanting scene numerous times, Wu Yuan could not help but feel a profound sense of tranquility. All the fatigue from battle dissipated in an instant. The dining table awaited. Wukong and Gohan were diligently pushing aside mountains of rice, while Wu Yuan merely nibbled at his meal, clearly preoccupied with something troubling his mind. What is it, Wu Yuan? Have you been injured during battle? Why is your appetite so diminished today? Chi-Chi inquired with concern. Mother, there is something I must share, Wu Yuan replied. What is it? I intend to venture into the cosmos, in pursuit of that figure from my memories. In the heart of the universe, that entity capable of rapidly augmenting combat prowess must have already been discovered. If that individual acquires it, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Chi-Chi fell silent. She gazed upward at the vast expanse of deep space, where countless stars shimmered brightly. A resplendent river of stars radiated intense light, stretching from east to west, cleaving the sky in twain. You were like a kite, once circling close to your mother. Yet now I find myself utterly unable to hold on to you. Diving into the cosmos is akin to becoming a dim star. Perhaps I shall never see you again. Chi-Chi murmured to herself, sensing an inexplicable atmosphere, as Wukong and Gohan fell into a contemplative silence. How long will it take? She asked. I do not know. If fortune favors me, perhaps a month. If not, it could take years. Chi-Chi swallowed hard, her body trembling slightly. Is there danger? Wuyan remained silent, which implicitly signified his acknowledgement. Even with the memories of Ba and Raditz, he could not confidently assert that this endeavor posed no peril. In comparison to the vast cosmos, the paths they had traversed were exceedingly limited. Furthermore, the very heart of the universe is distinctly marked on star maps as a realm of death. It is said that Vegeta once ventured there, yearning to delve deeper, but upon merely grazing its surface, his arm's flesh disintegrated instantaneously, unveiling his pure white bones. He was gravely wounded on the spot. Go forth, but promise me, dear mother, that you shall return alive. Indeed. Wuyan nodded solemnly, perhaps sensing the comfort in his tone. Chi-Chi walked out of the door without looking back. Wuyan, what exactly are the heavenly spiritual treasures you mentioned? Wukong inquired with curiosity. In my memories of that battle, I beheld a Saiyan who bore a striking resemblance to my father, albeit emanating an aura of malevolence. His name is Dales, a lower-class warrior among the Saiyans. Perhaps unable to endure Vegeta's arrogance, he recently severed ties with him and ventured towards the center of the galaxy. The heavenly spiritual treasure is, in fact, a fruit born from a spirit tree that thrives on the energy of a planet. It extracts all vitality from the planet, transforming it into concentrated life force. When consumed by an individual, their power surges dramatically without any adverse effects. Extracting a planet's vitality? Wukong murmured, what a truly sinister thing. Indeed, Wuyan nodded. The growth of the spirit tree's fruit is far from benign. Wukong spoke, Wuyan, be cautious in the vastness of space. Once your father completes his training, he will undoubtedly come to find you. Understood. In the courtyard, Chi-Chi sat on the ground, hugging her knees, as a cool breeze swept by, revealing a face adorned with pear blossoms and raindrops. Her crystalline eyes gazed intently at the babbling brook, its gently flowing waters seeming to drift further away. Much like Wuyan himself. Was it truly her gravest mistake to encourage him in martial arts? And was cohabiting with Sun Wukong merely a fateful entanglement from the very beginning? She found herself utterly perplexed. Ideally, as a devoted wife, her dream was to live happily as a family together. A reality easily grasped by ordinary individuals but seemingly an unattainable fantasy for her. Mama. Nearby, Wu Fan approached quietly, obediently settling down beside her. Wu Fan, do you think I should permit your brother to venture into the cosmos? His aspirations lie far beyond Earth, and his formidable combat prowess cannot be confined by this planet. Even if I disagree today, your brother will surely depart tomorrow. Quietly, Gohan remarked, Wuyan, that child, has always been strong-willed since childhood. I know I cannot restrain him. Yet, I never anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. He is still just a tender 5-year-old. I find it difficult to let go. However, that child has always had a passion for martial arts. With his formidable combat prowess comes an insatiable ambition. My mind is a chaotic whirlwind, leaving me utterly perplexed about how to proceed. Psychologically, I wish for Wuyan to chase his dreams. Yet emotionally, I am reluctant to let him escape my embrace. Chi-Chi has struggled for so long. This is the inevitable result of the union between Sun Wukong, a warrior at heart, and a woman who yearns for a peaceful life. Even without Wuyan, this situation would eventually arise. After a long silence, Chi-Chi suddenly opened her eyes, filled with determination. I have decided to support Wuyan's aspirations. However, Gohan, I also have a request for you. Tomorrow, after Wuyan departs, you must train in martial arts alongside your father. He believes that the strength within you rivals that of Wuyan. Once fully unleashed, it could be overwhelmingly formidable. Promise your mother that when you stand before your brother, you will not allow him to tread the path of solitude. Perhaps, in times of peril, you can bring him back. Ensure that your brother returns safely to your mother's side. The following day, Wuyan stood at the forefront, while Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Gohan stood behind. Observing his solitary figure as he ventured forth, Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with resolve, suggesting that last night's conversation had profoundly transformed her heart. Rather than struggle, it is better to let nature take its course, providing Wuyan with the utmost support. Buzz. The spherical spacecraft gradually converged, and drawing upon the memories of Raditz and Nappa, Wuyan skillfully maneuvered the vessel. Whoosh! A cacophonous roar erupted as it shot into the sky, vanishing in a flash of light. As they gazed at Wuyan's receding silhouette, the three stood motionless for a full 10 minutes. Then, Wukong stretched lazily and said to Gohan, Gohan, we must begin our journey too. Embarking on a new adventure. Apologies. I overslept. Oh, it seems I lack a fixed schedule. Chapter 30, An Unexpected Encounter. In the vast, boundless universe, an expanse of darkness enveloped the scene, punctuated by twinkling stars. The resplendent Milky Way cascaded down, stretching across the horizon, its colorful radiance deep and profound, as if it sought to engulf everything within. A dreamy, ethereal hue enveloped everything, reminiscent of the celestial pathway leading to the heavens, radiating holy light and evoking a sense of yearning. Whoosh! A beam of light surged into the sky, golden patterns seemingly slicing the universe in twain. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a pristine, spherical spacecraft. After a prolonged journey, it gradually came to a halt upon a massive fragment. A child with bronze skin and a crab-like head, adorned in a black robe, gently emerged and stretched with vigor. Ah! Crack! Crack! The sound of bones stretching resonated instantly. Wuyan let out a soft sigh. It has been precisely 4 days since leaving Earth, and not a single speck has been observed in the vastness of the universe. The cramped little spacecraft is exceedingly uncomfortable. He should have commandeered the grand vessel of the celestial deity. Periodically, he must step outside for a breath of fresh air. For the confined space and slight claustrophobia could drive Wuyan to the brink of madness. I find myself filled with regret. Ideally, during a long interstellar journey, one should succumb to slumber. Yet, Wuyan hesitates, fearing he might miss something significant. He's also not entirely certain of Ba's whereabouts concerning Dales. Had he known, he truly ought to have devoured Vegeta's soul. Aha! As Wuyan raised his gaze, he observed an inexplicable flicker of vitality amidst the dark expanse of the cosmos. His reincarnation eye quivered ever so slightly. Moments ago, it seemed as though the universe had trembled. What lay beyond? With eyes wide open, he peered into the void. Suddenly, four spacecraft materialized, as if they had distorted space itself, vanishing with a mere whoosh before Wuyan's eyes. The foremost vessel was technologically advanced, yet devoid of excessive weaponry, while the three trailing behind resembled mere scraps of metal, crackling with electrical discharges. Upon them stood 6 individuals clad in tattered garments reminiscent of beggars' rags, adorned with rudimentary space helmets, and enveloped in a patchwork of black and brown combat attire. They brandished machine guns, erupting into raucous laughter. The disheveled leader spat disdainfully. A glob of foul-smelling phlegm suspended in the air, appearing almost buoyant under the influence of gravity, causing Wuyan to feel a wave of nausea. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Once we complete this heist, we shall hold our heads high before the master, he commanded. Second and third brothers, find a way to halt that spacecraft. Fourth and fifth, provide suppressive fire. Sixth, charge forth and gather the spoils. A cacophony of shouts erupted, their voices reminiscent of monkeys. The second and third brothers bore lewd expressions, their beady eyes and sparse facial hair betraying a roguish demeanor. Clutching grappling hooks, the third brother fashioned a loop and, with all his might, hurled it towards the vessel ahead. With a resounding snap, an unknown mechanism engaged, binding the hook to the protective railing of the foremost ship upon contact, securing it tightly. Second brother, hurry, came the urgent plea. Understood. The second brother raised his grappling hook, assuming an aiming stance. With a swift thrust, the silver claw latched onto a nearby celestial body, functioning akin to a digging machine, while the leading claw instantaneously rotated and burrowed into the ground. With a crunch, the grappling hook and lasso interlocked, locking in place. The foremost spacecraft was abruptly restrained, rendered immobile. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the slender threads suspended in the air, glimmering softly under the gentle light. What on earth was this? How could it withstand the immense thrust of a spacecraft? And who were these individuals? Their actions resembled those of brigands. Creak. The hatch of the foremost spaceship finally opened, and a figure emerged in an instant. Upon clearly seeing the figure, Wuyan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. With bulging eyes and a yellowish glow, a round head, and skin interspersed with purple and white, along with a diminutive stature, Gak. At that moment, the individual stepped onto the spacecraft, his legs trembling incessantly and his nose darkening to a shade of deep bruising. Were it not for the feeble gravitational pull of the cosmos, he would likely have been paralyzed with fear. I am Gak, an elite officer of the Galactic Patrol, tasked with maintaining order in the universe, and I shall never yield to you ruffians. Know this, to harm me is to cross the Galactic Patrol, and the consequences will be dire. Such courageous words fell from Gak's lips, yet they sounded remarkably feeble. Haha, I know you are a Galactic Patrol officer. My target is none other than you. Once I eliminate you and assist my master in executing his plan, a life of luxury shall await me. Women will be at my beck and call. You are merely a stepping stone. Old 6. Attack. I understand. Crack. The energy cannon in hand emitted a mechanical sound, and streams of silvery energy began to coalesce within the barrel. This was the end. Gak felt a chill beneath him as the scent of urine gradually wafted upward. His sphincter could no longer hold. Whoosh. The silvery energy surged forth like a tempest, oscillating violently, and erupted before Gak in an instant. Boom. A scorching wave rippled through the cosmos, and the vibrant explosion illuminated the void, appearing as if flowers had bloomed upon iron trees, a sight of resplendent beauty. Haha. Success. My lord was overly concerned. Eliminating such a fellow requires no effort at all. Be quiet. Your cackle is rather grating. A weighty voice, resonant as a bell, filled the atmosphere, rife with an inexorable intent to kill. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a youth clad in a flowing black robe extended his right hand, firmly grasping the pulsating energy. His narrowed gaze reflected countless icy glints, piercing and formidable, akin to a cold blade. The world quivered in response. Crack. With a single, forceful squeeze, the crystalline energy shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished from sight. The leader staggered back in shock, incredulously inquiring, Who are you? From this moment, we embark on the chapter of cosmic wandering. Also, let us make a choice. I have seen in the comments that some wish for Wuyan to take Bulma. Wuyan is merely 5 years old, while Bulma is 29. I truly find it difficult to proceed. Let's conduct a poll. If you wish for Wuyan to be with Bulma, comment with Wuyan. If you prefer Goku, write Goku. If it's Vegeta, then Vegeta. I am quite democratic. We shall soon commence writing. Chapter 31. Gak and Taisi. Please collect. Who are you? The leader exclaimed in disbelief. To crush such a terrifyingly potent energy barehanded, what manner of person could achieve this? Suddenly, upon noticing Wuyan's peculiar hair, he froze in shock. You? Are you a Saiyan? Saiyan? The Gak behind him, having just escaped calamity, trembled upon hearing those 3 syllables. Retreating in fear, the Saiyans had been exterminated. Knowing this name indicated that you were not an ordinary individual. With a light chuckle, Wuyan remarked, Hey. The remaining Saiyans are all under King Frisia's command. Essentially, our objectives align. Step aside swiftly, for I must eliminate this fellow. He must not be allowed to thwart our master's plans. Plans? Wuyan inquired with a hint of curiosity, pondering what this repeatedly mentioned matter could possibly be. Forgive my rudeness, but I cannot divulge such information to you. The leader replied, his expression grotesque yet maintaining an air of politeness. The contrast was strikingly discordant. Humph. Wuyan let out a cold laugh, declaring, Keeping you around serves no purpose. Prepare to meet your demise. Such arrogance. Even Vegeta must give me some respect. How dare you, a mere child still reeking of immaturity, bark defiantly before me. The leader was evidently enraged. Ha! He suddenly roared, and a powerful surge of energy began to circulate within him. A torrent of force abruptly shook the heavens and the earth. Oh? His battle power has astonishingly reached 10,000? Truly remarkable. With a light chuckle, Wuyan displayed no hint of panic in his eyes. Ah, young one. It appears you have come to realize this a tad too late. I have roamed the cosmos for many years, taking lives with reckless abandon. A fledgling like you, I suspect, would indeed possess a certain flavor. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than a muffled groan erupted from within him. The resonating sound of a heavy explosion rang clearly in the ears of all present. Ugh. The leader, in a daze, mechanically lowered his head slightly. A pristine white hand came crashing down upon his own body, the surrounding veins bulging and writhing like worms in a frenzy. Ah, in an instant. An overwhelming agony surged through his limbs and bones, the gathered strength crumbling in an instant. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood as Wuyan, with a single punch, pierced his body entirely. TCH. Just a bunch of nobodies, posing dramatically, utterly feeble. With disdain, he discarded the leader's body aside, using the tattered remnants of the latter's clothing to wipe the blood from his hands. Brother. The 5 individuals beside him cried in unison. The leader merely cast a vacant glance at Wuyan before swiftly succumbing to death. Brothers, avenge our leader. Let us eliminate that scoundrel. Whoosh. In Wuyan's hand flickered specks of violet light, suddenly swirling and sweeping forth. A wave of energy spiraled out, precisely striking the necks of the remaining 5 individuals. The charging bandits abruptly sensed an overwhelming weakness in their bodies, as if their heads could no longer govern their entire forms. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that their bodies and heads had completely severed from one another. Subsequently, they were engulfed in an abyss of oblivion. Humph. Wuyan let out a cold snort. For you insignificant creatures, there is no need to summon the dark sacred scythe. The swirling gusts of air alone are sufficient to sever your necks. He glanced at the hidden Jack behind him. Hey, kid. Shouldn't you come out and meet your savior? Upon hearing the voice, Jack's body trembled violently. He stepped forward, trembling, exuding a certain grandeur. Just as he emerged from the tiger's mouth, he found himself amidst wolves. Jack thought to himself, Saiyan, I tell you, I am an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. Offending me would lead to dire consequences. Indeed, he excelled at putting on a brave front. Wuyan said with annoyance. I had no intention of laying a hand on you. Preposterous. Since the annihilation of their home planet, the Saiyans have become mere pawns under Friesia's command, synonymous with bloodshed. Countless Galactic Patrol officers have perished at their hands. I have yet to encounter a Saiyan who shuns violence. Gak displayed an air of tragic determination, rendering Wuyan somewhat powerless in response. Gak? Are those fellows dead? To his astonishment, another figure emerged from the spaceship. Sporting short yellow hair and dressed in an outfit reminiscent of the 1980s, resembling a farmer. With delicate features, there was a striking resemblance to Bulma. Ties. Who permitted you to come out? Gak exclaimed in panic. This was dire. Such a beautiful person had fallen into the hands of the Saiyans. Ties. What fate awaits you now? Will you be torn apart? Will you be sold as a star prostitute, destined for a tragic end? Or will you become the Saiyan slave, enduring relentless torment? Ties, you have landed in grave peril. Wuyan felt a surge of frustration. Vegeta. What exactly have you done in the universe to tarnish the reputation of the Saiyans so severely? It seems that starting with Gak is not a viable option. The orb of Wuyan spun rapidly, and he exclaimed loudly, Tai Si, do you remember Bulma? Bulma? She is my sister. Tai Si responded in astonishment. Ah. Jayak's face fell in despair. I never anticipated that you had already reached your malevolent grasp towards Bulma. Indeed, not long ago, we detected the Saiyan spacecraft heading towards Earth. Could it be? Jayak's countenance darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly weakened. Wuyan swiftly flashed and delivered a sharp blow to Jace's head. You scoundrel. If you continue to babble, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. Engaging in a rational conversation with this individual is utterly impossible. I am a Saiyan from Earth, the son of Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong is a close friend of Bulma. Now that you comprehend this, I am merely here to rescue you. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Bulma's friend? Tai Si pondered for a moment. Ah, I have indeed heard that name mentioned recently during a conversation with Bulma. She elongated her tone. Could it be that you are Bulma's son? What kind of logic is that? Wuyan was on the verge of exploding. Why was conversing with them so arduous? Isn't that so? Tai Si stroked her chin. No, wait. Bulma spoke of Sun Wukong with such affection, as if they shared the tenderness of a married couple. Could it not be that they are indeed husband and wife? Wuyan fell silent. No. After such prolonged discussions, all misunderstandings were finally resolved. Suddenly, Wuyan recalled something and furrowed his brow, asking, Jayak? Who are those individuals, and why are they pursuing you? Chapter 32. What is this? The Wandering Planet. Cosmic Scavengers. That is the designation given by the Galactic Patrol, a band of marauders thriving in the universe, surviving by plundering passing merchant vessels. They are sworn enemies of the Patrol. Almost every month, a fierce battle ensues. Initially, they were scattered across various star sectors. However, according to our intelligence, it seems that a powerful figure has emerged within the scavengers, uniting millions of them. Their strength has multiplied exponentially. This time, the Galactic Monarch has bestowed upon me a mission to assist a planet in escaping from the impending doom of its star system. Yet, en route, we were suddenly ambushed. I nearly lost my life. Jayak spread his hands and calmly stated, Nevertheless, countless patrol officers have already perished within that chaos. The enmity between the scavengers and the Galactic Patrol runs deep, and I have long been prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback. What did you just say? Preparing to undertake what mission? To assist a planet in escaping its original star system, Jack replied. Is such a feat truly possible? Why must it depart from its native galaxy? I cannot fully elaborate on the situation. It appears that within that galaxy, the stellar energy sustaining the existence of its stars has sharply diminished, resulting in a drastic drop in surface temperatures across all planets, leading to the near extinction of half of the intelligent life forms. However, as the decay of the star has yet to conclude, they are inevitably confronted with an even colder world. For the sake of survival, they have no choice but to flee from that galaxy. Wuyan was perplexed. Isn't it more convenient and swift to utilize a spaceship? What is the need for your role as a galactic patrol officer? Gak let out a soft sigh and elucidated. That planet is among the most prosperous places in the cosmos. Even after half its population perished, it still boasts a staggering 10 billion inhabitants. Relocating via spacecraft would entail an immensely colossal undertaking. The leadership of the United Government has devised a grand plan to transform the entire planet into a spaceship. This endeavor is projected to span 2,500 years, moving the planet to a more prosperous galaxy. However, not everyone is laboring for the propagation of humanity. Some, driven by their own avarice and survival, have colluded with cosmic scavengers to form a rebel alliance. My mission is to resolve this issue. Upon hearing this, Wuyan chuckled lightly. That aligns perfectly. The cosmic scavengers must have already caught wind of your actions, which is why they plan to eliminate you midway. This is no mere accident. It is a premeditated assassination. The clang of his words fell heavily, leaving Gak momentarily stunned. But, he stammered, gesticulating in panic. The universe is vast, and only a select few, including the Galactic King, know my itinerary. It is impossible for it to have leaked. Humph. It appears there are traitors within the Galactic Patrol as well. Your journey is likely fraught with peril. Who knows how many ambushes the so-called scavengers have orchestrated? What do we do now? Gak exclaimed in sudden alarm. His spaceship bore no offensive weaponry whatsoever. Suddenly, he glanced at Wuyan, as if he had found a savior. Wuyan, right? Could you assist me and accompany me on this mission? Why should I? Wuyan retorted curtly. I have my own objectives within the cosmos and cannot afford to delay even a moment. Gak felt a wave of despair wash over him. Abruptly, a weathered voice echoed in Wuyan and Gak's ears. Wuyan, can you hear me? Lord Realm King? Wuyan responded solemnly. Lord Realm King? Gak exclaimed in terror. Is it truly the esteemed Lord Realm King of the Northern Galaxy? Indeed, you are correct. The Realm King continued. I am delighted to finally see a glimmer of hope. Wuyan, I implore you to undertake this journey. Relying solely on Gak's strength, or even that of the Galactic Patrol, is utterly insufficient to confront the current cosmic scavengers. Realm King, you are aware of my intentions. If the fruit is taken by Darius, it would spell disaster for both me and my father. Fear not, Wuyan. I have observed that Darius's ship is still a month's journey from the Galactic Center. Moreover, the fruit's maturation requires nearly a month and a half. You have ample time. That? Wuyan still hesitated. Furthermore, I assure you, the rewards of this endeavor will far surpass your expectations. The Realm King's tone carried an air of mystery. How enigmatic, Wuyan murmured, glancing back at Gak. Well, it seems there is no alternative. I shall accompany you on this journey. The benefits are secondary. My primary curiosity lies in discovering what manner of beings could conceive such an audacious plan to transform an entire planet into a spaceship. With a sigh of relief, Gak looked at Wuyan's spherical spacecraft. I will provide you with the coordinates for the spatial distortion. It will merely take 3 days. Agreed, Wuyan affirmed. In an instant, 2 beams of light shot skyward, and the previously silent cosmos suddenly erupted with flickering scintillations, which began to swirl, forming a black hole. The universe seemed to rush into it, the black hole swiftly closing, ultimately vanishing from sight. In the distant galaxy, 8 planets revolved around a blazing star, the fiery sphere radiating dazzling light. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern an infinite darkness intertwined within the golden, sacred glow, resembling a roaring black dragon. Amidst this, a hint of silvery luminescence mingled with an eerie chill. Suddenly, a black hole appeared, rotating with ferocity. 2 beams of ghostly light surged forth like divine swords, decelerating as they entered the cosmos. Gak, Tai-Si, and Wuyan stood in succession. The sight before them left the trio in awe. A cerulean planet adorned with specks of white, swirling cyclones intermingled, land and sea distinctly defined. It was a breathtaking world, strikingly similar to Earth. In an instant, Wuyan's Rinnegan captured the entire galaxy, revealing a world that mirrored our solar system in structure, with the sole difference being the opposite direction of rotation. The backside of that planet erupted with surging blue flames, and boundless energy waves surged wildly through the cosmos, gradually propelling the planet forward as if ants were crawling upon it. Jack exclaimed with exhilaration, "Those blue lights must be the planet's engines. What a magnificent sight. Is this a wandering planet?" Tai-Si murmured in astonishment. Chapter 33, Natural Disasters? Man-made calamities? Is this truly a wandering planet? Tai-Si was momentarily stunned. Thousands of planetary engines unleashed blue flames that extended for tens of thousands of meters, and the tremendous force was gently guiding the entire planet forward. Such a phenomenon seemed like a tale from a fantastical dream. It was utterly unbelievable unless witnessed with one's own eyes. Wuyan was momentarily stunned, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of intense light. Indeed, the universe harbors hidden talents, and technology has advanced to such an extent. Suddenly, a gentle breeze materialized out of nowhere, revealing Wuyan's reincarnation eye. Thump, thump. His heart suddenly constricted violently twice, and waves of pain radiated from his reincarnation eye. That star? He gazed intently at the sun, scrutinizing it closely. Amidst the dazzling golden light, which appeared pure yet frigid, a pitch-black ripple completely enveloped the entire star. What could that be? At the edge of the star, there seemed to be glimmers of silvery light. Wuyan channeled his energy into his reincarnation eye. The image gradually became clearer. Thick silvery stripes emerged, with streams of energy continuously surging, evidently transporting something. In a hushed whisper, Wuyan pondered the absorption of stellar energy by an unseen force. No wonder the temperature of the entire galaxy had plummeted so abruptly. The manipulation of technology to induce stellar decay and preemptively siphon energy would inevitably diminish the natural radiation permeating the world. It appears that this calamity is a consequence of human intervention. Jace's words jolted Wu Yin awake. Wu Yin, Tai Si, we must descend swiftly. According to the intelligence from the Galactic Patrol Headquarters, the planet is about to execute its most perilous maneuver. Utilizing the gravitational pull of a colossal celestial body to mitigate engine energy loss, an instantaneous eruption would facilitate an escape from this galaxy. However, a moment's carelessness could lead the planet to become ensnared within the vast gravitational embrace. Jace pointed ahead, indicating a massive planet, shrouded in a hue of earthy yellow, adorned with swirling white luminescent dots, resembling a breathtaking oil painting. This is the very planet. The countdown has begun. Whoosh. As Wuyan shielded Tai Si, the trio surged into the atmosphere, relying on the divine protection of Shinra Tensei, unscathed by the searing heat. Upon entering the atmosphere, Wuyan was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The world lay ensconced in a shroud of glacial ice. Towering structures, once a testament to splendor, now stood obscured beneath layers of solid ice, appearing as frozen monoliths. Numerous souls were encased within, their expressions forever frozen in horror from the moment of their demise. The landscape was enveloped in an overwhelming gloom, imbued with an ancient sense of despair. The calamity had struck with such swiftness that the populace had scarcely a moment to react. Gak let out a sigh, speaking softly. Tai Si, with a pallor of dread upon her face, reflected on her recent travels with Gak across numerous planets, witnessing death in various forms. Yet, the sheer magnitude of nearly 100 billion lives extinguished in an instant left her shivering with terror. Visions of humanity's faces haunted her thoughts, echoing with the wails of vengeful spirits. Unable to contain herself, she screamed, her chest heaving violently, her face flushed with a mix of crimson and deep despair. Terror had enveloped her spirit. Tai Si breathed deeply. We are here to rescue those who remain, are we not? Gak urged loudly. There's no use, Tai Si exclaimed, nearly shattered by the overwhelming sight of so many lost in an instant. Only time could heal such wounds. All we can do now is pray that this scene does not scar her soul. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, shaking the very sky. The planet officially made contact with the gravitational pull of another celestial body. We must descend quickly, or we will be ensnared by the gravity, Gak urged anxiously. However, Wuyan remained unmoved, his pupils constricting as his trembling finger pointed ahead. The scene before them was chilling. A colossal planetary engine's flames had abruptly vanished, and under the immense gravitational force, the sturdy steel structure collapsed with a resounding crash. The ground fissured, resembling a spider's web, as torrents of energy surged forth from the cracks. A blinding light shot upwards, crashing down with a resounding boom. The impact was like the final straw for a burdened camel, as an area spanning several kilometers collapsed, the sound echoing like thunder. The entire world was engulfed in chaos. Endless blood erupted from the ruins, the earth instantly stained crimson. What is this? Gak cried out in agony, his composure shattered as he howled in despair. Wuyan's pupils contracted slightly. The engine has extinguished due to the force of gravity. However, the ground temperature is no longer suitable for human existence. Humanity can only carve out a space for survival beneath the engine. This is an unforeseen disaster. The extinguishing of the engine, coupled with the change in gravity, has caused a sudden drop in temperature, leading to the rapid contraction of the surface structure, resulting in a direct collapse. Upon hearing this, Jack swallowed hard and trembled as he asked, "Then, what about my reincarnation?" I instantly captured the souls, nearly 700,000, all crushed to death. How infuriating. Jack roared madly at the sky. The psychological impact of witnessing so many perish before his eyes was unimaginable. Let us depart. Wuyan let out a soft sigh. He began to grasp the despair of the Z warriors in the original work. There are still others awaiting our rescue. Wuyan's ideology has undergone a profound transformation. Previously, he acted solely out of obligation to the request of the World King, but now he is genuinely compelled to save these individuals. The thought of allowing 100 billion souls to perish before him is utterly unacceptable. In the southeastern region, traces of human presence still linger on the surface. Albeit several are exceedingly feeble, it appears we must hasten our pace. Whoosh. Two beams of light swiftly sliced through the sky, accompanied by a series of explosive sound waves. Guhuading, the most prosperous locale on this planet, steeped in the rich cultural heritage of ancient civilizations. Yet, the frozen, stark white ice has entirely enveloped the world. The blood-red tower looms solitary in its desolation. Amidst the fissures of ice dozens of meters thick, a clumsy vehicle is hastily navigating through. Above, massive shards of ice are crashing down. Oh no. Just as Jack arrived here, the planet's gravity intensified, causing the world to tremble. The entire icy realm erupted into chaos. A massive sheet of ice, several dozen meters in diameter, plummeted from above. Jack caught a glimpse of the despairing eyes of the humans within the vehicle. Chapter 34. You all shall perish. Kamehameha. A brilliant azure light surged skyward, hurtling towards the colossal chunks of ice in the fissure. Boom. An immense explosion of energy ensued, plunging the world into tumult, as concentrated energy swiftly consumed the solid ice, leaving only fragments floating amidst the chaos. A tempest arose, drawing forth the voluminous snow and mist, while the vehicle below surged forth, escaping the impending doom. Phew! Jack exhaled in relief, contemplating how fortunate it was to have summoned Wuyan here. Without his strength, he would have been powerless to intervene. What is that? His pupils narrowed in realization as the vehicle came to an abrupt halt before a group of individuals clad in tattered garments, wielding weapons reminiscent of a Wuyan shovel. Their mismatched attire enveloped them in brownish-white combat gear, and each one bore the marks of hardship and weathering upon their faces. Cosmic scavengers? No. Could they be intertwined with the rebellious alliance? Humph. Wuyan scoffed, recognizing that in adversity, humanity often manifests an unimaginable strength. Yet there are always scoundrels who, in their desperation for survival, disregard the lives of others. Upon witnessing this grand plan of survival, I anticipated the emergence of a resistance. Creak. The vehicle door slowly opened, revealing a group of individuals encased in exoskeleton armor, trembling as they emerged. 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, accompanied by a nonconformist with light yellow hair, and 3 soldiers dressed in military uniforms. The last individual, seemingly a scholar, cried out in distress. They appeared ensnared in a web of conflict with the scavengers. Wuyan, amidst the relentless storm, found himself unable to hear anything. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted as a soldier collapsed, encased in armor, though he would not perish. The force of the bullets inflicted grievous harm. The leader of the soldiers, named Wang Lei, bore a gaze that reflected a glimmer of hope and the weight of perceived failure. The boy, Lu Lei, sighed, lamenting, "Alas, we barely escaped the death canyon, only to fall into the hands of the rebels. The ground is truly perilous." Everyone faced their own demise, save for a woman named Han Duo, who had sought refuge in Lu Qi's embrace. All others were expressions of resignation. There is no such thing as luck. I recognized this truth when the world was thrown into upheaval. "Oh, have you surrendered?" The leader of the scavengers, named Salhu, glared menacingly, his bloodied hands betraying a history of violence. "Thus, welcome your impending death." He raised his weapon, akin to a Wuyan shovel, as ripples of energy rapidly coalesced within the barrel, generating an oppressive heat that threatened to melt the surrounding ice. The soldiers, filled with animosity, seethed. These ruffians have stolen significant energy resources, leaving less than half of the planned 300 planetary engines completed. Otherwise, we would not be in such dire straits. Whoosh! A burst of golden energy erupted, consuming them in an instant. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed ominously across the barren world. Zzz. From the billowing smoke, a crackling sound of electricity emerged. Salhu's hawkish eyes narrowed, a murderous intent surfacing. Who dares to confront such a terror? They must be audacious fools. As the swirling smoke gradually dissipated, the world regained its radiance. A lone figure stood defiantly at the forefront, extending his palm as formidable energy danced like a compliant child in his grasp. The golden flashes of light erupted forth. Crack! The newcomer, Wuyan, exuded an aura of lethal intent, crushing the pulsating crystal energy in his hand as if it were mere glass. "You are the formidable warrior who saved us before, are you not?" "Thank you." Wang Lei stood at attention, speaking earnestly. "Your perception is indeed sharp." Wuyan commended. Jack descended from above, introducing himself. "I am Jack, an elite officer dispatched by the Galactic Patrol to assist you. And this individual," Jack continued, with a tone of reverence, "is a friend of the World King, come to aid you." The mention of the World King caused Wang Lei to murmur softly. Nearby, a scholarly figure named Li Yi leaned in to whisper. "It is said in ancient texts that he is the supreme deity of the galaxy." "A deity?" Wang Lei chuckled bitterly, reflecting on the loss of 100 billion lives. Once, he was a devout believer, but now, he had long lost faith in such entities. "Hey, you ruffians, are you ignoring my presence while you converse amongst yourselves?" Salhu barked angrily. "Indeed, Lord Salhu is formidable. Your doomsday is nigh." A sycophant jeered, echoing the swagger of the starry faction. "Haha." Salhu laughed maniacally. "You?" Wang Lei snapped. "You are supposed to be the planet's military, meant to aid our escape from this galaxy. Why do you instead ally with the scavengers? What do you know, fool? Only a blind loyalist like you would believe in such a foolish plan. A 2,500-year endeavor to escape the galaxy? Where would all that energy come from? Humanity is merely a burden. Only by following the scavengers can we evade the fate of annihilation. You traitorous scoundrels." Wang Lei fumed, his face turning pale with rage. As he spat forth his indignation, those who recognize the times are the truly wise. I opposed this tedious plan from the moment it was proposed. The insurgents behind it speak with great conviction. Wuyan mockingly remarked. They are merely a bunch of selfish individuals. Soldiers need not concern themselves so deeply. Such people exist on every planet. However, encountering me is their greatest misfortune. For today, all who stand before me shall perish. The gruesome spectacle of 700,000 lives extinguished before him fully awakened Wuyan's murderous intent. He harbored a deep disdain for those who fancied themselves saviors, yet were consumed by their own egotism. Let them perish. Chapter 35. I implore you, save this world. Wuyan gently tiptoed, and a radiant azure light instantly spread across the surface of the ice. Crack! The solid ice shattered inch by inch, ultimately forming a colossal ice cone. The celestial attraction. White gravitational ripples circled through the world, and the several-meter-long ice column floated gracefully in the air. Wuyan's gaze reflected a fierce intensity as he suddenly waved his hand. The assaulting ice pillars surged forth with tremendous power, erupting instantaneously. The sound of piercing echoed as dozens of individuals were impaled in an instant. Scalding blood dripped to the ground, staining the pristine ice surface with patches of black. Indeed, the heart was dark, and the blood was equally so. A rabble of miscreants. Witnessing Wuyan effortlessly slay dozens with a single strike. The remaining scavengers and rebels felt a chill of trepidation. Do not be concerned. That fellow is merely one man. Everyone, charge forth and eliminate him. Humph. Wuyan let out a cold laugh as the ice spike gradually floated above his hand, the sound of sizzling melting ice suddenly filling the air. In an instant, Wuyan pivoted and unleashed a sweeping motion, creating a fan-shaped arc. The cacophony of violent collisions reverberated, punctuated by the anguished cries that spread like a tidal wave. Those in front were mercilessly severed at the waist, and even bystanders felt their spinal bones shatter in an instant. This was a torment, a brutal execution. The survivors let out heart-wrenching screams, their bodies reduced to half as they writhed and crawled upon the ground. Bloodstains crisscrossed the scene, while exposed intestines and entrails compelled Lu Qi and Han Duoduo to retch in revulsion. Despicable! Despicable! Salhu shouted furiously, raising his weapon as torrents of energy surged within it. Humph! I shall gather the entirety of my remaining strength to reduce you to mere fragments. Whoosh! Wuyan's form suddenly flickered, leaving behind dozens of afterimages on the ground. And in less than a second, he surged before Seru. His immaculate right hand swiftly covered the muzzle of the gun. With a muffled sound, energy erupted, yet it was thwarted by Wuyan, unable to discharge. The barrel, reminiscent of a spade, instantly expanded at the front, glowing a fiery red. Ultimately, a resounding explosion ensued, sending a plume of smoke billowing into the air. Seru was caught in the blast, half of his face utterly charred. Amidst the smoke, a hand darted forth with the agility of a nimble dragon. With a sharp motion, it seized his throat tightly. Humph! Cosmic scavengers? The wretched scum that roam unchecked in the universe. One day, I shall see you all executed. Wuyan let out a cold laugh. Salhu's complexion gradually flushed to deep crimson, interspersed with a hint of ashen gray. Moans escaped his throat, and his legs flailed against the ground. The hard ice was unexpectedly marked by deep grooves, carved by the instinct to survive. A thick fog billowed from his mouth. A few minutes later, his body became rigid, ceasing all movement. In the final moments of his life, he endured the most tragic demise. The suffocation, lasting mere minutes, brought him a pain akin to ascending to the heavens, all in the name of atoning for his own sins of blood. Wuyan harbors no fondness for the tyrannical scavengers, contemplating methods of penetration, dismemberment, and even asphyxiation. Each of these, even in the ancient times of imperial power, would be deemed a unique form of cruel punishment. Observing Wuyan's ferocity, Han Duoduo could not help but burrow into Lu Qi's embrace, evidently unaccustomed to such brutal violence. This group of miscreants deserves their fate, Wang Lei remarked with disdain. Suddenly, a sharp beeping emanated from the vehicle. An elderly man emerged, anxiety etched upon his face. Hurry inside. Something grave has occurred. The group rushed in, while Wuyan leaned against the wall, scrutinizing what appeared to be a broadcasting device within the car. This vehicle was significantly more advanced than those on Earth, yet its interior bore remnants of antiquity, likely a product of recent technological upheaval. A crackling sound erupted from the radio, followed by a mechanical voice that sounded somewhat stilted. Now, addressing everyone for the final announcement. I am Moss, the artificial intelligence of the Navigator spacecraft. All directional engines have been activated at 100%, and 80% of the propulsion engines are fully operational. Unfortunately, with the current thrust alone, the planet cannot escape the grip of gravity. In 7 days, the planet will collide directly. All rescue teams should return home in these final moments to reunite with their families. This is Moss's last proclamation. The seed plan has been initiated, preserving the genetic material of all species on Earth, including humanity, in the Navigator space station. We hope to resurrect life in the future. Farewell. A profound silence enveloped the room. Bang, bang. Li Yi frantically struck the machine before her, her voice a desperate wail. There are not even 7 days left. Within a day, the planet's atmosphere will be entirely depleted, and we will not survive. Perhaps triggered by her outburst. An electronic voice chimed in. The second traffic alert from Yujo reminds you, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving recklessly leads to tears from loved ones. The initially humorous words failed to stir any emotion in the hearts of the somber crowd. Lucci stared blankly at the sky, lost in thoughts of his father. Unable to conjure sufficient inspiration, for the captured planet was not a hydrogen-rich Jupiter, devoid of ignition potential. Despair engulfed everyone in an instant. The elderly man, Han Xiong, gazed at the weeping Han Duoduo and rasped, "My hometown lies not far. To return there and sing together is my final wish. Grandfather, I miss my father." Han Duoduo replied softly. Suddenly, Soldier Wang Lei shouted at Wuyan, "I implore you, save this planet. As a great deity, as a formidable human, you must possess a solution. You no longer believe in deities, do you?" Wuyan gently inquired. "There are nearly 10 billion humans on this planet, without a solution. They will perish completely. The wailing of 10 billion souls. I do not believe in deities, but I wish to place this final hope in your hands. I sense the radiant light within you." Thud, thud. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, everyone knelt, tears flowing freely. Beside them, the swaying ties faced Wu Yin, whispering, "Please, save this planet. I beseech you." With a sigh, Wu Yuan softly remarked, "Destruction is far simpler than creation. With my power, I could effortlessly obliterate this planet. However, I am uncertain whether I can successfully liberate it from the shackles of its current gravitational pull without causing harm." Lucci exclaimed in surprise. "Is it not possible to simply detonate the planet in the sky?" "No," Wu Yuan replied, a look of regret crossing his face. "If I were to destroy that planet, the gravitational force would diminish rapidly, leading to dire consequences for your own world. Furthermore, countless fragments would rain down. Even if the planet were not annihilated, it would likely become uninhabitable for humanity." A whirlwind suddenly erupted beneath Wuyan's feet, gradually lifting him high into the air. To create such a phenomenon? Indeed, it presents a formidable challenge. "Hey, soldiers, you must swiftly seek refuge in a secure location. The ground has become perilous." He floated upwards, inching towards the cosmos. Observing two celestial bodies on the brink of collision, a swirling mist enveloped the space between them, resembling a passageway. With a single hand extended, Wuyan gently pressed, "Universal gravity." Suddenly, dense white ripples erupted from the depths of his palm, intertwining in layers, as if forming an invisible hand of gravity within the dark cosmos. Gradually, it stretched forth towards the planet before him. Boom. In the instant of contact, the ground collapsed violently. A colossal imprint of a hand nearly spanning the entirety of the front. How infuriating. The force exerted was excessively great. The power required to displace a planet from its original orbit was immense. Yet, should one apply too much force, such consequences would inevitably arise. Indeed, it is an exceedingly arduous task. Wuyan's hand gradually extended, and the colossal gravitational arm slowly retracted, causing the celestial bodies to commence their ceaseless motion. His arm's surface was already engorged with veins, and torrents of sweat cascaded down his face. The reincarnation eye, as Wuyan murmured softly. A resplendent glow shimmered across his body, akin to a crystal-clear spring rejuvenating his parched eyes. He exerted gentle yet focused effort, acutely aware of the peril that a moment's negligence could bring to the entire planet. Lucci and Wang Lei stood transfixed, gazing skyward. A colossal, translucent hand overshadowed the sun, its mighty force stirring their innermost beings. Could this be the power of the divine? With a resounding boom, a mere blink caused the ground to shatter once more. A massive palm spanned the horizon, descending as if from the heavens, almost obliterating the earth beneath it. "Quick, get down." A tempestuous storm, laden with ice and snow, swiftly engulfed the entire realm. Endless frigid frost battered the vehicles before them. In the face of such cataclysmic wrath, humanity found itself utterly powerless against the onslaught. "Ah!" With a resounding shout, Wu Yuan swiftly extended a hand, as if a radiant beam of light had abruptly flickered across the heavens. The planet before him began to rotate sharply along its curved trajectory. Celestial hand power. He gritted his teeth, his pupils dilating as he fixated on the galloping celestial body, exclaiming loudly. In a flash, he and the planet inexplicably exchanged positions. The immense power of the reincarnation eye overwhelming him like a thunderclap. A gasp escaped his lips as crimson droplets trickled from his eyes. Suddenly, 30,000 planetary engines roared to life at their maximum capacity, breaking free from the grasp of gravity and hurtling into the vastness of deep space. Wuyan gasped heavily, exclaiming, "This time, I have truly sacrificed too much. King of the realm, if you do not provide me with sufficient compensation, I shall ensure that your realm shrinks even further." Humph. He gradually descended to the ground, whereupon he was instantly surrounded by everyone. To his surprise, Han Duoduo leaped into his embrace, sobbing loudly. Thank you. Thank you." Overcome with emotion, she stammered, I. The planet has finally escaped its inevitable doom. I am immensely grateful." Beside her, the soldier Wang Lei also nodded through his tears, his temples slightly flushed. Clearly, He was still adjusting to revealing his vulnerable side before everyone. Suddenly, a tremor shook the sky, and a massive aircraft descended, billowing steam that brought a cascade of snow and ice crashing down. An elderly man, clad in a Zhongshan suit and leaning on a cane, approached excitedly, calling out to Wuyan, "Greetings. I am a rescuer from the outside world. I am a grand scholar of the United Government, and I discovered your heroic actions in saving the planet through the Navigator satellite. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." The old man abruptly bowed, and Wuyan merely nodded slightly in response. The disparity in their statuses felt overwhelming. Before him, the entire planet seemed as fragile as a child. Thus, the planet was poised to completely break free from its star system, destined to drift through the vast cosmos. The most perilous moments had now passed. Wuyan felt somewhat perplexed. Is it truly possible for an entire planet to possess such an abundance of energy? Could it sustain a journey spanning 2,500 years? Esteemed guest, permit me to elucidate slowly. The demeanor was commendable, as it did not exhibit arrogance despite one's noble status. We have established contact with the genuine cosmic drifting fleet, who possess a wealth of experience and are believed to be able to assist us in navigating through this predicament. The cosmic drifting fleet? Wuyan was bewildered. Jayak remarked. It is said to be a formidable force wandering in the core of the northern galaxy. Their homeworld has undergone a cataclysmic transformation, bringing them to the brink of extinction. Yet, relying on their profound wisdom, they have devised colossal vessels capable of accommodating 50 billion inhabitants. Truly, they are floating fortresses. In their quest for habitable planets, they continuously roam through the cosmos. Indeed, Wuyan nodded gently. The elder added, as long as we locate them, we shall secure a stable realm for our existence. Humanity will also embrace a renewed hope, rising slowly like the morning sun. Wuyan turned to inquire, do you understand why stars suddenly undergo violent decay? Upon hearing this piercing question, the elder's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of gravity. We have indeed detected some phenomena. A faction of cosmic scavengers appears to have developed an immense technology that allows them to flawlessly harness fusion energy. They are utilizing the power of a sacred stone to approach the stars, gradually siphoning their energy. We have engaged in combat, but ultimately, it only provoked the frenzied retaliation of the scavengers. Furthermore, due to the depletion of energy, a rebel alliance has emerged. I have also observed that the far side of the star is indeed equipped with mechanical technology, and I surmise it is absorbing the star's energy. Yet, what could be the ultimate purpose behind the elaborate schemes of those individuals? Wuyan inquired in a hushed tone. At this juncture, the elder cast a peculiar glance at Jack. I find it rather strange that the Galactic Police would venture here. What does it signify? Jack remarked with bewilderment. According to our intelligence, the scavengers have absorbed energy from more than one star. Their ultimate objective is to detonate it, obliterating the headquarters of the Galactic Police. Based on our reports, it appears that the upper echelon of the scavengers has devised a comprehensive plan to wage war against the Galactic Police, having gathered sufficient energy, and they are likely en route to the Galactic Police headquarters. What? Jack exclaimed in terror. From where did you obtain this intelligence? In our confrontations with the scavengers, we have also acquired considerable information. Those scavengers vanquished by our younger brethren may merely represent the last remnants. All others have been summoned to the Galactic headquarters. Shihan has taken matters into his own hands, determined to annihilate the Galactic Police. Curse be it! Jack exclaimed as he swiftly fled, boarding his spacecraft, transforming into a streak of ethereal light that sliced through the heavens. Wuyan was taken aback. Young brother, said the elder beside him. Although your spaceship is advanced, it lacks a space jump device. Moreover, accommodating two individuals is evidently an impossible task. My spaceship, however, is the most sophisticated creation of our planet. It was originally constructed to preserve a flicker of hope just before the planet faced destruction. Now, with your assistance in resolving such a significant issue, I am truly at a loss for how to repay you. Thus, I shall gift you this spaceship. All right, thank you. Wuyan and Tai prepared to leave without a glance back. However, a timid voice suddenly called out, Big brother. Wuyan turned back and saw Han Duo. Will I be able to meet her again in the future? Her complexion appeared slightly flushed. Wuyan gently shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Perhaps one day, while drifting through the cosmos, we might meet again. He added, although I appear quite large, I am, in fact, only 5 years old today. What? Gazing at Wuyan's mature visage, his sinewy muscles, and his nearly 1.7-meter stature, he resembled an adult. Subtly, one could discern remnants of baby fat on his face. Yet it had never crossed anyone's mind that Wuyan was merely a child. With a single wave of his hand, Wuyan declared, well then, until we meet again. Whoosh. The colossal spaceship transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, darting into the cosmos like a slug. Ahead, a massive black hole began to spin instantly, expanding in mere moments. The ship plunged into it like a ferocious beast, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Han Duo felt a lingering sense of longing beside him. The elder gently patted his head and remarked, we are not even in the same dimension. There will be no intertwining of our fates, past, present, and future. Indeed, the elder's ship was remarkably swift, traversing the bizarre and colorful space tunnel. Wuyan briefly closed his eyes. Utilizing his celestial power to shift a planet was still somewhat taxing for him. Previously, he had been somewhat remiss in not transforming into a Super Saiyan. His eyes still felt slightly strained. Meanwhile, Tensei was restless. Wuyan, do you think everything is all right? Jack has gone back alone. It's the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Surely those bandits cannot breach it. Rest assured, the Galactic Patrol is a legitimate organization under King Kai, possessing formidable strength. They will undoubtedly withstand any assault in the short term. And as for Jack, his ship may not be faster than ours. Have faith. Gazing at the radar ahead. The exit of the space tunnel was still a day's journey away. You should rest for a bit. You've experienced quite a lot today, and I imagine you're quite shaken. From being robbed by scavengers to witnessing the deaths of hundreds of thousands and the destruction of a planet, even after such a long time in space. I have never encountered such a wealth of experiences. Tensei's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. She aspired to become a science fiction novelist, having even relinquished her claim to the Capsule Corporation for this dream. Wuyan, do you think I could turn today's story into a novel? Would there be readers? I've even thought of a title, Wandering Planet. 30,000 planetary engines. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I could never have conceived such a grand vision. What a magnificent spectacle. Tensei spoke to herself, receiving no response, as if her enthusiasm met with indifference. Hey, are you listening? But a soft snoring sound interrupted her. Wuyan had already drifted into slumber. How infuriating. He has left me here, fast asleep. Observing Wuyan's sweet smile, his cherubic cheeks flushed with color, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, and even bubbles forming at his nostrils, he appeared so childlike. That fellow was quite handsome after all. A day later, the bizarre world finally came to a close. Wuyan, Tensei secured herself tightly to the chair. Whoosh. The space twisted, contorting the spaceship into a pretzel shape. A wave of nausea washed over her instantaneously. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Whoosh. Outside, amidst the eerie silence of the void, some fluctuation suddenly emerged. A vast, profound black hole appeared abruptly, and a silvery wisp surged forth, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors. It was a stunning spectacle. Blooming like a tree of fire and silver, illuminating the heavens and the earth with its brilliance. Wuyan and Tensei stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at a verdant planet that lay before them. It was a mesmerizing spectacle of 7 parts blue and 3 parts yellow, with white spirals adorning the sky, reminiscent of a dreamlike realm. At the heart of the scene was an expansive plaza, spanning several hundred square kilometers, dominated by a towering structure that stood proudly amidst 4 silvery spires encircling it. The central edifice, an exquisite Gothic building, was undoubtedly the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Before them, a fountain garden gracefully embellished the surroundings. However, this serene tableau was abruptly shattered by the cacophony of chaos. Whoosh. Spaceships descended from the heavens, each one in a state of disrepair. The foremost vessel was particularly striking, resembling a silver-white tiger lying in wait. Its eyes radiated a fierce brilliance, and its massive jaws were armed with an array of offensive weaponry, concealing within them a formidable surge of energy. It appeared that the trump card was concealed within that very craft. Beams of laser erupted forth, all aimed at the planet below. Boom. Hundreds of explosions erupted in a cacophony of brilliance, engulfing the entire planet in a radiant inferno. Scorching shockwaves intertwined in the atmosphere, as crimson flames devoured all in their path. Below, patrol officers, reminiscent of Ultraman, fled in disarray, brandishing their handguns to retaliate sporadically. Yet, in comparison to the might of the spaceships, their efforts were but a futile struggle against an overwhelming force. The timing of this onslaught was uncanny indeed. Wuyan softly remarked, the resistance of the Galactic Patrol seems on the verge of collapse. Chapter 38, The Scheme of the Scavengers. ZZ. From within the tiger-lurking spacecraft, 3 figures emerged, moving with a commanding presence. They appeared to be triplets, clad in tight-fitting suits of purple, red, and blue, respectively, overlaid with universally recognized combat attire. Their long, white hair flowed behind them, and their fierce features, coupled with narrowed eyes, exuded an aura of menace. These 3 were the leaders of the cosmic scavengers. The one in purple was named Ching Han, the one in red was Ching Hao, and the one in blue was Ching Hui. Ching Han took a slight step forward, gazing down at the blazing inferno below, a bloodthirsty smirk gracing his lips. At last, the battle will conclude today. The Galactic Patrol is soon to become a relic of the past. Prepare the main cannon for immediate fire, and obliterate the last defenses of the patrol. As his words faded, the tiger-lurking spacecraft slowly pivoted, its gaping maw aimed at the ships below. Whoosh. Pristine. Crystalline energy gathered ominously at the cannon's mouth, whipping up fierce winds in the surrounding realm. In the chilling atmosphere, an unexpected heat surged forth, casting a crimson glow that distorted the very fabric of space around the ship. Fire. Whoosh. A brilliant beam shot forth, distorting the world in its path momentarily. Boom. Like a sweeping tide, the beam ravaged everything in its wake. Time and space seemed to freeze for an instant, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Roars of flame erupted, engulfing the entire planet in a fervent blaze. Gothic structures crumbled, and the patrol suffered devastating losses in mere moments. The central tower emitted crackling currents, connecting to the surrounding silver spires as an energy dome inverted above, barely preserving the last remnants of their stronghold. This was their final line of defense. Cut it. Ching Han spat disdainfully. Go, execute the one who fired that energy blast. After expending so much energy, the Galactic King still lives? Fool. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he spotted a figure emerging below. He murmured, so, he has chosen to reveal himself, truly a path to self-destruction. In the square below, a green octopus, adorned with a golden crown, was assisted by several patrol members as it slowly made its way forward. Upon seeing Ching Han, its innocent eyes turned to fierce crimson. Scoundrel! Ching Han, how dare you attack the headquarters of my patrol? The Galactic King seethed with anger. Recently, patrol members had suffered repeated assaults from the scavengers, resulting in heavy losses. Many had lost their heads before even realizing what was happening. Jark had vanished without a trace, likely meeting a dire fate as well. Now, those audacious scoundrels dared to invade their headquarters, threatening their very existence. This was an utter humiliation. Haha. Ching Han laughed heartily. Galactic King, there is no need for further dialogue. Your fate is sealed. This day next year will mark your demise. Humph. The Galactic King scoffed. They are merely scavengers of the cosmos. Even if I stand at the brink of despair, I shall never concede. Moreover, the Lord of the Realm will undoubtedly return to aid us. You have no chance against the cosmic enforcers. Ching Han merely shook his head. All of this hinges on whether your shield can withstand until the Realm Lord arrives. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you and vanish into the cosmos. In this vast expanse. If he could have fully tracked us, we would have been eradicated long ago. The Galactic King was well aware of the scavengers' elusive nature. They left no trace. After revealing themselves, they would simply burrow into asteroid belts, hollowing out countless planets. Under such circumstances, even with the Realm Lord's authority, annihilation would be a distant dream. Humph. My shield is composed of the most advanced particles in the universe. It can withstand your assault for a year without issue. Seeing the blue energy shield, the Galactic King felt reassured. It was their anchor of hope, seemingly impervious to destruction. Heh. Ching Han sneered. Allow me to demonstrate the preparations I have made to defeat you. ZZ. From the rear of the Tiger-lurking spacecraft, a massive mechanical arm emerged, within which a minuscule particle radiated a dazzling orange glow. The intense energy sent shivers down Wuyan's spine. What is that? The Galactic King's pupils narrowed, revealing a complex machine nestled between outstretched blue wings. A satellite? Haha. Ching Han cackled maniacally. Galactic King, prepare to receive my gift. And should you not begin to take action? The eerie voice struck the Galactic King's heart like a thunderous spell. What? Who is to take action? Beside him, a figure clad in galactic patrol attire suddenly produced a remote control and pressed down hard on a bright red button. Boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions erupted in succession, and the silver towers at the corners collapsed before the Galactic King's despairing gaze. What? Guan What are you doing? Still unclear? Ching Han expressed his utter disdain for the Galactic King. Guan has always been my mole within the Galactic Patrol. Only at this critical moment would I activate him. With the attention of Lord Sabo, I successfully unified all the scavengers. Upon reclaiming the throne, I knew the time for our decisive battle had arrived. Guan provided me with the coordinates of all the patrol members who ventured out. One by one, we will eliminate them. Finally, we will launch an assault on the patrol headquarters. Prior to this, we have amassed an overwhelming amount of energy. If someone collaborates from within, we shall surely prevail. Indeed. Everything unfolded as if it were meant to be. Haha. The foolish Galactic King still believes that all these events are mere coincidences. Beside him, Ching Hao and Ching Hui joined in the raucous laughter. The Galactic King felt a mix of disappointment and rage. Guan why have you betrayed me? Why? Guan replied, simply in pursuit of greater development. I have utterly lost hope within the decaying galactic organization, day after day, performing mundane tasks of aiding others across the cosmos. All this has drained my fervor. So, for this reason, you chose to become a scavenger? A scavenger. Guan laughed maniacally. Do you not realize that supporting Lord Ching Han means aligning with Lord Frisia as formidable general? As long as I annihilate you, and present this as a token of allegiance to Lord Frisia, can I not then be regarded as the tyrant of a planet? The Galactic King was momentarily taken aback. This individual had already succumbed to ambition, his heart devoid of any semblance of rationality. With a swift motion, Ching Hao gestured lightly, and a silver glimmer suddenly traversed the void, ensnaring Guan waist. With a sudden force, it retracted, drawing him directly onto the spacecraft. Guan knelt on one knee. Lord Ching Han, well done. You have not betrayed my trust. So, his eyes sparkled with an electric excitement. Everything culminates today. Attack. Chapter 39, The Strange Stone. Perish. A sudden surge of veins appeared on Ching Han's delicate visage, revealing an insatiable ferocity. The artificial satellite in the sky unfurled its azure wings, and suddenly, crimson light flickered upon its silver exterior. A torrent of flames surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing the sky in an instant. The searing heat warped the very fabric of reality. The artificial satellite descended gradually, the surrounding air igniting to a fiery red. Beep, beep. The alarms of the Galactic King and the Cosmic Patrol's detectors blared in unison, erupting with chaos. A nearby patrol officer shouted in terror, Master, the battle power has exceeded 1 million. They screamed in a frenzy. 1 million? What a terrifying figure. According to the Galactic Patrol's intelligence, the cosmic ruler Frisia's battle power was merely over 500,000. Cold sweat trickled from the corners of the Galactic King's eyes, and a hint of drool escaped his lips. His once dull eyes now bore traces of blood, his complexion pale, and his appendages trembled uncontrollably. It's over. There truly is no chance left. The strongest defense, the very anchor in the Galactic King's heart, had been undermined by an internal traitor using ludicrous means. The artificial satellite above contained such formidable power. They had no strength to resist. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. Is this surrender? A haunting voice rang out amidst the chaos of the world, still remarkably distinct. What? Merely a battle power of 1 million, and you tremble in fear? Suddenly, a commanding voice flickered swiftly, revealing a figure with a crab-like head, clad in a black robe, standing like a pillar against the darkness of the Galactic King's heart, illuminating it with rays of hope. Who are you? A Saiyan? Humph. Merely reinforcements from the king of the otherworld. Wuyan, feeling a chill of disdain, spat quietly. That rascal, the Realm King, must have known the entire sequence of events and cunningly lured me to the desolate star. Ultimately, I found myself entangled in the climactic battle between the cosmic scavengers and the Galactic Patrol, inadvertently becoming a reinforcement for the Realm King. I felt a twinge of annoyance at being exploited. Reinforcement? In the depths of the Galactic King's eyes glimmered the faint light of hope. Turtle. School. Energy. Technique. Wuyan paid no heed to the Galactic King, his hands converging into the shape of a flower bud as he slowly intoned in a deep voice. Streams of energy coalesced within his sinewy muscles, rushing through his arms like a torrential river. Delicate azure sparks gathered, swirling like a celestial essence at the center of his palm. Planets, galaxies, nebulae. His hands seemed to encompass the boundless cosmos. With a resounding exclamation, a brilliant blue radiance surged skyward, colliding abruptly with the descending artificial satellite. Crack. The magnificent energies collided instantaneously, unleashing a cacophony of golden lightning that erupted wildly. Spreading across the world like a chaotic spider's web, the sturdy silver iron shell had long since borne the brunt of the powerful impact, shattering with a sharp crack. Boom. The enveloped, billowing smoke burst forth like a wild hound unleashed, expanding instantaneously, sending waves of ferocious impact rippling through the universe. Like a phoenix reborn from flames, it descended from the heavens. It bore down upon Wuyan like dark clouds besieging a city. With a triumphant shout, the Turtle School's Kamehameha soared skyward, generating a vortex at the heart of the flames where formidable power converged. A terrifying suction emerged from the air, akin to a voracious beast opening its maw, indiscriminately devouring all flames in its path. Humph. Wuyan let out a cold laugh. These flames were the result of cosmic scavengers traversing the universe, gathering energy from various stars. However, Wuyan's power had grown immensely. Even a single star could be extinguished with a mere wave of his hand. What then could mere remnants of energy amount to? But, Wuyan furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze towards the heavens. The majestic Kamehameha momentarily stilled, albeit for a fleeting instant. Yet his Rinnegan managed to capture the occurrence. What was that? High above, a minuscule object flickered like a firefly, radiating a cross-shaped silver luminescence. In comparison to the Kamehameha, it was akin to the faint glow of a firefly. However, what was it? Wuyan's pupils constricted in astonishment for a brief moment. How could that entity possibly obstruct my Turtle School's Kamehameha? It seemed inconceivable. A voice filled with terror escaped my lips. Crack. The surging radiance appeared to freeze in an instant, and the frenzied energy transformed into solid icicles in a heartbeat. Ultimately, it shattered into countless fragments, scattering like petals of ice throughout the cosmos. Impossible. Wuyan's body trembled slightly. In the sky, a silver speck gradually descended, and Wuyan's reincarnation, I scrutinized it intently. It was a stone, an irregular oval shape commonly found along the riverbank. However, it bore an inscription resembling a gentle breeze. After the loss of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the stone began to fall slowly. Wuyan extended his peculiar right hand, attempting to grasp it. Humph. A chilling laughter echoed from the heavens. No. The Galaxy King exclaimed loudly. At this moment, Wuyan sensed a palpable aura of danger, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body. The approaching stone exerted a pulling sensation on him, and to his astonishment, blood began to seep from his pores in an instant. How infuriating. Wuyan gritted his teeth, the reincarnation eye shimmering with a violet glow. With a determined bite, he forcefully expelled a spray of crimson blood from his mouth. Heavenly hand power. Whoosh. The figure of Wuyan suddenly exchanged places with Qinghao in the sky, an event occurring in the blink of an eye. Qinghao exhibited no reaction as his body collided with the sharp stone, unleashing a piercing scream that echoed through the air. To Wuyan's astonishment, countless fragments erupted from Qinghao's face and body, resembling shattered glass. A violet radiance emanated from his form, scattering like grains of sand, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. How detestable! What manner of entity is this, capable of disintegrating a person in the void? He must not fall to the galactic headquarters, for such a calamity would result in the planet's immediate obliteration. This is indeed the true trump card of the cosmic scavenger. Boom. Wuyan clenched his fists tightly, and a searing crimson aura erupted from his body in an instant. Golden radiance emanated from him, resembling a sacred angel, inviolable. Transformation. Super Saiyan. Huh. A streak of blood-red light swiftly sliced through the sky, leaving behind countless afterimages in its wake. With a powerful kick, he struck the still disintegrating Qing Hao, finally altering the trajectory of the stone. Wu Yan let out a piercing scream at the moment of contact. It felt as though his right leg were being pierced by countless steel needles, the gnawing pain akin to the torment of Ling Qi. However, Qing Hao's bodily tissues had already been utterly obliterated, disintegrating the instant Wu Yan made contact. The howling stones merely shifted slightly before plummeting directly toward the planet. A sense of dread enveloped him. Thud. The stone, resembling a hardened drill, penetrated the ground upon impact. For a brief moment, the world seemed to fall silent, soon followed by a peculiar phenomenon. A crack akin to the shattering of a crystalline orb spread evenly from the center of the planet, a robust fissure splitting it in twain. In an instant, half of the planet was reduced to mere fragments. There was no explosion, no anticipated display of fiery splendor. Even the remaining half of the planet continued its rotation alongside the star, as if an inexplicable law governed its shattered form, maintaining a semblance of its original state. It was nothing short of a miracle. Qing Han was momentarily taken aback. Both warring parties instinctively ceased their assaults, captivated by the spectacle that resembled a divine manifestation. The Galactic King gazed upon the remnants of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, once a hemisphere now reduced to ruins, all the humans within annihilated. A catastrophic loss indeed. Yet, he felt only a pang of sorrow, devoid of hatred. Perhaps he understood the true origin of that stone. It was a being that evoked no animosity within him. Regarding Wu Yan, he felt nothing but gratitude. Without him, the entire planet might have been obliterated. He forced a bitter smile. Conversely, in the heavens, Qing Han laughed maniacally. Did you see that? This is true power. In this battle, I have achieved complete victory. After his wild laughter subsided, he turned his gaze toward Wu Yan, his eyes glinting with a cold ferocity. Launch the Wohu cannon. Eliminate this meddlesome intruder. The spacecraft slowly pivoted, revealing crimson marks around the massive cannon's mouth. A formidable blue energy began to coalesce, shooting skyward in a magnificent surge. Whoosh! The overwhelming force surged through the heavens, hurtling toward Wu Yan. Sensing the searing energy, Wu Yan merely scoffed in disdain. Without the prior strange force, did these insignificant beings truly believe they could inflict harm upon him? With a swift motion, he opened his right hand, a wondrous symbol shimmering with a faint purple glow. Ignoring the rushing energy, his body quaked slightly. Dark holy scythe. His right hand clenched suddenly. The pale purple light writhing rapidly, coalescing into a 1.5 meter long ethereal scythe. Crescent slash. He swung his right arm, unleashing a wave of pale purple energy that surged forth with fierce intent. The piercing light flickered continuously in the sky. Zing! At the moment of collision with the Wohu cannon, the robust pale blue energy was split neatly in two, revealing a smooth surface that sparkled with boundless energy. Boom! In the final stretch, the Wohu energy faltered, falling silent like a dampened cannon. What? How is this possible? Qing Han was left dumbfounded. This was the most advanced spacecraft in the universe, harnessing the chaotic energy of stars, and yet he paused abruptly. Wu Yan gazed at him with derision, twirling the dark holy scythe in his hand. Qing Han and Qing Hui had already harbored thoughts of retreat. The headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol had been obliterated, and the patrol suffered devastating losses. The objective of the battle had been achieved. Although they were uncertain from where this unforeseen obstacle had emerged, that individual, despite his formidable strength, was unlikely to pose a threat once they escaped to familiar surroundings, hiding amidst the asteroid belt. Retreat, Qing Han commanded. In an instant, a violet beam of light shot skyward. As Qing Han's voice echoed, a drop of something wet landed upon his face. Was it blood? He widened his eyes and instinctively licked it. With a mechanical turn, Qing Hui stood beside him, her face a mask of astonishment, seemingly frozen in place. A slender line of blood traced across her neck. Suddenly, an overwhelming spout of blood erupted into the air like a fountain. The shocked head was propelled high above. Executed by Wu Yan in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, a proud figure reached out, seizing the head that soared upward, pressing it firmly before Qing Han. The grotesque, fearful eyes retained their expression for moments before death. The hollow, pale blue gaze and the blood spilling from the mouth delivered an unrelenting impact upon Qing Han. He screamed in madness. His mind inundated with the moment of blood gushing forth, the sheer brutality of the slaughter threatening to annihilate his very being. No. Humph. Wuyan pressed forward relentlessly. It turns out that the notorious cosmic scavengers, with nearly 1 million followers, harbor such profound fear of a mere corpse. A foul stench wafted through the air, while my legs were thoroughly soaked in coldness. To think you consider me your adversary. I feel utterly diminished. Speak. From whence did that stone originate? How could you preserve it intact, unscathed by the force of impact? Furthermore, how did you manage to harness stellar energy through this stone? At this moment, it seems that the truth will soon become clear, and the mastermind behind it all will finally emerge from the shadows. Wuyan pressed the sharp holy sickle against his neck. With just a slight touch, a fierce aura carved a deep gash upon his skin. Yes, it was given to me by Sabo. Sabo? Wuyan murmured to himself, pondering the perfection of their usage. At that moment, his heart began to race violently. His eyes bulging as if possessed, and he found himself gasping, unable to utter a single word. It was he who continued to whisper incessantly. Yet, his body and limbs swelled uncontrollably before Wuyan. Boom. It exploded with a resounding blast. Cursed fate. They were so close. Yet this individual had been ensnared by a spell. The moment this secret was invoked, it would trigger automatically. The body detonated. He was merely a marionette cast aside. Who, indeed, possessed the ability to master such a thing? An overwhelming power instantaneously shattered the Kamehameha, disregarding all rules, annihilating the planet as if it were nothing. In his recollection, only one person could achieve such feats. Yet it was precisely this reason that instilled fear within him, preventing him from delving deeper into conjecture. Logically speaking, no one should be capable of wielding his power. With a deep sigh, Wuyan felt as though he had fallen into the trap set by the King of Worlds. What seemed to be a straightforward matter was, in reality, a quagmire of complications. Moreover, the power of that individual was simply beyond his capacity to contend with. Even if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, he would still be ensnared in this predicament. A sense of displeasure brewed within him. No wonder the King of Worlds had assured him of significant gains. It was for this very reason. Humph. He glanced at the scavengers behind him, with their leader deceased. They had already begun to descend into chaos. The power of the heavens. Wuyan let out a cold snort, his figure flickering rapidly amidst the throngs of people. Resembling a bolt of crimson lightning. In an instant, a line of blood appeared simultaneously across the necks of thousands, who fell lifeless without a moment's notice. Suddenly, the sinister black scythe encountered an unexpected obstruction. A figure, cloaked entirely in darkness, reached out and seized it. Chapter 41. Saber. A bloody battle. The sharp energy of the scythe whistled past the figure, cleaving the stones behind it smoothly in two. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Concealed within the dark cloak, you must be Sabo. I should have deduced it. You entrusted the stone to the cosmic scavengers, employing them as pawns to obliterate the valiant galactic patrol. I had a premonition that you would be monitoring the situation from the shadows. Huh. The figure in the black robe emitted a hoarse chuckle, slowly peeling back the cloak that enveloped them. Cascading green hair was tied into a ponytail behind, revealing a delicate visage with a hint of ferocity in their eyes, clad in the battle attire of the Frisia Force, complete with black triangular shorts, lacking any reproductive organs. A Scion. I recognized your heritage merely by the hue of your hair. Years ago, when a meteorite struck the planet, it was but a mere pretext. As a Scion akin to you engaged in a fierce struggle across the cosmos, one Scion fled aboard a spacecraft from that doomed planet. Those two are undoubtedly connected to you, are they not? Earth, perhaps? Vegeta, that Ba had ventured there before, only to be left battered and bruised. That too is your doing, was it not? Although Sabo posed it as a question, his tone bore an unwavering certainty. Wuyan remained silent, observing his solitary performance. Upon learning of this, King Frisia had already conceived the notion of eradicating you. According to Vegeta, he is the sole individual capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The very fact that you could defeat him would undoubtedly cause King Frisia to lower his guard. Regrettably, due to certain circumstances, there was a delay. Today, fate has brought me here, disrupting King Frisia's plan to annihilate the Universe Patrol. These two events intertwining are sufficient to make you a thorn in King Frisia's side. This honor, this achievement, seems destined to be claimed by me. Aha. Wuyan cast a displeased glance at him, remarking, the greatest flaw of Frisia subordinates is their arrogance. I have obliterated artificial satellites with combat power nearing 1 million. And you dare to think that with your mere tens of thousands of combat power, you can extinguish me? Ha. Sabo merely scoffed disdainfully, after all. Those are just lifeless objects. Moreover, one must not be deceived by the surface appearances. My combat power is certainly not as feeble as you perceive. Very well. With a sigh, Wuyan remarked, you should be more aware of the origin of that stone. By severing your limbs and subjecting you to intense interrogation, one could surely uncover the truth. Suddenly, a sharp spike extended from the dark holy sickle, piercing into Sabo's hand like a thorn. Ah, he cried out in agony. Utterly defenseless against the annihilating assault on his cells. His clenched right hand loosened, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered backward a few steps. Die. Wuyan suddenly surged, raising the sacred scythe high above, unleashing a piercing radiance that erupted in the desolate cosmos. In an instant, it descended. Sabo's pupils contracted. As the swift assault left him no time to evade, he could only raise his hands in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Alas. With a cold smirk, Wuyan remarked, just perfect. Crack. Confronted by the sacred scythe, his once formidable arm crumbled like tofu, his right arm cleaved in twain at the joint. The whistling scythe surged forward without a hint of deceleration, crashing heavily against Sabo's chest. Crack. His ribs shattered instantly, grotesque lacerations extending from his left shoulder for several centimeters. The surrounding veins bulged forth like writhing worms, pulsating incessantly. Spurt. He expelled a jet of blood, his complexion turning ashen, crashing heavily onto the debris behind him. Gasp. A torrent of congealed blood erupted forth as he clutched his chest, astonished as he exclaimed, How could you possibly be this powerful? Your bone age appears to be merely 5 years. Even if you began training in the womb, it is inconceivable you could reach this level. He found himself utterly devoid of any strength to resist. Wuyan soared into the clouds, wielding a holy scythe, resembling a bloodthirsty god of war returning from ancient times. With a disdainful glance at Sabo, he declared, I shall grant you one more opportunity to speak the truth. Who provided you with the stone? And who revealed the method of operation to you? Do not mention Frisia, he is utterly incapable of such feats. Sabo's lips were stained with blood. His gaze filled with unbridled ferocity. Transformation! He roared, and in an instant, his chest and limbs expanded, while his head protruded like that of a tortoise. His once refined visage now morphed into a fearsome monstrosity. His teeth were sharp and menacing, akin to that of a dinosaur. The shattered ribs had fully healed. Defeating me? Interrogating me? Your naivety knows no bounds. I am a metamorphic extraterrestrial. My strength can surge tenfold in an instant, and my injuries are entirely mended. Henceforth, I shall return to you every ounce of pain I have endured. This form is grotesquely hideous, and all who behold it are destined to perish. Humph. Wuyan let out a chilling laugh, remarking, It seems that the severed hand has yet to heal. Such audacity. Clearly, you are unwilling to cooperate with me. Loyal servant of Frisia. Yet, I surmise you are merely an executor, devoid of knowledge regarding the profound secrets at play. As he dragged the sacred scythe forward. He advanced slowly, yet left behind an endless array of residual shadows, rendering it impossible to discern his true form. Prepare to meet your demise. Suddenly, Wuyan descended from the heavens, wielding the sacred scythe with a swift and powerful motion. This is dreadful. Sabo immediately spun around, rolling to the side to evade the impending danger. The debris behind him was neatly sliced apart, and the remaining fragments gradually vanished under the onslaught of the roaring energy. Celestial force. Wuyan murmured softly, a mysterious glow flickering in his reincarnation eyes as his body swiftly exchanged places with the fragments behind him. The holy scythe was gripped tightly and swung suddenly. Sabo barely had time to react, turning around only to see Wuyan behind him. A piercing pain struck him instantly. The fingers of his left hand were severed at the roots, blood gushing forth profusely. Sabo helplessly braced himself on the ground, watching his blood-soaked left hand as he rolled incessantly, screaming in agony. The ordinary fistfights could no longer satisfy Wuyan. The holy scythe's strike, upon the slightest contact, would assuredly result in grievous wounds. This was the formidable power of the king of the realm, an embodiment of its potent aura. Observing Sabo's desperate struggle for survival, Wuyan advanced step by step. I consider myself compassionate and wish to spare you from further suffering. Allow me to bring your end completely. Chapter 42. A true man never looks back at the dead. A self-important little brat. Sabo, like a reaper returned from the abyss, let out a grotesque roar from his bloodied visage. Roar. As Wuyan drew ever closer, a malevolent glimmer flickered in Saber's eyes. His mouth opened wide, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy in an instant. A colossal surge enveloped Wuyan from all sides, creating an overwhelming cocoon of power. Boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, reminiscent of a relentless bombardment, plunging the world into chaos. Little brat, perish? He sneered. How laughable. Such feeble attacks. Should you have a century to strike me while I stand still, you could never inflict any harm. Yet, he could scarcely endure such indignity. With a flourish, the holy scythe extended forward, spinning rapidly. A violet mist coalesced in the air, forming an immense protective barrier. Clang, clang, clang. Countless energy blasts ricocheted back, detonating before Saber's astonished gaze. A cry of despair echoed in an instant. His formidable strength did not equate to mastery over all assaults. The surging explosions engulfed him entirely, akin to a small vessel tossed about in tumultuous waves. Battered by storm and rain, with water seeping in from every crevice. Whoosh! Wuyan waved his hand, casting the dark holy scythe away with a flourish. The spiraling motion created a palpable sense of fragmentation in the world it traversed. Like a galloping divine dragon, the sharp gleam of cold light reflected fiercely in Sabo's eyes. How infuriating. I refuse to be slain by such childish brawling tactics. Even now, to be so stubborn is truly laughable. With a sharp crack, his severed right arm plunged forcefully into the ground, while Sabo's waist twisted rapidly. Yet, the pain from the friction contorted his features into a grimace. Blood gushed forth from his right hand like a fountain. Humph! The holy scythe narrowly grazed past his ear, leaving a deep, lasting mark. The Wuyan reincarnation eye gleamed with an otherworldly radiance, and with a swift whoosh, it vanished from sight. A sharp crack echoed from behind, and Sabo could only widen his mouth in terror as a thin line swiftly appeared around his neck. Whoosh! Wuyan wielded the sacred scythe, akin to a swordsman bearing a blade, as he slowly wiped away the blood. A true man never glances back. The sacred scythe shattered and vanished. With a sudden burst, blood erupted from Sabo's head, splattering the sky, his face still adorned with the astonishment from moments prior. as his heart ceased to beat. Wuyan murmured softly, "Celestial hand power." Indeed, the king of the realm is an extraordinary individual. The celestial hand power grants him formidable agility at any moment, while the sharp, dark holy scythe becomes infinitely lethal after being stained with blood. If wielded skillfully, it is certain to unleash a devastating, fatal impact. Step by step, Wuyan stood aloft in the void, confronting the galactic king at last. Everything had come to an end. Indeed, it was over. Gazing upon the ravaged precinct of the Galactic Patrol, the Galactic King sighed deeply. He had never anticipated that the Cosmic Scavenger would devise such an immense scheme to obliterate his organization. Had it not been for Wuyan, the plan would have undoubtedly succeeded. Should it have triumphed, it would have resounded as a resounding slap across the faces of all deities. The King of the Universe had always advocated for governance through non-interference. Thus, the underworld could not arbitrarily meddle in the affairs of the living realm, inevitably leading to an irretrievable situation. In such a scenario, even with 9 lives, escaping death would likely prove impossible. As he tread upon the rubble, he beheld the demise and grievous injuries of the Cosmic Patrolman. Although his home planet remained intact, the reconstruction of the Galactic Patrol would inevitably consume more time. During this interval, they had already become a mere shadow of their former selves. Alas, countless words choked within the Galactic King's throat, yet in the end, all that escaped was a solitary sigh. Wuyan sensed the sorrow of the Galaxy King. He was unaccustomed to such a scene and could only divert the conversation by asking, "So, do you know where that stone comes from?" Cough. The Galaxy King sat upon the rubble, coughing slightly due to the smoke. "If I am not mistaken, it originates from the Godfall region at the center of the galaxy." Godfall region? Wuyan was perplexed. Yes, it is located at the heart of the galaxy. A battleground where the destroyer god Beerus fought against a mysterious deity. I am not privy to the details, but ancient texts suggest that the battle was exceedingly fierce, reducing an entire star domain to ruins, littered with debris, and the chaotic energy caused a significant loss of life in the universe, he explained. And the outcome? Wuyan inquired hastily. The destroyer god emerged victorious, while the mysterious deity perished. However, the energy amassed by both combatants has lingered for years, erupting in tidal waves approximately every decade. That stone must be imbued with the energy of the destroyer god. The destroyer god? Wuyan murmured, recalling what he had heard. That violent power felt eerily familiar. Yet, the pressing question remained. How did Shihan manage to harness the energy of the destroyer god? I cannot say. The tidal waves generated by the residual energy have obliterated all planets within dozens of light years, leaving only one behind. Such terrifying energy is beyond human control, let alone a stone directly infused with the destroyer god's energy. Young brother, you must have felt it, upon descending as you were about to touch it. It seemed as though your body would disintegrate. Even you, so powerful, experienced this, Qinghan. The Galaxy King's disdain for Qinghan was evident. Ah, what a murky situation. Suddenly, Wuyan appeared to have an epiphany. You mentioned there is only one planet at the center of the galaxy? Yes. The Galaxy King affirmed. It is likely called Yangruxing. There exists but one planet at the galaxy's core, upon which stands a towering tree, yet it has never borne fruit. That one. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, akin to a divine sword, and the surrounding air resonated with a metallic sound. The planet that Dales ventured to must be that one. No wonder the King of Worlds seemed to know all along that there was but a single planet at the galaxy's center. He deceived me into coming here, wading into murky waters. Humph. I shall not spare him. The fruit of the spirit tree. Dales, it is imperative that I obtain it. Upon hearing those words, the Galaxy King's expression changed drastically, trembling as he spoke. Young brother, you mean to say that tree up there is the spirit tree? Wuyan, observing the Galaxy King's strange demeanor, was baffled. Was it not merely an inanimate object? Moreover, the spirit tree's fruit, which could enhance human combat capabilities without side effects, should be considered a formidable treasure even for them. Why, then, did fear flicker in the Galaxy King's eyes? Indeed, it is just as recorded in the ancient texts. How could I have overlooked it? What troubles you? Wuyan gently inquired. Young brother, you may not grasp the dreadfulness of the spirit tree's fruit. In the notes of generations of Galaxy Kings, once the spirit tree is discovered, it must be eradicated. It must be burned to ashes before the eyes of the Galaxy King. It absolutely cannot exist in this world. Why? Wuyan was curious. Ah, the Galaxy King slowly rose, shaking his numb legs, a bitter smile on his face. The spirit tree is an invasive foreign species. In the entire 7th universe, it exists as a manifestation of creation. It shamelessly absorbs energy from the cosmos, condensing fruits that can exponentially enhance human combat strength. Such a tempting substance is deemed a poison among our galactic patrol. Humans rarely possess the self-control to resist. They become enraptured by the spirit tree and plant it everywhere. Yet, how much energy does the spirit tree absorb? And how little does it return to humanity? It entirely defies the law of energy conservation. We, the Galactic Patrol, once placed our hopes in the spirit tree, but it was akin to opium, leading to a significant depletion of cosmic energy. The Galaxy King gazed solemnly into the sky. Thus, to safeguard the universe, we previously incinerated all spirit trees. However, at that time, the cosmic tides were raging, and the overwhelming destructive energy rendered us unable to approach the galaxy's center. We believed that nothing could survive in such terrifying energy. Clearly, we were somewhat naive. Damn it. Boom. The Galaxy King slammed his appendage onto the ground, causing the earth to shatter. I cannot believe that vile entity has taken root in the galaxy's center. If anyone falls prey to its temptation and begins cultivating it across the universe, the cosmic energy will plummet, leading to unimaginable calamity. Wuyan fell into silence. He increasingly felt his insignificance, having once believed that with the original memories of the Dragon Ball world, he would navigate it with ease. He was proven to be too young for such aspirations. The vastness of the universe is unfathomable, and how far has Sun Wukong traversed? After wandering in the cosmos for less than a month, his worldview was on the verge of collapse. Little brother, please grant my request. Once you obtain the fruit of the tree of spirit, you must exercise restraint and avoid addiction at all costs. Subsequently, destroy that tree without hesitation. It must not fall into the hands of the wicked. Upon hearing this, a profound seriousness washed over Wuyan's face. I understand. He chose to believe the tale of the Galactic King. The deceptive extraterrestrial species, akin to opium, is undeniably addictive, extracting the energies of the universe. All evidence points to the tree of spirit being an unequivocally malevolent entity. It was once the harbinger of catastrophic calamities. Snap! Wuyan grasped the tentacle of the Galaxy King and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, I shall obliterate such malevolent entities. Moreover, if I were to leave behind a seed that ultimately falls into the hands of Frisia and his ilk, would I not be reduced to tears? Such a force capable of overturning everything must not exist beyond my sight. I assure you, this is true dominance." The Galaxy King, rendered speechless, remarked, "Your laughter is rather unsavory." Huh? Wuyan was rendered speechless, abruptly coming to a halt. The King of the Galaxy, suddenly blushing inexplicably, inquired, "What is the matter with you?" He pointed below, exclaiming, "What you are holding is my second brother." Startled, Wuyan hastily let go. The King of the Galaxy was an octopus with 8 identical tentacles, making it utterly impossible to distinguish between them. Wuyan was utterly perplexed, unable to discern which was a foot and which was a hand. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of darkness materialized in the sky, and from it emerged a flickering light, trailing flames behind it. With a thunderous crash, the battered spacecraft plummeted to the ground, exploding on impact. A figure resembling Ultraman was hurled away by the blast, landing heavily on the ground. "Jack?" the Galaxy King remarked, his voice tinged with surprise, followed by an expression of joy. "You're still alive. How wonderful." He had feared that, following Guan Ning's treachery, Jack had succumbed to the clutches of cosmic scavengers and met his demise. Jack groaned, clutching his waist, his entire body aflame with pain, his bones feeling as if they might shatter. Nevertheless, he stood tall and proclaimed, "Elite Officer Jack, reporting for duty." With that, he promptly retched. "What is wrong with you?" the Galaxy King inquired with concern. "I made consecutive spatial jumps, returning as swiftly as possible, but I was enveloped by a spatial storm and nearly didn't escape. Spatial displacement. How perilous. Why do you never learn to take care of yourself?" It's nothing. Seeing the Galaxy King unharmed, yet still chiding him, Jack burst into laughter. However, upon glancing at Wuyan, he was taken aback. "How could this be? How could you arrive faster than I?" Descending from the sky was Tai Si, who had been observing from above. Wuyan's boldness had left an indelible impression on her heart. The dark holy scythe was indeed a lethal instrument of death, effortlessly claiming lives as heads were severed. Her eyes sparkled with countless stars as inspiration struck her. She envisioned the grand narrative unfolding, the confrontation between the wandering planets, the valiant Earth warriors, the cosmic scavengers, and the galactic patrol. What a magnificent epic it was. Sci-fi author Tai Si was poised to rise to greatness. "Jack, you've outpaced us," she exclaimed. That elder bestowed upon us the fastest spaceship from his planet, large, swift, and with several soft beds. Tai Si was enraptured by the thought. Jack felt as if struck by lightning. "I have exerted myself to return with such fervor, only to wonder, what was it all for?" Wuyan turned to Tai Si beside him and said, "Tai Si, I shall now embark on a journey to the center of the galaxy in search of the fruit of the spirit tree. I may encounter formidable adversaries beyond my capacity to withstand, and unforeseen events may transpire. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to remain at the Galactic Patrol headquarters during this time. Our journey reaches its conclusion here." Tai Si murmured, "Very well." She understood that her own strength was insufficient for such perilous locales, and she could potentially become a burden to Wuyan. Moreover, having already experienced much, she had the grand narrative of the wandering planets yet to complete. "Farewell, until we meet again." With that, he took his leave of Tai Si, Jack, and the Galactic King. What transpired next at headquarters was of little concern to Wuyan. He was not a contractor, after all. Whoosh! In the profound depths of the cosmos, countless stars shimmered, and a galaxy cascaded from the heavens, suspended as if a crystalline silver ribbon, resembling a pristine jade scepter. It reflected an infinite, gentle radiance. Seated within the opulent confines of a lavish aircraft, Wuyan gazed through the expansive windows at the twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. Beside him, the King of Realms continued to prattle incessantly. "Wuyan, You must understand that the warnings from the Galaxy King are not mere exaggerations. The catastrophic disaster wrought by mental energy was no less devastating than the destruction caused during the battle with the God of Destruction. I implore you not to recklessly pursue power that is unearned. Rest assured, my lord, Wuyan replied with an air of irritation. There will be absolutely no issue. He had already committed to annihilating the mental energy at a later time, yet this individual persisted in his incessant admonitions. How could he possibly relinquish such a treasure of the heavens and earth? What a fool. Very well. After a lengthy discourse, the King of Realms relented. However, at no time should you allow your formidable power to cloud your judgment. Remain steadfast in your convictions. The reason I did not entrust you with the spirit bomb initially was due to the turmoil within your heart. King of Realms, Wuyan shouted sternly. Do not push your luck. I understand. The King of the Realm remained silent for a moment before reluctantly responding. In principle, for the stability of the world, he would absolutely prefer to prevent Wuyan from experimenting with that malevolent entity. However, his own power was utterly insufficient to deter Wuyan. Now, he could only pray for his success. Suddenly, amidst the dark expanse before him, flickering points of light emerged. What could that be? A lustrous crystal-hued ring surged forth from the center, akin to a divine sword unsheathed, its chilling radiance striking fear into the heart. The reincarnation eye rapidly contracted. What is this? Within, an infinite frenzy of energy pulsated, a multitude of sharp forces seemingly poised to unleash themselves in an instant. Swish, swish. The surrounding planets were neatly cleaved in two. The remaining fragments were swiftly engulfed, disappearing without a trace in mere seconds. Fortunately, there were no humans residing on them. Wuyan, run. That is the cosmic tide. It has erupted ahead of time. The King of the Realm urged anxiously. The cosmic tide? Just as those words left his lips, boundless energy crashed against the spaceship, sharp forces launching a frenzied assault, the cacophony of sounds echoing relentlessly. The thunderous roar of metal clashing reverberated, and in an instant, the silvery spaceship glowed a scorching red. Swish. Wuyan exerted himself and leaped into the air. Instantly, a torrential wave engulfed him completely. No matter how he tried to summon his breath, it proved utterly futile. How infuriating. His body continued to twist and turn, blood seeping through his skin, and his bronzed physique began to flush a deep crimson. Hiss. Wuyan's right hand clutched the spaceship with unwavering tenacity, instantly leaving behind 5 deep gashes that erupted into a myriad of sparks. His fingernails had vanished entirely. Waves of energy surged relentlessly, rendering my rigid body incapable of recovery. In but a fleeting moment, he found himself ensnared in a predicament. Wuyan, the force of the cosmic tides is strongest only at the periphery. Soon, within less than a minute, it will begin to wane. It is easy to speak when one is not burdened by pain. Wuyan complained. His left hand clenched tightly as he shouted, God! Luo! Tian! Zheng! Suddenly, an immense repulsive force, intertwined with dark ripples, erupted outward. The storm gradually diminished, allowing Wuyan to finally find his footing. The raging winds tousled his bangs, while the Rinnegan flickered with brilliance. Metamorphosis. Super Saiyan. A vivid crimson light immediately materialized, the turbulent aura flowing into the Rinnegan, rejuvenating his weary eyes as if they were infused with a spring of crystal-clear water. Yet, what followed was an even greater torment. With a heart-wrenching cry, Wuyan's eyes erupted with strands of crimson, intermingling with ethereal violet ripples, rendering his visage exceedingly tragic. The surrounding whirlwind continued to compress the explosive force. Amidst the tumultuous surge, it seemed the only sanctuary of purity. Mere seconds felt like years to Wuyan. At last, everything had subsided. The explosive tempest surged backward, revealing a core of radiant light. Divine purple luminescence emanated from within, enveloping the air in a mist of vibrant colors. Enchanting and mesmerizing, Wuyan collapsed on the spaceship, gasping heavily. Thanks to the blessing bestowed by the previous realm's king, he was able to survive in the vacuum. Otherwise, he would have perished in the vortex long ago. However, the ship below was in tatters, with wind whistling through numerous breaches, and the engine was buzzing ominously. A flash of golden electricity streaked across, clearly indicating that it could not endure for much longer. Gazing at the intricate instruments, Wuyan felt bewildered. He truly should have brought Taisi along. He believed she had undoubtedly inherited Dr. Breevy's technological prowess. A tinge of regret washed over him. The spaceship was incapable of executing a space jump and was merely struggling to navigate through the cosmos amidst swirling black mist. Consequently, the originally intended travel time for their journey had now been significantly prolonged. Wuyan spoke with irritation. Do you see this, King of the Realm? You still claim that time is plentiful. It's utterly deceiving. All because of rescuing the Galactic Patrol, I've taken such a long detour. The King of the Realm felt somewhat embarrassed and replied with a hint of remorse. We are nearing the center of the galaxy. Just a little more patience is required. Upon hearing this, Wuyan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. 1 day, 2 days, 15 days, 29 days. Wuyan transitioned from tranquility to a state of heightened agitation, veins bulging and his eyes suffused with a crimson glow. Even the Rinnegan emanated a scarlet brilliance. Is this what you meant by it being imminent? He erupted into a fit of curses. The king of the realm hastily interjected, I assure you. I'm not deceiving you. Look, the vortex of Silverheart has become increasingly distinct, has it not? Ahead lies but a solitary planet. That one, precisely that one. Sensing Wuyan's ire, the king of the realm quickly clarified. He spoke the truth. Before them, streams of silver light converged from all directions, forming a vortex that radiated a silvery luminescence, slowly spinning. Within it, twinkled like fireflies, a unique crystalline glow. Everything resembled a narrative from a fairy tale. Surrounding them, energies of violet and fiery red intertwined, creating an inverted bowl shape. A mighty force howled incessantly, and merely a glance sent tremors through Wuyan's very soul. The outer realm was an expanse of emptiness, with but a single planet. Upon it, a robust tree stood tall. What is that? Wuyan inquired softly. Encased in energy. That is the so-called Sea of Divine Fall, the very heart of the Milky Way. And ahead lies Yongrue Star. That towering tree is the Tree of Spirits. Chapter 45. What I beheld is mine. In the distance, the Milky Way shimmered, the silver-white vortex a sight of exquisite beauty, akin to the divine handiwork of a creator. For galaxies surged forth from each direction, continually pouring into the vortex. A deep azure mist enveloped the area, rendering it akin to a celestial palace shrouded in ethereal haze, evoking a sense of dreamlike beauty. Is that the Tree of Spirits? Ahead, due to the destructive energies, only one planet remained. The towering tree thrived, its dense canopy overshadowing the planet beneath. Tendrils of green cascaded down, and luscious, crimson fruits glimmered with a crystalline radiance. Thud! Wuyan could not help but swallow hard. The malevolent artifact has finally resurfaced today. Beside him, the king of the realm continued to mutter mysteriously. However, when I told you that there was still time. It should take more than a day to reach maturity. Very well, Wuyan said with a hint of annoyance. Whatever you say is right. He slowly floated down, his feet resting upon the treetop. Suddenly, a refreshing aura surged from the ground to the crown of his head, and merely standing there, Wuyan felt his own energy expanding wildly. What is this? Temptation? The realm king remarked. The fruit of the spirit tree, by all accounts, can only be consumed by deities, and only those deities who are free from desires can withstand the eruption of negative emotions within. Now do you understand why I have defined it as a drug? Simply standing upon it evokes feelings of reluctance. If consumed, Wuyan, I truly cannot fathom what the consequences might be. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback. He did not believe he would be overwhelmed by such temptations. How could he aspire to reach the pinnacle with such thoughts? He paid little heed to the king of the realm's age-old words. It was only thanks to the king that he had acquired substantial knowledge. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely been met with the dark sacred scythe. It seemed that an unwelcome guest was approaching. Wuyan gazed upon the dense canopy of trees and spoke softly. He then slowly turned around. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, revealing his true form. With a crab-like head and a countenance marked by a cold intensity, he bore a green combat power detector, resembling Yukon closely. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. The muscles he possessed were so powerful that he stood nearly twice the height of Wuyan, with a formidable energy coursing through his veins like a raging torrent. A Saiyan? The figure murmured. Has Vegeta uncovered my scheme? No, his arrogance renders him oblivious to the spirit tree, and he would hardly concern himself with my fate. My race should have been extinguished long ago. He suddenly paused. Are you the descendant of Kakarot? Wuyan exhibited no semblance of surprise. It was hardly astonishing that if Raditz was aware, then Dales must also be informed. Dales. Wuyan exhaled the murky thoughts that clouded his mind and spoke softly. Oh. Dales raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Did Rithis divulge this to you? How generous of him to share everything. Otherwise, why would one fear the whims of their own imagination? Before Wuyan could elaborate, Dales had already conjured a myriad of reasons in his mind. You must be after the fruit of the spirit tree, am I correct? Although we are both Scions, I must confess that such treasures are firmly within my grasp. Now, if you were to kneel, bow your head a few times, and ultimately pledge your allegiance to me, I might just consider granting you a few. This would be the greatest favor I could bestow upon a fellow kin. Dales muttered to himself, his words dripping with the dark pride and arrogance characteristic of his kind, utterly dismissive of Wuyan. Oh. Wuyan felt a twinge of displeasure as an exceedingly domineering statement escaped his lips. My apologies, Darius. The moment this object entered my sight, it became mine. Darius paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. Ha, ha, ha. He threw his head back in a fit of hysterical derision, his mocking tone unmistakable. Truly, you are the descendant of Bardock, still looking down upon others with such arrogance. He lightly tapped the combat power tester, and the numbers flickered rapidly, finally settling at 100. A combat power of nearly 100? Ha! What audacity it takes to utter such words. Foolish. Being exiled to Earth, that insignificant planet, seems to have fully awakened your arrogance. In this vast cosmos, I could effortlessly reduce you to mere fragments in an instant. Humph. Wuyan let out a cold snort, slightly raising his hands. A bitter smile on his face. In this world, why is it that no one believes the truth? How did you discover this spirit tree? He inquired. Humph. Your death sentence has long been irrevocably pronounced in my heart. However, before you meet your end, I am willing to divulge everything to you. A tired old tale. Devoid of any novelty, Wuyan scoffed. Long ago, I, along with my entire race, had been scheming to usurp the throne of King Vegeta. Unfortunately, the power of those elite warriors surged too rapidly, and for a long time, hope seemed utterly elusive. Dales lamented, his hands slightly raised in a gesture of regret. But then, during a fateful mission, I found myself caught in the cosmic tides, and I believed my demise was imminent. Yet, against all odds, I survived to reach the destination and beheld this magnificent tree. Upon consulting the Zypher people, I learned that it is the spirit tree, capable of instantly augmenting a warrior's power without any side effects. At last, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. A flicker of wild joy sparkled in Dale's eyes, as if he had truly immersed himself in the moment. However, due to the volatile energy, it is utterly unsuitable for absorption by the spirit tree. Its growth is painfully slow. I contemplated transplanting the spirit tree, but alas, I lacked any surplus seeds. Should it wilt and perish, it would be a devastating blow to me. I cannot afford such a risk. Watching it grow steadily like a flowing river, I could only wait patiently. And that wait has spanned a decade. In Dale's eyes shone a glimmer of longing. Not long ago, I departed from Vegeta, severing the connection in my power testing device, preparing to reap the fruits of my decade-long cultivation. Though King Vegeta has perished, with such a divine artifact, who cares for a throne? My ambition is to become the true emperor of the universe, to indulge in exquisite delicacies and beautiful companions. That, indeed, is a life akin to paradise. Haha. Oh, Wuyan grinned widely. What a grand plan you have, pursued for 10 years. I must commend your perseverance. However, encountering me is your greatest misfortune. Let me tell you. This treasure belongs to me. Chapter 46, Rampant Fury. Severed arm. Dales momentarily staggered, then erupted in furious curses. A mere brat with a power level of 100 dares to utter such words in the face of my mercilessness. Truly, you must have a death wish. It seems I should enlighten you on the meaning of elderly benevolence. The negotiation had failed. Wuyan displayed an air of innocence, spreading his hands with a smile as he declared, then let me shatter every bone in your body, compelling you to accept it. Huh. Suddenly, Darius roared, a resounding energy surging forth from his being. The ground trembled, debris lifted into the air, vanishing in an instant. Crack. Fissures erupted from his feet, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Oh, has his combat power reached 20,000? It seems you have been playing the fool under Vegeta's command. This hardly aligns with the proud standards of a Saiyan. Darius reveled in the sight of his own hands, feeling an overwhelming strength. My sharpness has long been dulled over the ages. However, all of this will surely be reclaimed once I obtain the fruit of the spirit tree. Whoosh. Darius's feet struck the ground, and the immense force caused the earth to shatter explosively. His figure resembled a fleeting shadow, disappearing into the air in the blink of an eye. A mere parlor trick. Wuyan surged forward, his Rinnegan flickering rapidly as it captured the fleeting shadows in the air. Darius moved with astonishing speed, yet in the gaze of the Rinnegan, he resembled nothing more than an ant. Die. A pale blue radiance enveloped his fist as he unleashed a sudden force into the empty expanse. Boom. Darius abruptly materialized in that space, his fists colliding violently in midair. Crackle. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, enveloping the entire world in a frenzy. What? Darius was taken aback. You? How could you possibly perceive my trajectory? It was as if he were an ant. If I couldn't see it, then I must be blind. As Wuyan opened his mouth to retort, he planted one foot firmly on the ground, his body seamlessly merging into the void. In an instant, 3 figures emerged in the air. Phantoms? Darius's obsidian eyes flickered continuously, the identical aura enveloping him in confusion, as it appeared that the Wuyan before him was entirely corporeal. The 3 phantoms intertwined, moving in a zigzag pattern, and the first figure swung a fist, landing a heavy blow upon Darius's nose. Darius let out a pained scream, his nose turning crimson, droplets of blood cascading down as his body staggered backward. Bang! The second figure launched another assault, a shrieking wave of sharp energy sweeping across his face, a deep, gaping gash cruelly appearing from the corner of his mouth to the bridge of his nose, blood gushing forth in a wild torrent. How infuriating! Darius continued to retreat, his pupils constricting, his face etched with terror. How could this be? Are all 3 figures real? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the third figure suddenly descended from the heavens, grasping Darius's visage with an iron grip, and with a weighty descent. Boom. Both man and face were forcefully slammed into the ground. The shockwave of power shattered the surroundings within a 10-meter radius. Well, Darius coughed blood, his complexion ghastly pale, mingled with flecks of dirt, presenting a truly dismal sight. Boom. Boom. Wuyan's fists descended in rapid succession, reminiscent of the fiery deity striking down upon a Shing. Each colossal blow imbued with boundless strength. A series of low groans echoed, akin to the tremors of an earthquake, as the ground quaked beneath the force. Humph. Look at your current wretched state. What has become of you, the proud Saiyan? Were you not the one to declare my impending doom? In Wuyan's left eye, madness was palpable as boundless power cascaded downwards. Cracks began to emerge from the crown of Dales, relentlessly spreading forth. Merely the residual force of this expansion was enough to shatter the ground beneath. Wuyan formed a mystical seal with his right hand, and an azure energy began to coalesce, painting the sky while radiating a dazzling brilliance. The Kamehameha. The resounding energy surged forth, crashing directly towards Dale's head. Boom. The overwhelming force engulfed him in an instant, a torrent of nanoscale attacks swirling wildly. Crack. Crack. Columns of brilliant blue light continuously ascended from the rifts, annihilating all living beings upon the ground in a blinding display. Whoosh. Wukong swiftly flickered away from the epicenter of the energy explosion. Is survival still within reach? In Dragon Ball, Goku's battles appear as if he revels in the experience, often allowing himself a moment of respite, ultimately finding himself in exceedingly perilous situations. After acquiring the Rinnegan, Wuyan perpetually harnesses the agility of the heavenly hand power, along with the universal pull and almighty push, to create opportunities for attack. Once successful, he unleashes a fluid and seamless series of assaults, ensuring the complete annihilation of his adversary. Boom. Moments later, the amassed energy erupts in an explosion, giving rise to a slowly ascending mushroom cloud. Wuyan crossed his hands and gently remarked, "My dear kin, how do you perceive this gift I have bestowed upon you?" With a resounding thud, the shattered stones rolled amidst the swirling smoke, and Darius emerged step by step, his appearance utterly grotesque. Half of his face lay charred, his hair entirely gone, and torrents of blood incessantly flowed from his ravaged skin, resembling a nightmarish specter, fierce and terrifying. "How despicable!" Darius uttered with a hoarse cry. His throat completely scorched, the mere effort of speaking a few words brought him excruciating pain. "You are but a mere child, how could you possibly wield such power? Surely, you must have resorted to some illicit substance." Darius was bewildered. If a 5-year-old could surpass him in an instant, what then was the purpose of his decade-long perseverance? I refused to believe it. In desperation, he launched a reckless, all-out assault, swinging his fist with tremendous force towards Wuyan. A frenzied and sharp energy enveloped the strike, as if the very essence of a sword aimed to pierce Wuyan directly. Whoosh. With a flurry of afterimages, Wuyan deftly pivoted, skillfully evading Darius's assault. Observing the rigid and defenseless Darius, a cruel smile crept across his face. Crack. Extending his right hand, he unleashed a razor-sharp strike, a violet aura buzzing ominously as he swung fiercely at Darius's outstretched arm. A scream erupted. Blood gushed forth like a torrential surge, painting the air crimson, saturating the atmosphere with a metallic scent. A severed arm fell to the ground. Wuyan, astonishingly, severed Darius's arm. Darius let out a sudden, anguished scream, clutching the smooth wound on his arm, his cries echoing desperately across the ground. His hoarse voice, mingled with a grotesque expression, conveyed an unfathomable misery. Even Wuyan felt a tinge of embarrassment. How should one articulate this? To inflict such harm upon someone who bore a striking resemblance to a father figure was truly. Sigh. Chapter 47. How is he more villainous than I? Wuyan hovered in the air, gazing down at the bloody Darius, who continued to taunt him with a mocking tongue. To his astonishment, Darius staggered to his feet, his arms and body racked with excruciating pain that surged like a relentless tide. The searing energy coursed through him, a severed limb mingling with torment that rivaled the most harrowing tortures of antiquity. With a trembling hand, he pointed unsteadily and shouted, You are merely the descendant of the inferior warrior Kakarot. How could you possibly defeat me?" Wuyan clutched his head and sighed. "You speak as if you are a superior warrior. We share the same hairstyle, the same appearance, and naturally, we possess the same genes. It is truly laughable to mock others from a position of such similarity." He glanced at Dales, whose blood flowed profusely, his complexion a ghastly pale. Yet, astonishingly, he was still able to stand. "I truly admire your vitality." As soon as the words left his lips, his right hand shot up high, crimson energy swirling in his palm. From the hidden meridians, it surged forth to the tips of his fingers. With a rapid flick of his fingers, a flurry of energy burst forth. Whoosh. Instantly, the concentrated energy descended like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, a gentle drizzle of raindrops. It resembled an intense bombardment, thoroughly cleansing the shattered ground. Boom. Scorching flames began to stretch out, the boundless energy intertwining and swirling in the air, reflecting in Dale's eyes. Everything appeared as if it were a catastrophic disaster. Damn it. He clenched his teeth, a sudden spurt of blood erupting from his mouth, forcing himself to awaken. This is truly a matter of life and death. You ruthless fiend. Were you not supposed to bask in your victory in the skies and grant me a chance for retaliation? Whoosh. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light. Fleeing desperately through the air, Wuyan relentlessly pursued from behind, his right hand unleashing energy akin to a rapid-fire machine gun. Blue flames danced from his palm. Boom. The cacophony of endless explosions reverberated, plunging the world into a tumultuous uproar. Haha. Is this a game of cat and mouse? How intriguing. A bloodthirsty glimmer flickered in Wuyan's eyes. Ever since drifting through the cosmos, he seemed to have fully liberated his true nature. He relished this brutal game, defeating his adversaries. His greatest delight lay in the act of severing their heads. Darius watched as the explosive shockwaves relentlessly surged towards him, his speed diminishing due to his injuries. At this rate, he would undoubtedly be engulfed in the explosion, meeting a gruesome end. How infuriating. Even if he contemplated it, what could he do? The disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Wuyan could effortlessly dominate him. Moreover, he was continually employing the Kaioken technique. A glimmer of hope sparked in Darius's eyes as he spotted a burrow and swiftly dove into it. Whoosh! The sound of a fighter jet roared above as dense energy detonated overhead, sending a shiver down his spine. Oh, has the arrogant Saiyan resorted to becoming a burrowing rodent? Wuyan mocked from the sky. Yet, Darius shouted with fervor, now is the time. Counterattack. As the moment of enlightenment just passed, my body remained momentarily rigid due to inertia. This is the perfect opportunity. Destructive energy orb. All the power within Darius coalesced into his left hand, crackling with a wild surge of golden lightning. Veins bulged. Reminiscent of a conduit transporting oil, accompanied by a resounding gurgle. The golden energy sphere formed instantaneously and was hurled forth. Haha, you shall never evade this move. Perish. How naive. As Wu Yin turned, a surge of energy rushed forth. The intense vibrations and friction with the air caused the temperature to soar. The world around him distorted under the searing heat. His abdomen slightly protruded as he took a deep breath. Observing the surging energy, he suddenly exhaled. Whoosh. The beam of energy was unexpectedly blown back by Wu Yin. What? Darius could hardly believe it. The disparity in power in his eyes was merely a fleeting eruption of Wu Yin's forbidden technique. A person who grew up on Earth, in a realm of gentleness, could never be his adversary. Boom. The explosion sent Darius tumbling to the left, barely managing to escape. The shockwave from the blast swept him up, crashing him heavily against the stones. To not reciprocate is to be impolite. Wu Yin broke into a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, gazing at the cherubic face that bore the innocence of youth. Yet, Dale sensed the piercing brilliance concealed beneath that facade, his body tensing as though confronting a formidable adversary. Wu Yin extended his right hand, slightly raising it to rest upon his shoulder. A crackling sound echoed as deep violet energy began to coalesce, and in that fleeting moment when an extraordinarily sharp force emerged, the air resonated with a mournful wail. There's no need to be so tense. He chuckled softly, casting a glance at Dales. Even if you're anxious, it will prove utterly futile. What is destined to be will be. With a swift motion, he brought his hand crashing down. A wave of violet energy surged forth, taking the shape of a crescent as it launched into a frenzied assault. The air, stones, and everything in its path were effortlessly cleaved in two. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the sky. Dales found himself once again engulfed by the chaos, akin to a small vessel adrift in a tempestuous sea. No matter how desperately he struggled, he remained ensnared within the embrace of the energy. With a gasp, he expelled another mouthful of blood, further invigorating the violet energy with his essence. Upon colliding with the spirit tree, the sharp wave shattered with a resounding crash, leaving profound gashes of several centimeters deep upon the massive trunk. Dales collided heavily against it. Cursed wretch, he snarled, his brow furrowing in a fierce grimace. Such a lethal assault, mercilessly targeting the foe with relentless strikes. It is as though he embodies the essence of a bloodthirsty fiend. Dales felt a twinge of frustration. How could he possibly resemble a villain more than I do? The reincarnation, I possess the remarkable ability to instantaneously capture the trajectory of an opponent's movements, swiftly discerning their vulnerabilities and errors. This precision facilitated his onslaught, creating an impression of ruthless efficiency, his strikes unrelenting and almost sanguinary. All of this stemmed from the acquisition of the reincarnation eye. To Wu Yin, Dales appeared to be riddled with flaws. Wu Yin flickered rapidly, standing high in the air with arms crossed, his voice resonating with a chilling clarity. Behold your current state. Battered and bruised, your right arm severed, your strength has plummeted. I have grown weary of this game. It is time to send you on your way. Darius's face was etched with gravity. Damn it. The power within me has significantly waned. To vanquish this terrifying foe, there is but one recourse. He lifted his gaze, noticing the blood-red fruits gradually ripening above him. I must consume the fruit of the spirit tree. The 48th chapter, Decapitation. The fruits, as crimson as blood and the size of a fist, bore small barbs. Amidst the vibrant red, a hint of green lingered. They were not yet fully matured. Yet, there was no time to consider the details. Only by consuming them could I hope to defeat this fiend. Very well. Darius's eyes whirled as he deployed a smoke bomb to bewilder his accursed adversary. Once I have consumed the fruit, I shall return everything to you. Whoosh. A blue beam of light surged skyward, enveloping Wu Yin in an instant. Boom. It erupted in a dazzling explosion, a riot of colors, reminiscent of a vibrant firework display, flooding the sky with brilliance. The intense luminosity cloaked the entire land. Now is the moment. Darius lunged into the air, scrambling upwards with fervor. He stretched out his left hand, the fruit tantalizingly close. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. It was almost within reach. Alas, a resonant clang, akin to a bronze bell, pronounced his doom. Universal attraction. Wu Yin was momentarily dazzled by the flash, yet he relied on his instincts to accurately perceive Darius's movements. Furthermore, having been reduced to such a state, he had no choice but to resort to this final method. Wu Yin, single and resolute, extended his hand and squeezed with great force. Whoosh! Waves of white light spread throughout the world, gradually intertwining in the air, seemingly forming a pair of gravitational hands that tightly grasped Dale's. What? This is bad. Sensing the pulling force from behind, Dale's was filled with terror. The tip of his middle finger was merely an inch away from the fruit of the spiritual tree. No, no. His veins bulged as he roared in desperation. I must consume it. I must consume it. Obsessed and oblivious, Wuyan coldly mocked. You have no chance of victory. Dales, accept your fate. This object does not belong to you. Wuyan exerted a tremendous grip, and an overwhelming gravitational force suddenly emanated from his hand. Dale's body stumbled, hurtling backward like a train. Aha! Wuyan continuously swung his fists, whirling like the wind, a cold smile of mockery gracing his lips. With a resounding thud, he delivered a heavy blow directly to Darius's back. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Darius's body appeared to bend unnaturally, as if broken in two. Having finally lost the last shred of resistance, he hung limply in the air. The ghastly scene sent shivers down Wuyan's spine. He bore an uncanny resemblance to my father, and I truly wish not to end your life. However, with a shift in tone, Wuyan declared loudly, Yet, witnessing your suffering, I cannot help but feel compassion. Allow me to grant you liberation, for I am but a kind-hearted youth. Wuyan innocently spread his hands, exuding an air of utmost sincerity. His dazed gaze, coupled with a cherubic visage, undeniably stirred a sense of compassion within the onlookers. However, unbeknownst to them, the dire predicament of Darius was a direct consequence of Wuyan's actions. At this moment, Darius was acutely aware that his time was limited. Did you truly believe this entity belonged solely to you? Just moments ago, I discreetly activated the combat power testing device. I trust that some of you have heard of the spirit tree's fruit. Your adversaries will soon. Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling glimmer swiftly sliced through the air, as if a purple beam of light had cleaved the sky in two. Wuyan's form flickered, appearing instantaneously behind his foe. Clutching the dark scythe, blood continued to drip from its blade. Regardless of who approached, I vowed to ensure their demise would be devoid of a grave. Suddenly, a surge of warm blood erupted from behind. Darius maintained his last mocking grin, his head rolling across the ground, dust enveloping it. Humph! Were you still waiting to witness my humiliation at the final moment, you wretched scoundrel? With a forceful kick, I sent that bothersome entity soaring, concealing it amidst the debris of battle. This accursed individual had recklessly transmitted information from this place to others, complicating my affairs. It would be one thing if it were merely others who came, but I dread the arrival of that cosmic sovereign Frisia. Wuyan gazed upon the crimson fruit, its ripeness seemingly still a day away. He hoped fervently that nothing would go awry. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion shattered the silence of the starry sky. Below, a planet disintegrated, with molten lava surging forth from the fissures, mercilessly consuming all desperate life. Lightning crackled, each bolt shimmering like fireflies in the night. A single strike plunged into the ground, causing the earth to collapse beneath it. Moments later, the planet reached its critical point, erupting in a dazzling display akin to a magnificent firework. Vivid flames coalesced in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle visible for hundreds of miles. In the cosmos, a disc-shaped spacecraft floated, surrounded by countless minions. Above, a figure sat elegantly in a flying chair, a visage of malevolence gracing his face, adorned with horns of alternating white and pink. His graceful demeanor belied the sinister glint in his eyes, blending fury with a gentlemanly charm that obscured his true nature. He was none other than the cosmic tyrant, Frisia. Aha! Dodoria, have you witnessed this exquisite scene? The wails of humanity, the demise of a planet, all intertwined in such beauty. Every life, in its final moments, unleashing its accumulated energy to please me. Aha! Remarkable! His voice rasped, indifferent to the destruction of a planet, even reveling in it. This was the cruel essence of Frisia. To him, destruction was art, and the planet's final explosion was the most radiant moment of all. Behind him, a grotesquely rotund figure with an array of unsightly lumps chimed in. Lord Frisia, these wretched traitors have indeed shown their last flicker of brilliance. Perhaps they deserve forgiveness. Indeed. Frisia nodded slightly. Their tones dripped with sympathy, despite the annihilation of humanity. My lord, a minor incident has occurred. Frisia inquired, intrigued. The Saiyans, who had been under constant surveillance, had recently diverged in their paths. Dorias appeared to have ventured to the galaxy's core, while Vegeta and Nappa had sought refuge on a primitive planet called Earth, seemingly battered and weakened. Earth? Frisia mused. Let them be. Those fools, believing themselves a warrior race, have perished in a backward wasteland. It seems I need to reassess the threat they pose. Indeed. Dodoria concurred, though he warned, we must remain cautious of this Doria's fellow. A holographic projection materialized before Dodoria, revealing a familiar visage that left Frisia momentarily silent. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the last Saiyan who resisted during the destruction of planet Vegeta. My lord, this man has reached the galaxy's center and has somehow evaded the cosmic tides. From my observations, his power level has just plummeted. He's already deceased. Humph. Frisia scoffed. What concern is there for those who are dead? Like Vegeta, they are merely useless. Dodoria, sensing the icy glare from Frisia, hastily added, my lord. The words of that man before his demise intrigued me. He seemed to have discovered the fruit of the Tree of Might in the galaxy's center. Chapter 49. Uninvited Guests. Exploding Dodoria. With each breath, Wuyan's hands moved rhythmically, a technique he had learned from Piccolo for refining his combat state. During 2 months of wandering through the cosmos, he had been enmeshed in battles and space travel, scarcely finding a moment to rest. Yet, the ultimate reward was within reach. He looked up to see that the fruit of the Tree of Might had seemingly doubled in size within just a day, nearing maturity. How he longed for a moment of tranquility. The recent skirmishes had left him physically and mentally weary. The pervasive bloodshed had even stirred a desire for respite in one so accustomed to violence. Suddenly, he sensed the emergence of hundreds of auras around him. Among them, one radiated like scorching sunlight, standing out distinctly and blindingly. With a sigh, Wuyan lamented, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. At present, he could only transform into a mimetic Super Saiyan, intending to utilize the fruit of the spirit tree for his final breakthrough. Alas, his adversary afforded him no such luxury. Gazing at the sky, where a spacecraft of white and brown hues loomed, a colossal disk several hundred meters in diameter, he murmured, Frisia. Creak. The mechanical sound resonated as the ship floated in the air, the hatch above swinging wide open. Frisia remained seated upon his throne, flanked by the sycophant Dodoria and a throng of hundreds of minions. The overwhelming aura of combat prowess seemed to dim the very heavens. A gust of wind surged forth abruptly. Oh, a genteel voice echoed, as Frisia remarked, is this the central planet of the galaxy? Remarkably, I have never set foot here before. The surface appears rather solid, yet the inhospitable environment renders it devoid of any value for conquest. He gazed upon the towering tree before him, feeling as insignificant as a mere drop in the ocean. How utterly vexing. Beep beep. The combat power detector by his ear blared incessantly as Frisia scrutinized his surroundings. It seemed that the little rodent who had slain Dallas and sought to monopolize the spirit tree's fruit was hiding nearby. That ship must be his. Upon sighting Wuyuan's massive aircraft, even Frisia was taken aback for a fleeting moment. Whoosh. With a flick of his finger, a pink beam of light erupted forth. After a brief pause, a deafening explosion resounded as he obliterated Wuyuan's ship within mere moments of arrival. Few races could survive in the cosmos, and thus, that little rodent had no escape. Wouldn't you agree? Whoosh. His body flickered in midair, finding refuge behind a stone as he softly murmured, that Saiyan rodent. Concealed behind the stone, Wuyuan whispered, how did you discover me? Based on the intelligence gathered from Dallas's battle, it was quite simple to deduce your Saiyan lineage. Although I am unaware of the means by which you concealed your energy, this planet offers only a handful of hiding spots. I surmise you cannot be far from here. Only thus can one maintain perfect control over the fruit of the spirit tree. Clap clap. Wuyan gently applauded, unable to suppress his admiration, exclaiming, indeed. You are the cosmic emperor Frisia, and your reputation is well-deserved. Your extraordinary intellect and formidable power ensure that your success is inevitable. Thank you for the kind words. Frisia replied with a slight bow, exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor. However, upon observing Wuyan's expression, his pupils suddenly constricted. The visage mirrored that of the last defender of planet Vegeta. The cold smirk at the corner of his mouth was unmistakable. This shouldn't be possible. Aside from Vegeta and his comrades, no Saiyans remain alive. Frisia murmured, yet he dismissed the thought. Regardless, today, you are destined to perish here. The dialogue between the two appeared gentle and serene, yet beneath the surface, a tempestuous energy began to coalesce. The contest of might had never truly ceased. Lord Frisia, allow me to handle this wretch. Dodoria sneered from the side, his words dripping with disdain for the Saiyans. At least I have evolved into a human, unlike you, who is neither man nor ghost. If I am a monkey, you are nothing more than a walking hedgehog. TCH. Wuyan scoffed mockingly, what audacity. Dodoria, seething with rage, retorted, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. I shall shatter you into a million pieces and subject you to the most excruciating tortures. So you may understand that your very existence in this world is your gravest mistake. Frisia took a few steps back, conceding the battlefield to Dodoria. Such confidence indeed. With a cold smirk, Wuyan vanished in an instant, his entire being shimmering as he transformed into a glimmering ray of frost, melding seamlessly into the void and disappearing without a trace. Dodoria's pupils widened in panic as he frantically scanned his surroundings, yet no matter where he looked, Wuyan's figure eluded him. Where could that elusive wretch have gone? He cursed vehemently, incessantly tapping on the power level detector, only to soon reveal a look of utter astonishment. How could this be? A person engaged in battle without emitting any energy? Did he truly believe this was merely a mundane altercation? Frisia too expressed his surprise. This speed? It is indeed hard to fathom. His battle power must have already reached 100,000. 100,000? Dodoria exclaimed in fear. This is absolutely impossible. He himself barely exceeded 10,000. 100,000 could rival the elite forces of the Ginyu Force. How could a mere Saiyan monkey possibly compare to the universe's most formidable troops? Suddenly, a flash of cold light flickered, and a diminutive figure darted through the air, delivering a heavy blow to Dodoria's abdomen. With a gasp, his belly caved in several inches, the impact reverberating through his ribs and internal organs. Dodoria's eyes widened in shock as he staggered back, attempting to clench his fists, yet all his strength seemed to dissipate in an instant. Just one punch. And I am utterly devastated? From above, a booming voice echoed, Dodoria. He quickly looked up to see Wuyan enveloped in blue energy, hurtling down from the sky. His fierce aura akin to a sharp divine sword. A single punch descended from above, the overwhelming force propelling Wuyan downward at an incredible speed. Waves of white shockwaves radiated outward as Dodoria's corpulent body compressed under the sheer terror of the force, the destructive power coursing through him, leaving him shattered in moments. With a resounding explosion of orange light, Wuyan utilized his telekinetic prowess to disengage, gazing calmly at Frisia. Now, shall we commence our battle? With a cold smile, Wuyan remarked, while the minions behind him were filled with terror. Is it truly possible? Just 2 punches and Lord Dodoria was annihilated. The brutality was unparalleled, piercing through from head to toe, the accumulated power resulting in a self-detonation. This fellow's strength is utterly terrifying. Frisia cast a surprised glance at Wuyan, slightly curling his lips. Beside them, Dodoria had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, utterly lifeless. Impressive indeed. To achieve such a feat. It seems you are not particularly sorrowful. Wuyan scoffed. Frisia replied, his index finger swaying slightly. I command hundreds of thousands of formidable subordinates, and casualties are inevitable during planetary assaults. If I were to mourn each one, I might as well be called the king of cosmic tears. Furthermore, remember this. A weakling is unworthy of being my subordinate. Wuyan gazed at him, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Allow me to share another revelation with you. The saboteur, who is surveilling the cosmic scavengers as they assault the Galactic Patrol headquarters, was also eliminated by me. This transpired not long ago. Wuyan raised his proud head. Speaking with a volatile nature, he yearned to witness Frisia's frustration, even his fury, to satiate his own desires. However, Frisia merely nodded slightly. Those foolish beings. I never placed any expectations on them. Cosmic scavengers, a mere band of ragpickers. Their residual value has been utterly depleted. As for Zabo, his demise is inconsequential. Under my command, he hardly ranks among the top 10. Frisia chuckled lightly. To wish to see me in sorrow is a naive overestimation of your influence. It is truly their misfortune to have such a cold-hearted leader as you. Speak as you will. Frisia cast a fleeting glance at Wuyan, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating his very essence. With a battle power exceeding 100,000, engaging with you would hardly even count as a warm-up. However, the Jinyu force is currently occupied with other missions. Little flea, it appears I shall have to take matters into my own hands. Frisia gracefully leapt from his hover chair, arms outstretched and a wicked smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from him, swirling pink and black in a chaotic dance. The ground beneath them collapsed into a massive pit, several meters in diameter. In an instant, Wuyan roared, his blue aura abruptly replaced by a blood-red intensity. His left eye's pupil vanished, his hair levitated, and veins bulged at the corners of his eyes. His arms swelled several times in size, and his physique elevated slightly. Boom. The surroundings erupted with continuous explosions, flames soaring skyward and rapidly spreading, painting the entire world in chaos. Beep, beep. Frisia's battle power meter skyrocketed. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. Boom. Upon surpassing 1 million, it detonated spectacularly. To think it could be this formidable? Frisia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself with a cold laugh. If this is your trump card, I can only say you are woefully naive. Although your battle power exceeds my expectations, defeating me is an impossibility. Whoosh, whoosh. The figures of blood red and pink surged upwards, fists extended, colliding midair with a thunderous impact. Boom. The turbulent, fierce aura swiftly spread, causing the ground to cave in. Purple lightning crackled from the collision, weaving a web that enveloped the entire world. Boom, boom, boom. The two combatants spiraled upward, launching relentless attacks from every conceivable angle. Wuyan's hands moved with the enigmatic fluidity of a dragon, unleashing a sudden surge of power as he struck from the left side. The velocity of his assault rendered it almost ethereal, leaving behind mere afterimages. Such a laughable display. The antics of children at play. Frisia clenched his fists, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Humph. The Rinnegan of Wuyan flickered with a violet radiance, causing Frisia's body to abruptly halt, rendered momentarily stunned. With a resounding thud, a swift onslaught bypassed all defenses, sending Frisia hurtling through the air. His nose was crimson, and a trickle of blood adorned the corner of his mouth. As he plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, boom, a dense plume of smoke erupted into the sky, the tremendous force causing the earth to cave in instantaneously. The spirit tree trembled under the weight of their combined might. As the smoke cleared, Frisia brushed off the dust from his attire. Remarkably adept, you are the only one, aside from my father, to leave me with a speck of dirt. He pondered thoughtfully. Just moments ago, I seem to have been ensnared in an alternate reality. As a Saiyan, you possess the ability of illusion? Frisia's assessment was accurate. Wuyan had employed the Rinnegan to ensnare him in a genjutsu. inducing a brief paralysis before launching his attack. The combat instincts of this individual were undeniably on par with my father. Wuyan silently recited, "You have attacked enough, haven't you? Your warm-up is nearly complete. Be cautious, for I shall soon launch my assault." Informing the opponent of one's impending strike is undoubtedly a foolish tactic. Yet, in the case of Frisia, it is an expression of profound arrogance. Wuyan observed with a cold gaze. The current Frisia was still in his initial form, yet to transform. Aware that his combat power was no less than 1,000,000, he remained remarkably composed. Could it be that this fellow also harbors some hidden potential? Wuyan simply could not comprehend. Suddenly, a streak of pink cold light streaked across the sky like lightning, and even Wuyan's Rinnegan could only capture a vague trace. "How swift!" he exclaimed in astonishment as he attempted to move. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen. "What?" Wuyan lowered his head in a daze, only to discover that Frisia had already descended upon him with remarkable swiftness, delivering a powerful blow that struck him forcefully. The energy pulsating within his arms erupted violently, tearing apart the fabric of his chest. A deep wound formed, with grotesque veins rising like writhing worms, continuing to squirm incessantly. How infuriating! Such astonishing speed. Yet he had not sensed it in the slightest. Bang! Wuyan, with his feet momentarily suspended in the air, endured excruciating pain as he executed a rapid flip. Frisia, clearly caught off guard, had not anticipated that Wuyan would possess the strength to move after enduring the full brunt of his attack. He stood there in stunned silence. With a swift and powerful punch, Wuyan struck. The impact resonated against Frisia, sending ripples of white energy emanating from his chest. The azure aura coalesced into a torrent upon Wuyan's serpentine muscles, swiftly converging into his grasp. "This is a return of what you just dealt." Frisia immediately pivoted, only to be met with Wuyan's grin. Celestial hand power. In an instant, Wuyan exchanged positions with a pebble, reappearing behind Frisia. With a decisive kick, he unleashed a forceful blow. A muffled grunt escaped Frisia as he involuntarily furrowed his brow, his body crashing to the ground as if struck by a locomotive. A tremendous explosion ensued, as smoke billowed forth, obliterating the stone columns, debris, and even the mountains in the vicinity. The light of silence engulfed the scene. With a sudden, fierce roar, Wuyan unleashed a torrent of azure light from the palm of his hand, enveloping the air in a shimmering haze. The scorching energy warped the atmosphere for a fleeting moment. It cascaded like relentless raindrops, dense and unyielding, yet moved with the swiftness of laser beams. When these forces converged, they unleashed a comprehensive bombardment akin to a cleansing deluge. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession, igniting towering flames that blazed fiercely, while billowing clouds of smoke swirled like an overwhelming tempest, engulfing the entire world. "Drink." Wuyan extended his hands, and the intensity of energy surged once more, doubling in magnitude. Whoosh! Dozens of beams of light erupted instantaneously, swirling as they detonated at the site where Frisia had fallen. Countless fragments of stone were irresistibly drawn into the air, obliterated in an instant by the explosive force. The world trembled, as if the rampant energy sought to shatter the very planet into pieces. Whoosh! After 3 relentless minutes, Wuyan finally brought the torrent of energy to a halt. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended. The ground lay in ruins, marred by the craters left in the wake of the explosions, and even the fruits of the spirit tree bore the scars of the chaos. With numerous stones embedded in its sturdy trunk, Wuyan hovered in the air, gradually attuning himself to Frisia's aura. Although his previous assault had been fierce, he was acutely aware that it would not inflict significant damage upon Frisia. That terrifying being had merely reverted to his feeble first form. While the transformation may have suppressed his might, his battle experience remained utterly unscathed. TCH, Wuyan let out a cold snort. Indeed, a flicker of ethereal light danced within his Rinnegan, precisely capturing the essence of Frisia in his mind. It was expanding at an astonishing speed. Here he comes. Boom. The ground erupted as a brilliant white light surged into the sky like a resounding divine sword, cleaving the clouds asunder. The air resonated with a thunderous clash, echoing like a mighty bell, relentlessly reverberating. Hee. Quite well done. Amidst this spectacle, a gentlemanly, humble voice suddenly emerged. Frisia slowly stepped out from the radiant light. His feet had vanished, revealing a smooth bald head, most of his body adorned in purple, with only a touch of purple gracing his crown, chest, and knees. His hands hung gently at his sides, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wuyan was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing slightly. Has he finally transformed into his ultimate form? Or has he achieved this in one fell swoop? A flicker of astonishment crossed Frisia's eyes. It seems you possess a profound understanding of me. This individual may have truly seen through my faade. I had initially intended to introduce him to the explosive power I now wield, yet unexpectedly, this fellow appears to be well informed. This shouldn't be the case. He muttered to himself. Aside from Zabo and Jinyo, no one else could possibly know my true identity. You are indeed enigmatic. Frisia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Whoosh! Although his body remained in place, a sudden chill swept through the air behind him. Crack! A white tail coiled around Wuyan's neck, the pressure steadily intensifying. What is happening? Wuyan was engulfed in overwhelming terror, while Frieza on the ground continued to smile, his hands swaying incessantly. How could this be? The Rinnegan failed to perceive his trajectory. How could the phantoms on the ground be in motion? Could it be that he was executing supersonic maneuvers between the air and the ground? How infuriating. Such formidable power. The tail gradually constricted, inducing a sensation of suffocation in his chest. He clasped his hands tightly, gripping Frieza's tail with all his might. Yet, his bent arms found no leverage. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge the increasingly tighter grip of the tail. What now? Do you lack strength? Have you already resolved to concede? Do not underestimate me? Zzzzz. In a sudden flash, golden sparks flickered in Wuyan's eyes, with embers igniting within his pupils. Akin to the fierce glow of a welding torch, as torrents of energy surged forth, searing into Frieza's tail. Frieza gritted his teeth, letting out a pained cry. Dark holy scythe. Slash. In an instant, a pink radiance enveloped Wuyan's hands, which he abruptly drew back, sweeping them with fervor. A sense of dread consumed Frieza, prickling his skin as alarm bells rang incessantly in his mind, his heart pounding violently with the paralyzing fear of death. With a swift motion, he bent backward. In a heartbeat, a purple beam erupted from his abdomen, the fierce shockwave conjuring a tempest around him. Frieza gasped for breath, realizing that should that force strike him, even he would likely lose his head. What a ruthless adversary. HM? Within his gaze, a figure soared upward, arms raised high with the holy scythe, descending from above. Crack. Boom. A thunderous collision resonated, as a gruesome gash materialized from his shoulder down to his legs, accompanied by the sound of splintering ribs. Frieza's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing down to the ground. Boom. The earth shattered violently, fissures spreading like a spider's web, transforming the once smooth surface into a chaotic mosaic of destruction. How ruthless. Wuyan extended a single hand, descending from the heavens, wielding an immense and boundless power, as he struck down toward the place where Frieza was plummeting. Boom. The ground trembled as the colossal energy expanded like an inverted bowl, gradually engulfing everything in its vicinity. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the azure sky revealed its true form once more. Below, a profound pit, measuring several dozen meters deep and hundreds of meters in diameter, abruptly emerged, with Wuyan floating above. However, there was no sign of Frieza below. A mere afterimage? Did that fellow manage to evade at the last moment using his incredible speed? Truly remarkable. Even Wuyan was at a loss for words. One would invariably descend into a state of rigidity after sustaining a heavy blow, rendering the body immobile. Yet that individual managed to evade my descending attack at such a critical moment. Is the disparity in strength truly this vast? Boom. Wow. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged from behind, and Wuyan gritted his teeth, propelled backward at great speed. The accumulated anguish in his chest could no longer be contained, and blood gushed forth in an instant. His internal organs seemed to have suffered a violent jolt, and the concentrated energy within him was unexpectedly shattered in a brief moment. To not reciprocate is indeed impolite. Frieza floated leisurely behind the spot where Wuyan had just stood, speaking with a languid tone. Chapter 52, The Cataclysmic Stars. Bang bang. Wuyan's body was sent flying, crashing through dozens of stone pillars, which shattered upon impact, producing a thunderous roar that echoed incessantly. A thick cloud of smoke rapidly enveloped the scene. The entire battlefield lay in utter chaos. How infuriating. Wuyan found himself unable to halt his body, which was hurtling backward. Regardless of how fervently he attempted to regulate his breath, Frieza's turbulent energy seemed to disrupt the natural equilibrium within Wuyan, rendering him incapable of gathering energy for a brief period. Thus, he was left with no choice but to rely on the power of his reincarnation eye. With a resounding thud, his right hand plunged into the ground, creating a deep gash. Blood flowed profusely, only ceasing several hundred meters away. With a single pinch of his hand, Wuyan unleashed a wave of white ripples from his reincarnation eye, bellowing, "Universal pull." The ground erupted violently, and shattered stones coalesced into a colossal meteorite, which he promptly hurled towards Frieza with a sweeping motion. Such sheer brutality, to strike an opponent with a meteorite? However, I can obliterate an entire planet at will. A mere fragment of a broken meteorite is insignificant. In an instant, his outstretched right hand grasped as if it were a devil's claw, and profound martial traces emerged, meticulously dividing the meteorite into hundreds of smaller fragments, akin to a celestial net. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wuyuan's voice resonated powerfully. Turtle School's Kamehameha. A pale blue energy gathered in his palm like fireflies, and an overwhelming force erupted, enveloping the world in a dazzling, searing brilliance. With a fierce exclamation, the menacing energy emitted a resonant clang, shooting skyward like a divine sword, echoing through the air with an unending chime. A trivial trick. Frieza disregarded the immense energy, casually raising his index finger. In mere moments, a blazing fireball, several hundred meters in diameter, rapidly formed. Death supernova. Within a second, such colossal energy had coalesced. Even Wuyan was astonished by the latent power within Frieza's being. The orange supernova collided with the Kamehameha in the air. Boom. The ground collapsed, An endless golden lightning began to spread throughout the realm, weaving a spiderweb that ensnared the sky. Energy howled as gravity pulled numerous fragments into the air, which were swiftly engulfed by the turbulent force. Wuyan's arms bulged with prominent veins as he unleashed a thunderous roar. Within his serpentine muscles, torrents of energy surged forth, frantically channeling into the Kamehameha wave. Above, the Kamehameha formed an intricate web, desperately colliding with the supernova. In contrast to Wuyan's strenuous efforts, Frieza exhibited a nonchalant ease. He even swayed gracefully in the air, akin to a butterfly in flight. His exterior exuded malevolence, yet his demeanor was that of a refined gentleman. Even in the act of taking lives, he approached it as an art form. Well, having entertained you for this long, I suppose I have done my part. Saiyan, it is time to send you on your way. Streams of purple light infiltrated the supernova, and the overwhelming energy rapidly expanded, reaching a diameter of 500 meters. From a distance, it resembled a planet. In comparison to the universal pole, it was immensely more formidable. Crack. The radiant beam of the Kamehameha seemed to suffer the impact of absolute zero, freezing instantly in the air. Ultimately, crack. Like diamond dust, it shattered, transforming into specks of light that floated in the atmosphere. Whoosh. The supernova, imbued with nearly limitless power, surged towards Wuyan, casting a shadow over him like dark clouds looming over a city, enveloping his heart in a shroud of gloom. Shinra Tensei. The resonant tones of Wuyan's every word flowed from his lips, akin to celestial maidens scattering blossoms, with emerald brilliance dancing in the air. The explosive repulsive force instantaneously radiated outward, colliding directly with the supernova. In an instant, the repulsion seemed to coalesce into a tangible form, transforming into a resplendent sphere that abruptly caved in at one point. Pop. Wuyan was violently struck, blood gushing forth, and his Rinnegan ached unbearably. How infuriating. I will absolutely not be defeated by you. The immense repulsive force resembled a bouncing ball as the supernova gradually descended. Just as it was about to reach Wuyan, all the impact was exhausted. Ultimately, he was propelled into the air. Boom. A blinding radiance enveloped the sky as a searing fireball erupted, resembling a second sun, filling the air with the acrid scent of smoke. The frenzied heat, upon contact, caused all the stone pillars to transform into molten lava, continuously flowing through the crevices. The turbulent shockwaves spread throughout the world, conjuring a whirlwind that ensnared Wuyan within its grasp. Bang! Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground. How infuriating. Wuyan stood up unsteadily, realizing that Frieza's energy was indeed formidable. The extreme heat had melted the ground beneath him. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was destined to be no match for him. Moreover, his own combat power was relatively low at the moment. Even if he were to transform, the outcome would ultimately be a dismal defeat. In an instant, a figure appeared, elbow thrusting forward and striking directly at Wuyan's chin. His body was propelled backward, desperately crashing to the ground. What do you think, Saiyan? Are you enamored by my proud figure? From the explosion's radiant glow, Frieza emerged languidly, resembling a deity, with the brilliance of the blast roaring behind him. Clap, clap. Wuyan gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his body. I must admit, I am truly envious of the energy coursing through you. It seems boundless, astonishingly swift, and immensely powerful, capable of accumulating in an instant what would require me several seconds to achieve. Truly, you are the sovereign of the universe, a title that is well-deserved. With his hands hanging limply by his sides, he could no longer deny the sense of defeat that had begun to envelop him for the first time. Before Frieza, he felt as frail as a helpless child, clearly outmatched. However, I still possess one final method. Frieza paused for a moment. Are you referring to the fruit of the tree of might? Unfortunately, I shall not grant you that opportunity. He taunted. Though Wuyan and the spirit tree were mere steps apart, it felt as insurmountable as the distance once traversed by Darius. Mere seconds seemed to stretch into an unbridgeable chasm. Moreover, the fruits of the spirit tree have yet to ripen. Your plan was destined to fail from the very beginning. Wuyan chuckled coldly. That may not necessarily be the case. He gazed at the sycophants rallying behind Frieza. While the absorption of energy from the spirit tree typically required a considerable amount of time, harnessing the life force of these individuals could alter the equation entirely. In an instant, he resolved to eliminate them all. Extending a single hand, he firmly grasped towards Frieza, proclaiming loudly, "Earth-shattering stars." As for the upcoming chapter, it appears to be the first paid installment. This book commenced on May 5th, and it has been a full 13 days since then. I have maintained a consistent schedule of 4 updates daily, a steady flow that I find quite gratifying. Although the collection count is modest, I am pleasantly surprised by the support I have received, especially as a somewhat novice writer. Perusing the reviews, it is heartening to see everyone striving to provide constructive feedback, which has brought me immense joy in my writing journey. My previous work was also a fan fiction of Dragon Ball, yet it faced a dismal fate. Nevertheless, I persevered until I reached a total of 2 million words. I trust you can see my earnest dedication. It is disheartening to hear others in the community lamenting their struggles, while I feel a surge of motivation to push through. In the beginning, I thought of myself as a master, only to realize I was but a novice. In the realm of Dragon Ball, perhaps the reincarnation I does not offer the most exhilarating advantages. Yet, those familiar with my previous work know that I do not excel at crafting overwhelmingly powerful narratives. My protagonist mirrors my own journey, evolving from mediocrity to something greater. Despite this, the reincarnation I possesses many formidable skills. During the initial stages of my conceptualization, I pondered what it would be like to unleash infinite Tsukuyami during a power tournament. I later considered the concept of heavenly hand power, which offers immense maneuverability, a significant advantage in the Dragon Ball universe. Additionally, there exists the Rinnegan of Madara, which could lead to instant annihilation upon activation. Thus, I hesitated to introduce such potent abilities early on, fearing that their overwhelming strength might render my narrative directionless. At this juncture, it is evident that the protagonist's advantages are steadily increasing. Many skills appear briefly before vanishing. The Dark Holy Scythe originates from Black Goku, a skill that is undeniably impressive, as is the villain who wields it. I digress. I am a person who adapts to circumstances. As long as I witness progress and my efforts yield results, I shall persist, even if it is merely an increase from 500 to 800. This journey requires the support of everyone involved. The next chapter will indeed be a paid one. This book has meandered to this point, and I am excited to share a thrilling announcement. On the day of its release, there will be 10 updates. You heard correctly, 10 updates. It is imperative to emphasize this point. I have numerous chapters stored away. Quite a wealth of material. A week-long surge of updates will commence. Starting from the second day of release, I promise a minimum of 6 updates. For every 3,000 flowers accumulated, there will be an additional update. For every 1,000 review votes, another update. For 10 monthly tickets, yet another. And for every 1,000 VIP points and rewards, an additional update. Is this not a display of my sincere commitment? Keep in mind, I am but a temporary worker, juggling a job alongside my writing. Thank you to all the readers who have accompanied me on this journey. I hope everyone finds their heart's desire this May 20th. Chapter 53, Playful Deception. Humiliation. 110, Earth-Shattering Stars. The words of Wuyan resonated with a clarity akin to that of precious jade, reverberating throughout the world. Frieza gazed blankly at his chest, where from the pale violet ripples emerged a small black orb. With a thunderous roar, the ground began to tremble. And before he could comprehend the situation, countless stones surged forward, encasing him entirely. In an instant, he transformed into a massive boulder several meters in diameter. With a flourish of his hands, Wuyan propelled the massive stone into the sky. Within the obsidian sphere, a dazzling radiance emanated forth. What could that be? The minions nearby exclaimed in unison. Suddenly, the ground erupted, and an endless cascade of debris was drawn upwards, clinging to the stone. What? This gravitational force? What manner of technique is this? Their bodies were utterly uncontrollable, soaring directly into the heavens. Thud. The tattered stone, enveloped in a fierce glow, pierced through them with brutal efficiency. Dozens of vicious wounds erupted, transforming their bodies into mere sieves. In an instant, hundreds perished, just as it should be. The Rinnegan adeptly captured the souls that had already departed, accumulating all the life energy which then erupted in a magnificent display, dispersing into the ether. Whoosh. The spirit tree began to sway, its vines extending greedily as if to absorb something from the sky. All the fruits began to swell gradually, the intertwining darkness of red receding. In just a fleeting moment, merely seconds passed, and they finally reached maturity, precisely as I had envisioned. A faint smile emerged on Wu Yan's disheveled face. Suddenly, a tremendous force caused the sky to tremble violently, and the surface of the colossal meteorite was riddled with countless fissures. This is not good. My power pales in comparison to Frieza's. The earth-shattering attack I unleashed merely grazed the surface. In no more than a minute, that creature will break free from its confinement. What a stroke of misfortune. Wuyan harnessed the celestial force, his hands darting like a dragon, deftly plucking every ripe, crimson fruit from the treetops. That scoundrel has also obliterated my spacecraft. How am I to escape this place? Boom. A brilliant beam erupted from the surface of the meteorite, unleashing boundless energy in an instant. Half of the meteorite was shattered into fragments. This is dire. In an instant, Wuyan transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, vanishing into the void. This was a first. Amidst the cosmic wanderings, Wuyan faced defeat and could only escape in a disheveled manner. Moments later, a magnificent brilliance erupted on the surface of the meteorite. Fissures spreading as orange light intertwined, instantly transforming the meteorite into molten rock. Drip, drip. The molten lava cascaded to the ground, scorching it and creating deep craters. Frieza's expression twisted with rage as he hovered in the air, witnessing the annihilation of his minions, an insatiable bloodlust surging within him. Beep. The power level scanner showed no coordinates for Wuyan. With a furious snap, Frieza crushed the device. Damn it. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing hundreds of pink energy blasts like a celestial shower upon the ground. The ensuing explosion surged forth, creating violent gales that ravaged the world. The planet was on the brink of disintegration. Gazing at the barren spirit tree, Frieza seethed with fury. That scoundrel dared to toy with me so brazenly. The visage of a gentleman faded, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Scions are indeed a scourge. A mere child possesses such power. Could it be that the legendary Super Saiyan is destined to emerge soon? Regaining his composure, Frieza pondered. His spaceship has been destroyed. He cannot have fled far. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that the Saiyan could survive in the cosmos. Had he acquired some peculiar power? Even so, he could not have escaped too far. The cosmos is vast. Searching for one individual is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With all his minions perished, it appeared he must take matters into his own hands. Beep. The power level scanner suddenly blared an alarm. Frieza glanced at it. Jinyu? What is it? Frieza-sama. I am executing a mission in the North Galaxy, and I have stumbled upon something intriguing. What? Frieza's voice dripped with menace. You must understand. Any unwarranted disturbance will meet with my unrelenting wrath. I am aware, my lord. However, I believe this matter will pique your interest. Do not keep me in suspense. Speak. Frieza, already irked by Wuyuan's antics, felt his irritation escalate as Jinyu continued. In the North Galaxy, there exists a planet named Namek, inhabited by beings known as the Dragon Clan. They have created something called Dragon Balls, which seem capable of granting any wish. What? Frieza's breath quickened. Is this true? He inquired, his face flushed with excitement. Jinyu, have you confirmed this intelligence? Indeed. I have heard whispers of this from various recently conquered planets. There must be some truth to it. Excellent. Frieza's spirit soared, his rage at Wuyuan dissipating in an instant. Yet, he soon reconsidered. Allowing Wuyuan to escape unscathed would be far too lenient. The spirit tree's fruits had been taken, leaving the trunk a mere husk, utterly useless. After a brief contemplation, he commanded, Jinyu, lead the special operations team to Namek at once and procure the Dragon Balls for me. I will follow shortly. Also, find someone to inform Goldo about the spirit tree's fruits appearing in the galactic center. Remember, execute this task flawlessly, without raising any suspicion. Understood. Frieza-sama. There are several within Goldo's ranks who secretly ally with us. Good. I leave it to you. After severing the communication, Frieza gazed upon the ravaged planet. Disdain dripping from his words. Little pest, should you manage to evade Goldo's pursuit, we shall meet again. Informing Goldo of the spirit tree's fruits being harvested would undoubtedly incite a massive search. This way, he could leverage Goldo's power to eliminate Wuyuan. Humph. The matter of the Dragon Balls holds greater significance. Little pest, I shall never forget this humiliation for all eternity. He boarded his spacecraft, hovering in the air, spinning ceaselessly, before vanishing with a swift whoosh. Chapter 54. Breakthrough. Super Saiyan. In the pitch-black void of space, countless fragments of planets floated in perfect disarray. These remnants were the result of a world obliterated by divine destructive power, severed with immaculate precision. Wuyan, panting heavily, concealed himself nearby, gazing at the enormous celestial body not far away. Although it was referred to as an asteroid belt, it resembled more the rings of the Yangruei star. Countless fragments surrounded it, rendering it utterly impossible for even Frieza to locate. Buzzing sounds reverberated through the air. The surface of Wuyan emitted a faint glow. A blessing from the king of the universe, granting him the ability to survive for a brief period in the cosmos. Outside, the circular spacecraft descended instantaneously, and a black hole materialized in the universe, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Alas, for reasons unknown, Frieza had inexplicably departed. Yet, this stroke of fortune was indeed welcome. He gently exhaled the foul air within him, only to be immediately engulfed by a wave of humiliation. In his confrontation with Frieza, he had suffered a complete defeat. Every move he made was effortlessly manipulated by his foe. How pitiful. One day, I shall wield the holy scythe and sever your head from your shoulders. In his heart, Wuyan silently vowed. He gazed at the dozens of fruits from the spirit tree cradled in his arms. Very well. It is time to return to that planet, to consume and transcend into a Super Saiyan. I have prepared everything. With this Rinnegan, I shall commence. Leaning against a rock, he sat upon the ground and gently exhaled the pent-up tension from his chest. With his hands raised towards the heavens, he engaged in rhythmic inhalation and exhalation, adjusting his breath with each cycle. Observing the spirit tree, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense salivation, as if it were the most delectable delicacy in existence. His body moved involuntarily, responding to the allure. Indeed, the words of the King Kai held some merit for those without resistance. This substance was nothing short of a lethal addiction. With a crunch, in an instant, Wuyan devoured 5 of the fruits. These were his hard-won spoils from battle. Fraught with peril, waves of warmth surged within his chest, converging rapidly upon his heart. The hidden injuries from combat seemed to dissipate significantly. The energy within his abdomen began to swell. The crimson blood coursing through his veins felt as though it were igniting. Boom. The ground shattered violently, and the surrounding stones transcended under the influence of the energy. An inexhaustible aura flowed ceaselessly through his body, erupting from his pores, blood, and muscles, even emanating a brilliant light from his eyes. Yet, it is not the time. Should I allow this surge to continue, my combat prowess could skyrocket, but I would remain unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Wuyan retrieved a mirror from his bosom, fixating intently on his reincarnation eye. Illusion. Suddenly, a torrent of despairing memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him with a painful intensity. From the nearly 700,000 souls of the wandering planet, he inscribed their final moments of hopelessness with his reincarnation eye. In an instant, a deluge of emotions erupted, despair, akin to a bottomless abyss. The bright azure sky, reminiscent of an inkwash painting, was engulfed by an encroaching darkness, transforming the world into shades of gray. I am not yet married. I do not wish to die. Even if today signifies the end, I yearn to savor the essence of womanhood. Burn it all, slay them all, seize everything, let destruction reign. As the world teeters on the brink of annihilation, what does it matter if I take a life? A colossal realm materialized as the underground city of Rinnegan faced imminent ruin, the balance of human order having completely unraveled. Flames, slaughter, and plunder ensued, claiming the lives of countless innocents at the hands of their fellow humans. The once grayish world gradually became stained crimson. Pain, despair, and devastation permeated every corner. Amidst the chaos, a young girl clad in a vibrant dress stood vacantly before a pile of debris. Today is my birthday. Mother, I wish to go home. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous wave of energy engulfed the entire world. Wuyan slowly rose to his feet, as streaks of lightning began to shimmer in the sky. Crack, crack. Waves of lightning surged forth, coalescing into an infinite number of thunderous dragons that writhed within the profound sea of clouds. Each bolt of lightning sparkled with a crystalline brilliance, and the terrifying energy distorted the surrounding space. Wuyan gazed skyward and let out a resounding roar. The dark crab-like crown gradually ascended, transforming into a resplendent gold, as all traces of youthful softness receded, replaced by an unyielding strength. His left eye morphed into a deep emerald hue, its piercing gaze seemingly capable of annihilating all in its path. Boom. The surroundings erupted violently, fissures dozens of meters deep rent the earth, as the surging golden energy radiated outward, completely melting all debris in its wake. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through his reincarnation eye, flushing Wuyan's visage with crimson. A black hook jade, faint yet palpable, began to take shape, resembling a gluttonous beast ravenously devouring Wuyan's energy. Crack, crack. Several fruits from the spirit tree were consumed, their formidable power transforming into a torrential surge, instantly infusing the hook jade, deepening the purple of his reincarnation eye. The energy, the gaze, grew even sharper. With one final roar, a brilliant golden light erupted like a divine sword unsheathed, piercing the heavens. In the sky, a cacophony resonated, akin to a victorious anthem. Pure and sanctified, the golden radiance spiraled across the ground, while the dark purple clouds mirrored its brilliance. The earth spiraled downwards, revealing a colossal pit in an instant. Within the emerald pupils, a gigantic ape emerged, reminiscent of an ancient beast returned from the abyss, unleashing a thunderous roar. All the power amassed within its form erupted forth, expanding its physique to nearly double. Whoosh! The golden flames blazed fiercely within. Its inverted golden hair and verdant eyes, combined with the hook jade reincarnation eye, stood there like a war god, towering and steadfast. Sweat streamed down his face, dripping steadily to the ground. Wuyan revels in his own power. He has finally achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, after consuming an abundance of the fruit of the Tree of Might. His regular combat prowess has reached an astonishing 10 million, while his Super Saiyan form boasts an impressive 500 million. He has far surpassed Frieza of yore. Wuyan gazed at his hands, as if boundless energy surged within his outstretched palms, a kama pulsating incessantly. It appeared as though he had grasped the very essence of heaven and earth. Frieza, await your reckoning, for I shall avenge myself. His voice soared skyward, echoing like the piercing cry of a howler monkey. I must refine my skills. The explosive energy within me, the fruits of the spiritual tree that have settled, remain only partially under my command. Just a few more days, Frieza, and your doom shall arrive. Chapter 55. Goku. Journey to Namek. For 3 entire days, Wuyan sat in meditation, consuming a divine bean when hunger struck, and feeling parched without a remedy, for this place harbored no water. At this moment, Wuyan resembled a hermit, albeit one on the brink of dehydration. The sound of cracking bones echoed incessantly as he gradually rose to his feet, stretching languidly. He remained in his Super Saiyan form. After 3 days of meticulous contemplation, he had fully harnessed all the latent energy within him. Although his combat power still stood at 10 million, there was no lingering aura of energy. To put it more vividly, he could now obliterate his recently transformed self with a single punch. It was time to depart. Frieza had hurriedly left for an unknown reason. A sudden thought struck him. Had Frieza ventured to Namek? Indeed, nearly a month had elapsed compared to the timeline of the original story. If he were to obtain the Dragon Balls of Namek, the consequences would be dire. It appeared that a long journey awaited me. Since entering the cosmos, life had become a relentless toil. Yet, suddenly, Wuyan was taken aback, his face flushed with embarrassment. My spaceship has been destroyed by Frieza. How am I to escape this place? The center of the galaxy, known as the Land of Gods, is far too daunting for anyone to approach. A sudden thought struck him. Abruptly, a sharp pain coursed through his Rinnegan, sending chills down his spine, and he instinctively turned to the side. Whoosh! A fierce beam of purple light whizzed past him at an astonishing speed, exploding behind him. Who goes there? Wuyan shouted. Amidst the smoke, a gentlemanly voice emerged. apologizing. My apologies. I nearly took your life. May I inquire, did you happen to take the fruit of the tree of spirits? Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku and Gohan were engaged in a practice spar, exchanging blows with precision and grace. Gohan donned a purple training uniform, strikingly reminiscent of the one Piccolo had prepared for him. To everyone's astonishment, he engaged in a vibrant duel with Goku. With a resounding clash, the two collided in midair, only to swiftly flip and descend gracefully to either side. Remarkably, Gohan managed to counter a few of his father's moves. Yet, in comparison to his brother, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Mentioning Goten, Goku fell into a moment of silence. It had been nearly 2 months since Goten departed from Earth, however. There was a silver lining. Bulma had come specifically to inform them that Goten had encountered her sister, Tights, in the cosmos. Fortunately, no peril was reported at that time. Nevertheless, that encounter had occurred a month prior. Amidst the cosmic turmoil, he thwarted the nefarious schemes of the cosmic scavengers intent on seizing the fruit of the Tree of Might. It appeared that the boy was truly embracing his innate potential within the universe. Wukong murmured softly. Gohan gazed up at the sky in admiration. Ever since Chi-Chi had consented to his martial arts training, Gohan had dedicated nearly 3 hours each day to learning from Goku. The advantages of being a half-Saiyan became apparent. Although his techniques still bore a certain naivety, his combat strength had indeed caught up with Goku, much to Goku's annoyance. After both had thoroughly washed away their sweat and odors, they were about to indulge in the delectable feast laid out before them when a resounding voice suddenly pierced the air. Goku, Goku, can you hear me? King Kai. Goku exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I have a request for you. To put it succinctly, the galactic tyrant Frieza has dispatched his most elite forces to Namek, and they shall arrive shortly. I hope you can make the journey as well. You must understand, the Dragon Balls exist on Namek. And even the God of Earth is a Namekian. Dragon Balls? Goku murmured, glancing at Gohan's 4-star ball. You know the terror of the Dragon Balls. If they fall into the hands of malevolent beings who seek the secrets of eternal life, it would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic disaster for the entire world. Wukong pondered for a moment and said, why not call Wuyan? He must be more confident. Wuyan was already engaged in combat with foes of greater strength, and besides, Earth is far closer than Wuyan. I will notify him immediately. For now, you must rush there and thwart Frieza's nefarious plot. Hearing that Wuyan was being targeted by a formidable enemy, Wukong hastily exclaimed, Wuyan is being pursued? Is he in danger? Rest assured. The current Wuyan is truly the strongest in the universe. He has successfully transformed into that Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Wukong scratched his head. The name seemed familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had heard it. The King of the Worlds, growing somewhat impatient, interjected, I shall explain this matter later. You need to set off at once. Prevent this cosmic catastrophe. Wuyan has succeeded once. I trust you will not lag behind. Understood. Wukong nodded solemnly. Daddy. I want to go too. The young Gohan declared forcefully. Gohan? You need Chi-Chi for your journey into the universe. I agree. Before Gohan could finish his sentence, Chi-Chi appeared out of nowhere and stated decisively, I have but one request. Bring your brother back to me. That child has only taken a few days off. Yet his absence has stretched on for far too long. Chi-Chi was filled with resentment, and one could almost see dark smoke swirling around her. Suddenly, both Wukong and Gohan shivered, sensing a wave of malice. However, my lord, I lack a spaceship. Wukong exclaimed. Wukong, I have one. Who are you? Both the King of the Worlds and Wukong queried simultaneously. I am the God of Earth. There is a spaceship that has been stationed for quite some time atop the Yunzabit Heights. However, only I can activate it. Someone must come to learn that peculiar language. The God of Earth interjected softly. Learn? Language? Wukong's face fell. That was his weakest skill. Gohan shook his head as well. Mastering a language in a short time was surely impossible, even for a prodigy. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes lit up. I've got it. Bulma will definitely know. She is a genius. Excellent. The King of the Worlds clapped his hands together. All difficulties have been resolved. Wukong, Frieza's minions are only 6 days' journey from Namek. Hurry and prepare to depart. If the Dragon Balls fall into Frieza's hands, nearly everyone in the universe will become his slaves. I understand. Wukong nodded emphatically. Beside him, Chi-Chi's sparkling eyes gleamed with a distinct light. Traveling alone with Bulma? Huh? What a truly concerning decision. To think there was not even a single wave of rewards. How disheartening. Factory. Chapter 56, An Intense Battle. Wuyan versus Gula. For 10, Yang Ruishing. Did you take all the fruits from the spiritual tree beside you? Wuyan paused momentarily and turned to look. In the sky, a figure with a blend of white and purple floated with an air of arrogance. A round head crowned with white, its visage entirely purple. The haughty eyes disregarded all others, their intricate pupils sparkling, as if capable of seeing through everything. The slightly curled lips bore an expression of utter disdain. With arms crossed, a gentlemanly demeanor emanated from him. The fierce and the genteel were perfectly amalgamated, leaving one in disbelief. It was Cooler, the elder brother of Frieza. I did not anticipate that my reputation had reached this desolate world. How truly gratifying. Upon gazing at Wuyan's familiar face, Cooler contemplated for a moment. A Saiyan? Indeed. He suddenly realized, when Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, I witnessed a Saiyan identical to you fleeing the planet. You must be his offspring. Cooler's eyes brimmed with contempt, as if Wuyan's very existence were a grave mistake. That scoundrel Frieza always overlooks such details. It falls to me to clean up his mess. My subordinates have informed me that the fruit of the spirit tree, which enhances combat strength without side effects, has appeared here. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Have you taken it? Upon hearing this, Wuyan comprehended the situation. Frieza had departed. Yet in his final act, he ensnared himself, deliberately leaking information to Cooler, compelling him to resolve his predicament. What a masterful scheme. Although Cooler's strength surpassed that of Frieza, he was merely a pawn in a game he did not fully grasp, purely the bravado of a brute. Wuyan patted his belly and chuckled. We have already arrived here. However, the once smiling visage of Gula turned stern and imposing. Being the first to arrive does not grant you my tolerance. What rightfully belongs to me has been taken from my grasp. It seems a lesson must be imparted to you. You have yet to digest this, I presume? Killing you and extracting your essence to press into juice would serve just as well. How fortuitous. Wuyan's expression mirrored his displeasure. I too am brimming with unexpressed ire. The collective fury of 700,000 souls converges upon me alone, and I am decidedly anxious. You should serve as an excellent outlet for my frustrations. Gula, shedding his gentlemanly facade, bellowed with fervor. Ha! Wuyan remarked with a cold smile. Gula, have you heard of the Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan? That tedious legend has long been forgotten over the passage of time. It is said that the most likely candidate, Vegeta, is still serving as a mere lackey under Frieza. Saiyans, mere wild monkeys, ultimately lack any significant stature. Moreover, even if you were to transform into a Super Saiyan, you would still not be my match. What a joke. With a single finger raised, Wuyan cast a frigid gaze upon him. Suddenly, he erupted into a furious roar. The azure sky was swiftly enveloped by ominous clouds, as jagged bolts of lightning cascaded down, intertwining in the air like a chaotic spider's web, from the heavens to the earth. The air around Wuyan crackled with an aura of unparalleled dominance. A golden vortex surged from his feet, his pupils abruptly shifting to a vibrant emerald green, his cold, piercing eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he had reached the pinnacle of calmness. Half of his sharply defined visage was shrouded in shadow, exuding an aura of unrelenting chill. His hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant gold. With a thunderous crash, the ground suddenly caved in, a testament to the devastation wrought by his previous battle with Frieza, leaving the landscape in ruins. Humph! Wuyan gazed quietly at Gula, as the tumultuous energy surrounding him harmoniously coalesced with the calmness reflected in the corners of his eyes. This was the essence of a Super Saiyan. Crackling sounds echoed as violet lightning enveloped Wuyan entirely, resembling a warrior of thunder and lightning, standing majestically in solitude. Gula was taken aback. The power level detector had long since exploded amidst the transformation. The frenzied aura sent shards of stone crashing against his body, leaving him in a daze, rooted in place. The energy of Wuyan appears to far exceed his expectations. Whoosh! In an instant, Wuyan flashed with brilliance, his fist enveloped in a golden glow, and he launched a sudden attack. Bang! His fist struck Gula's nose, sending him flying. Gula was propelled backwards, blood oozing from his nostrils. His previously purple countenance now flushed with crimson. I am filled with rage. Heavenly hand power. Wuyan bellowed, his body propelling through the air with remarkable swiftness. With a resounding impact, a fist struck from behind the tumbling Gula, the sound of shattering bones echoing within his frame. The entirety of his being twisted grotesquely. Two opposing forces erupted within Gula's body, the searing pain compelling him to unleash a piercing scream. Whoosh! Bang! Wuyan's relentless celestial force surged forth, scattering debris across the impending fracture of the planet. He could almost instantaneously transport himself to any desired location. Bang! Bang! Assaults rained upon Gula from every direction, rendering his form seemingly suspended in the air, utterly immobilized by the sheer force of the blows. Cursed be this fate. Ugh! A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Gula's mouth, his pupils swirling with agony. The excruciating pain surged like a relentless tide, his alabaster skin marred by an array of bruises. After 5 relentless minutes of assault, he remained suspended in the air, devoid of any possibility for movement. Strength? The gathered vigor appeared to be shattered. Damn this wretched foe. The final strike. The fierce visage of Wuyan materialized before Gula with the power of celestial hands, his sinewy muscles pulsating like a raging river, enveloped in an infinite golden radiance. With a sweeping motion, the clang of metal reverberated, as if the very air around them had begun to orchestrate a symphony. To 0.2, perish. Bang! A formidable fist struck Gula's chest, causing his alabaster abdomen to cave in, while serpentine veins writhed around it incessantly. A wave of excruciating pain surged forth, akin to a roaring tide. Gula gasped, blood erupting from his mouth, as if he had been struck by a locomotive, plummeting to the ground. Bang! A profound imprint suddenly appeared, the earth surrounding it fracturing and sinking several inches. Wuyan stood suspended in midair, his fists extended forward like a valiant hero, his body angled towards the ground. And with a gentle tap of one foot, he launched himself. A meteor of destruction. An explosive sound reverberated through the air behind him, as he resembled a magnificent meteor, engulfed in a blazing radiance. The intertwining hues of red and gold painted the sky with a brilliance akin to a stunning sunset. Chapter 57. The Hidden Card of Gula. Cursed Fate. Gula, battered and bruised, gazed defiantly towards the heavens. A beam of light, surrounded by an infinite blaze, descended upon him like a celestial comet. The orange energy surged forth, akin to a voracious beast, intent on devouring him whole. That scoundrel Frisia, always creating such predicaments. He should have annihilated the Saiyans entirely from the outset. Now I find myself enmeshed in peril. With a deep breath, he raised his hands high. A sharp glint emanating from his flat triangular eyes. A torrent of formidable destructive energy coursed through the crevices of his muscles, ultimately converging into his hands in an instant. The death supernova. Boom. In an ephemeral moment, the energy within his hands surged powerfully, resembling solidified magma, releasing an endless stream of heat, causing the surrounding world to momentarily distort. In the sky, Wuyan's pupils contracted slightly. That individual truly is Frisia's brother. The speed at which he condenses energy surpasses even Frisia. However, boom. Within Wuyan's body, golden light surged forth, resembling a sacred sun descending slowly from the heavens. In the presence of the Super Saiyan, all of this appeared as insignificant as a mere chicken against a dog, utterly defenseless. Saiyan, Gula exclaimed, his eyes fierce. His complexion pale, veins bulging, and breath ragged. Be obliterated in the boundless energy. With that, he abruptly swung his arms, unleashing an enormous energy wave. Hundreds of meters in diameter, soaring skyward and rushing towards Wuyan with a ferocious intensity. Humph. With a cold smile, Wuyan twisted his body and began to spin in the air. Extending a single hand, he exerted a powerful grip, Shinra Tensei. Each word resonated like a resounding bell, echoing across the earth from his pure white lips. Boom. The clash of white and black intertwined, and the immense repulsive force swirled around Wuyan like a roaring torrent. Reminiscent of a youthful child. As his body continued to rotate, it transformed into a hardened drill, colliding instantaneously with the supernova of death. Boom. An endless wave of white shock surged forth, rapidly expanding across the world, the fierce storm even stripping away the planet's surface. Curse be it. In that moment of collision, Gula felt an overwhelming force sweep towards him. Crack. His arm and shoulder were shattered, while his legs sank deeply into the ground. The dispersing energy caused the surrounding area to evaporate, creating a gaping pit of several dozen meters in an instant. Humph. Wuyan navigated with remarkable ease, his body still spinning rapidly as he beheld the orange energy ahead gradually disintegrating. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "It seems, Gula, that your impending demise is drawing near." Boom. With a swift succession of powerful thrusts from his feet, Gula's supernova sustained only for a fleeting moment, before it resembled a celestial body pierced by a meteor, erupting countless fragments into the sky. Aha! Wuyan suddenly accelerated, a golden ethereal light emanating a resonant sound as it descended from the heavens, striking heavily upon Gula. Boom. The immense repulsive force, along with the energy accumulated within his body, erupted instantaneously. That boundless energy resembled an inverted bowl, expanding relentlessly, as everything in its vicinity seemed to be utterly consumed by it. Gula had long been engulfed by the vast and dense assault of energy. Wuyan distinctly observed that the pure white energy was interspersed with specks of red. That was the blood essence of Gula. Boom. A minute later, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated, utterly annihilating the entire planet, leaving behind only jagged rubble and a towering tree. A mushroom cloud gradually ascended, and moments later, it dissipated into thin air. The desolate breeze whispered through the ravaged world as the debris rolled aimlessly, and the entire landscape was devoid of any vitality. Whoosh! As if a leaf had gently fallen. The space rippled slightly. Wuyan, having evaded what seemed like a suicidal assault with his divine prowess, stood silently atop the towering stone pillar. TCH. He spat disdainfully, realizing too late that he had prematurely unleashed his ultimate technique, forgetting that the opponent still possessed another transformation. What a stroke of misfortune. He had put on quite the show, akin to autumn leaves swept away by the wind, only to find that he had failed to deliver the fatal blow. Before Wuyan, Gula was merely a vessel for testing the might of the Super Saiyan. Toyed with by Frisia, Gula was hardly worthy of Wuyan's regard. Humph. Here it comes. Whoosh. No sooner had the words left his lips than a menacing purple light surged into the sky, slicing through the clouds like a divine sword, while the surrounding world reverberated with the clash of metal. Clap. Clap. The sound of footsteps approached steadily, and upon hearing that composed voice, Wuyan smirked. Gula had never tasted defeat. Even King Cold had met his demise before Gula. In this final transformation, that hidden card seemed to restore his former composure. I must concede. You performed admirably before, even instilling in me the humiliation of defeat and the dread of death. As a Saiyan, your excellence is remarkable. As my adversary, you have proven adequate. Gula emerged slowly from the smoke, scarcely recognizable. His once white surface was now marred with an array of purple bruises, rendering him almost entirely purple. One eye was swollen shut, blood trickled from his nostrils, and a significant portion of his scalp had been sheared away. 3 fingers of his left hand were severed, and his tail bore a gaping wound that continued to bleed profusely. In such a state, he still managed to rise, feigning nonchalance. How does it feel to sense the power that belongs to a Super Saiyan? Wuyan, lost in a trance, spoke in a deep voice. The icebound demon clan, your doomsday is swiftly approaching. Allow me to share a piece of news with you. Frisia has already visited before. At that time, I had yet to transform and was utterly defeated by him. Perhaps that scoundrel intends to exploit you, luring you here with the intention of eliminating me. A twofold advantage, indeed. Huh. To be toyed with so thoroughly while harboring such arrogance. I have never encountered anyone as foolish as you. As Wuyan stood beneath the vast sky, he erupted into a hearty laugh. However, Gula's expression gradually darkened. It was that damn Frisia who had brought him to such a lowly state. He vowed to execute him with the most ruthless methods possible. Yet, despite Frisia's despicable nature, the true threat lay in the formidable Super Saiyan before him. Humph, he sneered. Now I understand why ancient texts contained the phrase, the golden flame of the Saiyan is indeed terrifying. And what now? Wuyan placed his hands on his hips and proclaimed loudly. Are you planning to kneel before me, weeping and confessing your sins? Humph. Gula contemptuously replied. If you believe victory is already in your grasp, you are sorely mistaken. I still possess my trump card. Chapter 58. Only then can harm be inflicted. Huh. Gula suddenly bent forward, unleashing a thunderous roar. How should one describe it? It felt like an overwhelming pressure akin to constipation. His pupils gradually vanished, transforming into a vivid crimson hue, while the smooth crown of his head began to swell. Sprouting sharp, bony horns. Boom. His muscles expanded in an instant, doubling in size, and he grew significantly taller. A metallic plate enveloped his mouth. Ah. Gula roared in fury, his formidable aura surging forth like a tidal wave, causing the ground to tremble and collapse, while the stone pillar beneath Wuyan erupted violently. Wuyan floated gracefully in the air, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. The golden radiance swirled around his form, and coupled with his contemptuous gaze. He resembled an ancient war deity returned from the depths of time. A resplendent sun illuminated the earth from above, while Gula's brilliance appeared as but the flicker of a firefly, destined to be extinguished amidst the tumultuous roar of the storm. At last, the fluctuations of energy ceased, and Gula's visage underwent a dramatic transformation. The explosive muscles of his dragon-like form seemed to shimmer with boundless energy. A mere swing of his fist caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The air vibrated, producing a piercing wail reminiscent of anguished cries, as if the entire planet itself were begging for mercy from Gula. Behold, Super Saiyan, the might of my formidable presence. The swelling power shall be poured into your very being, ultimately leading to your torment and demise. He scoffed. Wuyan slightly curled his fingers, beckoning, come here. Both individuals exuded absolute confidence, yet one of them was merely a fleeting illusion, as fragile as a flower in the mirror or a reflection in water, utterly vulnerable. Whoosh. Gula pressed down with both feet, causing the ground to erupt in an explosion, the searing heat causing the very earth to transcend its form. He darted through the air, his body morphing into afterimages, leaving no trace of movement in the sky. The king of the universe was directly shaken by that overwhelming power, stumbling to the ground, as a green figure swiftly approached. What happened? It was none other than Piccolo. After Wuyan departed, Piccolo sought to follow in his footsteps, training relentlessly along his formidable trajectory, even confronting the Supreme Kai, ultimately arriving at the king of the universe's domain. Under the influence of tenfold gravity, he pursued his training with fervor. In just a few months, his combat prowess had significantly surged. The monstrous foe he had faced alongside Wuyan possessed an undisclosed final transformation, with strength and speed escalating to terrifying levels. Quick, let me see. Piccolo placed his hand on the king's shoulder, and the first sight that greeted him was a golden figure. Is that Wuyan? Indeed. The king nodded. Having successfully harnessed the power of the spirit tree's fruit, his bloodline fully transcended, transforming him into a true Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? The legendary ultimate warrior of the Saiyans, the mightiest of the cosmos. Piccolo was taken aback. While he was still striving to reach a combat power of 10,000, Wuyan had already ascended to become the most powerful being in the universe. What an unfathomable chasm of disparity. Observing the white figure attacking Wuyan, Piccolo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What? That guy's speed. How is that possible? That was Wuyan's adversary, moving with such velocity that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. It must be noted that this was the speed I had slowed down using the king's authority. This was already my limit. Was Wuyan truly facing such foes in the universe? Whoosh. Gula flickered incessantly, screaming in the sky in a frenzy. The insufferable Super Saiyan showed no sign of movement, clearly indicating that I had indeed become too strong. He could not even perceive my movements. With a single punch, I shall utterly defeat him. Bang. A heavy fist struck fiercely at Wuyan's heart. It connected. Gula exclaimed with delight, for at some point, his mindset had shifted from merely defeating Wuyan to simply landing a hit on him. Not hitting him would indeed be the anomaly. Wuyan shook his head mechanically, declaring, I have not moved at all. Can you see? I have stated before that within my reincarnation you are no different from a snail, transformed. You might as well be an earthworm. His scornful gaze fell upon Gula's fists. That feeble assault hardly warrants evasion. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing these words, Gula was driven into a frenzy. His fist shimmered in the air, resembling hundreds of fleeting shadows, desperately assaulting Wuyan. I refuse to believe it. This is impossible. You are merely posturing. A surge of formidable strength accompanied each blow, and in mere seconds, Wuyan endured nearly 1,000 strikes. Bruises blossomed across his chest, Yet his body did not yield an inch. Clap, clap. The reincarnation eye flickered as Wuyan extended his hands, firmly grasping Gula. This feels somewhat akin to a playful quarrel between lovers. Futile. My combat prowess has surpassed yours by leaps and bounds. Even standing still, you cannot breach my aura defense. The outcome is already evident. Furthermore, only such attacks can inflict harm upon a person, with a motion as enigmatic as a serpentine dragon. Wuyuan's right hand gently made contact with Gula's heart. In an instant, 3 rings of white energy waves erupted from behind, causing Gula's eyes to widen in horror as he spat forth blood. What? Before he could utter another word, Wuyuan's right hand pressed firmly against his face, propelling Gula through the air with a powerful thrust of his legs. Bang! Thud! Gula's body pierced through dozens of stone pillars, ultimately crashing into a mountain with tremendous force. One of his horns shattered upon impact, and a surge of purple blood erupted from his mouth in an instant. With a gentle smile, Wuyan pressed down on Gula's hand, gradually revealing a golden energy that coalesced into a tiny sphere of air, flickering softly like a firefly. Yet, in Gula's eyes, it appeared as the Grim Reaper's scythe, poised to claim a life. Boom! The entire mountain peak was reduced to ashes under Wuyan's onslaught. The smoke enveloped the battlefield, with debris scattering everywhere. And it seemed that Gula had narrowly evaded the attack in that fleeting moment. How intriguing! Wuyuan floated in the air and spoke in a deep voice. Vic from King Kai's planet was utterly stunned. Was that fierce, dragon-like attack truly executed by Wuyuan? If he were in the opposing position, he would have been utterly powerless. No, perhaps he wouldn't even have the chance to compel Wuyuan to transform. Vic let out a bitter laugh. He simply could not fathom how, when Raditz arrived, the disparity was hardly significant. In just over a year, Wuyuan had ascended to become the strongest being in the universe. King Kai, please commence my training swiftly, lest I be left far behind by Wuyuan. Are you not watching? The contest for the universe's strongest is unfolding. It is the most exhilarating battle. Nearly a distraction for the foolish. Watching only brings sorrow. I feel quite exhilarated by the fight. How could there be no reaction? Could this be my solo performance? Chapter 59, The Birth of the Super Saiyan. A Salute. 710, Yang Ruishing. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a mountain reduced to ashes by a mere hint of Wuyuan's energy. He floated in the air and gently remarked, "That fellow Gula seems to have escaped at the moment of the energy attack, relying on his super speed. A resilient cockroach indeed. How infuriating. There was no trace of him on the ground. Planning to hide and regain his energy? Playing hide and seek? Unfortunately, the sinister aura emanating from you is utterly discordant with the world. Even without my eyes, I am fully aware." His right hand, with a purple comma, danced joyfully like a spirited sprite. A stream of liquid gradually writhed, its sharp energy resonating throughout the world with a resounding clang. With a firm grip of his right hand, Wuyan instantly solidified the purple energy. The dark sacred scythe. Wuyan gripped tightly with both hands, suddenly sweeping them as if he were a soaring specter, his arms slicing forward with ferocity. "Heavenly net," he declared, and in an instant, hundreds of waves of energy intertwined, forming a dense, intricate web that surged towards a concealed spot on the ground. With a swift whoosh, the moment the energy waves made contact, the solid earth fractured instantaneously, resembling a perfectly aligned go-board. Geysers of molten lava erupted from the fissures, and at the forefront stood a shadowy figure. Panting heavily, the figure stood before Wuyan, his chest marred by several neat gashes, blood oozing relentlessly from the wounds, while his right hand bore a severed finger. The smoothness of the 390 wounds sent a chill down Wuyan's spine. "Why did you not evade?" He jested. Why do you know my location?" Gula roared, his voice echoing with disbelief. "Preposterous. The mystical arts from Earth allow me to sense a person's aura. There is no need for a combat power detector." Upon hearing this, Gula staggered back a few steps, the realization dawning upon him that his every move could be precisely anticipated by another. Such an inequitable battle stirred within him a desire to retreat. All his animosity was now directed towards Frisia, for at this moment, he found himself incapable of harboring any hatred towards Wuyan. "Oh," Wuyan teased, "it seems your last vestiges of fighting spirit have been utterly obliterated. Thus, your existence serves no further purpose. To witness the birth of a Super Saiyan, a grand display is requisite. You, my friend, are most fitting." He laughed heartily. With both hands raised high, Wuyan summoned the dark holy scythe, its descent swift as lightning. Gula had no time to react, hastily lifting his arms in defense. A tremendous force surged through his limbs, propelling his body like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. With a resounding crash, he struck the ground, his feet sinking deep into the earth. The sound of shattering bones echoed as his arms and shoulders fractured instantaneously. The dark sacred scythe of Wuyan has become his most exquisite weapon, flawlessly merging power and sharpness into a singular form. Wuyan exerted a sudden force, and a cracking sound erupted from Gula's knee, forcing him to kneel in humiliation. "How infuriating. If you intend to kill, then do so. How dare you subject me to such disgrace?" Veins bulged on his forehead, and his bloodshot eyes glimmered with madness. "Since death is inevitable, I shall ensure that you do not emerge unscathed." Bang! He unexpectedly sank down, executing a sweeping kick that sent Wuyan staggering backward. Bang! Seizing the opportunity while Wuyan was off balance, he swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick that sent Wuyan flying. Humph. As Wuyan soared through the air, he let out a cold snort. Gula laughed heartily. Did you see that? This is the hidden power that belongs to me. In this world, I am invincible. Whoosh. He even abandoned his defense and charged directly at Wuyan, seizing the moment of your weakness to claim your life. TCH. Wuyan let out a cold snort as he directed his body towards Gula with a single hand, applying immense pressure. Universal attraction. Suddenly, sharp stone spikes erupted along the path, radiating a chilling brilliance. Only by decelerating could one evade disaster. Yet, Gula, undeterred, pressed both hands against the spikes, creating several gaping wounds, using the force to leap into the air. Pain? That is something I have long since relinquished. Boom. An infinite surge of energy coursed through his hands, obliterating the stone spikes beneath him, as he continued to soar towards Wuyan with unabated velocity. Did you truly believe that such laughable assaults could impede my advance? How ridiculous. I wager everything. You must experience the bitter taste of defeat. Gula was nearly consumed by madness. From that moment on, victory had already bid him farewell. Haha. With a light chuckle, Wuyan remarked, that was more than sufficient. The rushing stone spikes spread across the sky, and Gula, I wonder how you intend to evade this. Whoosh. A purple cold radiance swiftly cleaved through the heavens, seemingly shattering the very fabric of space with its strike. Clouds, stone pillars, and even distant mountains were meticulously severed in two. Gula's forward motion abruptly halted, a muffled groan escaping his lips, for he had just lost sight of Wuyan. All that remained in his wake was a fragment of rubble. Crack. Behind him. The dark holy scythe shattered, droplets of blood flowing ceaselessly from Wuyan's grasp. Celestial force, he murmured softly. Without casting a glance at the bewildered Gula, he strode forward resolutely. How could you possibly find yourself behind me so suddenly? Could it be Gula's realization dawned upon him, the eyes that enabled one to shift within their line of sight directly? While he continued to analyze, desperately seeking a way to triumph over Wuyan, his vision abruptly blurred, and the world fractured into two halves. What is this? Gula was engulfed in terror. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through his body. He gazed down in bewilderment to discover a straight purple mark radiating a crystalline glow. His body, once whole, was now slowly disintegrating. What? How could this be? He could hardly fathom that in a moment of unawareness, he had been cleaved in twain. The memory of that purple cold radiance struck him. Was that the essence of his own attack? A sudden, intense pain gripped his chest, his heart pounding violently as the energy within him could no longer be contained. His body began to swell grotesquely, enveloping Gula entirely, consuming him in a maelstrom of boundless power. Ultimately, with a harrowing scream, Gula erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended, its orange glow radiating outward, shimmering with brilliance, a splendid display akin to a cascade of silver flowers. It was an exquisite spectacle, born from the residual life force of Gula, transformed into a magnificent conflagration. How beautiful! Wuyan spoke softly. The wealthy child Gula not only resolved Wuyan's dilemma of lacking a spaceship but also heralded the birth of the Super Saiyan with a grand salute. I am profoundly grateful to you. Aha. Gula. Dead. Chapter 60. The Objective. Planet Namek. Gula. Is dead. Wuyan exhaled with relief as the golden radiance receded like a receding tide. His pupils reverted to a profound black, and his hair and muscles returned to their original state. The only distinction lay in the fact that his Rinnegan seemed to possess an additional tomo. He gently caressed everything, noting that while the efficacy of the Rinnegan had amplified, no extraneous abilities had manifested. Nevertheless, the transformation into a Super Saiyan was exhilarating enough. Having defeated Gula, he had emerged as the ostensible strongest human in the universe. Well done, Wuyan. I never anticipated you could slay Gula. The cheerful voice of King Kai resonated nearby. With the demise of this formidable minion, the Frost Demon clan has been dealt a significant blow. The universe can now catch its breath amidst their previous devastation. Wuyan could easily envision the King of Realms now leaping with exuberance. He gently ascended, his palm turned outward, and a tiny speck of azure light, no larger than a grain of rice, delicately fell into Yang Ruishing. Boom. The Earth's surface suddenly expanded dramatically, with dozens of fissures crisscrossing ahead. An inexhaustible torrent of magma erupted, transforming the world into a veritable paradise of flames. The spirit tree was thus engulfed in the molten flow. Hundreds of beams of light surged abruptly from the ground, sizzling golden lightning coiling in the heavens. Yang Ruishing was utterly disoriented. Mere seconds later, he transformed into a splendid firework in the cosmos, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, the explosion of a planet is the most breathtaking spectacle in the universe. Wuyan murmured to himself, as shattered stones enveloped in molten lava were propelled downward, creating an illusion of stasis in the vacuum of space. The iron tree blossomed, adorned in vibrant hues of purple and crimson. Everything resembled the enchanting tales of a fairy tale. Wuyan could not help but become enraptured by the scene. The towering spirit tree, consumed by molten lava, dissipated amidst the brilliance of the explosion. Thus, King of the Realm, your series of tasks has been accomplished, hasn't it? Wuyan pondered and spoke. The King of the Realm, feeling a touch of embarrassment, replied, Wuyan, I truly did not anticipate such a series of events. Initially, I merely intended for you to deal with the wandering planets, to learn from them about the assault on the Cosmic Police headquarters by the Cosmic Scavengers. Likewise, the Cosmic Police were aware of the fruit of the Spirit Tree, allowing the pieces to connect. However, I genuinely did not foresee that Dales and Frisia would also aim to seize the Spirit Tree's fruit. It even attracted Cooler. I apologize for this. The King of the Realm's voice carried a hint of grievance as he murmured. I know it was not your intention. Yet, you are not entirely mistaken. I have indeed reaped tremendous rewards, transforming into a Super Saiyan and becoming the strongest human in the universe. Perhaps it can be considered a form of compensation. Sigh. It is evident that Wuyan heard the sigh of relief from the King of the World, realizing that his own power was now sufficient to usurp Frisia's position. The King's initial intention was merely to cultivate a benevolent individual. However, should a being even more powerful and malevolent than Frisia emerge, he would truly be left in despair. King, is Uncle Piccolo with you? After a brief silence, the king nodded and called out, Hey, Piccolo, Wuyan wishes to speak with you. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo suddenly spoke up. Wuyan, you are truly remarkable. You have surpassed me by leaps and bounds. The legendary Super Saiyan. A dream cherished by the Saiyan race throughout the ages has unexpectedly been fulfilled by you. Alas. Wuyan smiled gently. Uncle Piccolo, have you truly relinquished your pursuit of me? You are aware, aren't you? Indeed. My rapport with the Supreme Kai and the King of the World seems rather splendid. I had already disowned this when you sought the king through the Supreme Kai. Furthermore, Uncle Piccolo, shattering the record set by my father and traversing Snake Way in merely a month's time is indeed a remarkable feat. Huh? Piccolo chuckled wryly, in comparison to your accomplishments. Mine seem utterly insignificant. Wuyan pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Piccolo has yet to respond to my inquiry. Have you already resolved to abandon your pursuit of me? How could that be possible? I am the proud demon King Piccolo, and even if you, Wuyan, grow stronger, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Piccolo's tone was filled with unwavering determination, tinged with a sense of pride. Wuyan smiled, radiating sheer joy. This is the Piccolo I have come to know, a proud Namekian. He has never allowed failure to dampen his spirits. The Namekian planet? Piccolo murmured, it seems Goku has ventured to that celestial body. He glanced at King Kai, pondering whether this little fellow had orchestrated everything intentionally. Such speculation was undoubtedly excessive. King Kai lacked the capability, and even if he possessed it, he would never dare to conspire against Wuyan. Uncle Piccolo, there lies your opportunity on the Namekian planet. I trust you are aware that Namekians can augment their strength through assimilation. Simply persuading a single Namekian to merge with you will undoubtedly result in a monumental surge of power. Piccolo fell silent for a moment. Wuyan immediately responded, however. You must not direct your ambitions towards the celestial deity at this moment. Logically, if you were to merge with the celestial deity, your strength would undoubtedly surpass mine. Yet, the celestial deity has his own considerations. He has long intended to entrust his power to you. The arrival of the Saiyan Raditz marks the beginning of a significant transformation. What Earth requires is a worthy protector, not a feeble celestial deity. This is also the reason he sent you to the King of Worlds. Piccolo fell silent. For as one with the celestial deity, he could naturally deduce the underlying truths. However, due to the lingering malevolent essence within you, the celestial deity cannot make a final decision. Everything must await the opportune moment. Piccolo, filled with excitement, proclaimed, then I shall immediately journey to Namek. Had I known, I would have gone with Sun Wukong. Confidently, Wuyan was momentarily taken aback. King of Worlds, what is happening? Well, Wuyan, allow me to explain. Frisia may have learned of the Dragon Balls on Namek, which is why he spared you, setting a trap for Gula to eliminate you. He has dispatched the Jinyu force to Namek and is set to arrive himself. Earth is less than 7 days' journey from Namek, and I can only seek Wukong's assistance to defeat Jinyu, or even Frisia himself. Wuyan fell silent, astonished that, after all the twists and turns, the situation had somehow returned to its origin. The hope for Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan likely lies within this journey to Namek. He gazed at the colossal spaceship of Goldo, which surpassed even Frisia's in sophistication, even though Frisia departed several days ahead of me. Traveling aboard Goldo's vessel would undoubtedly allow me to catch up. This iconic scene from the original narrative is one I cannot afford to miss. If I, the strongest warrior in the universe, take charge, my father should feel considerably more assured as well. Wuyan swiftly dashed into the center and pressed the crimson activation button. The disc-shaped spacecraft began to spin rapidly, and a dark vortex materialized in the sky. It was the gateway to the spatial passage. Wuyan vanished abruptly, leaving behind only a single phrase that echoed in the air. Uncle Piccolo, you are currently training on King Kai's planet. Await my message, and I shall transport you directly to Namek. Chapter 61. The Restoration of Vegeta. 910. In the northern galaxy, at Frisia's base C-172, a few reptilian beings, seemingly researchers under Frisia's command, whispered amongst themselves like women from the 1950s. Have you heard? It appears that Vegeta attacked Earth without King Frisia's consent. Your information is outdated. Chio-E returned yesterday, and his intent seems to be to secretly execute Vegeta. These Saiyans are becoming increasingly audacious. King Frisia has long since grown weary of them. Alas, they are a proud warrior race. I am nothing in comparison. Suddenly, the battle power detector emitted a shrill alarm. The researchers turned abruptly, squinting at the sky. A blazing fireball descended from above, its searing heat distorting the atmosphere momentarily. Boom. The spaceship landed firmly on a soft mat, dissipating all shockwaves instantly. Is it Vegeta? Why doesn't he emerge? He seems to be utilizing a life support device. Quickly, assist him into the healing liquid. As the cabin door opened, the overwhelming scent of blood enveloped them, leaving everyone utterly astonished. They had never witnessed someone so grievously injured who could still traverse the cosmos. His eyes were tightly shut, obscured by clotted blood, and his body resembled a suit of red armor. Truly perilous, were it not for the coagulated blood. He would have bled out and perished aboard the ship. Gurgle, gurgle. Vegeta sat within a massive white machine, gradually absorbing the healing liquid. Half a day had elapsed. The researcher, named Ning Yuan, gently remarked, "All right, the time is nearly upon us. Your injuries have healed. You may open your eyes." As soon as these words left his lips, Vegeta's eyes snapped open, their swirling luminescence resembling a divine sword, erupting forth. Boom. The door of the healing machine exploded under his gaze. Step, step. Vegeta slowly emerged, looking at Ning Yuan. "Thank you. Had it not been for you today, I would have perished." "No need for thanks. I was merely following King Frisia's orders." "Additionally, Vegeta, seeing you fully restored," Ning Yuan hesitated before continuing. "Xiao Yi requests that you visit the training grounds. He seems to have matters to discuss with you." "Humph. Xiao Yi?" Vegeta scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. "I regret to inform you that I have nothing to say to him." With that, he strode away, growing increasingly distant. Minutes later, in the long corridor, the dim glow of flickering wall lights cast a gloomy ambience, mirroring Vegeta's own brooding disposition. "Stop." A hoarse voice called abruptly from behind. Vegeta rolled his eyes. What a persistent spirit. "Xiao Yi, what do you want?" "Haha." The figure emerged from the shadows, his face dark and grotesque, with fierce eyes brimming with greed. Most notably, 2 empty sockets adorned his head. Clad in the standard battle attire of Frisia's army, he continued, "You have defied King Frisia's orders by attacking Earth without explanation. Do you plan to brush it aside?" "Apologies, but I intend to explain myself to Frisia. I owe you no such obligation." Vegeta replied with scorn, turning to face Xiao Yi. Once again, that same look. "Saiyan." Vegeta's contempt was palpable. Xiao Yi's veins bulged as his pallid face reddened, his body quivering with rage. "Vegeta, it seems no one has informed you how to interact with someone whose power surpasses your own. Your father passed away too early. It appears some etiquette was not imparted to you. One must show respect to the strong." "Strong?" Vegeta scrutinized Xiao Yi, his voice dripping with disdain. "You? Do not obstruct my path. I must seek out Frisia to receive my mission and hone my skills. Your self-destructive path will lead to your demise." Xiao Yi retorted. "However, King Frisia currently has no time for you. He has departed for Namek, intending to gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill his dream of immortality." "Namek?" Vegeta halted abruptly. "I believe I have heard of this place. Dragon Balls? Capable of granting immortality?" He trembled with excitement. Could this be his opportunity to defeat Wuyan? No. Even to vanquish Frisia. His heart soared with joy, yet his exterior remained composed, masterfully concealing his ambitions. "Aha. Don't hold back. Let it all out." Xiao Yi urged. "Even if you know, it serves no purpose. My task is simply to find the right moment to execute you. Why tell me about the Dragon Balls?" Vegeta inquired, his voice low and intense. "Aha. Saiyan." Xiao Yi bellowed maniacally. "I must make you endure the despair of having your dreams crushed. What does it feel like when the last glimmer of hope vanishes from your sight?" With that, Xiao Yi leaped, his feet striking the ground as he soared towards Vegeta. A purple aura enveloping his fist as he struck towards Vegeta's chest. Smack. All of the assault was firmly seized. "What?" Xiao Yi gasped in disbelief. Vegeta smirked. "Thank you for sharing this information. My plans are now set in motion. To repay you, I shall send you to the afterlife swiftly, ensuring you feel no pain." Boom. He transformed his fist into an open palm, thrusting it directly into Xiao Yi's chest. A torrent of hot blood erupted forth. Gah. Xiao Yi felt as if struck by lightning, spewing blood. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta grasped Xiao Yi's head, lifting him into the air, delivering relentless blows to his abdomen without mercy. A series of muffled groans resonated through the air, harmonizing with the vibrations of the atmosphere like a grand symphony. Wah, wah. Xiao Yi coughed blood, his face pale, utterly incapable of resisting Vegeta's onslaught. Boom. Vegeta suddenly pressed down hard, slamming Xiao Yi against the adjacent corridor. Just then, a deep silhouette embedded itself in the wall, its head hung low, devoid of any arrogance. Before Vegeta, Xiao Yi had no capacity to resist. Cursed. Cursed. Xiao Yi shuddered, waves of agony crashing over him like a relentless tide. The pupils of his eyes emitted a blinding radiance, unleashing a furious thunderous roar that surged towards Vegeta with boundless energy. How absurd. To everyone's astonishment, Vegeta did not flinch, instead pressing his hands forward and redirecting the torrent of energy back towards Xiao Yi. A piercing scream erupted as Xiao Yi's eyes were obliterated, leaving behind 2 dark voids gushing with blood. "Ah, you must be in excruciating pain now. Allow me to bring your suffering to an end," Vegeta declared with a sinister grin. With a gentle tap on Xiao Yi's heart, azure energy surged within him, causing Xiao Yi's body to expand irregularly before it ultimately exploded. Humph. According to the battle power scanner, The Ginyu Force should be the first to arrive. I must depart immediately. Chapter 62. The tumultuous planet Namek. Namek, situated at the edge of the northern galaxy, is less than a week-ish journey from Earth. Once a picturesque planet with a temperate climate, it shone like a brilliant jewel amidst the desolation of the northern galaxy, home to a sophisticated civilization. However, countless years ago, Namek underwent a catastrophic climate shift that led to the near extinction of its human inhabitants. It was during this time that the dragon god also fled the planet. The surviving landscape became overrun with moss, rendering it inhospitable for human life. Consequently, the Namekians, divided into peaceful and warrior types, remained few in number. While the peaceful Namekians lacked formidable combat prowess, they possessed a variety of magical abilities, having evolved through the laws of natural selection. Presently, there exists only one warrior-type Namekian, serving as the final guardian. His battle power has reached a staggering 40,000, surpassing 90% of Frisia's minions. At the center, atop a towering stone pillar surrounded by pink frozen earth and lush green moss, a chilling wind sliced through the air like a blade. On the pinnacle of the pillar stood a grand structure, where a figure resembling Piccolo observed an elderly Namekian seated within. Great Elder, you called for me? Neru. I sense that the existence of the Dragon Balls has been revealed. For powerful individuals are approaching my planet. Are they here to seize the Dragon Balls? Neru inquired hastily. Evil and justice arrive simultaneously. I fear Namek is on the brink of catastrophe. Rest assured, Great Elder, I will repel them with my own strength. Neru proclaimed, pounding his chest fervently. The Great Elder cast a fleeting glance at him, silently urging him to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What audacity compels you to harbor such thoughts? Neru, do not act recklessly. Among these unwelcome guests, the only one you can defeat is a feeble earthling, Kyulan. Neru was taken aback. The universe's strongest warriors have also come, and their confrontation could obliterate Namek. Disaster looms, the greatest calamity has arrived. Following this, both the Great Elder and Neru fell silent. Neru, your fate is imminent, and you must bear your responsibility. I sense that the darkness within that child will be completely purged under your guidance. The child of Kadaz. Days later, 5 round spaceships pierced through the atmosphere, their fiery descent resembling 5 shooting stars crashing to the ground. With a sizzling sound, the searing air burst forth from the ships, and 5 formidable figures swiftly transformed into blurs, striking poses on the ground. One towering figure with an orange pineapple-like hairstyle appeared foolishly grand. He balanced on one foot, striking a ballet pose. Raikum. At that moment, a powerful rock melody resonated from the spaceship. Next, a red-skinned figure with white hair crouched on the ground, exuding an aura of menace. GIs. Following them were 2 more, one with deep blue skin, resembling a snake without pupils, radiating a sharp light, seemingly ready to annihilate his enemies in an instant, and the other, a rotund figure with 4 eyes. Batter. Guldo. Lastly, a purple figure with bulging muscles and a fierce expression twisted his body, gazing ahead. Ginyu. As the music reached its climactic peak, the 5 shouted in unison, Ginyu Force. Engage. Caw. Caw. The crows flying overhead seemed to echo their sentiment. Ginyu stood up, reveling. Ah, such beautiful moves. Yet no one appreciates our effort after rehearsing for so long. Captain Ginyu, this music is indeed invigorating. GIs exclaimed loudly. Very well, let the Namekians admire our artistry later. First, we must secure all the Dragon Balls. We must complete the collection before King Frisia arrives. Ginyu asserted sternly. Fear not. The scanner indicates the strongest battle power is merely over 40,000. This planet cannot possibly impede our progress. GIs scoffed, adjusting the scanner. Ginyu nodded. Do not underestimate. Guldo's battle power is comparatively low. Bada, you will take care of him. We shall split into 4 groups and head to the Namekian villages. I believe such a precious object as the Dragon Balls cannot be carelessly abandoned in the wild. You've never been to Earth, have you? Bada grumbled. I am the universe's fastest, and carrying Guldo is like hauling a deadweight. Do not fret. This is an order. Ginyu commanded. Yes. Understood. Bada reluctantly acquiesced. Let us go. As soon as the words left his mouth, 4 of them soared into the sky, racing towards 3 villages. Ginyu settled down. Let me observe their combat situation. In less than an hour, 2 villages lay in ruins. Ginyu smiled slightly. Well done. Everyone in the 2 villages has been utterly annihilated. It appears Raikum and GIs have already acquired 2 Dragon Balls. At the center of the planet stood the formidable individual with a battle power of 40,000. He is my target. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous energy erupted from his body, scorching waves of heat disintegrating the ground and creating deep craters. He suddenly transformed into a flickering light, dashing towards the location of the Elder. Before long, 2 spaceships gently descended from opposite directions of Namek. One resembled a crab, possessing 8 legs, while the entire visage of the vessel resembled that of a caterpillar. As the hatch opened, a figure clad in orange emerged, with a crab-like head, exuding a sharp demeanor and cold eyes. Beside him stood a child dressed in purple attire, and another individual was bald. Lastly, within the spacecraft, a woman with azure hair leaned out, inquiring softly, Goku, how are things outside? The weather is rather chilly, the air is fresh, significantly better than on Earth. However, the visitors were none other than Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma, summoned by the King of Worlds to Namek to confront the Frieza Force. During their journey, Goku had been fervently training in the gravity chamber, his combat prowess multiplying severfold. Nevertheless, compared to Wuyan, he still felt a sense of inadequacy. He had learned from the King of Worlds about the new strongest warrior in the universe, a revelation that instilled a sense of security. Goku furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Bulma, adorned with lipstick, replied gently, a significant presence has vanished in an instant. It appears that someone has been ruthlessly slain. It seems the Ginyu Force, as mentioned by our Lord, has arrived before us. He then cast his gaze towards a nearby spaceship that had arrived almost simultaneously. That familiar aura. Vegeta. Wukong murmured softly, it is done. Time for slumber. Hee. In truth, it is a scheduled release. Chapter 63, Gohan. Well done. With a swift motion, a fiery figure pierced through the void, saturating the sky with an infinite crimson blaze. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed across the ground as a diminutive figure with wild hair swaggered forth from the chaos. From his half-closed eyes emanated a palpable aura of menace, with a glimmer of ferocity flickering at the corners. A slight smirk graced his lips. Is this the planet Namek? The environment is truly dismal. Even if one were to sell this planet, it would surely find no buyers. Dragon Balls? The mystical orbs capable of granting any wish? He gazed towards the heavens. Frieza. I shall surely possess them. Vegeta murmured, recalling the humiliation he endured on Earth, that accursed half-breed. Once I attain immortality, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. He closed his eyes and silently mused, has the Ginyu Force arrived? They have split into 4 directions, currently pillaging the Dragon Balls. Those ruffians possess formidable power. Although they have grown significantly stronger on Earth, they remain woefully inadequate against Ginyu. Let us circumvent them for now. Suddenly, he directed his gaze towards the east. This energy? Kiki. Vegeta cackled ominously. It is Kakarot. That scoundrel. I shall finally exact my revenge. Wait for me. Once I gather all 7 Dragon Balls, I will ensure your dismemberment. With that, he transformed into a shadowy streak, propelling himself skyward towards the location of the 5th Dragon Ball. The Dragon Balls of Namek were created by the Elder, scattered across 7 villages, each safeguarded by various elders. Discovering a village would lead one to the Dragon Balls. Wukong stood there in a daze. As the overwhelming aura began to dissipate, Vegeta had already commenced his actions. So many formidable warriors. The fighting spirit that had lain dormant within him for years surged back to life. Father, Wufan timidly inquired, where shall we go now? Are we to seek the remaining Dragon Balls? No need. Wukong resolutely pointed with a single hand, indicating that hundreds of presences had suddenly vanished, likely victims of an enemy assault. We must go to their rescue, he declared. Whoosh. 3 beams of light surged into the sky. The forces of Goku, Vegeta, and the others had commenced their actions. The outcome of this battle for the Dragon Balls remained uncertain. Boom. A small village was besieged by hundreds of Namekians. Yet now it lay in ruins. Countless explosions reverberated, raining destruction upon the ground, as buildings were reduced to mere fragments. Whoosh. A beam of light pierced through a Namekian's heart, resulting in his immediate demise. The elder, Muley, cried out, Scoundrel. I have entrusted the Dragon Balls to you. Why must you slaughter the innocent? Before him stood a towering figure with a pineapple-shaped head, Riku. His face was a mask of malevolence as his hands swept forward, a howling energy harvesting the lives of countless humans. Haha. Who can guarantee that these miscreants are not scheming behind our backs? Moreover, the Dragon Balls, that divine artifact, can only be wielded by the powerful. Those deemed unworthy must face death. Boom. With an outstretched hand, pink energy surged forth, swiftly engulfing a man. In an instant, he was reduced to charred remains, scattered upon the ground when the energy dissipated. Aha. Pathetic humans, lacking even the courage to resist. It is truly laughable. Riku lightly blew away the lingering smoke, perhaps the essence of the souls he had claimed. Scoundrel. Muley gritted his teeth, fiercely shielding the Namekian children behind him. Observing Riku's wicked expression, he staggered back, exclaiming, You have already killed so many. Why continue this slaughter? While Riku rampaged, Muley could only stand by, desperate to appease the bloodlust that drove him to take human lives. Yet, in the end, what a foolish notion. Riku casually waved his hand, and with a mere pinch, a child was lifted into the air, controlled by his malevolent will. Help me, Elder. The boy cried out, flailing helplessly in midair. Mujin. Riku's sinister grip tightened. An orange flame erupted in the sky. Boom. Mujin's body exploded before Muley's eyes. Muley, along with the remaining child, Dondi, could not bear to witness this horror. And they wept bitterly. Cursed be this fate. Muley could no longer restrain himself, zigzagging forward with silent determination, approaching Riku with his wooden staff. In an instant, he raised his hands and thrust forward. Thud. Riku's body felt as unyielding as steel, rendering the wooden staff to splinters. Bang. Riku pivoted and struck heavily, his hand stabbing like a drawn sword into Muley's abdomen. Blood gushed forth. A single hand had pierced him through. Muley screamed in agony, his vision fading as he collapsed to the ground. Now, only one remains. Riku coldly gazed at Dondi, advancing relentlessly, the surrounding energy swirling into a tempest, shattering the ground beneath them. Prepare to meet the same fate as the others. Fear not, dear child. It will only sting for a moment, and soon you shall know nothing. Don't come any closer. Dondi stammered, trembling at the sight of Riku's imposing frame, collapsing in fright. Someone, save me. Whoosh. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow charged from the side, crashing into Riku with force. Ugh. Riku murmured, his body bending as his eyes bulged and burst forth. Akin to being struck by a speeding train, crashing against the mountain behind him, spewing forth clouds of mist that etched his silhouette into the rock face. Whoosh. Two figures materialized in an instant, standing like gods of war before Dondi. Dondi, having felt no pain for a while, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. One was a boy with a watermelon-shaped head donned in purple attire, and the other, a bald figure in an unusual orange outfit. Gohan, your strength is truly impressive. The Saiyans are indeed extraordinary, remarked Kuririn with a wry smile, astonished that Gohan, having trained with Goku for just over a month, had already surpassed him in power. Was this yet another prodigious talent rivaling Goku's own? Ever since the World Martial Arts Tournament, it seemed the world had transformed. Kuririn and Lu Ping had gradually faded from the annals of history, even losing their right to spectate. Whoosh. A tall figure flickered before them, softly stating, Gohan, well done. Wu Fan's cheeks flushed with a sweet embarrassment. Each time, Goku merely extolled the virtues of Wuyan, while he, under his mother's insistence, contemplated the path of a scholar, placing him in a realm entirely distinct from his father's. Suddenly, amidst the rubble of the collapsed stones, a thunderous roar resounded. An overwhelming force surged forth. An infinite heat wafting through the air, shattering the stones with sheer might. Rikumu, covered in dust and visibly agitated, emerged and spoke in a low tone. Which little wretch just ambushed me? Step forward. He gazed at Goku before him, momentarily taken aback. A Saiyan? It was hard to believe that there were indeed other living Saiyans in this world. Was it you who ambushed me? Wukong surveyed his surroundings, where the ground was strewn with corpses, and torrents of blood nearly engulfed the entire village. Did you slay all these people? He murmured, his heart ablaze with fury ignited by such barbarity. Of course. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, shouldn't you find a certain fascination in the art of slaughter? Rikuum replied nonchalantly. Oh, just look at the righteous visage upon your face, juxtaposed with the merciless Saiyan. It utterly nauseates me. You wretch. Goku clenched his fists and exclaimed. For the sake of your own selfish desires, you have callously disregarded so many innocent lives. I am utterly enraged. How laughable it is that the blood on the hands of the Saiyans far exceeds my own, yet you shamelessly act as the defenders of cosmic peace. Raikum. Flying kick. Raikum assumed a peculiar stance, a large man executing a ballet-like pose on one foot, momentarily catching Goku off guard. In an instant, Raikum transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, soaring into the air, heading straight for Goku. There were no feints. He was remarkably confident in his own strength. As the figure approached, Goku narrowed his eyes, his body swaying slightly. With a swift motion, like a dragon, he thrust his hands forward, seizing Raikum's outstretched feet in an instant. What? During my training with Wuyan, his reincarnation, I could pierce through all attacks, compelling me to devise ways to enhance my own skills in an attempt to bridge the gap between us. Your ludicrous attack, even at twice the speed, is easily discernible to me. With great force, Wukong struck Raikum down to the ground. The impact created a resounding boom, as the earth was deeply indented, causing the world to tremble several times. Wukong soared into the heavens, his body spinning rapidly, with Raikum's form ensnared in the overwhelming grip of centrifugal force. The agonizing energy coursed through him, and as he beheld the Saiyan looming before him, he was even seized by a fleeting thought of retreat. With a sudden release, Wukong cast Raikum aside without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh. Dozens of afterimages materialized as Wukong's form swiftly appeared behind the airborne Raikum. A subtle smile graced his lips, followed by a disdainful snort. Raikum's eyes widened in shock as he turned to glance backward. Bang! Wukong's feet spun in a whirlwind of motion, delivering a devastating blow to Raikum's back. Blood gushed from Raikum's mouth as he soared into the sky, droplets of crimson swirling in the air like wilting roses. The final strike. With his hands spread wide like the wings of a Kuanping, Wukong soared effortlessly, spiraling upwards for miles as a stream of energy surged behind him, reminiscent of a rocket piercing the heavens. Crack! He swiftly ensnared Raikum, sending him plummeting earthward. The howling cold wind sliced through their skin like a steel blade, imparting a chilling sharpness. Gazing at the ground just a stone's throw away, Wukong chuckled. Have you ever tasted a radish? With a sudden surge of strength, he forcefully drove Raikum headfirst into the ground, while he himself spun rapidly, landing gracefully beside him. Whoosh! Wukong gently exhaled the foul air from his mouth, gazing at the figure before him. His head crashed directly onto the ground, leaving only his legs flailing helplessly, while his exposed chest was riddled with numerous wounds, inflicted by the chilling northern winds as he soared through the air. Father, you are incredible! Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at such a swift display of power. Kiki, Wukong, resembling a child, wiped his nose and remarked, in comparison to your brother, you fall considerably short. A barrage of attacks nearly left Raikum dazed, leaving Kulin beside him utterly astonished. Perhaps I should return to seek employment and prepare for a tranquil marriage. Fighting may not be suited for me. With a grunt, Lycum pressed his hands against the ground, torrents of energy surging through his sinewy muscles. In an instant, he exerted force, flipping through the air and landing firmly on the ground. However, unlike his previous calm demeanor, he now gasped for breath, his face bruised and battered, reminiscent of a once comical jester. Suddenly, he thrust his hands into the earth, crimson energy emanating from his palms, causing the ground ahead to freeze slightly. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, shattering the earth beneath him, and sturdy stone pillars emerged, their sharp tips glistening ominously. Perish! Lycum bellowed, embracing his power and unleashing a devastating swing. Wukong, caught off guard, was struck in the face, as if hit by a speeding train. Pain radiating through his chest as he was sent hurtling away, leaving a trail across the ground for hundreds of meters. With each thunderous leap, Lycum resembled a titan, his immense weight causing the ground to tremble. Observing Wukong on the ground, he exerted force, bringing the stone pillars crashing down. The earth buckled under the impact, enveloping Wukong in a cloud of dust and smoke. Saiyan, you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall make you experience what eternal suffering truly means. Lycum snarled, his face twisted in fury. Amidst the cacophony of crumbling stones, Wukong's resilient figure emerged from the haze. He suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Ha, ha, ha. What is it? Have you lost your mind? Lycum responded, wary. I cannot believe it. My strength has reached such heights. Having endured your attacks, I am completely unscathed. This indomitable body, I can scarcely comprehend that it belongs to me. Wukong clenched his fists, reveling in his boundless power. Even the air seemed to emit a cacophony of shattering sounds. Huff. Kuririn gasped heavily, momentarily believing that Wukong had sustained a grave injury. Yet, unexpectedly, a twist of fate had emerged. The psychological strain akin to a roller coaster ride left Kuririn quaking with fear. This battle was certainly ill-suited for him. In contrast, Gohan appeared to navigate the situation with ease, his expression remarkably relaxed. Kuririn couldn't help but ponder, had he truly fallen behind? Chapter 65, The Undercurrents Rise. Impossible, Lycum exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Your battle power is merely a paltry 5,000. How could you possibly engage me to this extent? Wufan, however, was acutely aware. In that fleeting moment, his father's power had surged tenfold, only to abruptly dissipate thereafter. In such a brief instant, the battle power measuring device was unable to register any reading. Could he truly exercise such exquisite control over his strength? In a whirlwind of thoughts, Gohan pondered, what level has my brother, stronger than my father, attained? During our training in the gravity chamber aboard the spaceship, Father had repeatedly stated that his strength paled in comparison to my brother's. This is truly terrifying. Lycum, in a frenzy, bellowed hysterically. I am a member of the elite Jinyu force under the command of Lord Frisia. He struck his absurd ballet pose once more, opening his gaping maw to declare, Lycum, energy cannon. With a swift motion, a pink energy beam erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Goku with alarming speed. Goku, unfazed by the overwhelming force, zigzagged swiftly, closing in rapidly. With a sudden upward kick of his knee, Lycum could scarcely perceive the movement before he felt a sharp pain in his jaw, his head tilting skyward. The blazing charge soared like a divine sword into the heavens, resonating with a thunderous roar. Wisps of white smoke twirled around like stars surrounding the moon. Wukong delivered a powerful punch directly to his chest, the moment of attack shimmering as he swiftly moved behind him. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His hands converged into a flower-like formation, and a celestial blue radiance instantly enveloped the world. Lycum, mechanically turning around, was filled with disbelief. He had completely failed to perceive the incredible speed just moments before. The battle power tester exploded in an instant. Kamehameha. The frenzied energy enveloped him, while nanoscopic attacks permeated the surroundings, relentlessly damaging Lycum's cells. He let out a few agonized cries, but his vocal cords had been scorched beyond repair, his body covered in severe burns. Moments later, the energy dissipated, and Lycum crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His body was as dark as charred remains, emanating a foul odor. The slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. Father? Why not finish him off? Wukong shook his head and said, I simply cannot bring myself to strike. In the final moments, I have diminished the output of the Kamehameha. The information from the battle power detector must have reached his companions by now. Thus, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, he is our adversary. Gohan pondered. What if he seeks vengeance after recovering? Then we shall defeat him once more. After all, his strength is no match for mine. With an air of arrogance, Wukong proclaimed, All right, this fellow poses no threat whatsoever. Beside him, an orange Dragon Ball shimmered with a sparkling radiance. Yet, the remaining Namekian had silently slipped away amidst the chaos of battle. In his eyes, Wukong and his companions were equally untrustworthy. Wukong lifted the Dragon Ball, attuning himself to the essence of Namek. With a single hand raised, he pointed towards the center and declared, In that direction lies a pure and harmonious energy. However, a formidable and malevolent foe is drawing near. This may very well be the final stronghold of Namek. Gohan, Krillin, listen closely from this moment forth. We shall divide our forces into 3 paths. Those evil beings have split into 4 factions to search for the Dragon Balls, and we have secured one of them. Alongside the efforts of Vegeta, a total of 5 Dragon Balls have been detected. You too must seek out the last 2 Dragon Balls and acquire them. Remember, should you encounter a powerful adversary, hold your breath and refrain from engaging in battle. This applies to Vegeta as well. Above all, prioritize your safety and await our reunion. Wukong, what about you? Krillin inquired, perplexed. I shall confront this most formidable evil presence. His terrifying aura suggests that no one on Namek could possibly stand against him. Who would have thought that the universe harbors such an abundance of powerful beings? My fighting spirit has been thoroughly ignited. Battle is Wukong's destiny, as well as his deepest passion. Very well, Gohan said, casting a glance at the imposing Rinnegan beside him, ultimately nodding in resignation. With a whoosh, the two soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Goku tightened the belt of his martial arts uniform. The strongest subordinate of the universe, Emperor Frieza? I have arrived. With a thunderous crash, he propelled himself off the ground, sending debris flying as he soared into the air, heading towards the center of the battlefield, where the Grand Elder resided. The scouter hovered in the air, monitoring the battle power readings. After the crowd dispersed, Jinyu darted towards the most formidable Namekian. What was initially a straightforward task seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. To his astonishment, Rinnegan had suddenly perished, yet the scouter detected only faint traces of energy. The rapidly shifting circumstances left him at a loss. Bat, Goldo, did you hear that? The swift serpent-like bat and the four-eyed Goldo gazed at the lifeless body beneath them. Momentarily stunned. Captain, what's wrong? We have already secured the Dragon Balls. It seemed that uninvited guests had arrived on the planet. Rinnegan had been slain. 2 formidable energy signatures were heading towards the last village of the Namekians, likely in pursuit of the Dragon Balls as well. Locate them and eliminate them. Understood. The strongest energy signature appeared to be recklessly approaching Jinyu. It seemed he intended to provoke him. A cruel smile crept onto Jinyu's face. I shall make him understand the meaning of suffering. With that, Jinyu flew off at his utmost speed. Not long after Goku's battle, a figure emerged from the water, gazing at the charred remains of Rinnegan. Indeed, Kakarot's energy had expanded rapidly. His battle power had completely surpassed Jinyu's. A figure stepped out from the shadows, a diminutive yet proud warrior. It was Vegeta. Sensing Goku's energy, he held his breath and made his way towards Kakarot, proceeding on foot. In the midst of battle, Goku unconsciously overlooked Vegeta's presence. Humph, he scoffed, spitting a glob of phlegm onto Rinnegan's face. The proud Jinyu force had been reduced to such a state by a mere Saiyan. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. He stomped his right foot heavily, causing a shower of debris to erupt into the air as blood gushed forth, extinguishing Rinnegan's last breath. Clearly, a strategy was required. As Jinyu approached, he observed the scouter intently, his confidence and his strength unwavering. Those lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly be no match for the esteemed Jinyu force. Defeating this obstacle would essentially secure ownership of the Dragon Balls. In the desolate center of Namek, a towering peak rose majestically, radiating a pure and sacred light. As Jinyu landed, a resolute Namekian stepped forward. Leave at once. Invader, you are not welcome here. Do not tarnish the Grand Elder's sacred spirit with your filthy blood. Jinyu paused momentarily. Oh, such bravado. I assumed you were the king of this planet. Turns out you're merely a lackey. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Jinyu's annoyance was evident. Leave now. Namek does not welcome you. Should you persist in your folly, I shall not hesitate to resolve this with force. The Namekian addressing him was Neru, the only warrior among his kind, who had stood by the Grand Elder's side. Before Goku's rise, he was undoubtedly a dominant force in the North Galaxy. However, before Jinyu, he was but a mere shadow. The more you insist on this, the more I wish to discover what lies within. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Neru remained unfazed, replying calmly. The Dragon Balls? Such sacred objects are not meant to be touched by hands stained with blood. I warn you once more, leave immediately. Jinyu's eyes narrowed. A wave of murderous intent surged forth, and his energy exploded. The blast shattered the ground behind Neru, collapsing the roof above and revealing the ancient and colossal Grand Elder. Oh, just an old man. Do not disrespect the Grand Elder. Neru's fist struck out, sending the unprepared Jinyu flying, landing in a heap on the ground, disheveled. He rose effortlessly. You little insect. It's time you witnessed my true power. Let me show you how to treat a formidable opponent. Humph. Neru spat. Recalling the Grand Elder's previous admonition, he must buy time, as a friend from Earth was on the way to defeat Jinyu. The two stood on the battlefield, facing each other. Ha! Neru roared, an immense aura surging from his body, creating a whirlwind that shook the very fabric of the surroundings. Oh, his battle power is steadily rising. He gritted his teeth, declaring loudly, do not underestimate the Namekians. With a resounding crash, the ground within a dozen meters exploded, collapsing into a deep pit. Battle power, 42,000. Not bad, Jinyu commented nonchalantly. Neru propelled himself forward, akin to a tempest, extending his left hand and forming a fist, unleashing tremendous power into a shockwave. Jinyu stood on the fractured ground like a small boat amidst turbulent seas, seemingly on the brink of capsizing. Yet, it was merely an illusion. With swift precision, Jinyu caught both of Neru's punches effortlessly. Though your battle power is impressive, this planet has not seen conflict in ages, and you have forgotten how to wield it. Approaching me head-on without any feint is merely a path to self-destruction. With a sudden forceful bend, Jinyu broke Neru's arms at the wrists, a torrent of blood spraying forth. Pooling on the ground. Neru's eyes widened, bloodshot and staggering backward, devoid of the will to fight. How dull. I expected a bronze, yet I find only plastic. Jinyu remarked disdainfully. Neru shook his hands, his body tense with veins bulging, as the severed wounds began to writhe. Suddenly, 2 hands burst forth from the severed stumps, restoring his form. Panting heavily, Neru felt his strength waning. Oh, Jinyu exclaimed in surprise. So you possess regenerative abilities? However, your combat prowess has significantly diminished, no longer possessing the sharpness of your. How infuriating. Do not revel in your triumph just yet. I absolutely refuse to concede defeat to you. His feet moved in rapid succession, causing the ground to erupt as immense power surged within his chest. Like an eagle soaring through the heavens, like a kuimping spreading its wings, he charged resolutely towards Jinyu. In that fleeting moment of proximity, his eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. Boom. All his strength was unleashed upon the ground. Neru, in disbelief, shouted, "A phantom image?" Correct. Jinyu stood before him, raising a hand to lightly touch the tip of his nose. Bang. It was merely a gentle caress, yet boundless power erupted from Neru, sending him hurtling backward like a shooting star. Whoosh. Jinyu flickered swiftly, executing a side kick with astonishing speed. Crack. Neru's wrist fractured, bending grotesquely inward. A wave of excruciating pain engulfing him, mingling with the agony on his face, akin to a death sentence. As he flew backward, Jinyu's figure suddenly materialized behind him. With an arm bent, it seemed he was gathering strength. In the instant Neru drew near, Jinyu struck. Poof. Neru halted, equally stunned. He stared vacantly at his chest, where a violet arm enveloped in sharp energy glimmered brilliantly. Jinyu had pierced through him at the heart. Wow. Blood gushed forth, streaming down Jinyu's arm with a sickening warmth. He disdainfully remarked, "My body has been sullied by this filthy, lowly blood. How can it possibly harmonize with the elegance of the human dance?" Slap. He casually flicked his hand, discarding Neru onto the ground. "It seems I've gained a few more moves, but it matters not. Thus, this Dragon Ball shall belong to me." Jinyu began to ascend towards the elder, while pain flickered in Neru's eyes. He was the sole combatant among the Namekians, inherently proud. Moments ago, the elder had urged him to hold out until the arrival of the Earthlings. He had dismissed it with scorn. Now, everything was clear. He lacked even the ability to await reinforcements. "My apologies, elder." Jinyu continued his slow approach towards the Dragon Ball. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure, akin to a thunderbolt, dashed through the void, standing resolutely before him. Jinyu tensed, observing the human cloaked in a crimson glow. As the figure gradually came into focus, he uttered, "A Saiyan," shamelessly requesting a wave of subscriptions. "At this rate, I will truly starve." Chapter 67, Crisis. In the distance, Krillin and Gohan bounded joyfully along the mountain peaks, cheerfully holding 2 Dragon Balls aloft. "Uncle Krillin, the Namekian is surprisingly kind, isn't he?" After seeing our good hearts, he directly handed over the Dragon Balls to us. Gohan exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Krillin was also taken aback by how smoothly this mission was progressing. He had initially thought they might have to resort to violence against humans. "Now we possess 3 Dragon Balls," Gohan remarked. "We are almost halfway there, although we still have yet to conceive a wish. However, being able to snatch victory from the jaws of danger is the best outcome. Let us go find Dad." As the 2 were about to take flight, they suddenly turned around, their eyes igniting with fierce intensity. "Oh no. 2 powerful auras are approaching us at blinding speed." Krillin shouted, "I forgot. I didn't conceal my energy. Those evil fiends must have discovered our location. Hurry." Boom. 2 beams of light shot into the sky like jets, rapidly heading towards Goku's direction. Unfortunately, the crimson figure behind them flickered in midair, bending and surpassing the 2 with extraordinary speed, blocking their path. Jinyu Force, Berta, Guldo, reporting for duty. As they beheld the 2, Gohan and Krillin involuntarily swallowed hard. That giant exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Among them lingered an ever-present stench of blood. "How many has he slaughtered?" Krillin remarked. "That dwarf." Krillin suddenly paused. "Such a feeble aura, and yet he can coexist with them?" Krillin stealthily inched closer, whispering to Gohan. "Gohan, did you notice? Guldo's power is quite weak. If we were to eliminate him suddenly, we might stand a chance against Berta." Finally, after parting ways with Goku, they found themselves in peril. Guldo stepped forward with a sly grin. "Just the 2 of you? You've toyed with us endlessly. Even eliminating Rikum? It appears you are not as fearsome as you seem." Gazing into his disdainful eyes, the 2 felt a surge of confidence. Gohan clasped his hands together and whispered, "Brother, bless me." "Gohan." "Now." Kuririn suddenly shouted. "Ha! Ha!" 2 explosive shouts erupted from his mouth, causing both Gohan and Kuririn's energy to surge rapidly, and in a fleeting moment, they both surpassed the threshold of 10,000. Whoosh. With a powerful momentum, they propelled themselves forward, their feet dancing upon the ground as they approached Guldo with astonishing speed. "Hee. Psychic powers." "Halt." Guldo sneered ominously. Whoosh. Just before time and space froze, Gohan and Kuririn made one final leap. They had vanished from sight. Where are they?" Guldo exclaimed in panic. stumbling back a couple of steps, only to be met with a solid obstruction. Impossible. He turned slowly, but the sight before him filled him with dread. Gohan's fist was a mere centimeter from his neck. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he might have been struck down instantly. Hissing, Guldo swiftly retreated to a distance, gesturing toward the ground with a firm hand. Thunderous rumblings ensued as the earth beneath him erupted, forming a sharp stone spike that floated ominously in the air above him. Gradually, it aimed at Gohan and Krillin, seeking a position to pierce them both simultaneously. Damn it! Krillin struggled in the air, only to realize that his body had gone numb, and his vital energy had stilled. Is this some kind of psychic ability? How infuriating. I never anticipated that the little one possessed such a trick. It's over. Everything is over. Beside him, Gohan gritted his teeth, straining with all his might. Brother. I'm being restrained. What should I do now? Brother. It seemed as though the visage of Goku materialized before Gohan's eyes. The perilous scene outside suddenly shifted. Brother? Gohan could hardly believe that his body was beginning to move again. What could this possibly mean? Wuyan stood proudly behind, resembling a mighty war deity. The moment you embarked on your path of cultivation, I had already foreseen it. Countless bizarre dangers await you ahead, yet I cannot accompany you at every moment. I have sealed a fragment of my consciousness within your gaze using the Rinnegan. Whenever you encounter a peril of utter despair, it shall manifest in an instant. This is but a mere thought. Do not harbor illusions that I can aid you in evading peril. Ah, how could this be? Gohan wore a despondent expression. As his father had said, a vast reservoir of energy resided within him, yet it could only be unleashed through fury. Should he manage to unleash it all, he would instantly wield a ferocious power. Brother, this is merely a catalyst. Gohan, remember, this is the first and the last time. In an instant, Wuyan transformed into tendrils of smoke that seeped into Gohan's being, flooding his mind with vivid imagery. Is this an illusion inscribed by my brother Rinnegan? I will not let you down. His gaze returned to the present, as despairing visions surged into his consciousness, and he was instantly engulfed by rage. Guldo continued to aim, as if afflicted by a compulsion. This place is not suitable, nor is this one. Ha! Gohan suddenly let out a ferocious roar, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of power that swept across the world like a tempest. A fierce wind arose, transforming into 6 portals that completely encircled Guldo. Guldo, possessing merely psychic abilities, could hardly withstand the furious onslaught of energy. Instantly caught in the storm, he roared in desperation. This energy? Bart exclaimed in astonishment. This force is potent enough to deliver a fatal blow. Bang! In midair, Gohan broke free from the psychic grip, darting in from the side, his legs striking like whips, delivering a devastating blow to Guldo. Thud. Guldo immediately spewed blood, his body flying backward. Don't forget me. Krillin bellowed from behind, his voice filled with rage. You despicable fiend. Trapping us in this dire predicament with your powers. He extended one hand, unleashing a swirling vortex that surged forth, radiating golden light as it spun through the air. The hissing energy slicing through the atmosphere. Energy slash. The whirling disc darted towards Guldo, whose eyes widened in terror, cleaving him in two from the head down. Decapitation. Thud. Guldo's head rolled across the ground, while Gohan descended with force, blood splattering everywhere, exploding like soft tofu. The outcome was decided. Chapter 68. Gohan's Desperate Battle. Bart felt little remorse at Guldo's demise. That foolish creature. He should have focused on enhancing his strength. Relying solely on psychic abilities left him exceedingly vulnerable. His fragile body was effortlessly severed by a single strike. It seemed that after this battle, Captain Ginyu would need to reorganize his squad. He gazed at Gohan, whose aura still blazed fiercely, an infinite power manifesting as radiant light, enveloping the surroundings. You? That power? Is he a descendant of the Saiyans? Bart mused, gently touching his head, realizing that there were indeed other Saiyans alive besides Vegeta. How unexpected. Child, have you ever heard the tales of the King of Hell in your dreams? Today, allow me to show you the reality. Bart's previously smiling visage morphed into a grimace as he lunged towards Gohan. His body transformed into a straight blue streak, racing through the sky like a thunderbolt. Continuous energy slashes. Hundreds of razor-sharp discs floated from Krillin's hands, the surrounding air seemingly torn apart. However, Bart twisted in midair, agile as a monkey, narrowly avoiding each perilous encounter. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, yet Bart maneuvered with ease in this treacherous situation. Uncle Krillin, I understand, but that guy's speed is too great. I can't even aim properly. Krillin, drenched in sweat, felt his energy rapidly deplete, panting heavily before long. Boom. Just as he momentarily lost focus, a surge of acidic pain erupted from his abdomen, waves of agony crashing against his already frail nerves. What time is it? Krillin stared helplessly at his own abdomen, where his fist had sunk in, the skin around it bulging with grotesque veins resembling writhing worms. In an instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Uncle Krillin, Gohan shouted fiercely, damn you, slippery serpent. I shall surely eradicate you. The fury within him surged to a tangible essence, enveloping his entire being in a crimson aura. With a resounding thud, he planted his feet firmly, causing the ground around him to sink several meters instantaneously. Gohan propelled himself upward, his arms slicing through the air like a dragon emerging from the depths of the sea, relentlessly launching assaults upon Butter from every conceivable angle. Butter, akin to a graceful ballet dancer, exhibited no defense whatsoever, floating effortlessly in the air, evading each strike with remarkable agility. Seizing the opportunity presented by Gohan's momentary lapse, he abruptly thrust his knee upward. Bang! Behind Gohan, waves of shock surged forth. A spray of saliva was suddenly expelled, and Gohan slightly furrowed his brow, tormented by the agony coursing through his body. At this moment, the warmth of his bed at home echoed in his mind. Gohan bit down heavily on his tongue to rouse himself, gazing at Barty before him, and with a swift motion of one hand, he struck. The impact was palpable. He could scarcely believe it himself. The delicate touch of his fist landed squarely on Barty's face, a stark contrast between child and monster, rendering the scene particularly absurd. Barty paused for a moment, feeling the sharp sting, and in a fit of rage and humiliation, he swung his massive fist, delivering a powerful blow to Gohan's face. Gohan's body was struck with tremendous force, causing him to stagger backward abruptly. That transformed into a stream of radiant light, surging towards Gohan with his hands clasped, intent on delivering a fierce blow. However, every powerful strike landed on empty air. Die. I shall avenge Uncle Kuririn. Gohan seemed to emerge from the void, his body twisting as his small fist struck Bart with tremendous force. With a gasp, Bart was utterly taken aback as a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. But the onslaught was far from over. Below, Gohan roared ferociously. Bang! Bang! One blow after another, Bart was propelled into the sky by the overwhelming might of Gohan's punches. The final strike. Gohan's entire being surged with a cerulean energy, coalescing at a single point before erupting forth in an instant. At that moment, a piercing light shot from Bardo's gaze, causing Gohan to break out in goosebumps, his head instinctively tilting away. The frenzied force grazed his scalp, spiraling around him and plucking away several strands of hair. Infuriating. When Gohan turned back, Bardo had already vanished without a trace. Boom. A muffled thud resonated in the air as Gohan was forcefully slammed to the ground. His body tumbled and swayed mid-air, limbs hitting the ground, the immense power creating a crater beneath him. Gazing at Bardo in the sky, he declared softly, I am no longer the frail and powerless son Gohan. I am a proud Saiyan, relentlessly pursuing my brother's footsteps. With his hands forming a blossom-like shape, he gradually drew them to his waist, specks of light twinkling like fireflies, radiating a warm glow. In an instant, the world was enveloped in its brilliance. Kamehameha. The resounding force surged forth, sweeping towards Barda in the sky. Whoosh. Barda smiled faintly, darting away in a blur, vanishing in an instant. Boom. A mountain behind him was obliterated into fragments, the debris caught in the ferocious energy, swiftly engulfed by its might. Infuriating. Wufan surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, where on earth has that scoundrel vanished to? The speed of Bart was astonishingly swift. Neither with the naked eye nor through sensing could one detect his malevolent energy. I am right behind you. A sudden, ominous voice echoed forth. As Gohan stood in a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly pivoted. His brother had once warned him never to expose his back to an adversary, for that would signify an inevitable defeat. This was dire. In a devastating blow, Barda struck Gohan with a powerful punch, shattering his spine and causing his body to bend backward as if it had been snapped in two. Wufan's eyes suddenly became vacant as he was propelled backward, crashing into the peak of a mountain. Saliva dripped from his mouth, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. How infuriating. His spine had been shattered, rendering his body uncontrollable. How detestable. How revolting. Within Gohan's heart, a fervent cry echoed as the life force within him steadily waned, his eyelids growing ever heavier. Step by step, Barty advanced, his palm directed forward, suffused with a crimson energy. Little ghost, I wonder if you've encountered King Yin yet? You must be in great pain. Allow me to grant you release. No need for thanks. Just remember, in your next life, be sure not to choose the wrong adversary for your vengeance. Wufan's vision had become hazy. He could only discern a terrifying figure drawing ever closer. Father, brother, anyone, please come quickly and save me. I am truly on the brink of death. In his heart, Gohan continuously recited, roaring aloud, I apologize, but this child still holds some value for me. I cannot allow you to kill him. From the crumbling stones, a figure gradually emerged. Bardock, my apologies, but these two fellows still serve a purpose for me. I cannot let you slay them, Bardock declared. A low voice resonated from nearby, accompanied by the relentless sound of footsteps. The figure slowly approached through the debris. That voice. Kuririn was momentarily stunned. Then his body began to tremble uncontrollably. A tall, small-headed figure with an intensely cold expression, clad in a blue, form-fitting Saiyan battle suit. Vegeta. Bardock murmured, momentarily taken aback, but he soon greedily gazed at the object in his hand. The orange glow. It was a Dragon Ball. What a rare find. Who would have thought we would gather 4 Dragon Balls in this place? Vegeta, having betrayed Lord Frieza, was said to have suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the natives on a distant planet, barely escaping with his life. Is it true that you have come to plead for Lord Frieza's forgiveness once more? Bardock exclaimed, cradling his hands. Humph. Vegeta merely scoffed coldly. Kuririn staggered back, having completely failed to sense Vegeta's presence. That fellow had stealthily approached, perhaps arriving during the fierce battle between Gohan and Guldo. The intent was clear, to claim the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. This is bad. I sense nothing at all. Kuririn squinted at Vegeta, only to be struck by a sudden realization. The overwhelming aura was entirely different from what he had felt on Earth. Vegeta, how much stronger has he become during this time? He is not at all inferior to Goku. Bardock, Vegeta declared, I am here to take that Dragon Ball from you. And the 2 of them can be used to threaten Kakarot into handing over the final Dragon Ball, to spare you from suffering. It would be wise to surrender it willingly. Haha. Bardock laughed as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Who do you think you are, the son of heaven? How audacious of you. In the presence of my Jinyu force, you were never even worthy of speaking. Now you dare to bark like a fool? Vegeta spat disdainfully. Being obsessed with past glories only proves that you have fallen behind. My power has multiplied tremendously after my time on Earth. Arrogant, Bardock retorted. I am the mightiest warrior under Lord Frieza, the fastest in the universe. How dare you, a mere Saiyan monkey, bark like that in front of me? You have betrayed Lord Frieza. I shall deliver your head along with the Dragon Ball to him, and he will surely be pleased. Bardock's eyes brimmed with contempt. He had never regarded Vegeta as a threat. The warrior race that had served Frieza had never possessed any self-respect. This is my first battle to reclaim myself. Vegeta clenched his fists and softly declared, the fastest in the universe may not be as you presume. Ha! Bardock suddenly erupted into a wild laugh, unleashing his malevolent energy, causing the ground to cave in and create 3 concentric circles, as if the world itself trembled under the onslaught. The howling wind swept Kuririn off his feet, crashing him against the stone behind him. Wow! Kuririn could hardly believe it. Had that fellow been toying with him all along? He had been utterly defeated by sheer aura alone. He scrambled toward Gohan, whose spine had been shattered and was on the brink of death. Gohan, the Senzu. Unable to control his body, Kuririn could only gently support Gohan's jaw, helping him chew. As the Senzu entered his system, Gohan instantly recovered. Huh? Uncle Kuririn? Gohan exclaimed. Wonderful. You have finally returned to life. Vegeta took advantage of our battle to stealthily approach. The situation has become even more complex. Kuririn's gaze sharpened as he whispered. These 2 are monsters. A surge of Saiyan light shot skyward, piercing the clouds with a resounding boom. Power level, 60,000? Vegeta trembled, not bad. In an instant, his body flickered, and Bardock shouted from behind, don't run. In the sky, Bardock's figure appeared first, but ahead, there was nothing but emptiness. Haha, Bardock cackled hoarsely. That fool thinks he can compete with my speed. How utterly foolish. He must have been left far behind. Hey, what are you laughing at? A familiar. Ominous voice resonated from behind. Bardock froze. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing over the ocean, as the light in front of him faded. The crystalline sea surface resembled a mirror, reflecting a figure with a small head, arms crossed, smiling at him. Impossible. Impossible. Bardock disappeared once more, pressing against a rock. Beep, beep. The power level detector blared incessantly as Bardock roared in fury. Vegeta is right behind that rock. Humph. The fastest? Is that all there is? Vegeta suddenly pivoted, his fist brimming with boundless energy, striking toward Bardock. Suddenly, numerous afterimages appeared beside him, concealing his punch amidst a flurry of motion, rendering Bardock unable to discern anything. His aura? Kuririn gasped in terror. That's right. Vegeta only fought Gohan on Earth, yet he completely mastered the principles of aura. That is why he can perfectly anticipate our movements. Damn it, I did not foresee this. As Bardock faced the approaching fist, he flailed helplessly, only to feel a sharp pain in his nose. Bang! A muffled groan escaped him as he was sent flying, tracing a straight line through the air. TCH. Vegeta spat disdainfully, unleashing his aura to pursue, his fierce eyes brimming with murderous intent, clearly unwilling to let Bardock escape. Swish. As Vegeta closed in, Bardock's eyes turned crimson, his mouth agape as he unleashed a torrent of powerful energy. The thick energy surged through the air, and he sneered. With no leverage in the air, you cannot evade. With my full force striking you head on, I do not believe you can survive. Evade. There is no need for that. Boom. A scarlet aura erupted from Vegeta, who propelled himself like a missile straight at the energy blast. With unwavering determination, Bardock's eyes glinted with danger as he instantly increased his energy output. 1 second. 2 seconds. A slender silhouette pierced the sky, trailing a straight arc reminiscent of a jet. Ultimately, it collided abruptly with a burst of dazzling light. Boom. In Chapter 70, absolutely. Never surrender. Boom. Vegeta, akin to a sharp drill, plunged directly into the heart of the energy. The robust energy was immediately split into 8 streams, surging forth in 8 distinct directions. What? Bart stared in terror as Vegeta's form drew nearer. Damn. Increase the energy output. His chest and abdomen swelled suddenly. Muscles coiling like dragons, and boundless energy converged into a torrential flow, infusing the radiance. The howling energy doubled instantly. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with brilliant light. his feet barely touching the ground, propelling him to an unprecedented speed. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky. Bart's formidable energy was solidified, ultimately shattering into glass like stardust scattered across the heavens. Bastard! How could Vegeta become so powerful? Bart gritted his teeth and abruptly turned, transforming into a wisp of shadow as he fled into the sky. Oh! Vegeta was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that the proud Ginyu Force would choose to flee in a moment of desperation. Whoosh! He shot upward, executing a perfect arc as he ascended, instantly reaching above Bart's head. He laughed maniacally. Bart, meet your demise. With hands clasped, he brought them crashing down from above. Bart, hearing the rush, looked up, only to witness Vegeta's rapid descent. Bang! His eyes nearly shattered from the impact. His body transformed into a meteor, plummeting heavily to the ground. Ah! A cloud of smoke billowed as Bart lay amidst the rubble, his gaze dulled, his breath faint, clearly defeated. Kuririn was taken aback. Vegeta has actually managed to defeat that terrifying foe. After battling with Goku, how much has he truly learned? Clap. Thud. Vegeta landed. Surveying the battered Bart, he spoke softly. The warrior race of Saiyans, every cell is born for battle. I suffered a crushing defeat on Earth, yet my cells retain the fighting methods of that little brat. From the brink of despair, rebirth brings a surge in battle power. However, I never anticipated that I would grow this strong. That humiliation, that helplessness, I shall repay in kind. Vegeta seized Bart by the top of his head, lifting his broken body. Boom. His right hand struck repeatedly at Bart's chest, who recoiled as if struck by lightning, blood pouring from his mouth, his vitality waning, eyes rolling back. Wow. A torrent of blood erupted from Bart's mouth, while Vegeta appeared as a war deity, bathed in crimson. You. Bart trembled, raising a hand, whispering, Humph. Vegeta placed a hand upon Bart's chest, as Bart's lips quivered. Spare me. Unlike Kakarot, that soft-hearted fool, though immensely powerful, he ultimately spared Raikam's life, leaving me to clean up the mess. For me, only the dead enemy is a worthy adversary. Whoosh! A beam of light pierced through Bart's heart, causing his body to convulse in Vegeta's grasp before he coughed up blood and succumbed. TCH. Vegeta discarded the corpse disdainfully. Filthy blood, tainting my noble body. What an omen. Kuririn and Gohan, witnessing the gruesome scene, were left utterly dumbfounded. Although Gohan had previously crushed Goldo in a fit of rage due to Goku's illusion, he was inherently a kind-hearted boy. To think he would so easily eliminate Bart, just as powerful as his father. Yet, on the surface, Vegeta and Goku appeared quite similar. Perhaps, in their confrontation with the Ginyu Force, neither had exerted their full strength. Ultimately, who knows? Oh no, he's coming. Kuririn retreated step by step, until, at last, he found himself squatting on the ground. Gohan stood there, trembling with fear. Just as he had regained his life, he was on the brink of losing it once more. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, slowly advancing. Tell me, has that wretch named Gohan not arrived? I can only sense the presence of you two and Kakarot. Where has that fool gone? Gohan retorted loudly. If my brother were here, would you dare act so brazenly? He is the most powerful being in the universe. The most powerful being in the universe? Huh. That is merely your self-proclaimed title. It is astonishing that anyone could be more arrogant than I. Before him stood a figure known as Frieza, blocking his path. The title of the strongest in the universe could only be claimed by the legendary Super Saiyan, and that individual was undoubtedly himself. Vegeta believed this was merely a result of Gohan's admiration for his brother, yet he was utterly unaware that such a statement held truth. Very well. That wretch has not come, allowing my plans to unfold more smoothly. Do not worry, I shall pummel you into submission to exchange you for Kakarot. With you two present, Kakarot will surely be at a disadvantage. Vegeta gestured toward the center, where Kakarot was engaged in battle with Ginyu. That fool Ginyu could never compare to a proud Saiyan. As long as Kakarot emerges victorious, the 7 Dragon Balls will be mine. Kuririn was taken aback by Vegeta's grand scheme, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind, Kakarot possessed formidable combat prowess. Who could blame him for being the first to confront Ginyu, that tough opponent? Haha. Vegeta clenched his fists, laughing heartily, his body trembling with excitement. His dream was on the verge of realization. Do not move. He extended his right hand toward Gohan, speaking with contempt. Soon. Very soon. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted forth. Gohan swiftly swung his hand, crackling sparks igniting the air as he deflected Vegeta's attack. Boom. A dazzling explosion lit the sky, painting the world in shades of crimson. The frozen sparks burst forth like a magnificent display of fireworks. I am the brother of Son Gohan. I will absolutely not kneel and beg for mercy. I will not await death in vain. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. Boom. An immense power surged from Gohan's body, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing the ground within 100 meters to sink. Waves of white energy shot skyward, enveloping the world in swirling dark clouds. I will never concede defeat. Kuririn stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, preparing for a decisive battle against Vegeta. Truly, a Saiyan, after being gravely injured and on the brink of death, your battle power has indeed increased significantly. Unfortunately, This newfound strength is still far from enough to reach me. Huh? Vegeta seemed to recall something suddenly, gravely injured and on the brink of death? A miraculous recovery without side effects? It appears Earth is even more mysterious than I had imagined. Nevertheless, it matters not. Once I have you beaten half to death and eliminate Kakarot, all your secrets shall belong to me. As Wufan's feet struck the ground, it shattered beneath him, propelling him forward like a fleeting shadow until he stood before Vegeta. His fist radiated an overwhelming and tempestuous power, drawing perilously close to Vegeta's chest. If he could land even a single blow and inflict injury, our chances of victory would significantly increase. How absurd. Gohan exerted every ounce of his strength, yet to Vegeta, his efforts resembled the sluggish crawl of a snail. With a swift motion, Vegeta ensnared Gohan in his grasp, driving his knee upward with a sudden force. A muffled grunt escaped Gohan as the pain in his abdomen surged, nearly overwhelming him. Instinctively, he attempted to shield his midsection, but alas, Vegeta's grip was unyielding. In a swift lateral motion, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, propelling Gohan into the air, where he soared like a meteor, eventually coming to a halt amidst the clouds. Overwhelmed, Gohan expelled a bitter fluid from his mouth, collapsing to his knees in sheer exhaustion, his entire body racked with fatigue. How infuriating. Vegeta had become immensely powerful. Upon arriving on Namek, Gohan confronted the stark reality of his own inadequacy. Previously, he had lived a carefree existence, shielded by the strength of Goku and Gohan. However, with their departure, he now realized the depths of his own weakness. Wufan trembled as he rose to his feet, catching Vegeta's attention. Oh, he is still able to stand? I have declared that I shall not concede easily. Gohan raised his hands high, golden flames blazing fiercely, and an overwhelming wave of energy spread across the sky. Crackling, strands of lightning roared and intertwined like a spider's web, completely enveloping the battlefield in an inverted bowl shape. Magic flash. In an instant, golden energy surged forth, seeking to unleash its might upon Vegeta, carrying immense pressure that shattered the ground beneath. Uncle Kuririn. Gohan bellowed towards the heavens. Ah, I understand. Kuririn swiftly soared into the sky, palms spread before him, shouting loudly. Solar flare. In that moment, blinding light engulfed the world, catching Vegeta off guard and leaving him momentarily blinded. Curse them. Those two rascals resorted to such tricks. This is bad. The energy within him swelled dangerously, and the magic flash was about to descend. I can only endure it. However, the magic flash suddenly spun in front of Vegeta, exploding beside him. Crash. The tremendous energy tore through the Earth's crust, causing the sea below to erupt violently. Now's my chance. Gohan shouted, seizing the moment Vegeta was blinded by the solar flare. He dove into the hole and vanished without a trace. Minutes later, Vegeta slowly regained his sight, observing the desolate world. He saw the sea surging like a fountain from the depths of the crater. Those two scoundrels. Bang. He slammed his fist into the ground in frustration, shouting loudly. The prize was just within reach, yet it escaped. With Kakarot no longer held in check, his plans would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. He meticulously scanned the surroundings, only to find that Gohan and Kuririn's energy signatures had long since vanished. They must be holding their breath. Their agility far surpasses mine. Vegeta hovered in the air, his body trembling as he struggled to suppress his rage. Tap, tap, tap. Crossing his arms, boundless energy poured forth like celestial blossoms raining down into the ocean, stirring up monstrous waves. Alas, it was merely an expression of his own fury, with no tangible effect. He glanced at the Dragon Balls beside him, feeling somewhat gratified. At least he had acquired Gohan's 2 Dragon Balls, along with Barta's and his own. Now, he held 4 in total. That fool, after sustaining severe injuries, plunging into the ocean with such tremendous power was nothing short of self-destructive. I will continue to scan. Can they truly hold their breath forever? JIS was just ahead, moving rather slowly. Vegeta contemplated for a moment, planning to seize his Dragon Balls, followed by those of Kakarot and Jinyu. Then, I shall devise my next scheme. Boom. Suddenly, the ground erupted and vanished in a flash of light. Moments later, JIS lay like a lifeless dog at Vegeta's feet, a massive gaping wound in his chest gushing blood, his face pale and his body in tatters. He had evidently endured a brutal and merciless beating. His chest caved in, spine shattered, energy leaking from his body, radiating a holy glow while simultaneously destroying his cells. Cough. JIS spat out blood. Vegeta, how have you become so powerful? Humph. You scorned Saiyans, basking in past glory, unaware that my daily training, more torturous than death, was solely to trample you beneath my feet, looking down upon you. Crackling. Vegeta's foot twisted as he ruthlessly trampled Jesus' face. Do you know how long I have envisioned this moment? He screamed in a frenzy from above, exacting vengeance, eliminating those who looked down upon him. This had become an obsession second only to eliminating Goku. Cough. Frieza, King Frieza, will absolutely not escape your fate. JIS. Vegeta said with a chilling smile, have you not realized? A being of such immense power, I have already become the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza is certainly no match for me. You view the world from a narrow perspective. Bang. Like an eggshell, Vegeta forcefully crushed Jesus' head beneath his foot. The remnants of his brain scattered through the air, droplets of blood coalescing around him, transforming the once peaceful world into a realm of carnage and death. JIS. Along with the Namekian he had slain, would forever rest here. A bitter irony, indeed. With this, I have acquired 5 Dragon Balls. Only 2 remain. I vow that eternal life and dominion over the universe shall belong to me. Vegeta. Chapter 72. Goku vs. Jinyu. Namek, Central. Nail's chest gently rose and fell, proving he was still alive. Ahead, Goku, clad in his orange martial arts uniform and sporting a crab-like head, stood facing Jinyu. Saiyan? Jinyu blinked in surprise. I feel as if I've seen you somewhere before. After a moment of contemplation, Jinyu suddenly recalled, I remember now, you're Bardock's son. The Saiyan warrior who valiantly fought against the destruction of planet Vegeta. I must admit, while I look down upon Saiyans, I do hold some respect for Bardock. Jinyu continued to ramble on. After the planet's destruction, Goldo sent word of the Saiyans' escape, which we dismissed with disdain. Recently, Raditz fell on Earth, and Vegeta returned in defeat. You must be the Saiyan who vanquished them. Truly impressive. Jinyu scoffed, scrutinizing him. It was evident he merely regarded Goku as an odd human, without taking him seriously. Wukong, however, paid no heed to the 27 Jinyu force members, fixating instead on Neru lying on the ground, and inquired curiously, Piccolo? Piccolo, Neru murmured softly. On other planets. Have you encountered any Namekian like me? Aha. A sense of relief washed over Neru, for it seemed that the embers of our existence still flickered on other worlds. Thus, Namek shall not perish. Frieza, Jinyu, you have underestimated us. Haha. Despite his evident frailty, Neru laughed heartily. Cease your laughter. Your body is gravely injured, merely sustained by the formidable vitality of the Namekians. Wukong expressed with concern. It is of little consequence. Neru shook his head. The Grand Elder once proclaimed that if I could endure until your reinforcements arrive, the peril facing Namek would naturally dissipate. My duty is fulfilled. The Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder, I entrust to you. With that, Neru gently closed his eyes. I wish to rest for a moment, just a moment. Wukong gently laid Nala's body aside, placing the mystical beings with Gohan, urging him to hold on a little longer. Soon, salvation would arrive. Rising to his feet, he faced the executioner before him. Invited by the King of the Worlds, he had arrived on Namek, where he truly witnessed the cruelty of the universe. A single planet was obliterated by these 5 individuals, their hands stained with the innocent blood of countless lives. This reality ignited a fierce anger within Wukong. Clenching his fist, he pointed at Jinyu and shouted, You, the butcher of lives, the tormentor of the innocent. I shall never let you escape my wrath. Jinyu merely shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. You think you can stop me? Who do you believe yourself to be? Just a Saiyan monkey, aspiring to be a lone hero piercing through the ranks of an army. Such individuals are my utmost disdain. Perfectly convenient, the Dragon Balls are in your possession. They belong to me. Allow me to demonstrate the might that is rightfully mine. With a manic roar, Jinyu summoned forth an abundance of energy, swirling around him as a pale violet light stained the world. The ground began to shatter, countless fragments of rock lifted into the air, only to be crushed into dust by the frenzied energy. Beams of light shot upwards from his form, piercing the heavens, accompanied by a resonant clang from the surrounding air. His aura continued to swell. 50, 000, 80, 000, 120, 000. A staggering combat power of 120, 000. Wukong murmured to himself, realizing that indeed, he was the most formidable being on this planet at present. The fervor within Wukong began to surge as he parted ways with Gohan and Kuririn. Driven by the desire to validate his own strength, he wished to shield Gohan from the desolation of wandering alone in the vast cosmos. Aspiring to be his protector against the tempest of fate, this could only be achieved by fully embracing his identity as a Saiyan. Kaioken, Wukong whispered softly, and the aura within him began to swell rapidly, a crimson haze enveloping him, his shadowy visage reminiscent of a god of war emerging from the abyss. His robust and towering physique seemed to support half the heavens. Was my body yearning for something? He sensed the insatiable greed of his cells and the fiery heat coursing through him, all conspiring to convey a singular purpose, to vanquish the adversary before him. Only then would he gain the recognition of his own body. With a sudden burst, both combatants surged forward, standing opposed to one another, one shrouded in blue, the other in red. 2 ethereal beams surged skyward, colliding with tremendous force upon the earth. The ground erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The howling energy provoked a cosmic upheaval, flames roaring skyward, while ominous, layered clouds enveloped the entire world. Golden lightning began to intertwine, resembling a spider's web that ensnared the realm entirely. A cacophony of muffled groans echoed through the air, as waves of white sound collided and materialized within the atmosphere. The entire darkened expanse had transformed into the battleground for Wukong and Jinyu, stretching from east to west, with mountains shattering and exploding into fragments along their path. Suddenly, the red ethereal light flickered and halted abruptly, revealing Wukong's true form as he struck towards the void, aiming for dominion. With a resounding boom, Jinyu had just materialized in that space. Caught off guard, he received a crushing blow to his face, sending him hurtling away. His body plummeted like a meteor, embedding itself into the ground. an energy missile. With a swift motion, Wukong formed a seal with his hands, and in an instant, a torrent of energy surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a celestial azure glow. His hands extended forward and backward, and the concentrated elliptical energy suddenly erupted like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, expanding with relentless intensity. Boom! The ground within several miles was engulfed in flames, as the overwhelming energy surged and roiled, causing the shattered earth to collapse, swiftly dissolving into nothingness under the onslaught of the tempestuous force. Since Goku embarked on the path of martial arts, he has never employed such a lavish attack. For a full minute, the ground lay in ruins, a pitch-black chasm emerging at its center, spanning several hundred meters in diameter. It seemed as though Jinyu had been entombed within. The smoke gradually spread. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the haze, hurtling towards Goku in an instant. In its obsidian eyes glowed a crimson light, and a beam of energy shot forth like a laser, unerringly straight and true. As Goku found himself perilously close, he barely managed to turn, a deep gash marring his visage. His body faltered momentarily in the air. In an instant of negligence, Jinyu swiftly darted, materializing directly behind Goku. A sinister grin spread across his face as he suddenly exerted his strength. Bang! Wukong was struck from behind, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The thunderous roar echoed incessantly, while cracks spread out like a spider's web. A mushroom cloud gradually ascended. Humph! To come without reciprocation is indeed impolite. Chapter 73, Terror. Combat Power, 240,000. Wukong's body spun rapidly through the air before finally landing firmly on the ground. With a resounding thud, the surroundings crumbled under the immense force, collapsing within a radius of several dozen meters. With a playful grin, Wukong touched his nose and gazed intently at Jinyu. The warm-up should be coming to an end, right? You are indeed correct. Jinyu, unusually agreeable, responded, I am truly relishing this battle. Wukong exclaimed, it is rare to encounter an evenly matched opponent. I have no desire to defeat you swiftly. This is Wukong, a combat novice, who often maintains his inherent kindness, finding it difficult to strike against malevolence. In the original tale, he spared Frisia's life on Namek, even showing mercy when Frisia attempted to betray him. He stands in stark contrast to Vegeta, embodying an entirely different character. Kamehameha. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, a golden beam of light surged skyward, hurtling towards Jinyu. In response, Jinyu retaliated, unleashing a crimson beam that descended with overwhelming pressure upon Wukong. The two forces collided mid-air with a thunderous roar, causing the very world to tremble. At the center, the golden and red lights began to merge, coalescing into a massive sphere. Wukong relentlessly advanced, gradually closing the distance. Astonishingly, he forcefully propelled himself with his own energy. What? Observing this scenario, Jinyu's expression shifted drastically. This was a blatant humiliation. You dare to look down upon me? The energy he wielded surged and thickened. Yet no matter how vigorously he exerted himself, Wukong before him reciprocated with an equal force, steadily progressing forward. Slowly, the gap between them diminished to a mere meter. Boom. The immense energy that had coalesced between them finally reached its zenith, its viscous form flowing like liquid in the air. The ethereal aura charged the space with crackling intensity. Except for the battle between Wuyan and Gula, this was undoubtedly a confrontation of the highest caliber. Boom. The spherical energy suddenly erupted, engulfing both Jinyu and Wukong in a swirling vortex of power. They were like tiny boats tossed about in tumultuous waves, leaking at every seam. How infuriating. That madman. Jinyu ground his teeth and shouted. No matter how he unleashed his energy, he could not stabilize his tumultuous form. Crack. A pair of hands burst through the smoke, resolutely grasping his neck. What? Jinyu was taken aback. How could you move so effortlessly within the energy vortex? A deep voice emerged from Wukong, resonating with authority. Because I am stronger than you. With a sudden surge of power, his clenched right hand pressed down, forcing Jinyu's body into the ground. An orange circular ring encircled his neck, binding him tightly. What is this? Jinyu gritted his teeth and shouted in desperation. Whoosh. 4 additional rings descended from the heavens, accurately restraining Jinyu's limbs to the earth. How infuriating. What kind of technique is this? Jinyu began to feel a sense of panic. I learned about the materialization of energy while training with the King of Worlds, but alas, I cannot summon the dark holy scythe like Wuyan. However, restraining you is effortless. 1,000-pound weight. Wukong descended from the heavens, propelling himself with immense force on one leg, and struck fiercely upon Jinyu. Alas, Jinyu immediately bent over in agony, spewing forth blood. Unfortunately, his restrained form left him powerless to alleviate his suffering. It seems that the outcome is now inevitable. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wukong softly remarked. Wukong leapt with fervor, each time his toes gathering a frenzy of energy, delivering relentless blows to Jinyu. The armor adorning Jinyu's abdomen had completely ruptured, a dark bruise enveloping him, while the surrounding swollen veins writhed like worms in a grotesque display. It was enough to send shivers down one's spine. What is this? Is it truly over? I have yet to satiate my excitement. What a farce, this so-called strongest human under Frisia's command. Wukong feigned indifference, his scornful gaze igniting Jinyu's fury instantaneously. You, a mere scion. How dare you look down upon me? Jinyu bellowed, his voice resonating with thunderous power surging from within. His limbs swelled nearly twice their size. Boom, boom. For successive roars echoed as he, with sheer strength, shattered the ground beneath him. Breaking free from the constraints of the ring. Do not underestimate me. With a resounding thud, a boulder struck Wukong, sending him hurtling backward. Jinyu, like a hawk in pursuit, surged forward and brought down the massive stone upon Wukong once more. Bang! The ground in the distance caved in, leaving Wukong's battered form sprawled among the rubble, quietly observing the relentless advance of Jinyu. Indeed, there lies untapped strength within you. If this were to end before you exerted your full might, I would be most displeased. Goku, having executed a powerful leap, landed gracefully on the ground, fixated on Jinyu. Kaioken, tenfold. The crimson energy enveloped him like a mist, distorting the very fabric of space with its overwhelming intensity. Beep, beep. Jinyu's power level scanner erupted into a frenzy of alarms, recording Goku's escalating numbers: 60, 000, 80, 000, 150, 000, 180, 000, 240, 000. Jinyu stood frozen, utterly astonished. He felt his tongue tremble in fear as he retreated step by step. With his own maximum power hovering around 130, 000, it was unfathomable that this opponent possessed a staggering 240, 000. You must unleash your utmost strength as a show of respect to your adversary. To conceal your true power would be a grave insult. The tenfold Kaioken was Goku's supreme technique, and this protracted battle was destined for resolution. This was Goku's essence. He reveled in overcoming the strong with cunning, often feigning weakness even when brimming with might, inflating the hopes of his foes. Ultimately, he would draw out their full potential, engaging them in earnest only then, leaving himself battered and bruised in the process. On Earth, he had fought Piccolo and Nappa in such a manner, a habit he carried into the cosmos. Should Wuyan witness this, he would undoubtedly reprimand him severely. In the universe, where formidable warriors abound, even Wuyan would not dare proclaim himself invincible, even when utilizing his full strength. The notion of feigned attacks was foolishness incarnate. Yet, in the face of such a combat novice, Wuyan felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Now, it is my turn to strike. Be wary. Chapter 74. Exchange. The greatest crisis. Wukong stood there, exuding immense pressure that enveloped Jinyu. Jinyu trembled, retreating step by step, his expression shadowed by a palpable dread akin to a dark cloud. The fear in the Saiyans' eyes struck terror into Jinyu's heart. In a moment of panic, Jinyu let out a fearful roar and turned to flee. Wukong, who had just been ready to unleash his power, was taken aback. They were fleeing? Was his strength truly so formidable? Was this what Wuyan referred to as the aura of a king? He placed his hands gently on his waist, forming a blossom-like shape, channeling the crimson energy from his heart into it. At first, a mist of blood energy swirled around him, and in an instant, a blinding radiance burst forth like a divine sword unsheathed, piercing through the very fabric of the world. Kamehameha. The scarlet light surged forth, cascading towards Jinyu in the sky. Jinyu's battle power scouter exploded, and as he shifted slightly, he beheld an endless wave of energy trailing behind him, nearly sending him into a state of sheer panic. Curse that wretched Saiyan. In an instant, he unleashed all his power, his form oscillating in the air. My Kamehameha is controllable, Wukong murmured. The Kamehameha behind him relentlessly pursued Jinyu, gradually closing in on his trajectory. Sweat beaded on Jinyu's forehead, and soon, his pupils were engulfed by a crimson glow. With a thunderous 903, the might of the Kamehameha sent Jinyu hurtling through the air, akin to a shattered meteor traversing the sky. Boom, boom. Several mountain peaks crumbled under the force, and at last, Jinyu came to a halt, a cloud of smoke billowing upward. In an instant, Wukong flickered, standing before him with arms crossed. As the smoke dissipated, Jinyu's calf was pierced by the jagged stone spire atop the mountain, his body hanging upside down, swaying in the wind, emitting a creaking sound. The outcome of the battle was already determined. In a low voice, he declared, "It is settled." Jinyu, in agony, shut his eyes, his body marred with wounds, his chest bruised, a deep gash stretching from his torso down to his thigh, blood gushing forth. Additionally, his pierced calf bore testament to his plight. All strength had been utterly shattered. By this measure alone, it seemed he had indeed met with defeat. A chilling sound of despair echoed through the wind as Jinyu laughed hollowly. Wukong stood resolutely in the distance, gazing coldly. I had just endured a remarkable battle and sought a way to inform your comrades. Only in this manner could you hope to survive. He cast his eyes upon the two forbidden Dragon Balls below. My sole objective is but that. As Wukong was about to depart, Jinyu suddenly exclaimed, "Is it possible that a Saiyan like you exists? Aren't Saiyans supposed to be ruthless, inept, and indiscriminately vicious? How can you possess such compassion?" Wukong replied, "I am entirely different from Vegeta. What foolishness!" Jinyu retorted, "In doing so, you grant your enemies a respite." Goku gradually turned his gaze, "Perhaps. But if I could defeat him once, I can surely vanquish him a second time. Should you miraculously survive to exact your revenge on Earth, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you once more. I shall continue to evolve." What a laughable Saiyan. Jinyu closed his eyes. "Do you truly believe you have emerged victorious?" he abruptly inquired. Do you possess any additional strength? Behold your battered form. Even the slightest movement seems laborious. Perhaps you will disintegrate in the next breath of wind. Ha! ZZZ. To Goku's astonishment, Jinyu, despite his excruciating pain, forcefully extracted his own calf, blood spraying into the air. You are mad. This will hasten your demise. No. Jinyu felt a momentary hesitation amidst the agony, yet he burst into hearty laughter. You are mistaken. It is you who will perish sooner. He spread his arms wide to embrace the cosmos, proclaiming loudly, exchange. Instantly, waves of energy erupted from his body, piercing Goku's eyes like solar fists. What? Nevertheless, he felt no tangible threat. Two orbs of light completely enveloped Goku and Jinyu. There was no cataclysmic explosion. It seemed as though nothing had transpired. In the end, the atmosphere remained serene and untroubled. Wow. Suddenly, Wukong let out a pained cry. Unable to fathom the sight of his own body, his skin was a deep purple. Clad in the battle attire of the Frisia Force. This was undoubtedly Jinyu's body. Before him, a figure appeared to hover in the air, coolly observing him. What on earth is happening? Wukong exclaimed. Hiki. The Wukong ahead donned a scouter, revealing a sinister smile. As the mightiest being in the universe, I have never trained. I merely exchanged bodies with others using my unique power. Exchange. Wukong was struck with realization. You mean our souls have swapped? Precisely. Jinyu performed acrobatics in the air, shifting rapidly, and burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha. I never expected this body to be so light. A power level of 240,000 is now mine. Smack. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through Wukong's chest, relentless as the tide. It became evident why that individual regarded his own body with such disregard. Akin to a tattered cloth, he had concealed such formidable techniques. How careless of me. The malevolent Jinyu declared, Saiyan, I shall return your earlier words to you. There is no need for me to lift a finger. Your time is already short. Suddenly, he cast a piercing gaze to the side and bellowed, Friend. Have you been lurking there for so long that you have yet to satiate your curiosity? The concealed figure jolted in surprise. Has he discovered me? That cannot be. I have been holding my breath. Nonetheless, it mattered little now. The battle had reached its conclusion. The individual emerged slowly from the rubble, short in stature. With a fierce glint in his eyes, it was none other than Vegeta. Ha! The severely injured Wukong coughed lightly and remarked, My senses were not mistaken. You arrived at the onset of the battle, Vegeta. Did you notice my presence as well? Vegeta paused for a moment, believing he had concealed himself well. In the end, both warriors became aware of each other's existence. Though you held your breath, the fluctuations of your emotions during the excitement were still perceptible to me. Wukong weakly remarked. Since you have arrived, I need not fear any longer. The Dragon Balls are now in Jinyu's possession. Your primary target must surely be him. Vegeta spat in disdain. Humph. Foolish cockroach. Is it not your arrogance that led to your body being so carelessly surrendered to him? When faced with an adversary, one ought to eliminate them directly. Such complications should not arise. Vegeta's brow was beaded with cold sweat. Jinyu had acquired Kakarot's body, and judging by the earlier display of power, Vegeta knew he was far from a match. He had initially hoped for a mutual destruction, yet to his astonishment, it was Kakarot who was mercilessly slaughtered. And now, an unexpected twist had unfurled. This prolonged contest for the Dragon Balls was nearing its conclusion, and the ultimate victor would emerge from the clash between Jinyu and Vegeta. The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 74. The 7 Dragon Balls. Assembled. 16. Kakarot. You imbecile, how could you allow matters to escalate to this extent? Vegeta exclaimed. Frustration evident in his voice. His initial strategy was for both Kakarot and Jinyu to be equally weakened. Yet he was dismayed to find that the tremendous power had instead been seized by Jinyu. Jinyu was adapting to this new body with remarkable speed. His fists moving like a whirlwind. Endless afterimages whirled in the air, while the residual force shattered the ground beneath. Now, what do you propose we do? Vegeta was utterly speechless. How could a Saiyan possibly face such an opponent? He felt an overwhelming urge to drown Son Goku in his own saliva. Wukong lay upon the ground, his body rendered immobile, yet he could only chuckle softly. Vegeta, rest assured, that fellow is certainly no match for you. You say that so easily, yet he possesses a combat power of 240,000. Even now, he continues to speak with such arrogance. Trust me. He is absolutely inferior to you. Jinyu, engrossed in his own thoughts, manipulated the combat power scouter. Aside from the feeble Namekian, the combat power of the others has utterly vanished. It seems that Goku and the others have met their demise. TCH. Useless fools. The remaining 5 Dragon Balls must now be in your possession, Vegeta. Jinyu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, his demeanor menacing. That is to be expected. As for Gohan and Krillin's escape, I have no inclination to inform them. Let Kakarot wallow in his sorrow, as it serves as his punishment. Hey, once I eliminate you, King Frisia's mission will be fully accomplished. Though fraught with difficulties, it matters not, for it shall ultimately be fulfilled. And you, for betraying the king, you too shall face execution. No sooner had he spoken than Jinyu lightly leapt, moving through the world like a whispering breeze, swiftly closing the distance to Vegeta. With a sudden strike, he attacked. Vegeta, in a state of disarray, crossed his arms, only to be sent hurtling away by a powerful blow. Yet, Gazing at his own hands, he uttered a curious murmur. That power from before? Excitement erupted within Vegeta's eyes. Wukong let out a low murmur. That fellow has sensed it. Yet, Jinyu continued to laugh boisterously to himself. Did you see that? Did you see that? My incredible speed and immense strength will surely crush you into oblivion. Whoosh. Vegeta suddenly flickered, darting through the sky, moving with a speed that, though reminiscent of a sluggish snail, appeared to Jinyu as an array of endless afterimages. It was the manifestation of speed taken to the extreme. How could this be? Has your battle power truly reached such heights? Before him, countless phantoms abruptly emerged. Like a flock of birds flocking to a phoenix, it was utterly impossible to discern. Why is this happening? Bang. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through Jinyu's nose, sending him hurtling backward. Damn it. Jinyu gritted his teeth and charged forward. Vegeta's figure had already vanished, only to reappear from behind, unleashing fierce gusts of wind. Bang. Jinyu was thrown into disarray, abruptly turning around, yet once more he was met with intense agony from behind. He felt like a kite, strung along by Vegeta, who launched attacks from all directions. He could see nothing. How could this be possible? He could only raise his hands to shield his face, clumsily attempting to defend himself. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised. Damn it. Damn it. How dare you toy with me? Whoosh. Jinyu swung his hand, unleashing a fan-shaped surge of energy that howled forward, resulting in a massive explosion over several hundred meters, engulfing the battlefield in flames. Gasping for breath, Jinyu found the situation utterly unfathomable. It was inconceivable. Goku had expended such tremendous power yet remained unscathed, while a single attack from him had left him feeling utterly drained. He shouted, "Curse Saiyan, what have you done to your body?" Bang. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him. Jinyu's head took a heavy blow, stars dancing before his eyes as he plummeted from the sky like a meteorite, his body embedding itself into the ground. At that moment, his once sturdy form felt as though it were disintegrating, an unrelenting pain radiating from his very muscles. Waves of disbelief washed over Jinyu. In just 2 moves, he had completely lost all combat capability. Thud. Vegeta landed gracefully and remarked, "Kakarot, you already knew this, didn't you?" Although he had assumed the body, every single cell belonged to a certain earthling named Son Goku. The dissonance was palpable. He could not utilize the Kaioken, and thus could not amplify his power to 240,000. Perhaps wielding his original body might have allowed him to contend with you. But alas, it was a case of cleverness backfiring. Jinyu stood stunned. You mean I cannot master this body? Step by step. Vegeta advanced. This body belongs to the inferior warrior Saiyan Kakarot. How could a scum like you, who wanders in the skies, ever hope to command the arrogant cells within him? It was only now that he truly understood. He took several steps back toward Goku, who merely chuckled foolishly. The situation is quite the opposite, isn't it? Last time, you lay on the ground while I passed judgment from above. Now, haha, the fates do play tricks. Vegeta suddenly stepped on Goku's leg wound, twisting it mercilessly. Waves of agony erupted from Goku, forcing a heart-wrenching scream from his lips. Vegeta sneered, "Where is that bastard? Why hasn't he come to Namek?" "Gohan?" "Hey." Goku gasped. Gohan is still wandering the cosmos. However, the king will surely relay the news to him. Perhaps he is already on his way. Look at that nauseatingly hypocritical smile of yours. You show mercy to your enemies. You shall never transform into a Super Saiyan. You still hold some usefulness. From behind the rubble, Vegeta retrieved 5 Dragon Balls, placing them alongside the last 2. After enduring fierce battles and endless treachery, the ultimate victor had emerged. Vegeta. Dragon Balls. You can grant any wish, correct? Then please, grant me immortality. Chapter 75. Gohan's resolution far away on Namek. Cough. Cough. 2 figures knelt on the ground, continuously coughing up blood. One donned a purple battle suit with a watermelon hairstyle. The other wore an orange martial arts uniform and was bald. It was Gohan and Kuririn. Behind them stood a diminutive Namekian, his hands emanating a green glow, the crystalline energy seeping into their bodies, gradually soothing their aching skin and even their waterlogged lungs. "Thank you," Gohan said softly, regaining all his strength moments later. He stood up, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, addressing the Namekian. "No need for thanks. If it weren't for you saving me back then, I would have surely perished. By the way," Kuririn suddenly inquired, "where did you vanish to after defeating Raikum? You just disappeared." The Namekian scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "At that moment, fear consumed me. I was terrified you were the bad guys too. So, while I was fighting, I accidentally fell into the water and fled. My name is Dandy. I am a human from the village of Elder Muri." "Gohan." "Kuririn." The two introduced themselves in turn. "Why were you floating out at sea? If it weren't for me, you would have surely frozen to death out there." "It's a long story," Kuririn sighed with a bitter smile. "We were defeated by a powerful foe and forced to flee into the sea, but our energy had already been severely depleted in the earlier battle. And after merely a brief respite in the water, we could no longer hold our breath." Wu Fan exclaimed. Suddenly, the entire Namek planet trembled violently. As Wu Fan and Kirin simultaneously turned around, they glanced behind them, where 2 distinct auras were waning both in front and behind. "Could it be Father?" Wu Fan exclaimed. "Moreover, it's Vegeta." Jinyu. Kuririn, with a furrowed brow, shouted loudly, "Impossible. Father has actually lost?" So the ultimate victor is Vegeta? Gohan could hardly believe that the one who had fled in disgrace on Earth had ultimately triumphed. Kirin, quickly, check the dragon radar. Kirin hurriedly fumbled to produce the radar, revealing the 7 Dragon Balls pulsating together in a brilliant display. It is over. The 7 Dragon Balls have fallen into Vegeta's hands. That malevolent wish, the one promising eternal life, could it truly have been realized? Kirin knelt, hands covering his face, exclaiming loudly. Nearby, Dandy leaned in. Is this radiance from the Dragon Balls? Do not fret, everyone. The world remains unshrouded in darkness, which indicates that Shinran has yet to be summoned. Moreover, those marauders have nearly decimated the entirety of Namek. Shinran requires the Namekian language to grant wishes. The nefarious Vegeta has likely not yet fulfilled his desire. This means we still have a chance. What a twist of fate. Kirin exclaimed with delight. It turns out that the Dragon Balls of Namek also necessitate the invocation of Shinran in the Namekian tongue. Currently, only you, Dandy, should possess that knowledge. No. Dandy vehemently denied. There is another. The Grand Elder. However, I am confident that the Grand Elder would never divulge such information. As he is exceedingly frail, even the slightest injury could lead to his demise. Once he passes, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone, Dandy asserted with conviction. At this moment, Vegeta is undoubtedly at a loss. Gohan exclaimed with joy, wonderful. However, we are utterly unable to obtain it. What if Vegeta, in a fit of rage, decides to eliminate our father in his final moments? What then? If even father succumbs, charging in would only lead us to our demise. Gohan wore a troubled expression. If only brother were here now. In this moment of despair, Gohan thought of Goku. Krillin lamented, if that rascal son Goku were here, he would likely bulldoze through with his immense power. My friends, do you wish to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill your desires? I can assist you, Din gently offered. The language of Namek was entirely distinct from Earth's, with no similarities whatsoever. This is the only method available. Gohan and Krillin suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. They realized they had to confront Vegeta directly. The thought of Vegeta's vengeful glare after his defeat at Gohan's hands, filled with an insatiable desire to annihilate him, sent chills down Krillin's spine. We have no choice now. Uncle Krillin, let us proceed. Gohan declared resolutely, urging them to unleash their full power without fear of exposure, ready to engage in a fierce battle with Vegeta. Meanwhile, having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, Vegeta found himself in an awkward situation as described by Dandy. With his arms raised high, resembling a fervent cultist, he shouted, Dragon Balls, grant me eternal life. His face radiated overwhelming ecstasy. Jinyu stood in stunned silence, while Goku could barely contain his laughter. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed, yet apart from the foolish cawing of crows, nothing transpired. Could it be that I have become immortal? Vegeta began to doubt his existence. No, my body remains unchanged. Damn it. He suddenly recalled the village he had decimated and the Elder's final words. Even if you gather all the Dragon Balls, your wish cannot be fulfilled. Could there be some hidden code or gesture? Damn. He tightly shut his eyes. Nearly no energy signatures remained on Namek. Had all the Namekians been exterminated? Vegeta shouted in frustration. At that moment, he suddenly heard Goku's muffled chuckle. He roared in fury. Kakarot, you must know something? Right. Vegeta, resign yourself to despair. If I am not mistaken, the Dragon Balls of Namek also require summoning the Eternal Dragon, but that can only be accomplished by the Namekians themselves. You and I are merely wasting our efforts. Ah. Vegeta screamed with madness, a crimson aura erupting from his being. The ground shattered violently, creating deep craters in an instant. As bolts of lightning roared, engulfing the world, the entire battlefield descended into chaos. Is everything I have done utterly futile? I refuse to believe it. This was the frenzy of shattered dreams. Vegeta was on the brink of insanity. Suddenly, 3 distinct energy signatures appeared within Vegeta and Goku's perception. What is this? Gohan. Chapter 76, A Selfless Battle to the Death. Vegeta paused. This energy belonged to Kakarot's offspring? And that Earthling? Another unfamiliar energy, reminiscent of the Namekians. Could it be? Vegeta's eyes widened in ecstasy. Could it be that the remnants of the Namekians have followed them? Haha. Fortune smiles upon me. What a fool's errand. He suddenly sat upon Goku's body, his fingers incessantly twisting in the wound. Ah. Wuyan let out a series of anguished cries. Yet, even this could not erase the torment that Vegeta had endured on Earth. That dark holy scythe, that violet radiance, it nearly severed his own head. Such humiliation could only be repaid by life itself. As long as he obtained an immortal body, that little wretch would pose no threat whatsoever. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a brief respite. Below, Wuyan wore a faint smile. Gohan would never come to meet his demise. His thoughts were undoubtedly more peculiar than Wuyan's. He must have devised his own strategy, surely. In less than 20 minutes, Gohan, Krillin, and finally, 27's Dandy arrived before Vegeta. Witnessing Vegeta perched upon the Jinyu body while Wuyan lay in a pitiful state, Gohan rushed over and exclaimed, Father, Gohan, I'm here, shouted Jinyu. Gohan and Krillin exclaimed in unison. What is happening? Wufan's worldview is on the verge of collapse. If, in the future, this monstrous creature with a purple complexion and bulging veins were to coexist with my mother, the situation would be utterly lamentable. Would my brother who is an ardent admirer of beauty, strike him down with a single sweep of his scythe. Haha. It is a predicament difficult to articulate. During the battle with Jinyu, I fell into his trap, and my soul was exchanged with my body. In an instant, Gohan conceived a solution. The only recourse is to utilize the Dragon Balls. Enough of this frivolous chatter, Kakarote's offspring. I must express my gratitude for summoning the last Namekian here. Otherwise, I would truly be at my wit's end. Vegeta raised his hands high, akin to a fervent cultist, proclaiming loudly. Humph. Gohan clenched his fists. The three of us have come to decisively vanquish you this time. If you seek the secrets of the Dragon Balls, venture to the depths of hell. Ha. After merely 2 hours apart, your bravado has certainly amplified. Vegeta paused momentarily. Speaking softly, that arrogant tone bears a striking resemblance to a Saiyan. Huh. Suddenly, Gohan let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating powerfully. A cerulean aura surged wildly within him, steam billowing into the air, while wisps of clouds danced elegantly across the sky. Boom. A series of muffled thunderclaps echoed, reverberating through the world like a bolt from the blue. Oh? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. A power level of 30,000? How remarkable. After narrowly escaping death twice, the Saiyan potential has been fully unleashed. Huh. With a sudden eruption of force, Gohan's feet shattered the ground beneath him, propelling his form forward like a fleeting shadow. He surged forth like a crimson bolt of lightning, arriving before Vegeta in an instant. Extending a single hand, he aimed a powerful strike at Vegeta's face. Boom. Did it connect? Gohan could hardly believe it. The snail-like speed and feeble strength posed no need for evasion. Yet, Vegeta resolutely withstood Gohan's force, turning his head defiantly. With a fierce grimace, he abruptly drove his knee upward. Bang! In an instant, Gohan's eyes glazed over, and a searing pain surged through his chest like a relentless tide. How infuriating! Gohan clenched his jaw with fervor, his tongue splitting, and a sudden spray of blood erupted forth, bringing clarity back to his blurred vision. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths, striking directly into Vegeta's chest. Bang! Bang! Gohan continuously battled against Vegeta, leveraging his endurance to launch counterattacks. With each blow, his body became adorned with bruises, his eyes swollen, and blood flowed profusely. The sound of impact resonated as Vegeta unleashed a series of powerful punches upon Gohan, who staggered backward, nearly losing his footing. Gasping for breath, Gohan, scarred and battered, realized he was no match for Vegeta. Even in a fistfight, he remained at a disadvantage. Frustration welled within Krillin, who clenched his fists but refrained from intervening. Nearby, Dandy had his eyes tightly shut, clearly unwilling to witness the gruesome scene unfold. This was their plan. Previously, Krillin, Dandy, and I would feign confidence and challenge Vegeta. But the true battle was to be fought by me alone. Once I was defeated, you would pretend to be terrified. At that moment, Vegeta would undoubtedly coerce Dandy into summoning the Dragon Balls for a wish. Then, you would use the Namekian language to wish for my brother, son Gohan, to return from the cosmos. Krillin paused, concerned. But Gohan, this will inflict great harm upon you. Vegeta is ruthless, and his hatred for you is palpable. He will show no mercy, perhaps even strike with lethal intent. This plan is far too dangerous. I cannot agree to it. Gohan, do you have any alternative methods? He inquired. Gohan responded with a gentle smile. If I perish, simply use the Dragon Balls to revive me. As Vegeta continued to rain down blows on Gohan, he sneered. At this rate, can you still stand? The indomitable will of Gohan instilled a sense of trepidation even in Vegeta. The situation has shifted dramatically on several occasions. The wish must be fulfilled without delay, for this is the closest we have ever been to success. Gohan, breathless and utterly exhausted, finally collapsed to the ground, lying quietly beside Goku. Haha, well done, Gohan. Wukong praised. Kakarote, you and your little one should remain here for a while. Once I have accomplished my plan for immortality, I shall return to deal with you. I have devised a rather amusing method to eliminate you slowly before that mongrel. Shouldn't that be delightful? With a swift motion, he flickered and seized Dandy, lifting him into the air. Beside him, Kuririn's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. TCH, useless earthling, is this what you call a warrior? Observing the vivid terror on Kuririn's face, Vegeta spat in disdain. His gaze fixed intently on Dandy. He demanded, that Namekian, tell me, what is required to fulfill a wish? Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an immense, overwhelming aura descended, enveloping the world in ominous clouds, with golden lightning weaving chaotically. The sea roared, and a tempest raged. This world seemed to plunge into turmoil. What is this aura? Could it be? Vegeta's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed. It is Frieza. In a spacecraft gliding through the cosmos, Frieza gazed through the window at the verdant planet below, murmuring. The life energy of the Jinyu force has vanished entirely, save for Jinyu himself, who is on the brink of death. They have all failed. I wonder about the state of the Dragon Balls. Only Vegeta's energy remains as it always has. Has he acquired the power of immortality? Frieza paused momentarily, contemplating the traitorous Saiyan, and his resentment shifted towards son Wukong. Indeed, all Saiyans are a scourge. The fruit of the sacred tree has been stolen. and even the Dragon Balls have fallen into their hands. I should have eradicated them all. Accelerate. With a decisive motion, Frieza slammed down on a red button, commanding loudly. That Namekian, Vegeta exclaimed in dread. Frieza, that scoundrel, is about to land. My power has grown significantly, but only with the energy of immortality can I assure my victory. Then, I shall undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan. He tightened his grip on Dandy's neck. Listen well, boy, the cosmic tyrant Frieza approaches. Only I can save this world. Quickly. Summon the Dragon Balls and grant me an immortal body. Only then can I defeat Frieza. Dandy hesitated. Why are you dawdling? Do you wish for this planet to be obliterated? Murmured Wukong, sensing the terrifying aura. It is truly despair-inducing. Dandy, follow your heart. At this moment, Dandy felt a deep conflict. Unlike Gohan, he did not possess an innate trust in Wukong. It seemed Vegeta's words held some truth as he found himself in a dilemma. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated in his ears. Dandy, can you hear me? Elder Namekian. Dandy replied softly, utilizing telepathy. The King Kai has contacted me. I can feel the burgeoning light in the cosmos. According to that child's plan, we must summon his brother. That child can save the crisis on Namek. Hurry. My life can only sustain for a little longer. Hey, what are you still pondering? Vegeta screamed in desperation. Faced with the malevolent gaze nearby, Dandy suddenly realized that granting Vegeta an immortal body would only invite disaster. I understand. He nodded. Under Vegeta's hopeful gaze, he turned towards the Dragon Balls, extending his hands as he softly uttered the incantation. With a flurry of Namekian words, the world seemed to fall silent. Layer upon layer of dark clouds loomed overhead, exuding an insurmountable pressure that plunged the world into anguish and lament. Lightning crackled, enveloping the sky like an inverted bowl. The energy soaring through the air instilled fear in all present. Suddenly, a golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling through the heavens. The golden radiance was dazzling, illuminating the entire world like a festival of fire and silver. With a roar reminiscent of ancient times, a dragon slowly materialized, its green skin, crimson eyes, and robust body adorned with black spines. State your wishes, and I shall grant them. But only 3. 3? Huron murmured. Isn't it supposed to be 1? The Namekian dragon, Purunga, has always granted 3 wishes. How powerful! Huron exclaimed in astonishment. Quickly, make your wishes. Vegeta urged, his eyes filled with uncontainable joy. Even as wrinkles appeared at the corners, the purple point in the sky grew increasingly distinct. Frieza was about to arrive. I understand. Dandy chanted in Namekian. And the dragon nodded, its eyes glowing red. Is this your wish? I comprehend. The intricate and peculiar sounds resonated like chimes throughout the world as Vegeta opened his arms, ready to embrace the arrival of immortality. Your wish has been granted. State the next. Huh? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Have I truly received the energy of immortality? No. My body exhibits no changes. Laughter erupted from him, resonating in the air. As Goku erupted into raucous laughter, Vegeta finally grasped the truth. He had unwittingly crafted garments for another, completely outwitted by those insufferable brats. Cursed child, what wish have you made? In the heavens. Frieza gazed at the ominous clouds surrounding him. Logically, with 3 suns illuminating Namek, night should not exist. An anomaly in the heavens? Could it be that Vegeta has invoked the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire? Scoundrel, cease this at once. A burst of violet energy erupted from his eyes, instantly obliterating the spaceship. Frieza transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky, only to plummet back to the ground like a colossal meteor. Slamming down with a resounding crash, a cloud of dust erupted forth. Frieza, engulfed in a radiant purple glow, stared vacantly at the dragon in the sky, his gaze brimming with murderous intent directed at Vegeta. Saiyans, indeed, are utterly unreliable. A traitor dares to employ the precious Dragon Balls? Vegeta, still clutching Dend, was taken aback by Frieza's rapid arrival. Frieza? The dread concealed within him surged forth in an instant. The prospect of eternal life had been shattered. There was even the possibility of his own demise. Vegeta staggered backward, sweat streaming down his face, his lips turning a shade of blue, trembling uncontrollably. He chuckled darkly. This malevolent aura seemed poised to crush the very planet beneath its weight. Was this truly the caliber of a cosmic emperor? Wukong softly inquired. Has the wish of the dragon truly been realized? Gohan felt a twinge of unease within his heart. Vegeta shouted vehemently. Did you see that, Namekian? There's no one here capable of defeating Frieza. This planet is on the verge of annihilation because of you. So tell me, are you still putting on a facade? What wish have you truly fulfilled? Suddenly, a stone on the ground trembled slightly, and a deep voice emerged nearby. They brought me from the far reaches of the universe to this planet, clad in golden-trimmed attire. With a crab-like head and the reincarnation eye beneath his right eye flickering with otherworldly luminescence, a blazing red sun seemed to rise from his chest. An overwhelming force of righteousness emanated from him, casting a glimmer of light even on this desolate planet. Sun Wuyan. Chapter 78. Wuyan arrives. A scathing rebuke. It's you. It's you. Vegeta and Frieza exclaimed in unison, recognizing that familiar crab-like visage. Both had recently suffered humiliation at the hands of Wuyan, and the murderous intent within them was likely no less intense than that of their adversary. Damn you, you bastard. Vegeta bellowed, veins bulging from his forehead. Gazing into Wuyuan's contemptuous eyes, he recalled the humiliating days on Earth, where he was utterly defeated, powerless to resist. Had it not been for Kakarot's compassion, he would have perished right there. Gathering the Dragon Balls to attain an eternal body was merely a means to return his humiliation tenfold in the hierarchy of his enemies. Perhaps Wuyan now stood above Frieza. Brother. From the dry lips of Gohan emerged a mere two words. Well done, Gohan. In that final moment, he recalled the strategy of self-sacrifice to capture Vegeta's attention. You have truly matured. Has your brother already discerned this? Naturally, my Rinnegan possesses the ability to penetrate anyone's memories. Gohan proclaimed with pride. Beside them, Frieza expressed disbelief. It was you? Cooler did not eliminate you? How is that possible? Humph. The sight of Frieza ignited an insatiable desire for vengeance within Gohan. It was this scoundrel who had orchestrated his first devastating defeat and had conspired with Cooler to end his life. Alas, had you truly retreated to the far reaches of the universe? In Frieza's mind, Cooler surpassed him in strength, rendering any escape from Cooler an impossibility. The only plausible explanation was that Gohan had fled before Cooler's arrival. How fortunate he was. However, it mattered little now. Today, everyone shall perish here. I shall show no mercy. Humph. With a dismissive cold snort, Wuyan gazed at Kirin and remarked, Heh. I never expected that Uncle Bald would be of some use after all. You contributed quite a bit alongside Wufan. I had underestimated you. Chuckling, Kirin scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of superiority in front of Lepin from Wuyan's acknowledgement. Such praise also left him somewhat bashful. Father. Wuyan strolled towards Jinyu, reflecting, how delightful it is to reap the fruits of the seeds I once sowed. Had it not been for Gohan's valiant efforts, Vegeta might have triumphed. Wukong felt an inkling of embarrassment. Wuyan, I have never regretted releasing him, neither in the past, the present, nor in the future. When will your gentle nature finally transform? Everything was once within grasp, possessing the mightiest combat prowess on Namek. Yet still, you stumbled into a pitfall. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Wuyan unleashed a torrent of scolding, and I wish you could endure this for eternity, to make you truly comprehend the meaning of facing the consequences. Surely not. Wukong's face fell, presenting an unsightly visage. Chi-Chi will undoubtedly slay me. Humph. So, you are aware of fear after all. Wuyan is utterly exasperated, lamenting the utter devastation of a promising hand. He insists that in the future, one should refrain from claiming to be the father of son Wuyan, as it brings him great shame. Despite having spoken of Wukong for an extended period, the situation remains unchanged, reflecting an unwavering obstinacy. Dandy. Please facilitate the exchange of bodies between son Wukong and Jinyu. Wuyan, in the presence of his adversaries, moved with a measured grace, embodying the fierce stride of a dragon and the commanding presence of a tiger, unfazed by the peculiar gazes of onlookers. Hey, kid, are you not being a tad overconfident? Are you performing a solo act before me? Frieza remarked coldly. Silence. With a fierce glare, Wuyuan's eyes shimmered with the profound power of the Rinnegan, causing Frieza's body to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Illusion? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished, as he pondered. Such freely wielded attacks, this being's strength has indeed surged. Could he be a monster? Giggity, giggity, Dandy shouted, as the dragon's eyes radiated a brilliant crimson light. In an instant, a radiant luminescence emanated from the bodies of Wukong and Jinyu, as their souls intertwined in the air. How splendid! Wukong exclaimed loudly, surveying his battered form. At last, I have returned. Nothing compares to my own body. That previous one was exceedingly cumbersome. My movements were utterly uncoordinated. Yet, almost immediately, waves of pain crashed over him like an unrelenting tide, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Hiss. Vegeta, your strikes are indeed quite heavy. Silence. Two mystical beans flew from Wuyan's hands, perfectly landing in the mouths of Gohan and Wukong. With a crunching sound, both were instantaneously restored to full vitality. Frieza, at that moment, stood in stunned silence, ensnared in an illusion, beads of cold sweat lining his brow, his gaze sharp and foreboding. The situation was evidently dire. What is this? Vegeta's face shone with a greedy glow as he beheld the green beans. Such miraculous objects exist on Earth that can restore one in an instant. And I was completely oblivious. If I could obtain them, my fighting prowess would undoubtedly soar. The dragon in the sky spoke. Hey, do you have any other wishes? If not, I shall take my leave. Dandy, in a state of urgency, addressed Wuyan, is there anything else? The Grand Elder's life cannot be sustained for much longer. We must transport Piccolo to Namek. Piccolo. Wukong pondered, confused about the necessity of his presence. Dandy paid no heed to Wukong, continuing with his own thoughts. The dragon's crimson glow flickered, and a potent aura surged on Namek. All of your wishes have been granted. Now farewell. With that, the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, swiftly heading towards the corners of Namek. Vegeta's dreams were utterly shattered. He extended his hands, as if to reclaim the Dragon Balls, bewildered as to why his efforts in collecting them had ultimately fulfilled Kakarot and his companion's desires instead. As he gazed at Wuyan, terror welled in his eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, standing before him, he found himself at a loss for words. What on earth was happening? Boom. Ahead, Frisia slowly opened his eyes, a formidable power erupting from within him. Damn Science! How dare you play me for a fool? I shall make you understand the true meaning of cruelty. Chapter 79. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan? Frisia's countenance turned a deep shade of blue, his lips quivering incessantly. You have ensnared me in a mysterious manner, drawing me back into the torment of my childhood training. An illusion? Truly remarkable. That is a memory I would rather forget for all eternity. Wuyan employed illusionary techniques to entice Frisia into experiencing the very ordeal he most dreaded in life. It was merely a subtle psychological suggestion. For those unversed in the art of illusion, unraveling such a deception is akin to scaling the heavens. How did you manage to escape? It is truly perplexing. Without an understanding of the flow of energy, it should be impossible to flee from the realm of illusions. Alas, Frisia bitterly remarked, I am aware of the method to dispel illusions. In this universe, the Scion Bardock once ventured to planet Kanasha, where the specific means to break illusions can be found. Ah, the illusionary fist of arrow? Wuyan murmured. I shall make you comprehend what true terror entails. Dreaded Scions. Today, you shall all face annihilation. Oppo, Kato, where are you? Frisia bellowed. Here we are. From the tattered spacecraft descending from the sky, two diminutive figures swiftly landed. Perfectly symmetrical, one clad in red, the other in blue. They donned the battle attire of Frisia's army. Bang. The two figures resembled whimsical toys from a comedic anime. Yet their faces bore no semblance of lethality. However, Goku's brow furrowed with increasing intensity. Darn it, the power of these two seems to surpass even that of Jinyu. I've never encountered such beings. Vegeta shouted loudly. Aha. These are the formidable warriors I have recruited throughout the galaxy. Their combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of the cosmos. Let them entertain you. As Wukong and Vegeta gradually rose to their feet, they stood in opposition to Apicado. Humph. Wukong remarked with a smile, just a moment ago, we were adversaries, and now we find ourselves fighting side by side. How absurd fate can be. Kakarot. Do not revel in your triumph just yet, Vegeta retorted, for we merely share a common foe at present. Once we vanquish them, I shall hold you accountable for the destruction of my eternal plan. He chuckled softly. Wuyan waved at Gohan, instructing him, Gohan, take Uncle Baldy and Dandy to the back. Don't get splashed by the energy. Understood. Once everyone was ready, Goku shouted, Wuyan, let us compete to see who can defeat the enemy first. I am eager to know just how much stronger you have become in this universe. Defeat? Frisia and Apicado were momentarily taken aback. Haha. The three erupted into boisterous laughter. I have never encountered such arrogance. Scion, you may be unaware that my base combat power is 530,000. And upon reaching my final transformation, it skyrockets to a staggering 40 million. You think you can defeat me? Frisia maintained his gentlemanly smile, gazing at Wuyan as if he were a mere prey, his lips curling slightly, evil and composed. Frisia, I must express my gratitude. Gratitude for what? The fruits of the tree of might, Goldo, these are all gifts you have prepared for me. Without you, I would never have breached that final layer. Goldo? Frisia froze momentarily. You have encountered Goldo? To have escaped from his subordinates, you are indeed extraordinary. I once defeated you, and the outcome will remain unchanged. Frisia proclaimed with haughty pride. Humph. Wuyan scoffed. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan? On Namek, high above the ocean, Piccolo stared at his hands, taking several deep breaths. This air stirred a sense of greed deep within his heart. He felt utterly rejuvenated. It seemed that this was indeed his homeland, Namek. Yet, what exactly was the opportunity Wuyan spoke of? After pondering briefly, Piccolo resolved to find them first. That immense energy presence pierced through the hearts of the people like a beacon in the darkness. Whoosh. He transformed into a shadowy wisp, swiftly vanishing like a nimble serpent. Moments later, as he approached Wuyan, he halted suddenly. Piccolo paused. Below, there seemed to be a fading energy presence. He descended, and to his astonishment, there lay a nearly lifeless Namekian. The resemblance to his own face was striking. Narrow, a name surfaced from the depths of his memory. He recalled Wuyan mentioning that there was only one combat-ready Namekian on this planet. Haha. Finally, someone has arrived. I was beginning to wonder if that reinforcement had forgotten about me. You have come just in time. Had you arrived any later, I would have perished. This must be destiny. You are here to assist in the battle, are you not? Neri said. I can sense that the energy of this world is fluctuating. A cataclysmic battle is about to commence. It is a disgrace that no Namekians are participating in this fight on our homeland. What do you wish to say? Piccolo replied impatiently. I must hurry to see how far Wuyan and Goku have progressed. Haha. Neri grimaced. With your current strength, you are utterly unqualified to join the fray. It would be futile. Is that your last word? Piccolo retorted angrily. Do not be so definitive. Let us fuse. Neri suddenly proposed. What? Fuse? The final technique of our Namekian race. I will entrust my life, my power, and my hopes of protection to you. Carry my aspirations into battle. Fuse? Piccolo was taken aback, as if Wuyan had mentioned this before. Humph. Apologies, but I have no desire to mingle my thoughts with another. I refuse to become a mere shadow of myself. You are quite cautious. Fear not. For what I can offer you is solely strength in the defense of our Namekian kin. Any other emotions will be completely absorbed. You will remain yourself. Only with me within you. I hope you do not deceive me. Piccolo placed his hand on Neri's chest. Neru's complexion turned pale as he softly said, "Interesting. The soul within your body is incomplete. Only by merging with its other half can the true power of a Namekian be unleashed. My role is merely to supplement." Suddenly, a surge of golden light erupted from Neru's body, flowing into Piccolo's veins through his palm, ultimately infusing his entire being. "Ah!" Piccolo cried out, feeling as if he were about to burst from the overwhelming power. His muscles expanded, his entire form shimmering with golden radiance. Neru had vanished, and Piccolo's mind was flooded with new thoughts, granting him a deeper understanding of the Namekian race. This power was magnificent, resolute. Ha ha. Piccolo began to roar towards the heavens. "I can win. No matter who my opponent is, I will prevail. Wuyan, wait for me. I shall be there shortly." Chapter 80, The Strongest in the Universe. On Namek. Super Saiyan? Frieza tilted his head, speaking softly. "That tiresome legend holds no hope for me now. Even the most likely candidate, Vegeta, is merely a coward at this point. Saiyans, a bunch of wild monkeys, possess no potential whatsoever. They are only fit to serve as the vanguard for cosmic conquest, destined to die in filth." Frieza spread his arms, nonchalantly declaring, "By the way, Vegeta, you may not be aware, but the so-called destruction of planet Vegeta at the hands of meteorites was merely a rumor I spread myself. The truth is, I annihilated it." Haha. Frieza watched Vegeta, anticipating his anguished reaction upon confronting the truth. However, Vegeta appeared unfazed. He unleashed an energy blast that detonated with a resounding explosion. Frieza feigned indifference, attempting to appear triumphant. "Frieza, you're mistaken. I care not for the lives of those trivial beings. Saiyans grow stronger by absorbing blood. The souls of the deceased will cling to my body, compelling me to defeat you. They will elevate me to new heights," Vegeta proclaimed, standing tall as if he could support the sky itself. Frieza was momentarily stunned. "Guldo is dead," Wuyan suddenly declared. Frieza turned, unable to fathom what he had just heard. "Repeat that. You intended to trap me, planning to use Guldo's strength to eliminate me?" "I did not flee in panic. I thoroughly tortured him to death." "Impossible. Guldo's combat power surpasses even mine." Frieza's composure began to unravel, as if the battle was spiraling out of control. "Dead at the hands of Super Saiyan's son Wuyan." "Super Saiyan?" Vegeta too was taken aback. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this world, the only one who should become a Super Saiyan is me." Wuyan paid him no heed, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Frieza. "King of the North Galaxy, grant me a title. The strongest in the entire universe." "Ha!" Suddenly, Wuyan let out a thunderous roar, and a swirling torrent of golden energy erupted from the ground. Ethereal purple lightning seemed to envelop the air, while the tumultuous energy battered the earth. Boom, boom. The ground immediately became pockmarked and uneven. The soil beneath his feet was swiftly vaporized, and a deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters abruptly materialized. As Wuyan's hair began to rise slowly, his pupils transformed into a vibrant emerald green. A final, resounding roar erupted, unleashing an infinite surge of energy, accompanied by golden flames, flowing golden locks, and a dazzling radiance. The pronounced brow ridge accentuated Wuyan's youthful visage, imbuing it with an air of determination. His tense expression was predominantly marked by a chilling intent to kill. Frieza, gazing upon the divine warrior that Wuyan had become, stood in stunned silence, staggering backward in disbelief. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. What a terrifying aura. It resembled an immense abyss, an overwhelming pressure that extinguished any thoughts of resistance within me. Vegeta trembled all over, his face flushed. "Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? How formidable!" The vast aura and boundless dust swept over me like a tempest, scattering my very being. Vegeta had succumbed to madness. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Why? Why not me? It occurs only once in a millennium. A millennium. The sensation of shattered dreams enveloped Vegeta, and in merely 20 minutes, he had experienced it twice. He felt utterly crushed, devoid of any desire to fight. Wuyan gazed coldly at Frieza before him. "I have slain Cooler. I wonder how long you can endure." With a swift motion, Wuyan transformed into a mere wisp of wind, abruptly vanishing from sight. "What? Such astonishing speed!" Frieza exclaimed, scanning his surroundings, attempting to perceive the movement of the breeze. Suddenly, he struck out with a punch to his left, just as Wuyan materialized. Boom. Ah. Frieza's voice was filled with shock and disbelief as all his might crashed against the ground. "Forgive me. I miscalculated." From the right, Wuyan's figure spun like a black hole, surging forward with tremendous force, landing a powerful blow that sent Frieza hurtling away. It was merely a subtle hint of the Rinnegan. The afterimage had ensnared you in an illusion. Caught once more. Aha. Before my Rinnegan. Your speed resembles that of a snail. Utterly feeble. Ha. Frieza spat disdainfully, forcing his body to correct itself mid-air. Yet, Wuyan had already materialized behind him, hands pressed together, and descended with crushing force. Well, a portion of Frieza's skull caved in, his eyes burst, and his body fell lifelessly below, a cloud of dust erupting in his wake. With a flourish, Wuyan extended his left hand, and a torrent of energy manifested within his palm. In an instant, Dozens of golden rays appeared, swirling gracefully and plunging downward, akin to a celestial cleansing, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was instantly ravaged, engulfed in surging flames for a full 10 miles. The earth trembled as the entire planet was lashed by thunder and lightning. The ocean roared while the mountains howled in fury. The world seemed to take on a sentient quality, pleading for mercy before Wuyan. The myriad manifestations of heaven were invoked. Wuyan extended his hands and exerted a powerful grip. In an instant, 2 divine dragons surged forth from the ocean and magma, twisting and coiling in the air before plunging downwards. Ice and fire, the 9th heaven of one. 2. I have yet to savor this experience, but today, Frisia, I shall grant you this privilege. Haha. The ice dragon and fire dragon intertwined in the sky, the sizzling sound of their fierce clash resonating continuously. As the void created by Frisia's strike was swiftly filled with energy. After the fierce confrontation, Wuyan floated in the air, arms crossed, coldly observing the scene below. Wukong, Kiririn, Gohan, and Vegeta have long since become mere shadows of their former selves. How formidable! Such a swift and relentless assault, each strike flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream, is truly unstoppable. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Vegeta is utterly enraptured. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Is this the strongest in the universe? We shall prevail by sheer numbers, shamelessly requesting a wave of donations. Chapter 81, The Second War. Wuyan versus Frisia, 26. With a sudden burst from the smoke, a figure soared into the air. It was Frisia. He had already transformed into his final form, a diminutive and slender gentleman with alabaster skin adorned with flecks of purple, creating a unique aesthetic. Oh, has he reached his ultimate transformation? Does he intend to employ the same tactics as before? Frisia, it will not work this time. Now, the strongest is undoubtedly me, Wuyan proclaimed loudly. Death Nova. Frisia's eyes erupted with an inferno of fury. Had a mere gaze been capable of annihilation, Wuyan would have certainly experienced reincarnation 18 times over. He raised his hands high, as boundless energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertips. The crimson radiance blossomed like a sun ascending, its diameter expanding dramatically. Can you see this? Do you see? My formidable and majestic presence assures you that you stand no chance against me. Perish. The energy, spanning several hundred meters in diameter, surged towards Wuyan like a small asteroid. Kiririn trembled in fear. That energy, it condensed in an instant? The force contained within it is sufficient to obliterate planet Namek entirely. This is dire. Humph. Wuyan let out a disdainful snort, as a subtle lavender hue emerged from his right hand, swirling like thick mud. Dark sacred scythe, celestial net, flash. With both hands raised, Wuyan summoned a howling force. The sacred scythe bending and extending. A wave of energy, measuring 1.5 meters, surged forth suddenly, colliding instantaneously with the crescent-shaped energy of the death supernova. There was no explosion. No radiance. The boundless energy coalescing within the supernova resembled a piece of soft tofu, effortlessly cleaved in two. What? Frisia could scarcely believe his own eyes. Wuyan murmured softly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. It appears the dark holy scythe has grown considerably sharper. Boom. The separating energy erupted in the sky like a silent cannon, billowing smoke dispersing throughout the heavens. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyan surged forth from the mist, his eyes radiating a fierce brilliance, resembling a rampaging bull as he charged violently towards Frisia. Infuriated by the contemptuous gaze directed at him, Frisia shrieked in a fit of rage, death beam. His index finger darted forth repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of rapid pink energy that seemed to warp the very fabric of space, sharp and piercing, intent on penetrating all in its path. You wretched fool. Prepare to be skewered. Frisia's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, wishing nothing more than to see Wuyan torn to shreds before him. Boom. An overwhelming torrent of energy was unleashed upon Wuyan, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Crackling sounds echoed as golden lightning appeared to generate a protective energy around his body, deflecting every last beam of death that was hurled at him. What? Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Wuyan smiled gently. I have mentioned before. You are currently as feeble as an ant. Such insignificant attacks cannot even penetrate the formidable aura of a Super Saiyan that envelopes my being. How laughable you are. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyan's form materialized high in the sky, arms raised aloft, the dark sacred scythe resembling a pillar of heaven, emanating a searing radiance. Frisia. He howled vehemently, plummeting downward with ferocity. Curse be it. Frisia's body twisted instantaneously, yet the assault from the heavens seemed to ensnare him, rendering him utterly immobile. This is dire. This is dire. An infinite brilliance erupted from within him, causing Frisia's form to distort and expand irregularly. He was desperately striving to extract every ounce of energy from within. Move aside. Move aside. Come on, get moving. With a resounding thud, the sacred scythe descended, and blood gushed forth, staining the earth and sky. Wuyan stared blankly at the severed tail before him, a cold smile curling upon his lips. So, like a lizard, it had resorted to severing its own tail to survive? Was this truly how it managed to evade the final strike of the dark holy scythe? Humph. Such a feeble creature. Keelan and Gohan stood nearby, captivated by the pinnacle of cosmic combat. The two seemed to transcend entirely, lost in the fluidity and grace of each move, yet each step was laced with lethal intent. This was a remarkable display of control over an exceptionally high level of combat prowess. Brother, how can you be so powerful? Gohan stood in a daze for a moment. Then genuine admiration washed over him. That boy. Keelan trembled as the strands of energy emanating from the dark holy scythe sent shivers down his spine. The mere splatter of its energy could surely be sufficient to sever his head. The terror was palpable. He felt utterly outclassed. Standing before Wuyan, he felt as though he were but a child. A thought of retreat began to sprout within Keelan's heart. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Frisia's lips. Blood gushed forth from a smooth incision in his back, resembling a fountain. His complexion gradually turned pale. Perspiration dripped from his brow, and he gasped for breath. He no longer doubted whether Wuyan was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. To achieve such feats and unleash such terrifying power, was there any other explanation? How were you born? He gasped, chuckling nervously. Wuyan stood with arms crossed, the sacred scythe hovering in the air. I am a warrior of Earth, a descendant of the fierce Saiyan race. In obedience to the King of the Worlds, I have roamed the cosmos of Universe 897. Birthed from the fury of 700,000 souls, a legendary fighter. The world seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Super Saiyan. Sun Wuyan. Whoosh. The sacred scythe spun instantaneously, unleashing a swirling wave of purple energy that radiated in a full 360 degrees, shattering distant mountains into fragments. The howling energy surged through the realm, distorting the very fabric of space as an infinite tempest erupted nearby. The entire planet succumbed to chaos. Boom. Surrounding mountains crumbled. Countless clouds of dust engulfing the battlefield entirely. Gazing at the figure that resembled a war god reclining among the heavens, Vegeta was filled with longing. Utterly enraptured by Wuyuan's overwhelming power. Born from anger, a legendary warrior? Vegeta silently pondered. Wukong is still engaged in the final battle against Apicate. The two have joined forces, their combined strength far surpassing his own. Were it not for his near-death state and the enhancement provided by the tenfold Kaioken, it is likely that Wukong would have already succumbed to defeat. Nevertheless, the situation remains perilously precarious. Wukong was enraptured in battle, oblivious to the outside world. As his combat prowess seemed to gradually escalate, with golden rays of light emanating from him, only one final trigger was needed. Chapter 82, The Tedious Battle. A thunderous roar erupted from the mist, as torrents of purple energy pierced the heavens, the resounding energy enveloping the world in a luminous violet glow. It was breathtakingly resplendent. As the smoke dissipated, Frieza emerged, his diminutive upper body now swollen with muscle, having expanded several times. His aura surged, doubling in intensity. Curse that Saiyan. This is my full power state. I will not let you escape. Huh? Vegeta stared wide-eyed but suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. What is the matter, Vegeta? Kuririn inquired cautiously. Though Frieza boasted of unleashing his full strength, and his aura indeed expanded, Vegeta sensed a lack of energy flow. Frieza's energy was diminishing at a sluggish pace. Soon, the drawbacks would manifest. His defeat was all but inevitable. Yet, Vegeta's body trembled slightly. The might of the Super Saiyan was enticing, but that power did not belong to him. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Vegeta suddenly charged into Wukong's battlefield. Engaging in combat with Apicado, fueled by rage. Only rage could elevate him to new heights. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Bang, bang, bang. The sky resonated with an infinite echo, and with Vegeta's arrival, Wukong felt a significant reduction in pressure, allowing him to regain composure. Full energy state? Wuyan scoffed disdainfully. Such forced expansion leads to an inability to sustain one's body, causing a decline the moment one transforms. Compared to Gula, you have not achieved much. Whoosh. With a sudden stomp in the void, Wuyan brandished the holy scythe and charged towards Frieza, engaging in close combat. The surging brilliance instantly painted the sky, enveloping Frieza in a shroud of tearing light. The dark holy scythe was exceptionally fierce. Those razor-sharp beams could pierce skin upon mere contact. If struck directly, regardless of Frieza's formidable physique, he would likely perish instantly. Whoosh. A chilling radiance burst forth, illuminating the heavens. The world was immersed in chaos. Whoosh. Amidst the smoke, Frieza retreated, drenched in blood, his body marred with numerous wounds. His once pure white form had turned crimson, gasping for breath. Frieza found himself utterly powerless against the dark holy scythe. Suddenly, Wuyan executed a piercing strike, akin to 100 birds flocking towards the phoenix. Concealed within the remnants of an afterimage, striking directly at Frieza's abdomen. A torrent of blood erupted forth instantaneously, revealing a ghastly wound through which his entrails and intestines were starkly visible. The howling waves of air swirled around, as if carving a piece of flesh from Frieza's chest, inflicting agony reminiscent of slow torture. Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Frieza steadily retreated, gradually increasing the distance from Wuyan. His strength had diminished significantly. Despite being in a state of full power, he was even weaker than before. Veins bulged at the corners of his mouth. Is this the terrifying might of a Super Saiyan? He muttered incessantly, his body and hands trembling uncontrollably in fear. Crack. Reflected in the lightning was the golden figure of a human, a majestic warrior, the harbinger of doom for the ice demon race. Is this the lamentable prophecy? I refuse to believe it. Frieza suddenly erupted into a bewildered roar. Zzz. He raised his hands high, as pink energy coalesced into thin sheets. Swirling and whirling in a tempest, the hissing sound seemed to slice through the very fabric of space. Chi Yuan slash? Kiririn remarked softly. Only the sharp can contend with the sharp. Prepare to perish, Saiyan. Frieza hurled his hands forward, and the spinning Chi Yuan slash swiftly followed Wuyan, relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Whoosh, whoosh. Wuyan swiftly pivoted, transforming into a radiant streak of light that spiraled through the heavens. The Chi Yuan Zhan behind him relentlessly pursued, refusing to relent. Hiss. The vast ocean, towering mountains, and the very ground he traversed were meticulously cleaved into 3 segments. Aha! Saiyan, do not flee. This force will chase you to the ends of the earth, ultimately rending you cruelly in 2. Blood oozes and writhes upon the ground. Aha! In Frieza's crimson eyes, it seemed he could already envision the gruesome demise of Wuyan. The fury towards the Super Saiyan had long since clouded his judgment. TCH. Wuyan let out a cold snort, unexpectedly placing the opportunity for victory beneath such a trivial maneuver. What utility could there possibly be in the development of Uncle Bald? Keelan found himself inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, the sea was sharply divided by 2 radiant beams of light. Wuyan cast aside the sacred scythe and unexpectedly came to a halt. Oh, have you relinquished resistance? Preparing for self-destruction? I assure you, I shall show no mercy. Wuyan, flee at once. Kirin shouted, for the Chi Yuan slash is a unique technique. One that no flesh and blood can withstand. Perhaps that is not entirely the case. The eyes of Wuyan, adorned with the Rinnegan, flickered rapidly, casting violet ethereal glimmers that seemed to format the very fabric of reality. The trajectory of the Chi Yuan slash was anticipated with flawless precision. Heh. Frieza's cruel laughter echoed menacingly. Before him, Wuyan appeared momentarily paralyzed by shock. As they maneuvered past one another, the Chi Yuan slash encircled Wuyan from above and below, targeting his neck and abdomen. Here it comes. Wuyan whispered, gazing at the crimson lightning that surged forth. Whoosh. An unusual light flickered in his Rinnegan. Now's the time. Wuyan's body suddenly leaped, aligning perfectly with the Chi Yuan slash. 2 arcs of Chi Yuan slash pierced through the air, brushing closely against his body. The perilous and sharp aura flickered right before him, sending his heart racing with trepidation. Observing the crimson radiance above and below, Wuyan extended his hands, pointing towards the center of the disc, softly murmuring, Universal Celestial Attraction. Boom. Waves of white gravitational ripples firmly ensnared the Chi Yuan slash, and to Wuyan's astonishment, he successfully captured them. What? 2 exclamations of shock erupted from Kulun and Frieza. Hee. Witnessing the terror etched on their faces, Wuyan merely chuckled nonchalantly, waving his hands with a flourish. Frieza, I return everything to you. Whoosh. The Chi Yuan slash instantaneously reversed its trajectory, rushing back as if the very fabric of space were contorting, hurtling towards Frieza in an instant. A game of cat and mouse, indeed. Whoosh. Frieza swiftly evaded, plunging into the depths of the ocean, while the Chi Yuan slash relentlessly pursued him. Sweat poured down his face, his hair standing on end, engulfed in a state of sheer panic and dread. As Wuyan gazed at the sky, he softly declared, It is time to conclude this battle. It has grown tedious. With a swift motion, a beam of violet light severed the heavens, splitting them asunder. One of the energy blades unexpectedly shifted its position, appearing where Wuyan had been moments ago. The purple stream of energy sliced across Frieza's neck, while the remaining energy blade traversed his body. A sound akin to a dreamlike murmur resonated in the air, and for a brief moment, the world fell silent. Chapter 83, Super Saiyan. Son Goku, 46. What is this? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. His head and body had been cleaved into 3 segments. How could I be vanquished by such a technique? This is... His head rolled across the ground as Wuyan descended slowly, standing before him. What do you think, Cosmic Emperor? He proclaimed, reveling in the adulation of the victor. The holy scythe in his hand continued to drip with blood, the heart malevolent, the blood tainted. Truly a grotesque entity. Did you believe you had triumphed? You shall never comprehend the true terror that this universe harbors. Even in the face of death, Frieza wore an expression of indifference. Why can the cosmic scavenger wield the sacred stone? Who has cast the curse upon Shinhan? You shall remain forever in ignorance. Should you slay me, what awaits you will be a far more dreadful retribution. You, already ensnared within the whirlpool, can never hope to extricate yourself. To Wuyan's surprise, Frieza began to laugh heartily despite being left with nothing but his head. No need for interrogation. I too possess that very thing. He continued. Reveal the secrets hidden within your heart, and they shall explode in a cataclysmic blast. Frieza's words jolted Wuyan back to reality. The might of the god of destruction, Beerus, was utterly unattainable for mere mortals. Surely, within this world, there existed beings more powerful than himself. The god of destruction was an eternal taboo. Within the confines of the seventh universe, his strength was insurmountable. Wuyan had thought he had forgotten how Han could absorb the energy of stars using the sacred stone. Yet Frisia had unwittingly rekindled those memories. But it matters not. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path shall surely appear. I have undoubtedly stepped into that tempestuous whirlpool. I simply remain unaware of when a more formidable adversary may arise. Observing Frisia's body, Wuyan suddenly grinned wickedly. What a splendid material you are. I have heard that since your birth, you have never trained, and your body's potential remains largely untapped. My apologies. But all of this shall now belong to me. With a resounding clap, he concluded. Wuyan clasped his hands together and softly murmured, "The path of humanity." Suddenly, from the surging ground, a colossal figure emerged, with a gaping maw and adorned in ancient divine garments, bearing the character Yin upon its forehead. "Submit to me as my puppet, just like your brother." Wuyan hurled the shattered remnants of Frisia's body directly into the mouth of the realm of humanity. The colossal figure began to slowly consume it, and in no time at all, it vanished completely. The creation of Pain's 6 paths is indeed a cumbersome task. It appears that a period of waiting is now necessary. He cast a glance to the side. The battle involving Wuyan, Vegeta, and Apocado appears to have entered a new phase. The Saiyan has once again fallen to the ground, a massive gaping wound piercing through his chest and heart. Nearby, Gohan is also gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. It is astonishing how everything has transformed in such a brief moment, Wuyan said with annoyance. It turned out that the split avocado had actually merged. The two diminutive, comical warriors ultimately transformed into a formidable demon, enormous in stature, entirely pink. With a jaw seemingly adorned with numerous sharp spikes, its visage bore some resemblance to Dodoria. Its immense power utterly overwhelmed Goku, and even the rescuing Vegeta was felled with a single punch. In the end, its chest was penetrated by twin beams of light. It was truly a horrific sight. Though Gohan exhibited a remarkable surge of power, he was still no match for his opponent. After merging with the mighty Apocado, his energy nearly magnified 100-fold, bringing him to par with the transformed ultimate stage of Frisia, rendering Goku powerless in comparison. Yet now, crackling sounds echoed as brilliant blue lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire world in a shroud of ominous dark clouds. Wukong roars in fury, a tempest of rage surging within him. How dare you harm my Gohan? How am I to explain this to Chi-Chi? I shall not, under any circumstances, allow you to escape my wrath. His pupils appear to be fading, while around him, golden waves of energy begin to emanate from his very cells. Crunch. Wuyan bestowed the mystical beans upon Gohan and Vegeta, and as they swallowed them in succession, their injuries miraculously healed, causing their power to surge dramatically once more, a testament to their Saiyan heritage. Wu Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, have you truly defeated Frisia?" Indeed. Now, he still retained the form of a Super Saiyan, and only those nearby could perceive the immense pressure emanating from him. Is this the kind of monster we are up against, Frisia? Vegeta was momentarily seized by terror. However, he was soon captivated by Goku's transformation. While what? He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide open, fists clenched tightly. The scene was all too familiar. Lightning, a radiant golden glow. Could it be that Kakarot is about to transform into a Super Saiyan as well? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a deafening roar erupted. Wukong gazed skyward, unleashing a resounding roar, his golden hair shimmering like a cascade, and his emerald eyes glimmering with intensity. A golden aura enveloped him in an ethereal haze. A tumultuous and fearsome energy swirled around his form. Within his serpentine muscles, boundless power coalesced into a surging torrent, radiating with a resplendent golden light. No, it cannot be. Is it not said that a Super Saiyan emerges only once every millennium? Why, then, has Kakarot successfully transformed as well? Overwhelmed by the immense and formidable presence, Vegeta was left utterly astonished. He turned to face Wuyan, and aside from the Rinnegan and their attire, the two appeared nearly identical. The resplendent golden radiance threatened to pierce through the very fabric of the planet. Is this truly the might of a Super Saiyan? Wukong clenched his fists tightly and spoke softly. His tranquil heart could no longer be maintained, as the intent to kill began to seep into his very being. If this state persisted for too long, he might transform into a mindless fiend, consumed solely by the desire for slaughter. Yet, the power within his body seemed inexhaustible, an endless reservoir. His cells and muscles greedily inhaled the essence of vitality. Wukong stood silently, taking several deep breaths. To his astonishment, his wounds began to heal gradually. The warrior from Earth, awakened by fury, the legendary Super Saiyan, Son Wukong. I can win. Chapter 84, The Dominance. Glimmering golden light radiated around Wukong, and his flowing hair resembled that of a majestic war deity. A powerful aura resonated throughout the world, leaving Kulin, Wufan, and even Vegeta feeling like a frail vessel amidst turbulent seas, on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Is it not said that a Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years? Vegeta trembled, muttering to himself. He was struggling to suppress the resentment boiling within him. Sun Wuyan needed no further words. His strength surpassed Vegeta's by an insurmountable margin. Yet, that lowly warrior Kakarot, astonishingly, had also achieved the transformation. Observing Wu Yuan beside him, Vegeta suddenly realized, why does Kakarot's aura seem so much weaker than Wu Yuan's? Could it be? Is the Super Saiyan merely a transformation, an altered state? Upon this revelation, Vegeta began to tremble with excitement. Transformation. Transformation. Anger. It requires overwhelming rage. I must attain it swiftly. Whoosh. A sudden flash of light surged nearby. Halting gracefully in the sky, with green skin, a striking white cloak, and eyes filled with murderous intent. Piccolo? Krillin exclaimed. Hearing the call, Wuyan shouted joyfully, Uncle Piccolo. Encountering an old friend in a foreign land filled him with delight. Thus, Wu Yuan's third wish had summoned the Namekian who was absent before. Vegeta scoffed, how tedious. Damn it. What did you say? Piccolo clenched his fists, irritated. This wretched fellow had just arrived and wished to indulge in familial joy. Vegeta's words extinguished the ambience entirely. What? Do you wish to fight? I cannot defeat Son Wu Yuan, nor Frieza, but eliminating you poses no challenge. Piccolo snorted, brimming with confidence after assimilating with Nail. What is that? He inquired, puzzled by the golden aura surrounding Wukong. What has happened to old son? Dad has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wuyan exclaimed with admiration. A Super Saiyan? What is that? A warrior of the Saiyan race that appears only once every 1,000 years. The Namekian declared, I too shall achieve transformation soon. And my battle prowess will soar to new heights. Earth, and even the entire universe, shall fall under my command. Vegeta, resembling a fervent cultist, raised his arms high and proclaimed loudly. Was it not said that only one emerges every 1,000 years? Now there are two. Piccolo was left bewildered. Dad. Wu Yuan stood quietly nearby, watching intently. Let me witness the true extent of your Super Saiyan's power. Whoosh. With a light touch of his feet, Wukong suddenly shot forth like a golden bolt of lightning, swirling through the void with astonishing speed. Such swiftness left Piccolo utterly astounded. Haha, cackled the menacing Apicate from across the way. Suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed. Even though Wukong was still several meters away, Apicate slowly lowered his head, his fierce fist relentlessly kneading at his abdomen, causing a deep indentation to form. The surrounding veins writhed like worms. Apicate screamed in agony. Wukong transformed his fist into a palm and let out a resounding shout, unleashing a tremendous aura from within his body. The energy wave surged forth. Bang! Apicatha's colossal form was propelled away as if skipping stones, tumbling incessantly through the ocean. Ultimately, his rolling body crashed onto the distant shore. With a resounding thud, he became embedded within a stone pillar. In an instant, Wukong vanished into the sky, leaving all spectators utterly bewildered by the lack of any discernible movement. Like a leaden weight, he plummeted downwards with astonishing speed. Boom! The stone pillar shattered in an instant as Apicate's form was mercilessly trampled, sinking deeply into the ground. Bang! It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck, creating a sudden explosion that shattered the surrounding area with a diameter of several dozen meters, leaving a profound pit in its wake. Wukong raised his hands high, crackling lightning flickering between his opposing palms, an immense surge of energy materializing in an instant. It roamed ceaselessly throughout the world. The surging energy caused the very fabric of reality to warp and distort. Perish. With both hands raised, Wukong unleashed all of his energy in a magnificent torrent. Bang! A hysterical explosion erupted instantaneously as nearby debris was drawn into the air, only to be shattered by the howling force of energy. That wretched fiend dared to harm my Gohan. How am I to explain this to Chi-Chi? The thought sent a shiver through Super Saiyan Son Goku. Piccolo. Vegeta. Even a Super Saiyan has vulnerabilities. With a heavy sigh, Apicate, battered and bruised, slowly floated upward. Crack. Emerging from the smoke was a pair of immense hands that grasped his face, pulling him down forcefully, dragging him across the ground. Zing. Deep gashes appeared instantaneously, as even the hard, frozen soil of Namek began to fracture. Ugh. Kuririn trembled. The transformed Goku was undeniably ferocious. The relentless barrage of attacks sent chills down one's spine. Let go. Let go of me. Apicate struggled desperately. With a disdainful snort, Wukong soared into the sky, suddenly beginning to whirl in midair. I shall fulfill your wish. With a thunderous impact, his quaking form was hurled into the mountain peak, causing several hundred towering summits to vanish into nothingness, all collapsing in an instant. The billowing smoke stretched across a distance of 800 miles. Wukong stood in the air, hands on his hips, exuding an aura reminiscent of Wu Yuan. Such pretentiousness. Vegeta, unable to reach the grapes, claims they are sour. Why prolong this? With immense power, he could simply eliminate him. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat is utterly laughable. Former adversaries now stand united, casually conversing with Wukong. What a peculiar sight. I once believed I had encountered a true opponent. The Super Saiyan's energy amplification is astonishing. It appears my only rival now is Wu Yuan. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy, like a divine sword, surged into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The rotund apicate was left bruised and battered by Wukong. Resembling a comical jester, huffing and puffing, he exclaimed, "Impressive, truly impressive. However, I shall not concede defeat. Behold the wrathful power of apicate." He gasped, his abdomen expanding slowly, skin thinning, revealing the veins pulsating beneath, a torrent of energy surging within. A purple radiance gradually coalesced in his mouth. The immense power painted the world in shades of purple. The sky turned ominously gray. A dark cloud loomed over the city. A shadow of dread enveloped Piccolo and Vegeta's hearts. Super. Waha Wave. Chapter 85. The Namek saga comes to a close. Super. Waha Wave. Instantly, the whirling energy from his mouth cascaded like celestial blossoms, unleashing a sweeping attack. The purple brightness enveloped Wukong entirely, ensnaring Vegeta and the others nearby as well. This is bad. Each wave of energy possesses overwhelming strength. Unleash all our power. Attack. Piccolo, Vegeta, and Gohan soared into the sky, swaying amidst the floating energy. Huh. The three roared, in an instant sending all nearby energy flying. Vegeta cast a curious glance at Piccolo. Your energy seems to have surged tremendously in an instant. This cannot be achieved through mere training. Heh. I am under no obligation to disclose that. Dondi, quickly take cover. The energy in the sky continued to flicker incessantly. Dondi, merely a healing-type Namekian, would surely perish if struck. Dondi peered from behind a rock. How do you know my name? As he beheld the encroaching energy, Wukong swiftly darted away. Whoosh. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted behind him, tousling Wukong's hair, yet he remained unfazed. Ridiculous. Hollow attacks cannot harm me. This battle has lost its significance. I shall not spare you. He clasped his hands together, forming a flower-like shape, and slowly positioned them at his waist. A golden radiance illuminated the world, twinkling starlight surrounding him. The amassed energy roared continuously, enveloping him in gold. A great sun was rising. Kamehameha. The soaring golden light surged forth, sending all Waha waves flying, colliding with Apicate's chest with full force. Pain akin to being caught in a meat grinder surged within his chest as Apicate was instantly surrounded. Hellish flames assailed him from all directions. His body began to melt away. This is intolerable. Impossible. Within the golden light, after mere seconds of roaring, Apicate disintegrated. The energy within him was insufficient to sustain his form. As he fragmented, the two diminutive beings could not withstand Wukong's might, crumbling to ashes in an instant. Huffing. The world fell silent. The golden light soared from Wukong, who gazed calmly into the sky. Vegeta shouted, "Hey, Kakarot. Why didn't you display such ruthless decisiveness when fighting Jinyu? If you had eliminated Jinyu, none of this would have happened. I would have already attained eternal life." Wukong, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "One's plans are often outmatched by the heavens. I never intended to take his life. Who could have foreseen that after their disbandment, they would be unable to withstand my Kamehameha wave?" Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, "What does it feel like to transform into a Super Saiyan? How shall I describe it? An inexhaustible torrent of energy surges within me, a ceaseless supply at my disposal. The energy has expanded 50-fold in an instant. Vegeta, the gap between us is widening." Wukong chuckled lightly after the fierce battle. "Damn it, Kakarot. Do not revel in this. I too shall soon reach the realm of Super Saiyan." Vegeta spat disdainfully. That journey to Namek should come to an end now, and in an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the sky. After a long while, he departed aboard his spaceship. "Old son, shall we not stop him?" "No need. It seems that the malice within Vegeta has been largely extinguished. He is no longer the person he once was. Moreover, I am quite eager to witness the Super Saiyan transformation." Who? Wukong took several deep breaths, gradually mastering his emotions, and the surrounding golden radiance promptly vanished. Upon witnessing this, Wuyan also reverted to his original form. "Piccolo, your power has surged significantly." As Wukong touched his own fingers, he realized they could match the length of his pinky. How infuriating. Do you have any idea how demoralizing this is? On King Kai's planet, Piccolo felt that he would never catch up to Wukong and Wuyan in this lifetime. Yet, Wuyan unexpectedly illuminated a path of assimilation for him. Once assimilated, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, causing Piccolo to swell with newfound confidence. However, upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Super Saiyans, the chasm that separated them felt insurmountable. He was at a loss for words. The Saiyans seemed to possess limitless potential after merely a year apart from Wuyan. The disparity had grown so vast. It was utterly vexing. Standing nearby, the despondent Krillin observed a group of warriors with battle powers in the millions engaging in spirited discussions. It felt akin to the dismay of a top student lamenting a poor exam performance. He tugged at his hair in frustration, nearly driven to madness. "Wuyan," Wukong exclaimed. "This time, you must return to Earth with me. Mother misses you dearly. Father has successfully transformed, and I believe together we can complement each other and grow even stronger." After contemplating for a while, Wuyan gently shook his head. "Why? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Father, I have matters to attend to at the center of the galaxy. I will surely return to Earth within a year. Rest assured. Wuyan, your mother longs for you. Wukong continued to urge. I will return to apologize after a year. Once this matter is resolved, I shouldn't need to leave Earth again. Gazing at Wuyuan's resolute expression, Wukong sighed helplessly. Ah, I can no longer intervene in your decisions. Stay safe. Fear not. With my Rinnegan, I would never recklessly place myself in jeopardy. Ha ha. Wukong laughed heartily. Indeed. The king of the realm mentioned that you are the strongest human in the entire universe. Wuyan, promise your father that upon returning to Earth, we shall have an exhilarating battle. Let the 50-second combat commence. Ah, Wuyan declared resolutely, I understand. Piccolo, perplexed, pondered, what am I here for? Just to witness an ending? Suddenly, he inquired, what has become of the Grand Elder? Dondi, struck with realization, exclaimed, I see now, you have merged with Nail, haven't you? A subtle smile graced Piccolo's lips as he chuckled softly. After returning to Earth, Father utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect all the slain Namekians, ensuring that even if the Grand Elder perished, the legacy would endure. Dondi, you should remain on Namek for now. All enemies have been thoroughly vanquished. And this place is safe. I understand. The group arrived at Bulma's location, where Wukong, Piccolo, Gohan, and Kuririn bid farewell to Wuyan before departing Namek aboard their spaceship. Meanwhile, Wuyan, aboard the Jinyu Force's vessel, surged towards the galactic center. Upon returning to Earth, Wukong harnessed the Dragon Balls to revive the slain Namekians, thus concluding the Namek saga entirely. Chapter 86, The Sea of Divine Descent. The journey to Namek witnessed the birth of two Super Saiyans, the demise of Frieza and his minions, while the planet itself remained intact. All losses were rectified by the Dragon Balls of Earth. Sitting within the spherical spacecraft, Wuyan gazed as countless celestial bodies receded into the distance, a sigh escaping his lips. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light pierced the heavens. Racing towards the heart of the Milky Way, the spherical vessel, in stark contrast to the one destroyed in battle and Gula's craft, was vastly superior. What should have been a journey of merely 10 days extended to a full month. With a mild case of claustrophobia, Wuyan was on the verge of numbness. Before him, for crystalline streams of the Milky Way flowed gracefully, ultimately converging at the center. The resplendent realm emitted an endless radiance, enveloped in a silvery, ethereal mist, rendering the entire cosmos akin to a celestial palace. So dazzling and colorful, no matter how many times he beheld it, he remained in awe of nature's exquisite craftsmanship. Wuyan floated in the air, surrounded by a mist of violet radiance. Such was the blessing of the king of the universe. Before Silver Heart lay the remnants of the god of destruction, Beerus. The pale purple energy of destruction coalesced into sharp beams, frantically radiating outward. All nearby planets were instantly shattered into dust. The god of destruction, Beerus. In the heart of the galaxy, that realm of death within the recesses of Ba's mind. The Sea of Divine Fall, as spoken of by the Galactic King. It is said that in ancient times, a fierce battle between the god of destruction and a mysterious deity reduced the entire star domain to ruins. The surging energy was utterly inaccessible. The last time Wuyan visited, he could only approach the edge of Yangrue's star. Yet, his gaze remained unwavering and direct. Hiss. Wuyan inhaled sharply, his Rinnegan throbbing with relentless pain. There must be something of great significance to him concealed within. He slowly floated closer, and with just a few steps, his skin felt as if it were being pricked by needles. His body was being torn apart, as if he were on the brink of annihilation. What a terrifying entity. The residual energy had lingered in this world for far too long, yet it remained astonishingly potent. The power of fear radiated with arrogance, permitting no one to pass. Alas. Wuyan's gaze was filled with unwavering determination. I must go? There is surely something of great significance to me within. The divine realm's heavenly judgment. Boom. A tremendous repulsive force erupted instantaneously, forcefully indenting the destructive divine energy and splitting it apart. Ha! A golden radiance engulfed him, and Wuyan instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, dashing forward like a beam of light into the depths. Bang! In but a moment, his arm exploded, blood gushing forth from the wound. His skin and cells could not withstand the tearing. An endless flow of blood cascaded down. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him, inflicting a torment akin to slow slicing. How infuriating! The divine realm's heavenly judgment lasts only 5 seconds. At my speed, I should be able to traverse it completely. Whoosh! Shadows flickered in the gaps, yet the destructive divine energy before him resembled an expansive ocean, stretching infinitely. This is bad. As he observed the surrounding white repulsive force gradually shrink, the destructive energy surged towards his body. Wuyan felt a surge of panic, even as a Super Saiyan. Being engulfed by the power of the god of destruction would ultimately lead to nothing but obliteration. Boom. As Wuyan's muscles rapidly expanded, his entire being seemed to enlarge, and his speed surged once more. All of his energy coalesced within his muscles, transforming him into a Super Saiyan in its second stage. Hiss. Wuyan inhaled sharply, as the pain from his Rinnegan intensified, while the surrounding Shinra Tensei gradually began to crumble. How infuriating. How detestable. The Shinra Tensei operates with a 5-second interval, and once it dissipates, the ensuing impact will undoubtedly be catastrophic. Hurry, hurry. A violet radiance emanated from his hand, a comma suspended in midair, as the dark holy scythe materialized in an instant. Heavenly Network. Slash. The once formidable shockwave, capable of slicing through iron, now advanced merely a few meters, creating a breach in the torrent of destructive energy. What? Ziz. The thunderous roar of metal clashing echoed continuously, as explosive sparks flickered into existence. The white luminescence of Shinra Tensei flickered ominously. It was evident that the 5 seconds were swiftly approaching their end. Haha. Wuyan let out a bitter smile, having forgotten and underestimated the vastness of the universe. How could he possibly traverse such an immense expanse, enveloped entirely by the destructive energy of the boundless galactic core? In just 5 seconds? Was this truly how it would all come to an end? In that fleeting moment, thoughts of his father and mother, even Gohan, surfaced in his mind. Their smiles lingered vividly before him. Yet now, he found himself submerged in an overwhelming sea of energy, the repulsive force threatening to unravel him. Even his very soul seemed to lack a place to anchor. How infuriating. A radiant golden light suddenly enveloped Wuyan until the very last moment. He vowed never to surrender, for his mother had urged him to return. Whoosh. The divine retribution vanished, and the protective aura of the Super Saiyan surrounding him crumbled within less than a second. His body began to fade slowly, starting from his legs. Hope. The light of hope. Just as his soul threatened to succumb to the encroaching darkness, the power of destruction appeared to reach its zenith. Outside, that 597 was the brilliance of sunlight. Wuyan exclaimed with great excitement. Heavenly hand power. Ah, whoosh. In an instant, Wuyan exchanged positions with the surrounding stones. Those unyielding rocks vanished in the blink of an eye. Bang. Wuyan fell heavily to the ground, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy white clouds under the scorching sunlight, surrounded by picturesque mountains and clear waters, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. A crystalline lake, akin to amber, nestled upon the earth, encircled by lush meadows. The sky is vast, and the wilderness stretches endlessly. The wind caresses the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. Is this a paradise beyond the mundane world? In the depths of his heart, Wuyan softly murmured. Alas, the pain radiating from his legs relentlessly assailed the defenses of his mind, leaving him in a state of numbness. While his Rinnegan ached intensely, in a mere 6 seconds, it felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime. His legs, dismantled by the force of destruction, rendered his body utterly fatigued. So be it. So be it. In the gentle embrace of the warm spring breeze, Wuyan succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, an ancient voice seemed to whisper softly, "You possess the chance for remorse. Destruction is not merely an end. The final adversary still requires your strength to be utterly vanquished." Chapter 87. The Chronicles of Time. How long had passed, he could not tell. Wuyan, in a haze, murmured in his sleep before gradually opening his eyes. Was this paradise? A cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds, distant mountains enveloped in mist, resembling a realm between heaven and earth. The soft grass beneath him and the lake, glistening like jade, created a scene straight from a fairy tale. Ah, an itch. Suddenly, a sensation of irritation erupted from Wuyan's legs, prompting him to glance down. His flawless legs lay bare in the air, his toes moving in accordance with his thoughts. His trousers and shoes had completely vanished. He recalled that his calves had seemingly been disintegrated by destructive energy. This was most assuredly no dream. He meticulously examined with his Rinnegan, which accurately recorded every detail. Yet, why had everything returned to its original state? What had transpired during his unconsciousness? He gently rose, feeling the grass playfully caressing the soles of his feet, bringing him unparalleled comfort. An expansive area lay before him, devoid of any presence. Wuyan took a deep breath. Feeling as though the hidden wounds within him had been completely eradicated, the air was devoid of any impurities. Is this truly the center of the galaxy? He gently advanced forward, and the mountains concealed within the white clouds became increasingly distinct. The towering staircase exhibited a hint of decay, with verdant grass flourishing in the crevices. In stark contrast to the exquisite surroundings, this place was imbued with a sense of ruin. Thud, thud. Wuyan gradually ascended, his energy fully restored. Yet, he found himself feeling quite strained by what appeared to be an ordinary staircase. With a sweep of his Rinnegan, he discerned an aura of diverse energies above, pulsating with divine power. An hour passed, then 2. After a grueling 6 hours of climbing the towering mountains, Wuyan finally reached the summit. Before him stood 12 majestic stone pillars, while behind loomed a Gothic edifice reminiscent of an ancient Greek temple, entirely crafted from marble and adorned with intricate carvings. Wuyan remarked curiously, "It appears to depict the battle between the god of destruction Beerus and that enigmatic deity." However, while the actions of the god of destruction are quite clear, all references to the mysterious divine being have been entirely obscured. Drip. In the vast emptiness, the sound of water droplets echoed as Wuyan stepped forward. The depth was not significant, and before him, a sudden clarity emerged. Amidst the ruins, 2 candles continued to burn steadily, and ahead lay an altar. Upon that altar rested a tome. How astonishing! The candles had burned for such an extended period, yet remained unextinguished. Wuyan ascended, a slight tremor causing the dust upon the beams to fall in a delicate cascade. Yet, the descent of the particles was remarkably languid. Wuyan stared intently, and in a minute, it had barely descended 10 centimeters. Time. Has the flow of time slowed down? Wuyan was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. How could something possess the power to alter the very flow of time? What manner of divine object is this? Cough, cough. Suddenly, a soft cough from behind broke the silence, emanating from an elderly figure. Wuyan felt an immediate tension enveloping his being, prompting him to turn abruptly. The elderly figure remained shrouded in shadow, rendering his countenance invisible. Only the frail timbre of his voice offered any clues to his identity. Standing face to face with Wuyan, it appeared as though an unseen barrier obscured his line of sight. Who are you? Haha. There's no need for such alarm. Just as you mentioned to Darius, even in your anxiety, the outcome remains unchanged. The elder advanced, bowing gently towards the tomes, akin to a venerating pilgrim. Now, the question is mine to pose. You recklessly plunged into the realm of destructive forces. What compelled you to do so? The elder, cloaked in darkness, spoke softly. Humph. I am under no obligation to divulge my intentions. Stubborn youth. The elder did not press further. For that peculiar I had inflicted a pang within this place. Had it not? For reasons unknown, gazing upon the heart of the galaxy evoked a response within the body. Thus, it was only natural to presume that this location harbored what one sought. Do you consider yourself a child of the heavens? A feeble power entwined with destructive forces. And to merely retain your corporeal form is already a stroke of fortune. Why? How do you know? Wuyan, on high alert, exclaimed. You shall discover the answer upon inspection. The elder gestured towards the books, speaking with deliberate slowness. Such cryptic utterances. As Wuyan approached, his expression shifted dramatically upon gazing at the monumental tome before him. His journey through the cosmos, vanquishing cosmic scavengers, Darius, and Frisia, had been meticulously chronicled within its pages. Even the thoughts swirling in his mind were incessantly reflected back to him. The book suddenly emanated a golden radiance, causing Wuyan to widen his eyes in astonishment. For the thoughts he had just entertained were flawlessly rendered upon its surface. How could this be possible? He could not help but feel a surge of trepidation, as if he stood before others, stripped bare of all concealment. If Frisia and his ilk were to obtain this knowledge, the consequences would be unfathomable. His every action lay exposed like a live broadcast, laid bare for the scrutiny of others. This was utterly preposterous. Such an object could not possibly exist in this world. Ah, do not be astonished, the elder remarked, his stooped form moving with deliberate grace. Years ago, after the mysterious deity was vanquished, they fell into the vast sea of divine desolation. Beerus extracted the divine essence from their mind, intending to shatter it, yet it spontaneously transformed into this very tome. Before you lies the essence of a perfect deity. You are but a mere human. The affairs of the world are fraught with challenges that cannot be unraveled merely by possessing the eye of reincarnation. The tales of the divine are far more captivating than you can imagine, the elder recounted slowly. Wuyan gently touched the book, only to be unexpectedly enveloped in a radiant golden light. The warmth and comfort of it all seemed to consume him entirely. The colossal tome gradually diminished in size, ultimately merging into his mind. The aura of Wuyan suddenly expanded. In comparison to his transformation into a super Saiyan, it had inexplicably doubled in strength. What is this? Observing this astonishing scene, Wuyan was momentarily taken aback. It could be said that the arrival of the tome was compelled, having previously restricted Wuyan's movements. Vivid narratives unfolded before his eyes, as every piece of information from his childhood to the present surged into his mind, even more detailed than what he had previously known. Wuyan was utterly astounded. His entire being trembled as he dazedly inquired, what on earth is this divine artifact? It was a tome birthed from the enigmatic realm of deities, chronicling the entirety of history from ancient times to the present, a product of time itself. The annals of ages. Recently, I have become enamored with Jackie Chan adventures. Ah, I still possess a childlike heart. Chapter 88. Time Travel. The Annals of Ages? Wuyan murmured to himself. The annals of time marvelously document all of history, whether in the past or present. Anything recognized as history within the realm of the world is meticulously recorded. In other words, if it exists in the historical records, it is undeniably a part of history, regardless of its veracity, truth, or falsehood. Wuyan sensed the power within his mind and gradually extended his hand, whereupon a comma materialized on his left palm, radiating a silvery luminescence. With a mere thought, a miniature version of the historical tome manifested before his eyes, capturing every exchange between the two in meticulous detail. Wuyan's pupils slightly constricted, for the historical texts meticulously chronicled his existence. Yet, regarding the elder before him, he was merely annotated as a mysterious figure. A human being that even the annals of history could not decipher? Who exactly are you? Aha, you need not concern yourself with that. Rest assured. With this artifact in your possession, the schemes of all will lay bare before you, enabling your growth to flourish. How long have you been surviving here? Surviving? That term is not entirely accurate. I am merely a wandering soul without a place to rest. It is simply because the historical texts have yet to find their master. Drifting through the world, this realm was once a planet, now transformed into its current state due to the ravages of divine destruction. It is, indeed, a source of my remorse. Wuyan gradually leafed through the historical texts, the crackling lightning dancing incessantly at his fingertips. Each turn of the page demanded a tremendous force. The elder cautioned him, exercise caution. The energy required to peruse these annals is astronomical for you. Although he appeared diminutive, the volume was approximately 5 million pages. Should you forcefully turn the pages, beware that it may completely drain your strength. Is it possible to inscribe your own words? Never underestimate the significance of these historical tomes. I have already stated that all recorded within will be deemed history by the world, regardless of its veracity. If you truly possess the ability to leave your mark, you could alter the course of every individual's life. Wuyan, with a fierce determination, bit down on his own lip and delicately sketched upon the blank page. In an instant, his complexion turned pale as he was violently propelled backwards by an overwhelming force. The old man laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Though you are the master of the annals, the blood of humanity remains tainted." Moreover, the divine writing brush was seized by the destructive deity Beerus during the mysterious defeat of the gods. Perhaps one day you might reclaim it, yet alas, I shall not witness that moment. Is it truly mysterious? Wuyan exclaimed, his heart momentarily stunned. Where are you going? A soul adrift, in search of its resting place. Yearns for a sense of belonging. I am a servant of the heavens, and yet. At this juncture, the old man erupted into a carefree laughter. Before dissipating like smoke, vanishing into the annals of history, Wuyan gently caressed the paper, which resembled cowhide and emanated a pale yellow hue. An endless array of characters materialized in an instant, depicting the actions of beings across the universe within the past second. Upon witnessing Wukong kneeling and scrubbing the washboard, Wuyan burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, from within the intricate patterns, mysterious silver rays began to flow, vast and enigmatic like the cosmos itself. At the center, a portal appeared to open abruptly. Wuyan's body was enveloped in radiant light, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Only a scream remained. The journey through time has commenced once more, and the battles among the deities shall continue unabated. Destruction God. This time shall not falter in defeat. How infuriating. Wuyan suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed loudly. He was panting heavily, only to realize that he was lying on a stone bed, reminiscent of ancient times, surrounded by stone tables and chairs adorned with an array of fresh fruits and vegetables. Where's this place? He rose from the bed, donned a black robe trimmed with golden threads, and gazed up at the violet sky. Above him, 3 suns spun continuously, ensuring that this land was devoid of night. As he looked around, he saw no signs of modern architecture, each household nestled within natural stone columns. The inhabitants possessed purple skin, were diminutive in stature, and had bulging eyes reminiscent of snails, all clad in ridiculous red cloaks. What is this? Wuyan's gaze sharpened as he recognized these individuals. You have finally awakened. A resonant voice unexpectedly boomed from behind. It is an adult, accompanied by a timid child, both belonging to an unusual race. I am Abana, and this is my child, Bailey. He stepped forward, placing fresh fruits and cheese before Wuyan. How peculiar. When I found you in the wilderness, I was utterly astonished. You bear an uncanny resemblance to the individual residing in the neighboring cave. Is this some recent trend? Moreover, despite your body being unscathed, you appeared to be ensconced in a profound slumber, unable to awaken. I feared you might ultimately become a vegetable. Abana continued, oblivious to Wuyan's state. Once you consume these provisions and restore your strength, you should be entirely fine. It has truly made the old man anxious. The food on Planet Prant is nearly depleted. I am uncertain what we shall do next. Planet Prant? That seems to be the former name of Planet Vegeta. It appears Bardock has traversed to this realm. In the depths of his thoughts, Wuyan mused. It appears that I have been transported here by the annals of history. He spoke softly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. How long have I been unconscious? A full 10 days. You arrived even earlier than another individual who bears a striking resemblance to you. It seems that Bardock has already traversed through time. A Super Saiyan? Today should present an opportunity for a splendid battle. The chronicles of history. In his heart, Wuyan silently chanted, and a shimmering silver light flickered. Manifesting a palm-sized tome in his hand, the cosmic pirate, Zerd, along with the Saiyan Bardock, had all arrived. The curtain was drawn back, awaiting the performance to commence. The records above indicated that the moment was imminent. Outside, remnants of shattered walls lay scattered, evidence of a fierce battle that had transpired. Esteemed guest. You two have noticed. Today, the subordinates of the cosmic pirate have come to collect their dues, yet what do we have to offer them? Had it not been for Mr. Bardock, we would surely be doomed. Hello, timidly inquired Bailey, standing nearby. What is your name? What is your connection to Mr. Bardock? Wuyan. Son Wuyan. As for our connection, I cannot divulge. Very well. Bailey appeared somewhat disheartened. The group fell into a hushed silence. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, causing Wuyan Ibana, and Bailey to turn their gazes toward the outside. A colossal spacecraft descended from the sky, commencing a ruthless slaughter. It had begun. Chapter 89, The Duel Between Grandfather and Grandson. Crack. Ibana and Bailey stepped outside. A figure swiftly approached from a distance, clad in Saiyan battle armor. With black form-fitting trousers and a crab-like headpiece. Unlike Goku, his eyes were unmistakably filled with ferocity. A blood-stained bandana was wrapped around his forehead. It was Bardock. Wuyan softly spoke, holding his breath as he perched upon the stone pillar. With a historical tome in hand, he observed the fierce battle of Bardock. Due to Bailey's injury and the striking resemblance that Zerd bore to Frieza, Bardock was consumed by fury. In a state of despair, he transcended into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly vanquishing Zerd. In less than 5 minutes, the conflict was decisively concluded. Bardock's combat prowess surged to 1,000,000 upon his near-death revival, and upon transformation. It reached an astonishing 50 million. Quite impressive indeed. Wuyan gently patted his own backside and gradually made his way towards the spot where the mighty Super Saiyan Bardock stood. Who goes there? Bardock swiftly turned around, unleashing a swift blue energy wave that surged directly towards Wuyan. Bang! With a mighty force, Wuyan struck with a single hand, sending the opponent flying. Boom! The distant peaks were obliterated into fragments, and the whirling energy evaporated the remaining debris entirely. This is the might of a Super Saiyan. A mere attack can utterly transform the landscape. Observing Wuyan gradually descending, Bardock was taken aback in astonishment. Are you? Kakarot? No. He swiftly dismissed his own conjecture. Due to the invasion of planet Kanesa, I was struck by Dwaro's Phantom Fist, granting me the ability to foresee the future. In my desperate struggle against Frieza, when I was hit by his death supernova, I glimpsed you. That peculiar I was simply too vivid. You are the one who will vanquish Frieza, aren't you? Suddenly, Bardock was struck with shock. No, this is impossible. Why are you here? This is the world of the past. Wuyan understood it clearly. The predictive abilities of Bardock resonate with time, creating a harmonious connection with the annals of history. It opened a temporal portal, allowing the historical records to transport me here for the very first time. Truly, it is the will of destiny. Wuyan advanced with a single hand, striking a combat stance. A surge of golden radiance suddenly enveloped him, his fierce green eyes ablaze with intensity. Let us engage in battle. I yearn to witness the prowess of a hero who bets it all. Bardock was momentarily taken aback but quickly acquiesced, transforming into this form. Facing Zerd would be akin to a massacre. My pent-up fury has yet to be unleashed. Wuyan gently remarked, perhaps you are unaware. But this state we now inhabit is referred to as the Super Saiyan. Is that so? Bardock mused for a brief moment, pondering whether this legend had originated from him. His worldview felt as though it were on the brink of shattering. The goal he had tirelessly pursued throughout his life turned out to be an embodiment of himself. What does this even signify? The first Super Saiyan was not you, yet who can ascertain the origins of our legend? This has become irrelevant. Whoosh, whoosh. The two adversaries swiftly positioned themselves against one another, then surged forth, their fists colliding midair with a sudden force. Bang! The ground beneath them was obliterated by the might of the Super Saiyan, creating an immediate crater several meters in diameter. Two beams of golden light converged in the sky, incessantly clashing. Crackle! A deluge of lightning cascaded downward, resembling a colossal bowl. An endless expanse of dark clouds enveloped the world, and the oppressive atmosphere threatened to shatter the very essence of those present. Thud! Thud! Echoes of muffled grunts resonated through the sky as their fierce clashes caused the once smooth terrain to erupt with countless stone spikes. The golden luminescence clashed like thunder, a cacophony that refused to subside. Bardock and Wuyan simultaneously flickered in the air, extending a hand to strike at one another. Bang! Their fists collided squarely with each other's faces. Alas, Bardock's strength remained comparatively feeble. Yet managing to withstand Wuyan's onslaught for such an extended duration marked a remarkable breakthrough of his limits. Suddenly, Wuyan transformed his fist into an open palm and softly exclaimed, Shenluo Tianzheng. In an instant, a tremendous repulsive force surged forth, striking Bardock and propelling him into the air with overwhelming force. Ki blast! As Wuyan descended from the heavens, he relentlessly pursued, a radiant sphere shimmering in his grasp, and swung it directly towards Bardock. Damn it! Although the energy is not substantial, its potential is terrifying. Bardock's mind sharpened as he exclaimed urgently, He extended both palms, desperately bracing himself. The overwhelming force propelled him backward across the ocean, etching deep grooves upon the water's surface. Curse it! After retreating several hundred meters, Bardock abruptly waved his hand, and the immense energy surged skyward, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Perish! Amidst the billowing smoke, Wuyan descended like a leaden weight, landing on one foot, while Bardock instantaneously flickered beside him. With a thunderous crash, colossal waves spiraled around them, engulfing Wuyan. What a formidable opponent! Bardock thought to himself, realizing he might not stand a chance against him. Every move was fraught with peril, each strike imbued with lethal intent, yet they flowed seamlessly like a river. Humph! Wuyan suddenly snorted derisively, emerging from the inverted curtain of water with a single hand. Softly murmuring, universal attraction. What? The surface of the water behind him erupted in chaos, a fearsome water dragon roaring as it surged forth. Its lifelike form echoed with dragon roars in the air. The energy of the reincarnation I materialized. With a menacing gaping maw, the water dragon's razor-sharp teeth devoured Bardock whole, dragging him beneath the surface. Damn it! Bardock struggled valiantly against the dragon's jaws, feeling the pressure mounting along his spine as he began to scream in agony. Underwater, his mobility was severely hindered. Even the air within his lungs was limited. The dragon's mouth suddenly clamped down with ferocity. Bardock, distracted for a mere moment, found the air in his lungs utterly depleted. This is bad. His strength ebbed away like receding tides, rendering him sluggish in the depths of the ocean. Curse it! Bardock erupted in a brilliant golden light, propelling himself upward, breaking through the water's surface with a thunderous roar. The immense power coursed through his body. His fists enveloped in golden energy. With a sudden strike, he unleashed his might. Bang! The water dragon seemed to stiffen for a moment, gradually transforming into ice in midair, melting slowly under the searing energy. How impressive! Wuyan admired as he said, harnessing immense power to break through the water's surface, using his fists to directly shatter the torrent. Even Wukong may not be able to achieve this. With a sudden burst, Bardock remained silent, his hands radiating a tremendous power, and began to swing vigorously. In an instant, an infinite array of elliptical energy surged forth towards Wuyan, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers. Wuyan resembled a graceful maiden, dancing elegantly in the air, deftly evading with each movement. Like an agile monkey, it navigated through the fissures of energy, continuously swirling on the edge of a blade, employing the immense dynamic vision of the Rinnegan to dodge every assault. Humph! A wild glimmer sparked in Bardock's eyes as he suddenly clenched his hands. In an instant, Wuyan spun around, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, he had been completely encircled by an overwhelming surge of energy. Had he unwittingly set up a formation? Such a terrifying grasp of the battlefield. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate in kind. Bardock declared, as fellow Super Saiyans, your onslaught leaves me breathless. Yet I find myself equally challenged. With a swift motion, he clenched his hand fiercely. An infinite torrent of energy surged forth towards the center. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions persisted for several minutes, engulfing the sky in searing flames, while the world trembled beneath the frenzied energy. In that fleeting moment, the very earth quaked and mountains shook. Hundreds of meters of fissures continued to extend, with chaotic energy seeping through, and magma erupted forth. The mere aftershocks of the explosions obliterated an entire village in the vicinity. Abana and Belly took refuge behind a rock, gazing in awe at the silhouettes of the two figures in the sky. Their speed was incomprehensible, yet a ceaseless flow of energy unfolded above them. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene in the center emerged. A pure white radiance enveloped Wuyan, who coldly regarded Bardock and shouted, "Divine righteousness!" Boom! The violent repulsion instantly propelled Bardock away. Wuyan surged forward rapidly, grasping the ethereal violet symbol in his hand, as a viscous energy akin to thick mud began to swirl around him. In that fleeting moment of emergence, a towering black scythe, measuring 1.5 meters, materialized instantly. With a swift slash, a powerful shockwave erupted, cleaving the world before him into two distinct halves. This sight mirrored precisely what he had witnessed in the illusions. Indeed, he was a being from the future. Lost in contemplation, Bardock missed a critical opportunity to evade, as a blinding light sliced through the air, leaving deep gashes upon his arm, exposing stark white bone and causing blood to surge forth in torrents. The penetrating force coursed through his body, wreaking havoc upon Bardock's very cells. A sudden spray of blood erupted from his lips. Aha! I have seen it. Frieza was decapitated by this very technique. Despite his grievous injuries, Bardock's heart brimmed with elation. A cold-hearted Saiyan, yet unlike others, he possessed the capacity for emotion. He held deep sentiments for planet Vegeta, the birthplace of his lineage, and for the Saiyans who fought alongside him. Otherwise, he would never have transformed into a Super Saiyan out of sheer helplessness. In the lofty heights, Wuyan soared beneath the blazing sun, radiating an aura of divine golden light, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The heavens obstruct the stars. His resounding words struck the ground like the tolling of a bell, unleashing waves of white gravitational force that surged upwards from the earth. After a prolonged moment, Bardock's tense form gradually relaxed, seemingly unchanged for an eternity. Was this merely a fade of bravado? Slowly, shadows appeared to envelop his body. What? Bardock suddenly lifted his gaze, only to be met with the alarming sight of a planet hurtling towards him. Do you wish to annihilate this world? Who could possess such audacity, hurling celestial bodies in a fit of discord? Even the mightiest of energies ought not to be wielded in such a manner. Infuriating. Should the fragments descend, the consequences for Belly and the others would surely be catastrophic. With arms raised high, Bardock resembled a pillar supporting the heavens as he strained to hold the planet aloft. Gasped. The immense pressure forced him to spit blood. His insignificant frame struggled against the colossal planet. The overwhelming clash of power culminated in this desperate struggle. Perish. As Wuyan descended from the heavens, he plummeted like a weighty stone, striking down with ferocious intensity. His legs, enveloped in a sharp radiance, pierced through the planet with the force of a drill, delivering a powerful kick to Bardock. A spray of crimson erupted forth as Bardock felt the surge of power within him recede like a retreating tide, casting him backward through the air. In an instant, a deep crater several hundred meters wide formed, and the ocean momentarily halted before cascading back into the abyss. Soon, tranquility returned. Witnessing the celestial bodies still descending from the skies, the inhabitants of Planet Plant were suddenly gripped by the ominous sense of impending doom. Should this planet make contact, the very fabric of their world would surely unravel. Even if they were to survive the initial catastrophe, the skies would be shrouded in smoke and darkness, with relentless rain pouring down. All life above would undoubtedly face annihilation. Abana covered Bailey's eyes, letting out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, Wuyan descended from the heavens, executing a swift lateral kick that sent the planet hurtling away amidst the astonished gazes of all present. With a resounding thud, he landed gracefully, observing Bardock, who was coughing on the small island. The golden radiance of the Super Saiyan had vanished, signifying that Bardock's strength had been completely depleted. The outcome was unmistakably determined. With both arms embracing, Wuyan gently spoke. Ahem. Bardock continuously expelled the seawater from his lungs. Looking at Wuyan with a sense of resignation, you are indeed correct. You have triumphed. My transformation into a Super Saiyan was but fleeting, and my command over such energy remains insufficient. Much of my strength was squandered on unnecessary endeavors. Otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. Yet, a loss is a loss. Regardless of the multitude of reasons I may present, the current result stands. I have been defeated. Bardock looked at Wuyan with a hearty demeanor and softly uttered, "Ha." Wuyan extended his hand, pulling him up. Indeed, you are formidable. By harnessing your own combat prowess, you have remarkably maximized your physical potential under constrained conditions. Although Bardock's fighting ability currently pales in comparison to Wuyan's, his perspective is equally limited. He remains unaware of the spirit tree and the Super Saiyan transformation. It is solely through sheer courage, derived from his 1-0 form, that he has become the hero who salvaged Planet Vegeta. Among all characters in Dragon Ball, Wuyan holds Bardock in the highest regard. He is a true warrior. Suddenly, a hum resonated as the air began to tremble, emanating a pure white, ethereal glow from Wuyan. It appears that the first chronicle of time travel is nearing its conclusion. Wuyan exclaimed with a smile, "What a thrilling battle. You are not yet my match. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future, and then we shall settle our scores." Grandfather. A pure white radiance enveloped Wuyan completely, and with a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight. Bardock had already anticipated this. He sighed with a bitter smile, pondering, "Grandfather?" If Jin were to know that his grandson has become so powerful and has avenged the entire planet Vegeta, he would surely be delighted. Jin. Chapter 91. A year later. The underlying current surge. Whoosh. The white light gradually dissipated, and Wuyan found himself back in the cold, desolate temple. He gazed at his hands, where the wrinkles of time were distinctly visible. Everything that had just transpired was certainly not a mere illusion. Is this the power of time? To witness its manifestation and even stand at the pinnacle of time to alter the past. So formidable. Wuyan could find no other language to articulate the essence of this historical tome. If only the divine brush were in his possession, he could rewrite history. Every event of his own making would materialize, and his journey of growth would no longer be so convoluted. Would it? Glancing around, the figure of the elder has vanished. Has he departed? A wandering soul. You must be that enigmatic Super Saiyan god. I have a premonition that we shall meet again. Time, akin to the delicate sheen of a woman's jade, slips away from your grasp without notice. Unbeknownst to me, a year has already elapsed. Wuyan has officially reached the age of 6. Having long departed from the center of the galaxy, he has navigated the annals of time with remarkable ease. The power of time serves as the most effective means to counteract the destructive forces of the gods. However, he merely triggered the self-protection mechanism of the historical tome. Unable to truly harness the power of time, at this moment, he gazes down upon the peculiar gathering of humans, perched aloofly atop a stone. The humans are clad in bizarre attire, with black straps draped over a single shoulder reminiscent of a sweatshirt, a circle of fabric piled around their necks. Their striking red trousers contrast sharply with their faces, where large golden eyes harbor minuscule black pupils, creating a disconcerting visual. They are none other than the inhabitants of Yadralat. After departing from the galactic core, he discovered that the elite combat team had been assigned orders to attack the planet Yadralat. Instantaneous movement proves to be an exceedingly convenient skill. Wuyan naturally arrived at this place. Esteemed guests, come down and partake in the feast. A circle of people surrounded the central roast of beef and lamb, the sizzle of cumin resonating continuously, while under the sunlight, the surface gleamed with an exceptionally bright sheen of grease. Wuyan discovered that the inhabitants of the planet Adrat possess mysterious spells and unparalleled culinary skills. The dishes they create are simply so delectable that one might be tempted to swallow their own tongue. Alas, the women there are rather wrinkled, making it quite beyond his means to indulge. Otherwise, finding a concubine would indeed be quite delightful. Here they come. Wuyan leapt down, plunging directly into the fray of the chaotic feast. This is a time-honored tradition. On the planet Yadralat, the ability to consume is esteemed above all. The gluttonous Scions arrived and swiftly dominated the gathering. Should one find their meal unsatisfactory, it would be deemed the gravest of insults. After a year, Wuyan had long since grasped this cultural nuance. Once satiated, he patted his ample belly and gently proclaimed, "I must take my leave and return to my home planet." The hospitable Yadelitans displayed a hint of reluctance at his departure. Over the course of the year, Wuyan had thoroughly enjoyed their company. "Fear not. I have mastered instant transmission, allowing me to return here swiftly. Should you need me, you may always find me on Earth. It is not a matter of life and death." Wuyan feigned happiness and exclaimed, "Indeed, we understand." An hour later, Wuyan departed. I arrived as effortlessly as I left, gracefully waving my sleeve, capturing a fleeting moment. Wuyan stood high above, utilizing historical texts to ascertain the position of the Earth. Closing his eyes, he directly sensed the aura of Yukon. Is that Gohan? It seems the two are engaged in training. Wuyan expressed with a sense of relief. It seems that after my departure, my mother has indeed changed quite a bit. Whoosh. His body flickered like a mosaic and vanished in an instant. A momentary shift. Traversing billions of light years, he arrived on Earth in the blink of an eye. At this moment, on the fringes of the galaxy. Here, there are no stars, nor is there any light. It is shrouded in darkness. Only a few shadowy creatures, resembling fireflies, emit faint glimmers of starlight. A pure white figure, akin to an enlarged version of Frisia, with horns atop its head and wrinkles that betray an age beyond measure, emerged. He is Frisia's father, King Cold. The entire being advanced slowly through the dark forest, gazing at the terrifying temple before him, enveloped in lightning. The air resonated with the howls of spirits. Alas, for some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming fear radiated from his eyes. He appeared reluctant to enter this place, yet was compelled to do so. Thud. A considerable amount of dust fell from the creaking doors, echoing through the desolate realm. King Cold knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Your subordinate pays his respects, my lord. What brings you here again?" In the emptiness, a woman's voice echoed, as clear as a ringing bell, unmistakably that of an arrogant enchantress. "Subordinate, I have matters to report. Frisia and Cooler have been slain by the Super Scions." "What?" The woman was evidently enraged, as a pair of enormous eyes suddenly appeared in the dark world, radiating an ethereal glow like lanterns. "And my lord, the plan was meticulously crafted. We intended to eliminate the powerful beings in the universe one by one. Yet, on Namek, two Super Scions emerged. One possesses a combat power exceeding 500 million. Cooler stood no chance against him. I was unable to provide support in time. Now, with my dwindling strength, I can no longer contend with the Scions. I beseech you for assistance." "Fool." Boom. A piercing light shot from her eyes, striking King Cold directly, sending him flying with merely a glance. King Cold dared not retaliate and crawled forward, bowing respectfully to the ground. "I implore you, my lord, to intervene. Due to various reasons, I cannot reveal myself in public at this time. This world is far more complicated than you imagine." The woman sighed. "Then, with those two Super Scions, our plan stands no chance of success." "Fool." She scolded sharply. "Go to the Z-12222 planet at the edge of the galaxy. There, an evil doctor resides, a descendant of the Z-Fighters. Since the Super Scions annihilated the Z-Fighters, he has been researching formidable beings. He can assist you in defeating the Super Scions. This time, do not let me down."